Ancient 1 Chapter 823 to Chapter 876. At this moment, the breeze and moon garden was also filled with shock and bewilderment. Just as Li Yunxiao sat on the throne to rest, a ray of light naturally appeared and enveloped his entire body. Then, the 7 thrones inexplicably resonated and slowly rose into the sky, condensing into a formation. Everyone stared blankly at the 7 thrones in the sky. They formed a line, and the various lights gathered on Li Yunxiao's body. They immediately thought of the martial technique inheritance that Ruan Zimao had mentioned earlier. They were filled with indescribable envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ruan Zimao trembled with jealousy. The supreme martial arts of the Red Moon City, the supernatural power that no one could inherit for 10,000 years, was actually inherited by Li Yunxiao in front of his eyes. If Ning Qiuye wasn't here, he would have rushed up to interrupt the inheritance even if he was seriously injured. Jiang Ruobing was also stunned. Master, he is, martial arts inheritance? Ning Qiuye nodded, and there was an indescribable feeling in her eyes. This boy actually has such a fortuitous encounter. It seems that he is not an ordinary person. If you marry him, you won't be at a disadvantage. Master, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Ruobing was extremely embarrassed. With so many people present, her face was as red as an eggplant, and she said angrily, he and I are just ordinary friends. Master, if you speak nonsense, you will ruin my reputation. Ning Qiuye smiled slightly, it's fine. Anyway, no one can beat him in the arena. It's only a matter of time before you marry him. Jiang Ruobing felt everyone's gaze on her, and she felt dizzy from embarrassment. She stomped her feet and said angrily, Master is too bad. I'm ignoring you. She immediately turned into a ray of light and fled, too embarrassed to stay. Nailan Jixuan smiled and hurriedly chased after her with the maidservant, Xiaxia. Ruan Yuanci looked at her son's pale face and felt suffocated. She stepped forward and said, Sister Qiuye, isn't it too bad for an outsider to obtain our Red Moon City's unique inheritance? Ning Qiuye said, I also don't want an outsider to obtain it, but if you have the ability, why don't you obtain the inheritance for me to see? These 7 thrones have been in Scarlet Moon City for 10,000 years, and no one has ever obtained them. Ruan Yuanci said in a deep voice, even if no one in Crimson Moon City can obtain it now, it still belongs to Crimson Moon City. Sooner or later, someone from Crimson Moon City will obtain it. If it is passed down, it will be lost. Ning Qiuye snorted and said, you mean you want me to interrupt his inheritance now? Ruan Yuanci said, exactly. If little sister you feels that it's inconvenient for you to make a move, then allow me to do it on your behalf. His body emitted waves of origin power, and he was ready to make a move at any moment. Ning Qiuye's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, you dare? She released her aura and immediately suppressed Ruan Yuanci's aura. She sneered, you don't have to worry. After the challenge tournament, this Li Yunxiao will be one of us. Ruan Yuanci's face showed faint anger, but she had nothing to say. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. This is the first time in 10,000 years that a throne's inheritance has appeared. This is an opportunity that must not be interrupted. With a flash of light, Jiang Charan and Ruan Hongyu appeared together. Everyone in Crimson Moon City was startled, and they hurriedly went forward and bowed, saying, City Lord. Everyone was greatly startled. It was actually one of the 7 great sect masters, the Crimson Moon City Lord. These juniors all felt hot blood surge up in their hearts, and their eyes shone with extraordinary splendor. All of them appeared rather nervous. Each and every one of them had grown up listening to the stories of these legendary figures. Now that they saw the real person, they could not help being extremely excited. Jiang Charan had everyone dispense with the formalities and said with a smile, Congratulations to little sister Qiuye for walking out of the haze of the past. Ning Qiuye smiled faintly, bowed, and said, Many thanks for City Lord's concern. Jiang Charan nodded and said to everyone, Thank you, everyone, for coming to Crimson Moon City from afar. It's also giving me some face. Today's gathering shall end here. Everyone, disperse. The challenge tournament will be held 3 days later. There's no need to register. Everyone is welcome to participate. Everyone was overwhelmed by the favor and expressed that they would definitely participate. Then, they left one by one under Ruan Zimao's arrangements. Everyone knew that they were going to deal with the matter of the martial technique inheritance next. Back then, Dong Menyuan had been arrogant, and this Jiang Churan had not been able to come out. Now that he had personally come here, it could be seen how important this matter was. It was somewhat inconvenient for them to be present. This time, not only did they receive the help of the Skywave Mirror, but the majority of them also had a breakthrough in their martial path. Furthermore, they had personally witnessed an unimaginably shocking battle, which caused an unimaginable shock in their hearts. In the end, they even met one of the 7 great sect masters, the Crimson Moon City's city lord. It could be said that this trip was not in vain. After everyone left, Yuan Yuanxi hurriedly said, "City lord, this Li Yunxiao is truly an outsider. If we do not allow him to inherit the martial technique, Crimson Moon City's exceptional martial technique will leak out." Jiang Churan said solemnly, "I also understand what you're saying. Let's not talk about whether this Li Yunxiao will become a member of our Crimson Moon City. However, the martial technique on the throne has not been inherited for many years. It is also a good thing that he obtained it. Furthermore, we can use him as a turning point to retrieve the lost ultimate technique. If we rashly interrupt it, who knows when the next time someone inherits it will be." Yuan Yuanxi was dazed for a moment and was somewhat speechless. She sighed and stood silently at the side. When Ning Qiue heard this, she became rather worried. She said, "Since this ultimate technique is to be inherited through the throne, then it's naturally difficult to teach it verbally or by example. If Li Yunxiao learns it, how does City Lord intend to let him pass it on?" Wan Hongyu said, "Younger sister doesn't need to worry about how to let him pass it on. I'm rather curious, what is younger sister's relationship with this person? For him, you actually crippled the 8 symbols ranked I and did not hesitate to break off relations with titled Emperor Wu. This boldness is hard to reach." Ning Qiue said indifferently, "Since how he passes it on isn't important, then my relationship with him is even less important. However, if you guys use the soul-searching technique to read his inherited memories, then it won't be fun." Jiang Churan said, "If he can use his own method to pass down the martial art, that couldn't be better. If that doesn't work, soul-searching is undoubtedly the best method. Although it's dangerous, as long as one controls it carefully, one can still avoid harming him." Ning Qiue said with a frown, "The matter of soul-searching is off the table. City Lord had better think of another method to avoid making everyone unhappy." Wan Hongyu said angrily, "Ning Qiue, could it be that Crimson Moon City's ultimate inheritance isn't worth taking the risk?" Although there were no outsiders here, Ning Qiue not giving Jiang Churan face like this still made the flames of fury in her heart burn wildly. Ning Qiue smiled lightly and spat out 3 words indifferently, saying, "Not worth it." "You. Just what is the identity of the Ning Qiue standing in front of me right now?" Wan Hongyu pressed closer and said, "Is it a demoness, or a member of Crimson Moon City's Ning family? If it was a demoness, then she would do as she pleased, and Jiang Churan could expel her from the city. If it was a member of the Ning family, then they had to obey City Lord's orders." Ning Qiue sneered and said, "Don't use these principles to suppress me. Even if I'm a demoness, I'm also a member of the Ning family. I'll listen to City Lord's orders if they're reasonable. If they're unreasonable, then I can only ha." Wan Hongyu was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Having been the mistress of the Jiang family for so many years, there had never been anyone who dared to contradict her like this. Yet, she just had to be unable to defeat this person in front of her who contradicted her. She was so angry that her body trembled, not knowing how to vent the anger in her chest. Jiang Churan said with a headache, all right, stop arguing. Perhaps we can easily obtain the ultimate art. If we really want to reach that step, we'll have to wait for that step to come. My attitude is that Crimson Moon City's ultimate art must remain in Crimson Moon City." Ning Qiue said with a smile, "Why not? In the arena competition 3 days later, who can defeat Li Yunxiao? Elder sister Hongyu, he's about to be your son-in-law. You have to treat him better." *T. I firmly disagree. Wan Hongyu could not help but swear in front of Ning Qiue. She said angrily, "I'm Jiang Ruobing's mother. If I don't agree, it's useless even if his battle prowess is unparalleled in the world." "Oh?" Ning Qiue sneered and said, "Could it be that Big Brother Churan's Crimson Moon dictum is going to go back on his words regarding marriage through martial arts?" Now, there are suddenly additional conditions that require parental consent. Heh, this will make my Crimson Moon City a joke to the heroes of the world. Jiang Chuan only felt a headache when she saw the two girls arguing. Furthermore, they were both people that could not be offended. She could only say, it's still unknown whether this Li Yunxiao will participate in the arena competition. Furthermore, this martial art inheritance cannot be completed in a day or two. Is the time tight? I'm afraid he might not make it in time. Wan Hongyu's eyes lit up and said, that's right. The arena competition will begin in 3 days. Since it's an unparalleled ultimate art, it's normal to inherit it for a year or so. Haha, wanting to be my Crimson Moon City's son-in-law, there's no hope in this lifetime. Just wait for your soul to be searched. She had a cold smile on her face. For some reason, she just did not like Ning Qiue. Ning Qiue snorted coldly and said, next lifetime? It's not like your daughter is the only unmarried girl in Crimson Moon City. At worst, I'll just find a girl from the Ning family to marry him. Is it so difficult to be Crimson Moon City's son-in-law? You. Wan Hongyu was rendered speechless by her retort. Wan Yuanzi said, this is indeed a good idea. He also hoped that his son would marry Jiang Ruobing. As long as he could send Li Yunxiao away, he did not really care about who was responsible for this martial art inheritance. Jiang Chuan said, let's leave this matter like this for now. Everything will wait until he comes out from the inheritance. The most important thing now is the opening of the Earthly End Heavenly Wasteland Gate. Very soon, the world will be shaken, and all the experts from the various sects will come. This will pose a great threat to the safety of Crimson Moon City. Moreover, Qiue, you've completely offended Ling Bai at this time. It's really unwise. Wan Hongyu said mockingly, but younger sister Yu's divine skills are unparalleled. What does a mere Ling Bai count for? Moreover, she herself said that if she had the ability, she would have Ling Bai come and beat her up. When that person comes, younger sister Yu will naturally deal with him. We can rest assured. Jiang Chuan frowned and said, Hongyu, don't be so sarcastic. At this time everyone should work together. If Ling Bai comes, he will be the enemy of the entire Crimson Moon City. Everyone will bear the brunt. But younger sister Yu's method is not wrong. Crippling Dongmen Yuan and raising the prestige of Crimson Moon City is not necessarily a bad thing. Wan Hongyu said angrily, Chuan, she made such a great enemy for Crimson Moon City, and you're still protecting her? Jiang Chuan sighed, Hongyu, even if Qiue didn't act, I would have done so. I just wouldn't have been so ruthless. Her action made up for Crimson Moon City's embarrassment, lest people think that the sect master had to act personally to take care of such a small fry. It makes people unable to see through the depths of Crimson Moon City's strength. Wan Yuanzi said in shame, it's all our fault for being so weak, City Lord has to worry about everything. Jiang Chuan shook his head, although hard work is important in the martial way, opportunities and talent are even more important. At your level, hard work is less and less useful, but as long as you keep working hard, opportunities will always come. This is heaven's reward for hard work. He looked at Li Yunxiao enviously and sighed, for someone like him to have such cultivation at such a young age, his future achievements, it's terrifying just thinking about it. Ning Qiue struck while the iron was hot, then City Lord can consider making him your son-in-law. Jiang Chuan smiled, although fate is mostly arranged by parents, there is still a large part of heaven's will. But sister Yu, what do you think? Ning Qiue was startled, then fell silent. Jiang Chuan smiled, I brought up your sad memories again. Everything has its own destiny, and it can't be forced. Right now, the most important thing is the defense of Crimson Moon City, and the greatest hidden danger is Ling Bai. He said solemnly, this person has disappeared for so many years. Back then, I heard that he was chased by Huangfu Bai, but I didn't understand. I only found out about Dongmen Yuan's matter today. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that Ling Bai was the mastermind behind the huge change in Soul Devourer sect. Dongmen Yuan killed so many of his fellow disciples and even injured Huangfu Bai. Judging from his strength today, it's impossible that he didn't have Ling Bai's help. Wan Yuanzi said, in this case, it's very likely that Huangfu Bai will personally come to Crimson Moon City this time. Jiang Chuan said, yes, Yuanzi, this reminds me. I'll send a letter to Huangfu Bai right now, inviting him to Crimson Moon City for a chat. Firstly, it's to deal with Dong Menyuan's matter, and secondly, it'll give him a lot of help to deal with any unexpected changes. Wan Yuanzi laughed heartily and said, if there are two sect masters overseeing the Red Moon City, coupled with little sister Yu's strength that is comparable to the sect masters, then the Red Moon City will be an iron fortress. Even if Ao Changkong comes, he will also fall. Jiang Churan glanced at Li Yunxiao, who was sitting on the throne, and said, Hang Feng, guard this place heavily during this period. Don't let anyone disturb him. Yes. Ning Hangfeng immediately accepted the order. Ning Qiue said, this breeze and moon garden scenery is unique, and you can also admire the rare beauty of the moon. I'll stay here for the time being. Everyone was slightly startled, not expecting that Ning Qiue's concern for Li Yunxiao was actually to this degree. Wan Hongyu sneered, could it be that you don't trust your brother's strength? Ning Qiue laughed, haha, Hangfeng naturally won't have a problem dealing with outsiders. I'm just afraid that there are madams in the city who are more powerful than him, and they will use their power to forcefully suppress him. This silly boy doesn't know how to be flexible, then it'll be troublesome. Although she didn't specify, she directly said the word madams, making Wan Hongyu grit her teeth in anger. Jiang Churan shook his head and said, with little sister Yu here, that's naturally for the best. I can also let Hangfeng free his hands to deal with the upcoming security measures. We'll deal with these matters in the future. Everyone, disperse. He turned around and disappeared with Wan Hongyu. Before Wan Hongyu left, she didn't even look at Ning Qiue coldly. Wan Yuanzi said, little sister Yu, military governor, I'll also take my leave first. He and Erzi also left in an instant. At this moment, the one who was feeling the most uneasy was Ruan Xiling. He didn't dare to make public what had happened outside the Rainbow Bridge, so everyone still didn't know about it. Agarine had caused a huge uproar back then, but the world knew very little about it. At the same time, it was known as an inauspicious object, and it would be a pity to abandon it. Thus, it was placed outside Red Moon City, guarded by a murderous formation, and 3 Emperor Wus were assigned to guard it. All these years, it had been peaceful. He couldn't wait to immediately fly out of the city to investigate. If something really happened to Agarine, then the responsibility. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. Just as the heroes of the Breeze and Moon Brothel were gathering, in a mountain forest outside Red Moon City, dense spiritual energy appeared. The birds were startled, and the beasts ran, as if they had felt some kind of threat, causing the originally peaceful and primitive environment to become austere. A figure flashed through the forest, quickly traversing over 100 miles, and finally stopped on a huge tree. Deep in the mountains, ancient trees towered into the sky, blocking out the sun. Through the narrow and curved old ginseng path, that person gazed at the gurgling brook in front of him. The wind swayed on the top of the tall trees, making a slow rustling sound, as if a desert of trees was moving overhead, setting off a suffocating solemnity and coldness. In front of the brook, a huge ape was drinking water with its head lowered. Suddenly, its ferocious face rose from the water, as if it had sensed danger. It suddenly roared and rushed back. A surge of energy burst out from the ape's body, and suddenly, a large area of the forest was instantly turned into ashes. The figure of the man seemed abnormally thin under the huge shock wave, but his body technique was extremely fast. With a light leap, he retreated diagonally. As expected, it is the bloodline reversion. You are from the sanctuary. The man stepped lightly in the air, and with a wave of his right hand, a long spear appeared, and a cold face appeared. It was Luo Qingyun, and he said with a solemn expression, "What? Have you lost your mind?" After the ape roared, its eyes revealed a ferocious light, and the ancient and wild aura on its body became stronger and weaker as it breathed, completely out of control. Luo Qingyun revealed a desolate expression, and he sighed, as expected, "You have lost your mind. This is the result of forcefully opening the gene chain seal in your body." He waved the long spear and said solemnly, "Since you have lost your mind, let me find out what is going on with the gene chain in your body." Luo Qingyun's body suddenly rushed forward, turning into an image of an azure dragon in the air, and the desolate god's bright moon spear in his hand turned into a swimming dragon, striking down from the sky. It was like a Jiotian thunder tribulation, bombarding the boundless forest. Roar! The ape desperately stretched its neck, roared, and suddenly rushed forward, raising its fist and punching out. Rumble! A terrifying power spread in the sky above the forest, and a large area of trees instantly disappeared. The ape's attack actually broke through Luo Qingyun's spear prowess, and its huge body broke through the dragon-like prowess, roaring as it rushed toward Luo Qingyun. What? It is actually so strong. Luo Qingyun's eyes also protruded out, and he gripped the long spear tightly as he began to display the true dragon Dharma body. Scales grew out from his skin, and the entire process of dragon transformation was completed in an instant. He raised the long spear in his right hand, and with a loud roar, a dragon's prowess came out from his mouth, and the spear prowess followed, bombarding forward. Roar! The ape trembled under the dragon's prowess, and with a malevolent expression, it gritted its teeth, and punched forward again. Rumble! The two of them clashed again, and both were sent flying. The ape seemed to be a little numb to the pain, and with a loud roar, it rushed forward again, and thousands of punches danced in the air. It only knew how to fight, and the forest was in a mess. Luo Qingyun's face was ashen, and his body had already transformed into the true dragon Dharma body, and he was like a half-demon, constantly defending against Wenlin's frenzied attacks. Both of them were ferocious martial artists, and the battle was abnormally intense. Every move caused their bodies to tremble, and their blood vessels to churn. Roar, roar, roar. The more the ape fought, the more irrational it became, and it became more and more berserk. Moreover, its strength also increased, and with every punch, Luo Qingyun, who had been bitterly resisting, was shaken until he was sent flying several hundred meters away. What's going on? This punch. Could it be that another gene chain has been released? Luo Qingyun thought of this possibility, and his face turned deathly pale. He looked at the ape that was flying towards him, and saw that there were 2 scarlet blood lines on the ape's chest, as if they were meridians, and it was extremely eye-catching. After a short period of fear, a surge of blood rushed into his heart, and he roared loudly, and his aura burst out. Streams of dragon's energy soared into the sky. The desolate god's bright moon spear, under the surge of his dragon's energy, also emitted a similarly powerful weapon energy, and the two energies interweaved together, and spread out, and headed straight for the big ape. The ape was stunned for a moment, and it seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. However, its bloodthirsty wild nature still made it rush down, and it kept roaring, as if it wanted to use its voice to expel the fear in its heart. Luo Qingyun's expression became calm, and he said in a serious tone, "Since you have already opened the second gene chain, it is impossible for you to recover your consciousness. Why don't you show me the secret of these 2 gene chains, and it will be a worthy death." He grabbed the long spear in his hand, and lifted it up, and his whole body soared into the sky. The long spear and his body became one, and he made the final attack. When you die, you will dissipate into the earth, and return to the dust. When you live, you will obtain the method to break the seal, and open your own blood vessels. Luo Qingyun's eyes were as calm as the lake, but it gave people a feeling that the sky and earth were about to collapse. The whole space was like glass under this aura, and cracking sounds could be heard from time to time. Long Xiao Jiutian, the moon is hard to be round without. The spear pierced through the sky, and the whole world turned black. Only the spear light and the ape were left, and they fiercely collided on the axis of time. The moment the desolate god's bright moon spear pierced through the air, an unparalleled ancient will came out from the spear, as if a god that had been sleeping for a long time had awakened at this moment. Luo Qingyun was stunned for a moment, and he felt as if he had heard an illusion. Boom! The two extremely overbearing forces collided, and the long spear was like a hot knife through butter. It directly cut the ape's body, and a mist of blood appeared in front of Luo Qingyun. I won. Haha, I am not dead. This ape didn't seem to be as powerful as he had imagined. After Luo Qingyun had recovered from his ecstasy, he didn't have time to be happy. At this time, in the ape's exploded body, a circular light began to appear, and it was the seal of the 2 gene chains, and it was now in a state of activation. Within the light blue sealing formation were 2 blood-red meridians. They also began to gradually dissipate, breaking down bit by bit and turning into a faint bloody light. Luo Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly memorized the formation diagram in his mind. All of this happened in the instant the ape's body was destroyed. He closed his eyes lightly and fell into deep thought. Blood and various pieces of flesh fell from the sky, landing on his body and face. The heat of the blood actually corroded holes in his robes. Luo Qingyun opened his eyes and said self-deprecatingly, "The Wenlin I see today may be the Qingyun I will see in the future." He put away his spear and turned to leave in large strides, leaving behind a mess and a wasteland. In Crimson Moon City, after the gathering of heroes, the entire city was talking about Ning Qiue and Dong Menyuan. TSK. Ning Qiue is a beast tamer. Only you could think of controlling a demon pigeon to fight. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, my third aunt's uncle's neighbor's son's father-in-law superior's senior sister saw it with her own eyes. How could she lie to me? Humph, to tell you the truth, the niece of my second uncle's seventh uncle's aunt's cousin's wife is the fiancée of the Jiang family's mistress in Crimson Moon City. She said that Ning Qiue had the demon pigeon bloodline and turned into a fat pigeon during the battle, which was how he defeated Dong Menyuan. You should know that at the same level, demonic beasts are much more powerful than humans. This speculation makes sense, but it's not the truth. The truth is that Ning Qiue was originally a pigeon man of the demon race and had always been kept in captivity by Crimson Moon City. This was just a small test. Sigh, don't ask me how I know. I won't tell you, but the breeder who kept Ning Qiue happened to be my childhood playmate. He was the son-in-law of an old woman in the village where he was raised as a child. The entire Crimson Moon City was talking about that battle with great relish. The moon turning red was also a hot topic, indicating that Crimson Moon City would be overcrowded for the next few months. At this moment, inside the mansion of the Ruan family, the trees were lush and the flowers were shining. There was a clear stream. Under the twists and turns of the flowers and trees, there was a bridge across the water, leading to the pavilion. There was an octagonal table in the pavilion. Wan Zimao was burning incense and playing the zither. Wan Yuanci asked, "Tomorrow is the arena battle. How confident are you?" Wan Zimao was calm and composed. The injuries on his body had all healed, and his cultivation seemed to have advanced a step further. He said, 10 out of 10. Wan Yuanci smiled and said, "Not bad, I like your confidence. Most of the time, strength doesn't decide everything. If that Li Yunxiao suddenly appears, do you have the confidence to win?" When Wan Zimao heard this name, his eyes flashed with a trace of haze. He said coldly, "Of course. The metal piece in my hand is something that he desperately wants." Back then, he also agreed to kill Li Yi and not participate in the competition in exchange for it. It's clear how attractive this metal piece is to him. His eyes showed doubt. He stopped playing the zither and took out the metal piece. He said, "Father, what is this thing?" That ninth aunt is also unwilling to say, but it's definitely something extraordinary. Wan Yuanci frowned and said, "Although I can't be sure, I guess it's some kind of inherited technique. It's just that we can't find the key to it, so it's useless to keep it. If Li Yunxiao can't rush out before the arena, then this metal piece will be even more useful." Wan Zimao was stunned. He said, "Father, you mean the inherited technique on the throne?" Wan Yuanci smiled and said, "That's right. The Castellan who sealed the throne was known as the strongest generation of Scarlet Moon City's Castellans. How could the technique he left behind be ordinary?" Wan Zimao nodded slightly and continued to play the zither, calming his turbulent heart. Wan Yuanci said, "Xiling, you've been absent-minded since the beginning. Many times, you wanted to say something but stopped. What's the matter? This isn't like you." Wan Xiling, who had been standing by the side, shuddered all over. Large beads of cold sweat started to drip down his body. Wan Yuanci and Wan Zimao both frowned. They seemed to have a bad premonition. Wan Xiling could no longer conceal it. He immediately recounted the matter of Nihong Bridge from beginning to end. He didn't dare to exaggerate at all. After he finished talking, he discovered that he was already drenched in cold sweat. Slap, a slap directly sent him flying. Although it was incomparably painful, his heart relaxed instead. Wan Yuanci's face was livid. He rebuked angrily, "Wastrel, infuriating me to death." He instantly turned into a streak of light and headed out of the city. Wan Zimao's expression was also solemn. He said, Xiling, you really poked a hole in the sky this time. Although that Agarine was placed outside the wilderness, its importance goes without saying. It's even related to the old city lord's whereabouts. You don't know the gravity of the matter. Yuan Xiling was so frightened that he shuddered. He was almost about to cry. He said, Brother, how would I know that Li Yunxiao could actually defeat 3 Emperor Wu's experts? Moreover, the Go brothers aren't ordinary Emperor Wus. Besides, there's also the Taihua Golden Talisman Lock Formation. This was originally a sure-win situation. Yuan Zimao said, it's definitely impossible to rely on Li Yunxiao alone. Something else must have happened during the time you were gone. As for the situation, only Li Yunxiao knows. Fortunately, he's still in the Breeze and Moon Garden. Perhaps there's still a chance for things to turn around. During this period of time, you stay in the Yuan family and don't go out. This matter will be decided by Lord Father. He pondered for a while. Then, he flew towards the Breeze and Moon Garden in the sky. The next day, the streets were empty. Everyone was crowded in the city's largest square. They were waiting for the long-awaited martial contest to find a spouse. Jiang family's daughter was marrying off. The city was filled with red makeup. Everywhere was crowded, yet orderly. Both sides of the road were already paved with countless roses. A light breeze blew the petals, filling the entire city with their fragrance. The shops, houses, trees, and everything else that could be hung were covered with red ribbons. All of the Imperial Guards of Crimson Moon City were mobilized as well. There was an endless stream of people, all of them smiling as they watched the once-in-a-lifetime martial arts competition for a spouse. In the middle of the square, the arena for the contest was temporarily transformed from a profound-level weapon. There were ferocious-looking beast heads on each of its 4 corners. In order to cater to today's atmosphere, the beast heads had been completely transformed into 4 smiling dolls, each holding a toy in their hands. There was no murderous atmosphere at all. Behind the arena, on the viewing platform built with white jade, Jiang Ruobing, who was dressed in red makeup and had her hair draped over her shoulders, sat upright in the upper right corner. On each side of her were 3 servant girls. There was a limited number of seats on the viewing platform. Apart from the upper echelons of Red Moon City, only a few people of high status were qualified to sit. At the same time, they were also the witnesses. Below the arena was a huge war drum that was as tall as 2 people. A ray of light descended from the sky, and a strong man appeared in front of the war drum. He held a drumstick in his hand, and after gesturing upwards, he abruptly struck the drum. Dong! An extremely powerful sound wave rippled out from the drum, spreading throughout the entire city. It was like the beating of a heart, causing everyone's bodies to tremble, and they immediately stopped all noise. At the center of the city, which was packed with people, there was a sudden deathly silence. Not only did the sound of the drum stop, but it also seemed to have some kind of influence. It caused everyone present to feel a surge of hot blood in their bodies. It was as if their blood was burning and they wanted to fight with their lives on the line. Especially those young talents in the front row, each and every one of them was breathing heavily. They all knew that their chances of winning were extremely small. However, this was definitely the best opportunity to learn from their peers. They were all rubbing their fists and waiting for the battle. Perhaps the heavens would drop a curtain and give them a big surprise. Dong! The drum shook for the second time. The space on the viewing platform slightly distorted. In the midst of the shaking, Jiang Churan and Ruan Hongyu appeared together, immediately causing a commotion and screams. The city lord of Red Moon City had always lived in seclusion. Even the people in the city rarely saw him. However, because the city's laws were extremely strict and the various forces and merchants were extremely well protected, he was deeply popular. Jiang Churan was dressed in a stone-blue robe with a dark purple bat pattern tied around his waist. His long hair was like the clouds, and his bright eyes were like the moon. He had the extraordinary bearing of a great grandmaster. He nodded to the upper echelons and distinguished guests in the city one by one. Then, he slowly walked to the front of the stage and said with a smile, "Thank you all for coming from far away to participate in my daughter's marriage by combat. Charan is very honored. At the same time, I can see the elegant demeanor of the outstanding juniors in the world. It is also a happy event in life. The rules have already been announced to the world, so I won't talk about it in detail. Let's begin. He lightly waved his sleeves and returned to his seat. His speech was so short that it shocked everyone. He was marrying off his daughter. Why didn't he say anything else? The space on the stage shook slightly as a maroon attire man appeared in the center of the stage. He had a head of flaxen hair, and his eyes were as bright as a tiger's. He had a smile on the corner of his mouth and said, I am Xianxia, and I am the host of this martial contest for a spouse. I will be the judge of the outcome. Let's begin. Those who want to participate can come up now. As soon as he said that, the crowd went silent for a moment. Then, someone shouted and jumped up to the stage. Suddenly, a green light appeared on the stage and blocked that person's path. Then, someone screamed and the man was sent flying to the ground. His face was pale. What? What's going on? Everyone stared at him in shock. Xianxia made a hand gesture and smiled. Everyone, please be quiet. I forgot to explain. In order to prevent too many boring people from participating, the lowest cultivation level of the martial arts competition has to be a martial ancestor of the Bahuang province. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the stage. I see. That's right. Otherwise, if any Tom, Dick, or Harry were to go up, Jiang Ruobing wouldn't be able to finish the challenge tournament even if she was 100 years old. Qinghaomiao said indifferently. Beside him, Baiming Lifeng sighed and said, Sigh, how boring. The outcome of this game is already decided. Even Lady Ruobing herself has been replaced by a fake. Only these minions are enjoying the game. I feel that coming here to watch the show is really boring. Qinghaomiao was surprised and said, How do you know it's not Jiang Ruobing? Everyone's gazes fell on Baiming Lifeng. Clearly, they couldn't make a judgment after losing their divine senses. They were all curious. A strange smile appeared on Qinghaomiao's face. Jiang Ruobing only appeared for a while. I didn't expect you to remember her. You can't bully a friend's wife. Brother Lifeng, you're being rude. Baiming Lifeng smiled. Brother Haomiao really doesn't let go of any chance to sow discord. I think the soul devourer sect's strongest martial skill isn't soul skills, but verbal skills. Think about it, with Jiang Ruobing's personality, how could she just sit there and not move? Even his personal maidservant Xiao Shui is nowhere to be seen. This also goes against common sense. This person is definitely fake. Qinghaomiao nodded. That's true. No wonder I felt weird too. With Miss Ruobing's personality, it's still unknown whether Brother Zimao can marry her in the end. Baiming Lifeng smiled. That's none of our business. We'll just sit back and reap the rewards. Looks like there's really no need to watch. At this moment, there were already 2 martial artists on stage. Although the fight drew cheers, they didn't care about it at all. Qinghaomiao raised his head and looked at the sky. He muttered to himself, I wonder how that Li Yunxiao is doing. When the crowd heard this name, their hearts trembled. Although they still did not believe that Li Yunxiao's true combat power could easily kill Li Yi, they could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of nervousness and pressure. Baiming Lifeng's expression turned serious. Brother Haomiao, everyone, I'll take my leave first. Watching this kind of boring competition will only bring harm. I'll stay in Scarlet Moon City this month and cultivate in peace, waiting for the opening of the ancient heaven mystery realm. Qinghaomiao said, All right, I'll go with you. We can exchange pointers and learn from each other. It's very difficult to find an opponent who can do what you want. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Originally, they were very proud of their own martial Dao comprehension. However, with the appearance of Li Yunxiao and Li Yi, their attitude towards the misty world had undergone a huge change. They had lost a lot of their arrogance and prejudice, and had gained a sense of pressure and a desire to catch up. The two of them gradually left the crowd. Many of the remaining people also became silent and quietly retreated. Everyone was a proud son of heaven, and no one was willing to lose to others. At this moment, high up in the sky, in the breeze and moon garden, Jiang Ruobing stuck close to Ning Qiue and begged, Master, it'll be too late if we don't leave now. Master has always doted on me the most and will agree to any request of mine. She had already begged for 2 days, causing Ning Qiue to be annoyed beyond endurance. He berated, such a major matter cannot be trifled with. If you run, how will Crimson Moon City give an account to the world? Since you still have time, choose a husband for yourself. Master can help him win. Jiang Ruobing was so anxious that 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. If Master was in my position, what would happen? Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you, let alone your beloved disciple. Master, can you bear to see me unhappy for the rest of my life? Humph, how would you know what true happiness is and what unhappiness is? Ning Qiue said coldly, peacefully finding a promising husband to marry is your greatest happiness. No matter how much you beg me, it's useless. Ning Qiue steeled her heart and closed her eyes, not making a sound no matter how Jiang Ruobing shouted. Jiang Ruobing punched and kicked for a while, but was unable to get within 3 feet of her. Only then did she stomp her feet angrily, turning into a ray of light and flying towards the city. She was unwilling to sit still and wait to be married. She secretly changed into a man's clothes and headed towards the teleportation formation, naively hoping that she could escape. Second young mistress, please don't make things difficult for us. In order to prepare for the opening of the mystic realm, the guards at the teleportation formation were several times more than usual. Jiang Ruobing had just arrived when she was discovered by the guard captain. He invited her to the side and said with a bitter smile, right now, the martial arts competition for a spouse is going on. If people know that second young mistress is here, I'm afraid it will attract a lot of trouble. Jiang Ruobing was speechless. She grabbed the guard captain and gave him a beating before leaving angrily. Although Red Moon City was huge, she had a feeling that there was no way out. Feeling irritated, she went into the restaurant and started drinking fake wine. Suddenly, she said, the taste of this wine. I finally know why Master calls it Zui Wangchou. Hee hee. Suddenly, a clear laughter sounded. The reason why people have so many worries is because their memory is too good. However, always numbing oneself will never be the way to release oneself. Jiang Ruobing was stunned. She didn't know when 2 men had appeared in front of her and sat down opposite her. The 2 of them had demonic appearances that would make one's heart go cold at first glance. However, one of them gave him a feeling that he was familiar with him. Jiang Ruobing became vigilant and shouted, "Who are you? Did I ask you to sit down?" The person who seemed to be familiar smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to have friends come from afar. Young lady Ruobing, I haven't seen you for many years. You're even more beautiful than before. You've already become an absolute beauty." Jiang Ruobing was shocked. She had indeed seen this person before. He could even recognize her after she had disguised herself. She frowned and said, "Who are you?" The person smiled and said, 3 years ago, I came to Red Moon City with my father. City Lord Jiang summoned me and I met young lady Ruobing once. Jiang Ruobing's expression turned serious. Suddenly, she said, "You're Tang Jia. The 4 extreme sect's young master, Tang Jia." Tang Jia laughed and said, "Haha, looks like I'm not a failure. Young lady Ruobing finally remembered me." Jiang Ruobing said coldly, "So what if I remembered? Did you come to Red Moon City to compete for a spouse?" Tang Jia smiled and said, "With this thought, I can defeat all the heroes in the world. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil." At such an important juncture, young lady Ruobing is actually running around. Furthermore, you look like you have something on your mind. Hee hee, I wonder if I can help you. Jiang Ruobing's heart skipped a beat. She quickly said, "Oh right, you're the young master of the 4 extremes sect. You must be quite capable. Can you help me escape from Red Moon City?" Tang Jia was stunned. He did not expect such a request. He immediately guessed the reason behind it. He smiled bitterly and said, "Isn't this asking me to be hunted down by Red Moon City?" Jiang Ruobing said, "You can use me as a hostage. They won't dare to hunt you down." Tang Jia felt dizzy. Suddenly, the person beside him said, "Sure. But there must be a condition." Tang Jia was shocked and said, "Lord Shang, you can't. This is too. Alright, I agree." Jiang Ruobing was overjoyed. She quickly interrupted Tang Jia and said, "Just state your condition." That person was Shang. He smiled and said, "Bring us to Red Moon City's dungeon to save someone. As long as we save our companion, we'll bring you away immediately." dungeon to save someone? Jiang Ruobing was shocked and said. You're the death god's 8 elephants? Shang shook his head and said, I'm not related to them. But my friend is also imprisoned in the dungeon with the 8 elephants. Tang Jia hurriedly said, Lord Shang, you mustn't. If you bring her away, you'll be hunted down by everyone in Red Moon City. Shang smiled and said, won't we be hunted down if we go to break the prison? What's the harm in bringing her along? Tang Jia was speechless and said, this. Jiang Ruobing looked at the two of them suspiciously and snorted coldly. Breaking into Red Moon City's dungeon? Do you think you're titled Emperor Wu? Even if I bring you there, you won't be able to return. I'm at a disadvantage in this deal. Why don't you think of a way to bring me out of the city first? I'll tell you the location of the dungeon and the various defenses. Shang smiled and said, there are 3 Emperor Wu powerhouses watching you in the void now. If we want to bring you out, we'll definitely alarm the entire city's defenses. A bloody battle is inevitable. How are we going to save her? You just need to lead the way. Even if we fail, you won't lose anything. Jiang Ruobing was shocked and couldn't help but look at the person in front of her in a different light. At least she didn't realize that she was being watched. She said doubtfully, are you really confident that you can bring me away after saving her? Shang said, your goal is just to run away from the marriage. If this trick doesn't work, there's another trick. I've already planned to let Tang Jia participate in this tournament. As long as he wins first place, you can just reject him then. He won't pester you. It can be considered a backup plan for you to lead the way. What do you think? Jiang Ruobing said in disbelief, he can also win first place? Tang Jia laughed coldly and said, apart from that Li Yunxiao, I really don't care about any of my peers in the world. Jiang Ruobing was stunned and said, you know Li Yunxiao too? She thought for a moment and said, all right. I'll take the risk and give it a try. For my own happiness, I'll give it my all. Her face revealed a resolute expression as if she was facing death calmly. Shang's face revealed a hint of joy and said, Tang Jia, with Miss Ruobing's help, you can act alone. I can save her alone. You'll only be a burden if you join us. Tang Jia nodded and said, all right, then be careful, Lord Shang. I'm also in the mood to meet the world's heroes and see how strong these 4 elites of the northern region and 7 stars of the eastern region are. I wonder if they can pique my interest, haha. He was full of confidence in his own strength and couldn't help but laugh loudly. The people in the restaurant all looked at him, thinking he was a lunatic. Shang smiled and said, there's no time to lose. Let's go. He stretched out his hand and gently turned it into a green arc in the air above the table. With a flash of the arc, like a flower blooming, the 3 of them suddenly disappeared. This caused the people in the restaurant to be shocked. The owner of the restaurant hurriedly ran over and looked around. He suddenly shouted angrily, God damn it, they disappeared before I even paid. Freeloading off my wine, I'll make sure your sons don't have assholes. Just as he was cursing, the space in front of him suddenly twisted and 3 figures appeared. All of them had shocked expressions as they stared at the empty table. Boss, where did the 3 people go? One of them couldn't help but ask, his face turning pale. The owner was stunned and immediately shouted, how would I know? You know those 3 people, don't you? They haven't paid for the wine yet. Since you know them, you have to pay. Another person said, even we lost track of them. How could the boss know? He grabbed the boss in a panic and threw him out of the door. He turned into a black dot and disappeared into the sky. The guests in the hotel broke out in a cold sweat and shut their mouths, not daring to look again. Finally, the man wiped his cold sweat and said, what's going on? How could they disappear completely? There's no aura left. How is this possible? The 3 of them felt numb. If they lost Jiang Ruobing at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 3rd person immediately said, you go and inform the city defense guards to open the hidden space ceiling formation. Don't let anyone leave through the space channel. You go to the transmission formation to check the information of the 2 people just now. I'll go and report to the military governor. He instantly sorted out his thoughts, and the 3 of them immediately turned into light and disappeared from the hotel. In Hongyu City, there was a dark and gloomy dungeon with a rotting smell. There was no light here. It had been dark for thousands of years. It was like a dark underground cave leading to an endless abyss. Ah. No, no, I beg you, no. Ah. Screams were constantly coming from the abyss. This place was originally as cold and gloomy as a graveyard. But ever since a few people were imprisoned here 2 days ago, shrill screams came from the largest cage from time to time, causing people to shudder. Damn it, what's going on? What kind of pervert is locked in there? The scream just now seemed to be from the villa master of Luli Villa, Peijiochi. Did he also meet with misfortune? Humph, when that stupid bird came in, he said that he was a relative of the Jiang family's mistress and could get out in 2 days at most. I'm afraid he's finished now. He's the existence of Emperor Wu. Could it be that the pervert locked in later is also a powerhouse of Emperor Wu? Who knows? I heard that the existence of Emperor Jiuxing is locked in the deepest part of this abyss. From time to time, there will be a terrifying aura coming up, but no sound has been heard. Terrifying aura? Isn't the cultivation of the prisoners here suppressed by a strange force? Why is there an aura? God knows what's going on. All the martial artists who were locked in had lost their cultivation, even Emperor Wu was no exception. It was as if he had been affected by some kind of array formation. Once he entered the prison, he became an ordinary person. If he wanted to be king, it would depend on who was stronger. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, Peijiochi's inhumane cries came from the prison cell, causing people to shed tears. Blurg, blurg. There was also the sound of vomiting, which made people guess what was going on. How is it? How much more do we need? Inside the cell, Lil 8 wiped his mouth. He had vomited everything in his stomach and looked at Li Yi in horror. A long robe was draped over his body, and Peijiochi was lying naked on the ground. His arm was covered in blood, and it was a horrible sight. Blarg. Little 8 couldn't help but vomit again. He swore that if he could return this time, he would never work with this person again. Calm down, young man. When you reach my age and have seen everything, you won't be surprised anymore. Tyrannical Sky Tiger smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, now, unless someone comes to save us, the only hope to escape is Palace Master's towering sun creation art. Li took a deep breath, and his face was extremely gloomy, saying, I feel like I'm still lacking a bit. Give me a stronger Emperor Wu, and I should be able to break through the strange suppression here and recover my origin power. His gaze swept across the cage, and everyone was so frightened that they squeezed into a corner. They were terrified, and all of them were trembling incessantly. Li Yi had been sitting cross-legged on the side of the prison cell. After entering, he didn't open his eyes, as if he was immersed in cultivation. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed by an abnormal power, so they couldn't sense their strength. Peijiochi had bragged about how powerful he was, which was why he was dragged out by Li Yi and had to be plucked. Is there no one who volunteered? Then I can only try one by one. Li Yi's face flashed with coldness, and he walked towards those people. Wah, don't, spare me, spare me. Those people all cried out in fear, and did their best to hide. Some people were so scared that their legs went soft, and they fell to the ground, unable to move. Li suddenly opened her eyes, and said, everyone, quiet. Although her voice was weak, it seemed to have a strange power, and everyone quietened down in an instant. Li Yi frowned, saying, Lord Li, what's wrong? Li looked at him, and also seemed to feel a bit uncomfortable. Her face was slightly pale, and she said, someone has come to save us, and they have already entered the abyss of this prison. They just contacted me. What? Who is it? Li Yi's eyes burned with anger, and he roared in a low voice, why didn't you tell me when someone came to save you? You made me. He was so angry that his body trembled, and he almost fainted. He had always wanted to forget those unbearable experiences in the past. After cultivating the mystic ice secrets, the towering yang creation technique had also been trying his best to forget, to completely cut off that tragic past. But now that he was trapped, in order to survive, he couldn't care so much. That was why he cultivated his technique again, planning to break through the strange suppression in this prison. He was about to succeed, but Li suddenly told him that someone had come to save them. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Li's forehead, and she said embarrassedly, how can I understand the strange actions of you humans? Li Yi, Sister Li, really? Lil 8 was overjoyed, and hurriedly came over, saying, "Who came to save us?" "It's me." A clear voice rang out, and immediately after, a circular profound level weapon appeared in the prison, emitting the power of a Tao weapon. Then, Shang's figure gradually appeared beside the armillary sphere. "Lord Shang." Li immediately stood up, and went forward, saying, "I didn't expect you to come personally." Lil 8 said in surprise, "This place has been restricted by a strange power." "Mr. Shang, how did you do it?" Shang said, "Don't ask." He casually drew a circle, and it gradually expanded in the prison, forming a door. He said, "Li, take Li E and leave first. Someone will be waiting outside." "Yes." Li immediately pulled Li E, who was still dizzy from anger, and directly stepped through the door, disappearing from the prison. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Then, they shouted in joy and rushed over, wanting to escape. "My lord, save us as well. We will never forget the favor of being reborn. As long as you can save me, I'll be willing to pick up soap." Everyone rushed over, crying and wailing. Shang lightly tapped with his finger, and the passageway disappeared before their eyes. Lil 8 hurriedly said, "Mr. Shang, slow down, wait for us." He and the tyrannical Sky Tiger helped up Dong Menyuan, who was almost dead, and rushed over. Shang calmly looked at him, and said with a smile, "I'm only here to save Li and Li E. As for you guys, do I know you?" Lil 8 was stunned. He only saw Shang's figure slowly disappear with the armillary sphere. He finally couldn't help but curse, F***CK. "You're so disloyal. The next time I see you, I'll peel off your demon skin and step on it like a carpet every day." Suddenly, the space shook, and Shang's figure appeared in the prison again. Lil 8 was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. He smiled sheepishly and said, "Mr. Shang, I was just saying those words out of anger. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. I knew you wouldn't leave us behind." Shang calmly looked at him and said, "No." The space in the prison was instantly sealed by someone. "An expert has come." Lil 8, "Humph. How dare you break into the prison of Crimson Moon City? You're like a toad that fell into a pot of boiling water. You're dead." A cold snort sounded, and accompanied by an aura, it immediately pushed back the crazed crowd. In a place that hadn't seen a single ray of sunlight for 10,000 years, a ray of light suddenly shone down. All the prisoners screamed, and they were almost blinded by the light. Even Lil 8, who had just been here for 2 days, felt pain in his eyes when he saw the strong light. He hurriedly hugged Dong Menyuan and hid in a corner with the Decepticons. They had no cultivation now, and even if they were touched by the aftermath of these people, they would be turned into ashes. Shang smiled and said, "You have so many people here, and I'm only taking 2 away. Is there a need to be so petty? I hope you can make an exception." "Make an exception? No, no, no. I don't have many people here. You've saved 2, but I have to capture 4. That person crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared coldly at Shang. He sneered and said, "I'm already thinking of beating you half to death, and then hanging you in the center of the city as a warning." Shang smiled and said, "How unreasonable." "Humph, you're not even human, so why are you being unreasonable?" That person snorted coldly. Clearly, he had no patience left. He stretched out his right hand and quickly grabbed at Shang. "Hee, you're very bold, and very confident." Shang smiled lightly. He took a step, and dodged the attack with an extremely strange posture. At the same time, he suddenly turned into an afterimage in the air. His real body stepped out of the prison with a single step, and walked outside by himself. He muttered to himself, "Since the space has been sealed, I'll go through the main door." The pupils of that person from Red Moon City suddenly shrank. Only then did he reveal an abnormally serious expression. He said coldly, "Without my, Wan Fingping's, orders, no one has ever left this prison." His figure flashed, and he caught up to Shang. A dark and colorless spear suddenly appeared. It was silent, like a venomous snake in the darkness, spitting out its tongue. In the breeze and moon garden tens of thousands of miles high in the sky, Ning Qiue, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the sky. The light on the 7 thrones gradually dimmed. They formed a circle and spun in the air. Under the illumination of the blood-colored sundial, they slowly descended. The 7 thrones lined up in a row in front of Ningqiu, and they landed on the ground steadily. The auras coming from the thrones seemed to have been passed down from ancient times, connected to the present, and extended to the boundless future. Li Yunxiao sat in the middle of the throne and suddenly gave her the aura of a great grandmaster overlooking the world, causing her to be stunned for a moment. The light on Li Yunxiao's body gradually faded and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Ningqiu's starry eyes looking straight at him, as if she wanted to see through everything in his heart through those eyes. "Hey! What are you doing?" Li Yunxiao was startled, his pupils constricting. He hurriedly spread out an extremely powerful mental force, interrupting her gaze. Only then did his heart calm down slightly. Ningqiu was startled and revealed a trace of surprise. She sneered and inserted her 2 fingers into the blade. She leaned forward and stabbed towards Li Yunxiao's eyes. The sharp killing intent from her body arrived first, causing Li Yunxiao to feel as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. An aura of death spread out in his heart. Her fingertips stopped in front of those starry eyes and Ningqiu said, "So calm? You're actually not dodging?" A drop of cold sweat dripped down Li Yunxiao's forehead. Although he was 100% sure that the other party was testing him, that aura of death still caused him to break out in a cold sweat. "If you want to kill me, is there any use in dodging?" Ningqiu snorted lightly and said, "Dodging or not has nothing to do with whether it's useful or not. Struggling in the face of death is human nature. Even if you know it's useless, you will still resist. Moreover, I still have your strength and left enough time and space for you to dodge, but you didn't move at all. This endurance and determination makes me look at you in a whole new light. Now, should I call you Yanwu City's City Lord Li Yunxiao or Gu Yunxiao?" Her words were spoken indifferently, but it caused Li Yunxiao's entire body to tremble. He stared at her in shock, his eyes rippling and the blood in his body nearly froze at this moment. She actually recognized his identity. Li Yunxiao pretended to be calm and said, "What are you saying? I don't understand." Ningqiu smiled calmly and said, "Do you think I'm still testing you? If you don't understand, then forget it." Li Yunxiao was startled and felt a little dizzy. He deliberately pretended to be ignorant, wanting to test how much the other party knew. Who knew that Ningqiu wouldn't fall for this, making him feel uncertain. He said, "Since you're not testing me, then please clarify." Ningqiu saw his nervous appearance and was even more certain of her thoughts. She smiled and said, "All right, no need to pretend in front of me. If I wanted to deal with you, would you be able to walk out of Crimson Moon City? Others may not know, but I am very clear about the condition to trigger the throne inheritance, and that is to possess the moon pupils. That generation city lord who left the seal was the owner of Tsutsumi." Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "Don't tell me you're judging my identity just based on Yuetong? Isn't that too arbitrary, Chen and of Liand? Of Crimson. The moon pupil could not be obtained through inheritance. Otherwise, such a treasure would remain in the Crimson Moon City, but it could be inherited through blood relations. So," she said word by word, "you are Gu Feiyang's son." Li Yunxiao, Ningqiu continued to speculate, "Judging from the age, it's very consistent. In that case, before Gu Feiyang died, he had already lost the power of Tsutsumi. I'm curious, who is your mother? He risked losing Tsutsumi to give birth to you." Although Gu Feiyang, who had lost his eye technique, was still a peak existence, he paled in comparison to the top few experts on the excellence list. Perhaps this was the reason why he fell in the Tiandang mountain range. Li Yunxiao wiped his sweat and didn't know what to say. He didn't know whether to admit it or not. There was a strange feeling in his heart. Ningqiu blinked a few times and said, "Who exactly is your mother?" "She should be surnamed Li." Although there were a few women with the surname Li, they were far from being able to move your father's heart. Could it be that he was drugged and lost his mind? Li Yunxiao swallowed his saliva and said embarrassedly, I'm not very clear." "Whatever you think. Now that I have Tsutsumi, how are you going to deal with me?" Ningqiu's eyes narrowed. "I'm also thinking about this. Because of your father, I won't reveal your matter. However, your father and Crimson Moon City have a deep enmity, and it doesn't seem appropriate for me to keep it a secret." How about this, you participate in this martial arts competition and marry Jiang Ruobing. You'll be Crimson Moon City's son-in-law first, and your identity can be revealed in the future. I believe that after so many years, the enmity will slowly dissolve. Don't, please don't. Li Yunxiao hurriedly evaded. If Ruan Hongyu finds out that the person who marries her daughter is Gu Feiyang's son, she'll definitely use me to grow tea. Ning Qiuyue pressed forward and said coldly, I think you can't bear to part with your pair of tsutsumi, right? Are you afraid of passing it on to the next generation through the father? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. This can also be considered one of the reasons, right? Without tsutsumi, the road to the peak of martial arts will only be more bumpy, but it won't stump me, Li Yunxiao. However, there's another more important reason, forgive me for being unable to speak frankly. Ning Qiue's eyes were like blades as he stared straight into Li Yunxiao's eyes, wanting to see through his hidden thoughts. Li Yunxiao had a clear conscience and faced Ning Qiue calmly. He didn't avoid Ning Qiue's gaze in the slightest. Ning Qiue said solemnly, I want to see your tsutsumi. Li Yunxiao hesitated slightly. With a blink of his eyes, a pair of scarlet blood moon eyes suddenly appeared in his eyes, emitting a strange light. It seemed to have some kind of resonance with the red moon in the sky. Ning Qiue inhaled sharply, her face slightly pale. Although she was already mentally prepared, when she saw this pair of eyes again, she still couldn't suppress the waves in her heart. All kinds of memories flashed through her mind one by one, and her chest rose and fell abnormally violently. She was a little absent-minded as she said sorrowfully, Big Brother Feiyang, I never believed that you died. Now that your son has inherited Tsutsumi, I truly believe it. Her tone was filled with endless sorrow as she said sorrowfully in self-pity, how many of my old friends on Purple Cloud Peak outside Red Moon City are left now? When Li Yunxiao heard this, he sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but want to reveal his identity. However, after some hesitation, he calmed down. At present, the fewer people who knew, the better. He would tell her when the time was right. Ning Qiue was alone for a while before she said, let's not talk about the past. It will only make us sad. That's right, the martial technique you inherited from this throne is. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he said, there is no martial technique. It records the method to obtain and subdue heaven's thought. Back then, this ancestor could have obtained heaven's thought, but due to a careless move, he regretted it for the rest of his life. The reason why no one in Red Moon City could inherit it for 10,000 years is because of this Tsutsumi. If not for the change of the moon, which triggered my Tsutsumi, I would probably have missed this opportunity. Ning Qiue said in shock, heaven's thought? What exactly is this heaven's thought? Although there are many records, it has always been shrouded in a layer of fog, making it hard for people to see clearly. Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows, clearly also puzzled. He said doubtfully, this ancestor did not explain in detail, only saying that by obtaining heaven's thought, one can peak at the end of the martial path and obtain the opportunity to become a god. And Tsutsumi is the key to obtaining heaven's thought. The end of the martial path, the opportunity to become a god. Even with Ning Qiue's calm heart, she could not help but be shocked, but after a brief ripple, she immediately recovered and said, how many legends of becoming a god have there been since ancient times, but no one has really stepped into the god realm. However, there are many evidences of the existence of the 10 Directions deity realm. Since you have this opportunity, perhaps you can obtain heaven's thought. Li Yunxiao suddenly said with a smile, but Lord Yu's temperament is indeed extraordinary. Even after hearing about the opportunity to become a god, you can still be so calm and composed. This kind of cultivation is already above the 7 great sect masters, and it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the peak of the martial path. Ning Qiue laughed involuntarily, and said, I feel that this kind of arrogant manner of yours is very interesting, and you are also very bold to speak like this to me. Your personality is very similar to your father's, and your talent is even greater than his. In the future, your achievements will not be below your father's. I really hope that you will consider marrying Ruobing. She is a very good girl, and also my beloved disciple. After marrying her, you do not have to sleep with her immediately, you can wait until your reliance on Tsutsumi gradually weakens before you do the deed of husband and wife. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, and said, I have many concerns now, so I will not consider this matter for now. Let's talk about it in the future if fate allows it. Ning Qiuye let out a long sigh, and said, that child Ruobing does not have such fortune. After the martial contest to find a spouse, who knows whose family the flower will fall from? Li Yunxiao laughed, and said, I don't think so. With young lady Ruobing's personality, who can tame her? But Lord Yu, I am very happy to be able to see Lord on this trip to Red Moon City, and I have already obtained what I need, so I will take my leave here. He obtained the East Sea Moon Pearl, and wanted to find a safe place to first refine the pearl to restrain the devil in his body. Ning Qiuye was stunned, and said, You are leaving? There is still a month before the opening of Heaven's End, why not stay in Red Moon City and cultivate? This is also a rare spiritual mountain and treasure land in the world. Li Yunxiao said, Indeed, but this is also a place of trouble, and the waters are getting muddier. I will not wade into these muddy waters. After I return the favor to Jiangruame, I will make a trip to the deity transformation sea, and then come back to the opening of the celestial realm. Ning Qiuye carefully pondered over the meaning of the first half of his words, and couldn't help but nod, and said, That child Ruame has indeed suffered, you should help her. Then you must be careful, I am a good friend of your father, and can also be considered your aunt. If you encounter any difficulties, come back to Red Moon City to find me at any time. A ray of light flew out from her hand, and it was actually a white jade pendant, and she said, There is a strand of my divine sense on it, if you encounter any problems, I will be able to sense it as long as you break the jade pendant, and I can shatter space to come over at any time. Li Yunxiao's heart warmed, and he felt a sense of melancholy. He suppressed his sorrowful emotions, and said with a big smile, I will. Although the two of them did not meet much, the friendship that they had built in the past had been passed down through the ages. Just as Li Yunxiao turned around and was about to leave, a ray of light suddenly shot up from Red Moon City below, and turned into a figure that shouted in shock, You cannot leave. The person who came was Ruan Yuanci. He also discovered that the throne phenomenon had disappeared, so he rushed over. However, he saw that Li Yunxiao was about to leave, so he hurriedly called out to stop him. Ning Qiuye frowned and said, Lord Yuanci, this throne did not inherit any martial technique. I can testify to this. Ruan Yuanci frowned and said, Sister Qiuye, you believe what he said? Although I don't know what relationship you have with him, I have no intention of coveting the martial technique on the throne. I stopped him because of another matter. The Taihua golden talisman lock array was broken, and Agarine and the three Go brothers disappeared. What? Ning Qiuye was shocked, and almost lost control of her aura. Her expression suddenly darkened, what exactly happened? Ruan Yuanci snorted and stared coldly at Li Yunxiao, saying, You have to ask him. He then narrated everything that Ruan Xiling said in full detail, saying, Now, the only one who knows the whereabouts of Agarine and the three Go brothers is Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao listened patiently and unconsciously sneered, Your son's scheme failed to harm me, and instead, it's as if I owe your son. Lord Ruan Yuanci, your Ruan clan not only has outstanding strength, but also outstanding logic. I've learned, hee. A trace of red flashed across Ruan Yuanci's face. He also felt embarrassed to be ridiculed by a junior. He could only snort and say, No matter what you say, you can't escape the loss of Agarine. Ning Qiuye also said with a heavy expression, Yunxiao, that Agarine is extremely important to me. It even concerns my father's whereabouts. I must find it no matter what. Oh? The previous Scarlet Moon City Lord, your father actually disappeared because of this Agarine? Li Yunxiao was quite shocked. After pondering for a while, he directly transmitted his voice over, saying, Agarine is not lost, but I can't take it out now. After a month, when the world ages and sky wastelands open, I will return it to you. Ning Qiuye frowned slightly and nodded, saying, Okay. Just one word represented her absolute trust in Li Yunxiao, causing Ruan Yuanci to frown. Suddenly, a ray of light shot up from below and landed in the breeze and moon garden. It was Ning Hangfeng. After seeing everyone, he was stunned for a moment. He immediately became anxious and said, Second sister, it's bad. Young lady Ruobing is missing. Everyone was stunned. Ning Qiuye frowned, Missing? How? Ning Hangfeng, Ning Hangfeng, Ning Hangfeng, Ning Yunxiao, Ning Hangfeng, young lady, is. Ning Hangfeng smiled bitterly and said, Do you think I want to be a military governor? Miss Ruabing went to the city gate and wanted to teleport away. After she was stopped, she went to a hotel and met two strangers. The three of them drank a few cups of wine and disappeared under the nose of the three martial emperors I sent to keep an eye on them. They didn't leave any trace. Rubing went to the city gate and wanted to teleport away. After being stopped, she went to a hotel and met two strangers. The three of them drank a few cups of wine and disappeared right under the eyes of the three Emperor Wu experts I sent to monitor them. Not a single trace was left behind. Wang Yuanzi said in shock, for something like this to happen now, Crimson Moon City is so big. If they really want to hide, how are they going to explain to the world after the arena tournament ends? Any escape technique can be traced. I can only say that the two strangers are too strong. I'm worried about Ruabing's safety. Immediately activate the Great City Defense Formation. Anyone who tries to break through the void will be detected. At the same time, send experts to guard the city gates. No one is allowed to leave. Lord Yuanzi, I already have a plan for the Agarine, so please send someone to look for Ruabing. Wang Yuanzi was stunned for a moment. She looked at Li Yunxiao strangely before saying, since Sister Yu has said so, I am naturally relieved. Wang Yuanzi was stunned. He looked strangely at Li Yunxiao and said, since younger sister Qiu has said so, I am naturally relieved. I will send people to investigate. However, Crimson Moon City is too big. It will be troublesome. Li Yunxiao said, I can't help you with the matter of finding people, so I won't disturb Lord Yu any longer. Ning Qiu said, go, take the jade token I gave you and you can leave the city gate. I hope you can return the Agarine on time a month later. Li Yunxiao said, of course. He didn't say anything more. He turned around and left in a ray of light. Ning Qiu stared at his disappearing figure, and a thoughtful expression gradually appeared on her face. Li Yunxiao didn't go out of the city gate directly. Instead, he headed for the location of the joust for a spouse. He had to get his hands on the metal piece that recorded the true sorcerer's body. The plaza was surrounded by a sea of people. It was not convenient for Li Yunxiao to fly. After he landed, he squeezed his way through the crowd. Wan Zimao was at the very front, waiting at ease and watching the competition coldly. The two young martial saints were having a great time fighting in the ring, attracting many cheers. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao stopped. He saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He was slightly startled and quickly calculated in his mind. The person in front of him was Tang Jia of the Four Extreme sect. Why is he here? Could it be that he is also here to participate in the joust for a spouse and wants to obtain first place? Li Yunxiao's expression froze slightly. He fell into deep thought and said, Li Yi and Li have already entered the dungeon. If Tang Jia is here, then Shang and the others will naturally know about Li Yi and Li's situation. They definitely won't ignore it. With Shang's character and the way he does things, he will probably break out of the prison. I just don't know how they set it up. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to borrow the hands of Scarlet Moon City to get rid of these great fiends. A cold look flashed in his eyes. He flicked his finger, and a strong wind shot out from his hand, aiming for the back of Tang Jia's head. Who? Tang Jia instantly sensed the gust of wind. With a shout, he flipped his hand and directly annihilated the finger radiance in his palm. Suddenly, he saw a calm smiling face nodding at him. Hey! Li Yunxiao. Tang Jia sucked in a breath of cold air and said angrily word by word. His eyes were filled with rage and fighting spirit. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, you harmed me quite a bit in Songyang City, but I didn't get angry at you. Why are you the one who looks like I killed your father the moment you see me? Tang Jia extended a finger and said with a ferocious smile, just nice. My divine ability has reached great success, and I originally wanted to find these small fries to cause trouble. It couldn't be better that you are here. He directly pushed away the surrounding crowd and walked towards Li Yunxiao step by step. The surrounding people all angrily cursed, causing quite a commotion. However, compared to the sea of people, this commotion was insignificant. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, since you want to fight, then come with me. He turned and walked out. Tang Jia said with a cold smile, I heard that you were the one who took that pervert Li Yi to the dungeon? Very good, I have long disliked that pervert. To thank you, I will spare your life today and take you in as my slave. He quickly followed Li Yunxiao's pace. The two of them walked slowly without leaving the ground, but they both used spatial shrink. In a few moments, they left the center of the city and came to a place with no people. Only then did Li Yunxiao stop. He turned to look at him and said with a smile, "During this period of time, the whole world has been looking for you guys, right? You actually dare to show your face in public. Very bold. After I left that day, did you guys kill everyone else?" After Songyang City, Li Yunxiao also found a chance to inquire about what happened after, but there was no news of Cui Bo and the others. In his heart, he was already certain that Cui Bo and the others were dead. Tang Jia crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked full of confidence. He snorted and said, "Humph, a group of old-timers. Even if I don't kill them, they are the dregs of this era. What's the point of living?" Li Yunxiao was stunned and said, "How did Shang brainwash you guys? How could you be so arrogant to such an extent? Look at that Li Yi, you are no different from him. You are indeed jackals of the same tribe." Tang Jia shouted angrily, "Don't compare me with that pervert. He is just a clown. He deserves to be in the dungeon. This kind of person is dead. There is no value in saving him at all." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "As expected, you guys are here to break into the prison. You guys are really bold. You even dare to go to the dungeon of Red Moon City. It should be Shang himself. I wonder to what extent has he recovered. These great yaos were originally existences at the pinnacle of the martial way. Tens of thousands of years of tortoiseshell had drained away all of their strength. Now that they were together with the colossal Four Extremes sect, they had an endless supply of resources. This had always left Li Yunxiao wary. If these great demons had recovered to their peak, their overall strength would be unimaginable. Shang had refined the armillary sphere tens of thousands of years ago. If he returned to his peak this time, he would be the most promising existence to step into the 10 Directions divine realm. Tang Jia sneered and said, "Lord Shang?" He looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "Haha, do you still want to be enemies with Lord Shang? You will never know the terror and greatness of Lord Shang. Your opponent is me." A muffled boom came from his body. His body suddenly became bigger. Demonic power surged out and a treasured saber shining with red light appeared in his hand. He raised it high and slashed down. The saber ray formed a cross-shaped crack in the space. It expanded rapidly and enveloped Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao revealed a surprised look and said, "Two-star Emperor Wu? You really have the capital to be arrogant. However, what I admire most about you is that kind of pure ignorance. It is also because of this that you act fearlessly. Although you are a little rash, it is extremely beneficial for martial arts cultivation." His body glowed with green light. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed in the air a few times. As if drawing, he easily avoided the attack and landed on the ground, revealing his body. Tang Jia said disdainfully, transforming into lightning. "You dare to use such an old move? Under the Emperor's chi, any obscene technique will be crushed." The sound of bones cracking came from his body. His entire body underwent a huge change. At this moment, a gentle light shone from Tang Jia's body. It actually reflected the skeleton in his body. It was as warm as jade and flashed with flowing light. Although the skeleton looked very much like a human, there were all kinds of subtle differences. It emitted a powerful power. Li Yunxiao was stunned and said, "You changed your bones? No wonder your cultivation improved so quickly. You only seek power and don't even want a human body. Is this really good?" Tang Jia laughed and said, "Haha, a human body? If I step into the divine realm of 10 Directions, my body will be ever-changing. It's up to me whether I'm a human or a demon. What's the difference? All laws are empty, and martial arts are eternal. Li Yunxiao, you're not as good as me on this point alone." Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "Your courage and determination are indeed commendable. However, if you can step into the godly state by making yourself look like you are neither here nor there, wouldn't the legendary state that has existed for countless years be a joke? Whether it's a joke or not, let the facts determine it. I'm alive and you're dead. That's the truth." Tang Jia's face darkened, and his figure disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared on Li Yunxiao's body and slashed down with his saber. So fast. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Although his divine sense could catch the other party's movements, his body's reaction was a little slow. In a flash, the saber radiance came down close to his body. A powerful blast blasted his body, and his whole body was sent flying hundreds of meters away before he stopped. Haha, this is the power of my Earth Dragon Cursebone. Tang Jia's demonic aura soared into the sky. He took a step forward and instantly flashed in front of Li Yunxiao, and slashed down again. A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's hand, and the cold sword appeared to block the attack. Bang! The two rank 9 Xian weapons clashed, and the cold air on. The cold sword was dispersed by the other party's saber radiance. Li Yunxiao only felt a huge force pressing down, and his whole arm was numb, and he was shaken away again. Haha, fun, very fun. Tang Jia shouted excitedly after succeeding in 2 moves. He separated his feet, and his whole body broke through the air, approaching Li Yunxiao, and slashed down again. Although Li Yunxiao's blood and qi were surging in his body, his face was calm as usual. As he kept retreating, the primordial heaven eye opened on his eyebrows, and a flame turned into a phoenix. With a long cry, it burned out and met Tang Jia's saber radiance. Tang Jia was slightly startled. This flame gave him the feeling that it could burn his physical body. He quickly withdrew his saber move and sent out several saber lights in the air. Under the Emperor's qi, the flames were isolated, forming a vacuum. No matter how strong your methods are, the huge gap between our cultivation bases is enough for me to defeat all of you. Tang Jia formed a saber seal with his hand, and black cracks started to appear in the void. The number of thin strands of hair slowly increased and spread out, forcing back the sea of fire. Li Yunxiao stood in the air and sneered. A gust of wind slowly gathered in his palm. He flipped his palm and pressed it down. A windmill technique swept across the sky. Everywhere it passed, flames suddenly rose with a bang, forming waves of fire that rushed towards Tang Jia's body. In an instant, the black cracks were swallowed up. What? Tang Jia was startled and angrily brandished the red saber. Demonic energy surged out and turned into a circular barrier to protect himself. The flaming tornado swept down from the sky, wreaking havoc all around him, but it was unable to break through the barrier. Tang Jia said coldly, "No matter how many moves you have, if you can't break through my absolute defense, what's the use?" Li Yunxiao ignored him and only sneered. After putting away the ice sword, he quickly formed hand seals. The flaming tornado instantly changed and gradually shrank to the center, turning into a stunned crocodile. Its entire body was burning red as if it was on fire. It pressed down from the sky and pounced towards the barrier. What is this? Tang Jia felt a chill in his heart. When the crocodile stared at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if a bloody mouth was opening up at him. Bang! The crocodile finally landed on the barrier. It just lay there blankly with flames burning on its back. It looked very terrifying. Tang Jia looked at the crocodile in fear. He thought that it was going to do something big, so he was on high alert. However, after waiting for a while, he discovered that the crocodile seemed to have fallen asleep on his barrier. Li Yunxiao's face was full of black lines. He hurriedly shouted and the imperial bell appeared in his hand. An ancient sound reverberated and spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. The crocodile's body also trembled under the sound wave and finally woke up. It roared and bit the barrier. Boom! The entire barrier instantly shattered. Tang Jia was so shocked that he was covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, a heartbeat sound came from his body. A powerful demonic aura suddenly turned into a pair of wings. There was a faint flash of lightning on the wings. In an instant, he escaped from the crocodile's mouth. He retreated several hundred meters before stopping. His face was full of panic. Oh? It's actually the lightning escape. Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise. He snapped his fingers and the crocodile exploded in the air, disappearing without a trace. Tang Jia's face was extremely gloomy. The aura of the crocodile was too terrifying. It made his excited fighting spirit suddenly doused in cold water. He became abnormally careful. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "What's wrong? Withered?" Humph, with your strength, how long can you control this monster? Tang Jia snorted disdainfully. His face suddenly became dignified. Waves of demonic aura rippled along with the heartbeat. His body seemed to be still changing. Bang! 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 With every heartbeat, his aura increased a bit. Until the 9th heartbeat, his aura completely changed. He actually directly crossed the 1-star gap and reached the 3-star Emperor Wu. Ha, ha ha, this feeling is so good. Tang Jia laughed wildly. With one hand covering his heart, he grinned hideously and said, "This is my heart of 9 orifices. Li Yunxiao, are you trembling? 3-star Emperor Wu's realm, stronger power, faster speed, I can crush you like crushing a dog." His figure suddenly flashed, without leaving any traces. With the speed of teleportation, he instantly appeared in front of Li Yunxiao and slashed. Li Yunxiao took out the great sorrow dust cloud mirror and shook it in front of him. A mirror light shot out and shone directly on Tang Jia's body. The surrounding space suddenly froze. What? Space shackle? Tang Jia was shocked. The speed of his slash immediately slowed down. He suddenly shouted and demonic aura broke out of his body, shattering the space that was sealed by the mirror light. Li Yunxia's indifferent voice came and said, "Suppressive power, hard to catch speed, these have all appeared on you, but he still died. And he has an ability that you can't reach, that is spiritual attack." Suddenly, an intense pain appeared in Tang Jia's mind. He shouted and looked up in shock. But he saw a pair of blood-red pupils emitting demonic light. Li Yunxiao made a gesture with one hand and kept chanting. The color in his eyes changed, and the surroundings turned pitch black. He only said softly, "Watch from the sidelines." Tang Jia was covered in cold sweat. He only saw a huge bloody eyeball floating in the space in front of him, staring at him in the air. There was nothing else in the world. Ah! You! Li Yunxiao, come out, come out! Tang Jia was shocked. He knew that he fell into an illusion. Uncontrollable fear spread in his heart. Although he was careless for a moment, he was 3-star Emperor Wu. How could a normal alchemist easily trap him? He shouted angrily, "If you have the ability, come out and fight. Relying on tricks like this, even if you win, it won't be honorable." No matter how he shouted, no one responded. Moreover, the huge eyeball was getting weirder and weirder. It made him feel dizzy. He felt that his head was getting heavier and heavier. Most importantly, Tang Jia did not have any experience in dealing with illusions. If it were an expert that had experienced hundreds of battles, with his cultivation of a 3-star martial emperor, he would not be affected by mental energy so easily. All he had to do was wait for an opportunity and he would be able to break out of the illusion. After all, for the other party to create such a large illusion, the consumption of mental energy was enormous. But Tang Jia's heart was already in a mess. The more chaotic it was, the more affected he was. Soon, he became muddle-headed. In the whole dark space, the huge eyeball instantly turned into Li Yunxia's figure. He descended. His face was extremely pale. He grabbed Tang Jia's head and began to read his memory. After a moment, due to the lack of spiritual power, his divine sense was shaken out of the opponent's mind. His body was weak. He retreated continuously. The darkness around him dispersed and he returned to reality. "So that's how it is," Li Yunxiao exclaimed. His soul power was used up. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly turned into a lightning and retreated. Tang Jia woke up in an instant. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, but he regained clarity in an instant. He immediately understood what had happened. Seeing that Li Yunxiao had escaped, he spread his wings and chased after him with a roar. Both of them used the lightning escape technique. However, Tang Jia relied on a pair of lightning wings. Obviously, he was much weaker than Li Yunxiao's lightning. After a few flashes, he lost the opponent's figure. "I'm angry. I'm angry!" Tang Jia roared at the sky. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Not only did he fail to kill the opponent with the strength of the 3-stars Emperor Wu, but his memory was also read by the opponent. A great sense of frustration and shame surged in his heart. After a while, he gradually calmed down. He said coldly, I don't know how much of my memory he read. If the matter of the 4-star sect is exposed, then it's really over. This person cannot be left alive. He must be killed. I'll go meet with Lord Shang first. Then, we'll discuss about killing this person. He was no longer in the mood to participate in the challenge tournament. He flapped his wings and flew in the direction of the dungeon. After Li Yunxiao escaped for a few miles, he was sure that he had shaken off Tang Jia. Then, he turned into a human form and landed on the ground. After swallowing a few medicinal pills, he operated the divine evolution technique to recover his soul power. Dragging the 3 stars Emperor Wu into the illusory technique was also an action that he came up with on the spur of the moment. There was a huge difference in cultivation between the two of them. His idea was that if his attack did not succeed, he would turn into the golden body Dharma power to suppress Tang Jia completely and then interrogate him in detail. What made him relieved was that Tang Jia had too little experience in fighting against enemies. If he was not careful, he would fall into the trap. This saved him a lot of trouble. It was just that he had used up a lot of soul power. Although his memory was not read completely, he had obtained some extremely useful information. As expected, it was Shang who took action personally. If it was him, this prison break might really be successful. Plus, the armillary sphere is a supreme profound weapon. It would not be difficult to bring Jiang Ruobing out of the Hongyu city without anyone knowing. Borrowing the hands of the Hongyu city to get rid of these great demons is indeed a smart move. But that armillary sphere. If that guy dies, will he give up my universe god steel? Li Yunxiao was in a dilemma. If Shang were to expose his universe god steel, even Ning Qiue wouldn't be able to protect him. He and Shang had a tacit understanding. Neither of them had revealed the other's supreme profound weapon to anyone else. Both of them were smart and had similar experiences. They both came down from the peak of martial arts. They both lacked resources and time. Now, both of them had the resources. All they lacked was time. But if he were to continue to grow and recover to the peak of Emperor Wu, in addition to a completely refined armillary sphere, who could be his match in this world? Li Yunxiao stopped the thought of informing Hongyu City. After recovering half of his soul power, he turned into lightning and headed in the direction of the dungeon. He planned to check it out first. It would be best if he could kill Shang without anyone noticing. Although there were more guards in the city, they were all maintaining the order of the arena and secretly looking for Jiang Ruobing. They had no time to care about the fights happening everywhere. After 10 minutes, he found the location of the dungeon according to Tang Jia's memory and Jiang Ruobing's directions. It was a lake surrounded by mountains in the city. There were mountains in the city and a lake in the mountains. At the bottom of the lake was the dungeon. Li Yunxiao used his divine senses to explore. When he was halfway into the lake, he was blocked by a force and couldn't go any deeper. There is a shield. It seems like this is the place. There were no guards around. Li Yunxiao tried to go down through the void, but he realized that the space was also blocked and couldn't be moved. I can only dive into the water. There was a ray of light on his body. He put himself in a vacuum and dove into the bottom of the lake. Very soon, he reached the limit of his divine senses. There was a huge whirlpool below. The eye of the whirlpool was pitch black and led to an unknown place below. It was the location of the dungeon that Jiang Ruobing had described. Walala! Suddenly, the sound of chains came from the water. Cold iron chains came from all directions. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of them, and they formed a cage, sealing off all paths. A figure slowly appeared in the water and a voice that seemed to come from the netherworld could be heard. Heroes who have lived for thousands of years can never return after stepping into this lake. Poor ghosts in prison, they don't even know death is at hand. Li Yunxiao's face darkened as he shouted, someone is breaking into the prison, and you're still reciting poems here? Hurry up and go down to take a look. The man snorted heavily and said, what a joke. Ever since the Red Moon City's prison was established, no one dared to raid it. Boom. Suddenly, the huge whirlpool at the bottom of the lake surged. The black mouth in the center of the whirlpool suddenly widened, and a figure slowly stepped out of it. He directly broke through the lake water, and was about to fly away. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The person in front of him was Shang. Who is it? That person also noticed that something was wrong and immediately shouted, "Stop." With a flash of a hand seal, a huge talisman opened on the surface of the water and immediately closed the parted lake water. The talisman pressed down and enveloped Xiang and Li Yunxiao. Eh? Li Yunxiao? Xiang also noticed him and revealed a surprised look. Then, he sneered and said, "It seems that this trip has been fruitful. Since you are also here, then come with me." In an instant, he wanted to capture Li Yunxiao. As he stepped on the bottom of the lake, he rushed toward Li Yunxiao, ignoring the talisman that was descending from the sky. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He was not so calm. The talisman contained an extremely strong Emperor's Qi. If he did not block it, he would be half dead. In front of him, Xiang approached step by step. In an instant, he took out the ice frost sword and slashed in front of him. Soaring cold air surged from the sword and began to rapidly freeze with him as the center. In an instant, more than half of the bottom of the lake was completely frozen. Looking from afar, it was actually a huge ice sculpture in the shape of a lotus flower. Xiang and the countless chains in the sky were all frozen in it. Thousandly ice lotus turns into jade dust. Li Yunxiao brandished his sword again, and the huge ice lotus instantly shattered. It actually turned into millions of crystal dust and shot out in all directions with specks of cold light. Countless clanking sounds rang out, and they were all the sound of the ice crystals being crushed by the talisman. Although it could not stop the falling momentum, it bought a lot of time. There were also countless attacks that landed on Xiang's body. They were like a drizzle, and could not even get close to him. Li Yunxiao took out the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror and immediately turned into a cone-shaped defense in front of him. When the talisman broke, the millions of crystal dust fell, but it was directly pierced by the tip of the cone and slid down from the side of his body. Meanwhile, Xiang raised his fist and clenched it forcefully. A fist force exploded from his hand and directly blew a hole in the talisman. It was unable to hurt it at all. At this moment, the countless chains in the sky suddenly danced and emitted waves of essence force, binding the two of them. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "Xiang, where is young Lady Ruobing? Not only did you break the prison, but you also captured young Lady Ruobing. Do you really think Red Moon City is nothing?" The person in the water shuddered, and his pupils shrank. He immediately formed a seal with both hands, and the direction of the chains changed. They started to spin layer by layer, locking onto Xiang. At the same time, he shouted, "Brat, what did you say?" Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, "We are on the same side. This person is from the demon race. He kidnapped young Lady Ruobing, and now the entire Red Moon City is looking for him." That person was shocked. Really? He could not believe it. How could the main character of today's martial contest for a spouse, Jiang Ruobing, who was the center of attention of the entire world, be kidnapped? Wasn't that the biggest joke in the world? However, a prison break had never happened in Red Moon City for tens of thousands of years. Now that it had happened, his thoughts were a little chaotic. He shouted at Xiang, "Where is Ruan Fengping, who is guarding the prison below?" Xiang laughed and said, "The one with the spear? You will know when you go down and see for yourself." Damn it! That person roared angrily, and countless iron chains circled around Xiang, trapping him within. Xiang said indifferently, "Are you only capable of playing with ropes?" A ray of light shot out from his hand like sword chi. In an instant, dozens of rays shot out, and every ray hit the key parts of the chains. Those that were hit would explode, and in just a few moments, all the chains were destroyed. Xiang ignored the person in the water, as if he did not care about him at all. Instead, he continued towards Li Yunxiao. That person was shocked and angry, and the anger of being underestimated grew in his heart. At this moment, the situation was too serious, and he instantly made a decision. He actually fled towards the surface of the lake, wanting to call for reinforcements. Li Yunxiao felt the pressure from Xiang, and his heart was filled with shock. The person in front of him had already recovered to the state of Emperor Wu. "You have the same trump card as me, so you must be the one chosen by the heavens. Either submit to me, or die." Facing Li Yunxiao, Xiang did not dare to be careless. He cupped his hands, and the lake water was pushed away by a force. The armillary sphere appeared slowly, and there were stars shining on it. When Li Yunxiao looked down, It was as if he was looking at the galaxy in the universe. Suddenly, his mind was captured by a force. In his shock, mental energy surged out from his mind and cut off that force. He was so shocked that he kept retreating. Xiang frowned slightly, then smiled and said, "You are very vigilant. Don't you want to see the world in my armillary sphere?" Li Yunxiao did not dare to be careless anymore. The universe god monument slowly appeared in his hand, and he said coldly, "It is too high-end. I am afraid that the scene is too beautiful, and I do not dare to look." Both of their transcendent grade profound level weapons swirled in their hands, and a shocking battle was about to break out. Maybe it was because of the reaction between the transcendent grade profound level weapons, but the bottom of the lake started to become strange. Li Yunxiao said, "You are not afraid of causing a commotion and attracting the people from Hongyu City?" Xiang's gaze turned solemn, and he said calmly, "I am. So, I plan to take you down with one attack. If I am unable to take you down with one attack, I will turn around and retreat." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, "Do you think that you are at the pinnacle of Emperor Wu, and that you want to take me down with one attack? What a joke." Xiang remained silent, but he performed a seal with one hand and slapped it on the armillary sphere. At once, rays of golden light appeared around the armillary sphere, and they condensed into ancient Maha characters in the air. They dissipated one by one, and the entire world at the bottom of the lake started to change, and a constellation appeared. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Xiang's control over the armillary sphere was far above his control over the universe god monument. If he were to take one attack, he might really not be able to take it. He immediately performed a seal with one hand, and as he activated the universe god monument, his entire body turned into golden light, and the golden body Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. Each of the Dharma idol's hands held onto a 9th level profound level weapon, and he activated them at the same time. What? Xiang was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Moreover, when he felt the prowess of those profound weapons, his initial confidence was shaken. He asked solemnly, "What kind of divine power is this?" Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, "This is my unique skill, the golden body Dharma idol. Today, I will use it on you." 6 of his arms moved at the same time, and one of his hands was in a holding state, and 2 of his fingers were pinched together. Gradually, rays of sword light appeared on it, and it seemed that there was a profound weapon that was going to materialize. Xiang's expression was also unusually grave. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief, and with a wave of his hand, he kept the armillary sphere. He said indifferently, "Interesting, I don't have 10% confidence that I can take you down with one attack. I look forward to the next time we meet, and we can fight to our heart's content." Humph. Li Yunxiao also kept his vision instantly, and he returned to normal. His face was slightly pale, and he said, "Any time, but it's better for fewer people to know that we possess supreme-grade profound weapons." Xiang smiled, "Of course, haven't we been keeping it a secret all along? Goodbye." He turned around and was about to leave. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Wait. Where's Jiang Ruobing?" Xiang turned back and said, "I promised to bring her out of the city, so I have to keep my word." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, "Keep your word? You're courting death. Let's see how you're going to leave Red Moon City." He also flew upwards quickly, wanting to be the first to inform the others. Xiang frowned, and he followed closely behind. Although his cultivation was stronger than Li Yunxiao's, his art of escape was a notch lower. Both of them were about to break out of the water, and suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. His entire body was in the shape of a Chinese character, and he pounced towards the 2 of them. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he looked over. That person was the guardian of the bottom of the lake, but at this moment, he had a hideous expression, and all the major acupuncture points on his body had exploded. There was no sign of life, and he was sinking straight down. Xiang also noticed it at the same time. Both of them were horrified. This person was a powerhouse of Emperor Wu. Yet, he was killed right beside them without them knowing. This was too terrifying. Gurgle. Gurgle, the corpse's mouth kept bubbling and sinking. The remaining gas in its body was evaporating. It was obvious that it had just died. Xiang's eyes were solemn. When the corpse passed by him, that hideous face seemed to be sneering at him. An inexplicable sense of danger spread in his heart. There were no signs. He just felt that warrior's instinct made him feel unusually uncomfortable. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Boom, it was as if there was a bomb inside his body that suddenly exploded. An incomparably tyrannical power wreaked havoc in his body, crushing all his meridians and starting to attack his limbs and bones. The tyrannical power burst out from his acupuncture points, just like the dead guard in the lake. Xiang was horrified. He was inexplicably injured. Fortunately, his demonic body was strong. For ancestral veins appeared on his body. Demonic power suddenly wrapped around his body. A defensive power appeared around his body, and at the same time, it rapidly healed his body. What happened? Both of them were greatly shocked. The attack was too strange, it actually directly exploded from within their bodies, and not even a trace of it could be seen. Xianxia suddenly turned into a lightning bolt and flew above the lake. As long as he left the lake, he would be much safer. Suddenly, his body stagnated. The water seemed to have turned into a sticky paste. A large amount of emperor qi spread in the paste. His lightning body suddenly broke, revealing his true body. He could not even raise his hand. In the surrounding lake water, a terrifying aura came. The water element seemed to be extremely restless. Not good. Xianxia was shocked. In the two arcane towers, he cultivated the affinity with elemental origin. His keen divine sense sensed a great uneasiness. He instantly formed a seal with one hand. Black demonic energy surged out of his body. Under the flashing light, the demon sky armor broke out of his body and formed a defensive barrier that pushed the lake water away, and at this moment, the violent elements in the water finally reacted, exploding with a loud bang, bang bang. A huge force swept up the water and directly crushed the demon sky armor's defense. The force hit his body and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Damn it! What monster! I don't believe it! Xianxia shouted angrily. A flame rose from his hand and grew bigger and bigger. It pushed the water around him dozens of meters away, forming a huge fireball. His eyes turned into blood moons as he stared coldly at the lake. At this moment, the injured Xiang's expression changed. He seemed to have sensed that something was wrong in the water. He struck out with his palm and demonic energy surged out from his body, immediately pushing the lake water away. A huge explosion shook the area around him. Although the impact was strong, it was completely blocked. Xianxia's pupils constricted, but he immediately regained his clarity and sneered, "Let's see if you can still hide." He changed his hand seal, and a flame shot out from the huge fireball. It turned into a phoenix and rushed out. Its target was the corpse. Bang, the corpse was struck and immediately burst into flames. An undetectable ray of light shot out and disappeared into the water. Xiang instantly took action. He threw the armillary sphere into the water, and a beam of starlight shot out, locking down the space. A transparent figure could be faintly seen moving in the water. Humph, courting death. World force, transform. Xiang patted the armillary sphere, and a wave of world force rippled out. The entire lake immediately evolved into a constellation. The figure seemed to have sensed danger. His body suddenly moved, and a wave of water elemental energy turned into a giant statue behind him. The statue opened its mouth and roared. Its fists punched in all directions, and the entire lake was disturbed. Water elemental explosion. The figure roared. The power of his fists was extremely great. In an instant, hundreds of fist shadows were shot out. Under the bombardment, the unformed constellation was shattered. Then, the figure gradually revealed itself in front of the water elemental spirit. It was an old man wearing silk and satin. His face looked like a shrewd merchant, and he didn't look like a warrior at all. Xiang was startled, and said, "It's you." Hee hee. The old man laughed dryly and said, "You haven't paid yet. This old man is here to collect the bill." This old man was the owner of the restaurant. He was the person who was casually thrown away by Emperor Wu of Crimson Moon City, and disappeared into the horizon. Xiang said seriously, "I understand now. There's a problem with the wine I drank in the restaurant. That's why your first attack just now triggered the remaining energy in my body to explode from inside." The old man squinted his eyes and smiled, "There's no problem with the wine, but there's a problem with me." "Where's Li Yi?" Hand him over, and you can leave. Xiang was stunned, and said, Li? You're from Death God Palace? Senior Jianan is ranked 4th among the 8 elephants. Little Eight's voice came out from the whirlpool. Then, 2 figures rushed out one after the other. Little Eight's face was full of pride, and he smiled, haha, it feels good to recover my strength. Mr. Xiang, we meet again. Jianan said, where's second brother? Sky-dominating Tiger smiled bitterly, he lost the billion-soul banner, and all the meridians in his body were destroyed. The blow he received was too great, and he doesn't want to come out. Jianan nodded, and said, then let him rest for a period of time, and we'll bring him out in the future. Without the billion-soul banner, we can just go to the Soul Devourer sect and snatch some to refine. There's no need to be so dispirited. Sky-dominating Tiger sighed, a soul slave at the peak of Earth rank actually couldn't block one sword from Ning Qiue. The blow to him was too great. Jianan said, with Ning Qiue's strength, I'm afraid only boss can subdue her. Little Eight said, seniors, now isn't the time to chat. Let's leave Crimson Moon City first. Jianan said, no hurry, I've already laid down the heaven and earth reversal illusion formation on the surface of this lake. The people of Crimson Moon City won't discover any problems for a while. Capture these 2 people first. If we want to leave the city, we'll probably need Jiangruobing. The 3 people's gazes landed on Li Yunxiao and Xiang, and they revealed unfriendly intentions. Little Eight smiled, and said, seniors, is it good for us to bully the few with numbers? Jianan snorted coldly and said, as long as we complete the mission, we'll stop at nothing. You're really throwing away our 8 symbols face. I'll leave that Li Yunxiao to you. OL5 and I will deal with this demonic beast. Li Yunxiao was a little dizzy, and he said with a bitter smile, seniors, I have no enmity with you. There's neither Li Yi nor Jiangruobing in my hands. Furthermore, I also have enmity with this demonic beast. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Since we're all friends, why don't you let me go first? Let you go? You even set fire to me just now, and you want me to let you go? Jianan sneered and said, since this person is useless, then kill him. Do it. With a yell, the 3 people immediately turned into 3 streaks of light and split up, attacking the 2 people separately. Xiang listened to them finish quietly. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, and he said in a cold voice, courting death. His body suddenly demonized, revealing a vicious look, and he grew several times bigger in an instant. Holding an armillary sphere in his hand, he charged into the battle ring. Lil Eight instantly flew in front of Li Yunxiao, and said with a smile, now that you and I are fighting one-on-one, it's finally a fair fight. I've always been curious about how strong you are. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, you're just a 6-star revered martial artist, how strong can you be? You can be considered an assassin with the spirit of martial arts. With such poise and elegance, you're really not suitable to fight with me. Lil Eight blinked, and said, what you say makes sense, but I've received an order to kill you. What should I do? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, how about this, a martial battle is too ungentlemanly. Let's have a literary competition. Literary competition? Interesting. Lil Eight said, but if you lose in a literary competition, will you let me kill you? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, haha, I've never seen anyone who can beat me in a literary competition. How do you want to compete? It's up to you. Lil Eight thought for a while, and said, how about this, let's make it simple, we'll compete in couplets. If you can't match it, you'll lose, and if you lose, you'll die. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, even if you lose, you'll let me kill you? Lil Eight raised his eyebrows and said, of course. My name is Lil Eight, and I'm known as the genius of the 8 divisions. If I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeves, why would I agree to you? Alright, then I'll show my incompetence. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, and said with a smile, listen well, the first line is, if I'm in a bad mood, please don't disturb me. Lil Eight. My body isn't good, please don't find fault with me. Haha, not bad, interesting. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands and laughed. On the other side, the 3 were already in a mess. Various energy fluctuations came continuously, and the entire lake was completely chaotic. The 2 of them turned a deaf ear to it. Lil Eight snorted coldly, and his gaze swept across the battlefield. Xiang's eyes were like stars, and he shot out two sharp attacks, and the upper body of the water giant spirit was shattered. He had a flash of inspiration, and he chanted loudly, "Evil demon head, shoot, shoot, shoot down two cold eyes." Li Yunxiao pointed at Jianan, who was making hand signs with a solemn expression, and once again restored the giant spirit's body. He reached out to grab Xiang, and said with a smile, "Human body, ghost face, and a tortoise head. Tui, vulgar." Lil 8 spat, and said with a look of disdain, "Couplets are supposed to be an elegant thing, why is it completely different from your mouth?" Xiang's armillary sphere left his hand, and it began to evolve the stars in the sky. The power of the world spread out, and it devoured all the attacks. Lil 8 praised in surprise, omnidirectional travel, one move from east to west, evolve the stars in the sky. Jianan and tyrannical Sky Tiger were shocked, and seemed to have realized that Xiang's armillary sphere was not ordinary, and they quickly retreated under the power of the world. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "I can also do elegant things. 3 mountains 5 peaks, half a move from north to south, suppress 2 little demons." "No, no." Lil 8 shook his head, and said, "Although the couplet is neat, it still feels strange. I can't use the scene in front of me to match it, I have to think of it out of thin air." "Haha, then I'll satisfy you, listen carefully." Li Yunxiao blurted out, 3 talents, heaven, earth, and human. With a single sentence, he looked at them with a smile. Little 8 was startled. The couplet looked simple, but he suddenly realized that there was no way to match it. The first couplet used the word 3, so the second couplet could not be repeated, and there were only 3 words under 3 talents, so no matter what number you used, the following words would either be more than 3 or less than 3. Little 8 was stunned, 3 talents, heaven, earth, and man, it's impossible to match it. Li Yunxiao smiled, "There's no match in the world that can't be matched, you lost." Little 8 was unconvinced, "Unless you can match it yourself, it can't be counted as a win." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, "Listen carefully, 1 color cylinder, 10,000. This, Little 8's head was dizzy, this, Li Yunxiao was facing the clear color of mahjong. It could be either a tube of 1 color, a million pieces of 1 color, or a strip of 1 color. Little 8 said, "Can't you be a little more elegant?" "Hee, it's fine if you want to be elegant." 9 chapters of Pythagorean string. Little 8's mouth was wide open, cold sweat started to form on his forehead, he actually thought of a few of these absolutes. "Haha, there's also the 4 seasons, summer, autumn, and winter." Li Yunxiao laughed, 10 volumes of poetry, 9 chapters of Pythagorean, 8 lines of prose, 7 latitudes, compared to me, you're still lacking, kill me with your head. Little 8 was stunned, then sneered, "A year of 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, what about spring?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "You lost, you're about to be killed by me, will there still be spring?" Little 8, just as he was in a daze, the battle on the other side had already turned chaotic. After Xiang transformed into his demon form and heavenly cycle stars, he actually suppressed Jianan and Sky Tyrant Tiger, steadily gaining the upper hand. Both of them were heavily injured and vomiting blood, it was extremely tragic. Jianan's water elemental spirit even collapsed several times, it was difficult for him to condense now, he secretly glanced over, and instantly almost vomited blood, he roared, "Little 8, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that trash, come help me." Little 8 said dispiritedly, "Senior Jianan, I lost the match, what should I do?" "Pooh." Jianan finally spat out a mouthful of blood and said furiously, "Literary your sister. Quickly kill him and come help. Old 5 and I can't hold on much longer." While he was speaking, the silver horn on Xiang's forehead shot out 2 beams of attacks, breaking through the water elemental defense on his body. The aftermath blasted into Jianan's body, flushing through his internal organs and causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Xiaoba said embarrassedly, This isn't too good, right? A person must keep his word, if he doesn't, he won't be able to stand." "I believe your sister." Jianan spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Her hands quickly formed hand seals to repair the damage to her body. Then, she quickly retreated and began to engage in guerrilla warfare. The celestial cycle constellation of the celestial globe appeared, and he and the tyrannical Sky Tiger felt as if they were in the outer space. Their origin energy was restricted by the power of the stars, and it was difficult for them to exert their full strength. The longer they fought, the weaker they became. The tyrannical sky tiger didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A loss is a loss. I'll fulfill my promise next time. Yeah. Xiao Ba clapped his hands and said to Li Yunxiao with a smile, there's a reason for this. I'll let you kill me next time. Li Yunxiao stared at Shang, and his eyes flashed. He came back to his senses and said with a smile, go, it's more important to kill this demon first. Only then did Xiao Ba pull himself together from his depression. A treasured sword appeared in his hand, and he rushed towards Shang while laughing. His sword aura flashed, and the sword ray turned into a beast's head, roaring as it slashed towards Shang. Shang's face was gloomy. The wind from his right fist rose, and it directly landed on the beast's head, instantly dispersing the sword ray. However, the sword chi was tyrannical, and it completely severed the muscles and meridians on his arm. Dozens of streams of blood spurted out. Ah! Shang roared angrily, and shouted, you come in too. Numerous rays of light landed on the celestial globe, and the Earth's axis rotated with a clang sound. It evolved the latitude and longitude of the Earth, and instantly enveloped the entire lake. Even Li Yunxiao was not spared. The entire world turned into a galaxy of stars. Damn you! What kind of profound weapon is this? It's so abnormal. Jianan vomited a mouthful of blood in grief and indignation. They had thought that it would be an easy task, but it turned out to be like this. Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, there was no doubt that they would be killed. Shang said coldly, I was originally afraid that the commotion would be too big and attract the experts of Scarlet Moon City. Looks like the illusion array you set up is very effective. Now, I won't have to worry about killing the four of you. Jianan felt bitter in her heart. This was like shooting herself in the foot. Shang's hands kept forming different hand seals, as if the world was still evolving. The stars in the sky began to flicker violently. They revolved in the sky at an extremely fast speed, seemingly condensing into a huge formation that emitted a terrifying power. The hearts of the three people from the 8 elephants and Li Yunxiao trembled violently. This method of using the sun, moon, and stars as a formation was simply sensational. Even if it was the great heavenly cycle that was evolved from a profound weapon, it still made people shudder with fear. Li Yunxiao finally moved as well. He couldn't watch anymore. He knew that if the 8 elephants were to die, it would be difficult for him to escape as well. Even if he were to encounter a stronger expert like Emperor Wu, Li Yunxiao was confident that he would be able to fight against him. At least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stay alive. However, facing Shang, a great demon who had the same experience as him and was able to completely control a transcendent-grade profound weapon, he had no confidence at all. Everyone, let's break this strange phenomenon together. Otherwise, we're really done for. Li Yunxiao couldn't care less anymore. After a loud roar, he took out the Universe God's monument, which emitted a 9-colored glazed light. The power of the world revolved around the monument, pushing the darkness away. It suddenly turned into a huge mountain in the sky and crashed towards the armillary sphere. The 3 people from the 8 elephants were shocked. Originally, they were close to despair due to the strange phenomenon. After being shouted at by Li Yunxiao, the wild and indomitable character of a martial artist was stimulated. Looking at the power of the Universe God's monument, it seemed to not be any weaker than the armillary sphere. This gave the 3 of them a shot of adrenaline. Let's fight. I've lived for over 100 years. It's more or less enough. Even if I fight to the death of this demonic beast, I'll still be able to make a profit. Jianan roared out in rage. His body gradually turned transparent, and drops of water vapor began to condense in the dark of the night. Behind him, a giant water spirit was formed, and it started to solidify. Water element critical strike. The water giant spirit opened its mouth wide and punched the air. The power of the Emperor's chi rampaged on the fist, shattering the endless space-time. It headed towards the armillary sphere in Shang, as though it was going to destroy all the strange phenomena. Sigh, it seems like I can't retire. The tyrannical sky tiger smiled bitterly and said, sooner or later, I'll have to pay for what I've done. Dying in the line of duty, I wonder if boss will give me a posthumous title or something. A faint light flickered in his hand, gathering energy. It became brighter and brighter. With all his strength, a sword appeared. Man and sword became one and slashed through the void. Lil 8 giggled and said, "Anyway, I already owe my life. If I die, it'll be Li Yunxia's fault, not mine." A sword suddenly appeared in his right hand. After waving the sword for a few times, the scabbard flew out with a clang. The sword light flickered and formed various images of demonic beasts in the space. In the end, it turned into a ferocious tiger. As he stabbed out with his sword, the tiger roared and pounced towards Xiang. Under the starry sky, the three all-out attacks of Emperor Wu and the Universe God Monument came crashing down from the sky. The strange phenomena of the entire universe of stars started to crumble inch by inch. It seemed like victory was in sight. However, Xiang's expression was as calm as usual. He seemed to be indifferent to the attacks of the three people. He only took a glance at Li Yunxiao and said with a smile, "Saint artifacts aren't meant to be used as bricks." His eyes started to become hazy and he said solemnly, "Since ancient times, the eternal and inextinguishable starlight fall from the sky." A silvery gray color flashed past his eyes. He pointed to the front and said softly, "Starfall." The entire universe seemed to have frozen at that moment. All time and space had stopped and the only thing that was still moving was the Universe God Monument. The top of the monument was flowing with vibrant colors and it wasn't affected at all. However, Li Yunxiao was very anxious. He was suppressed by the power of the world that had evolved from the Supreme Palace Armillary Sphere. His control over the Universe God Monument became increasingly weak and he was completely powerless. At that moment, there was a sudden change in the sky. Tens of thousands of stars turned into meteors and fell from the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived in front of the four of them. The universe was collapsing and everything was being annihilated. Cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the four of them, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly as they were about to be destroyed along with the world. Suddenly, Xiang's expression changed slightly. Astonishment filled his eyes and he looked down. In the world of stars, the scene below returned to the bottom of the lake. There seemed to be a melodious yet indistinct voice coming from the black hole in the eye of the whirlpool. "Knocking on the clothes with golden threads, the intent is possessed. Like the clouds and flowing water, the vast sky ripples. Sweeping away the army of 1,000, guiding the river. Emptiness of the world, eternal song." The voice of the poem was intermittent and faint, but it rang clearly in everyone's ears. Li Yunxiao's entire body trembled. This poem was what he had chanted when Ning Qiue had performed the soul-suppressing song. However, he hadn't done it at that time. Instead, he had created it when he first saw the soul-suppressing song outside the Red Moon City, on the Purple Cloud Peak. At that moment, when he was chanted by that voice, his mind was greatly shaken. His mind was almost completely blank. In this life and death situation, he actually forgot to think. A large number of terrified cries suddenly came from the dungeon below. The cries were mournful and caused one's hair to stand on end. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot out from the eye of the whirlpool and charged straight into the world of stars. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, a total of 9 beams of golden light shot up and instantly turned into 9 golden dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, disrupting the stars in the sky. The end of the world was interrupted at this moment. The falling stars in the sky disappeared. The interference of the 9 dragons shook Xiang's mind. Furthermore, the power of the world gradually collapsed under the ravages of the 9 golden dragons. Finally, the dark night gradually split open. Dark green light shone in and revealed the real world in the lake. Pfft! Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed incomparable shock. He stared at the eye of the whirlpool and a chill surged in his heart. Li Yunxiao's face turned pale. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. He said with a trembling voice, "Sword transforming into 9 dragons, body transforming into 10,000. That voice contained boundless shock, confusion, dullness, doubt, and so on. All sorts of emotions were mixed up. The 9 golden dragons wreaked havoc in the lake, causing a huge tremor. All of a sudden, they all exploded, and a shocking force appeared, causing the water in the lake to flow backwards towards the sky. The 5 of them had no way to resist this shocking countercurrent and were swept up into the sky. A desolate figure walked out from the dungeon, traveling 1,000 miles with a single step. Slowly, he disappeared into the distance. Li Yunxiao hurriedly circulated Tsutsumi's power, wanting to see the figure's face clearly. A familiar face flashed before his eyes. And he could no longer find any trace of it. Pa. As that person disappeared, the countercurrent force of the lake gradually weakened. The other four instantly broke free and turned into a ray of light, escaping towards the ground. Now that their whereabouts were exposed, if they did not escape now, they would be dead. The lake water turned into a dragon's roar that soared into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. The entire sky was filled with dark clouds, and a storm was about to fall. More than 10 rays of light attacked in an instant, surrounding Li Yunxiao so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Who is it? The Imperial Guard was shocked by the strange phenomenon before him. Then, he realized that Chu Li's cultivation was only a martial honor. He immediately became arrogant and shouted coldly, "What is going on?" At this moment, Li Yunxiao was completely stunned. He was unable to recover from the shock for a long time. His face was ashen white, as though he had lost his soul. There was only one voice that continuously rang out in his heart. "Brother Morong, you are not dead. How are you not dead? What is going on? If you are still alive, then back then." His heart was in a mess, completely in a mess, that sword that turned into 9 dragons, that body that turned into a myriad of divine abilities, that desolate figure, under Tsutsumi's eyes, there was no way he could be mistaken. He felt his breath turn pale, and his blood froze at this moment. "I am asking you a question, answer quickly, or bear the consequences." The Imperial Guard seemed to be impatient, and his expression was cold. A suppressive aura was released from his body, rolling out, wanting to put Li Yunxiao in his place. Suddenly, a ray of light descended, dispersing the suppressive aura, revealing a figure with a frown. The dozen or so Imperial Guards were shocked, and they hurriedly went forward and bowed. "Military Governor." Ning Hangfeng looked at the lake that had almost been emptied. His expression was a little unsightly as he asked, "Li Yunxiao, what's going on?" Li Yunxiao was stunned for a long time. He kept hitting his head with his hand and kept saying in his heart, "Calm down, calm down, calm down." Ning Hangfeng said, "You don't look well, but this is the dungeon. Why are you here? What happened? Tell me immediately." His voice was cold and urgent, and there was a hint of anger on his face. Li Yunxiao composed himself and said, "The demon race and the death god's 8 elephants have come to raid the prison. Now, young Lady Ruobing is in the hands of the demon race. Their goal is to escape from Crimson Moon City." "Ridiculous." Ning Hangfeng roared furiously, "Impose martial law on the entire city. No one is allowed to leave Crimson Moon City." "Yes." The dozen subordinates responded in a low voice and immediately turned into a dozen rays of light, disappearing into the sky. After everyone had gone far away, Ning Hangfeng said in a low voice, "Li Yunxiao, why did you go to the dungeon?" Li Yunxiao was slightly stunned. It was really hard to explain, so he could only say, "It's a long story. I also sensed that young Lady Ruobing might be with the demon race. I also found signs of the demon race raiding the prison, so I followed them here." "Oh? Such righteousness is rare in the world," Ning Hangfeng said coldly. His eyes showed that he didn't believe him at all. Li Yunxiao also knew that this explanation was hard to convince, but the actual situation was more or less the same. He just didn't want the matter of the transcendent grade profound artifact to be exposed. At this moment, his emotions were extremely chaotic. He was not in the mood to argue with Ning Hangfeng, so he said directly, "Yes, young Lady Ruobing and I are friends after all." "Military Governor, if you have time to argue with me, why don't you go and rescue Second Lady?" A stern look flashed in Ning Hangfeng's eyes. He said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, I'm warning you. Don't think that you can be unbridled just because you have my second sister's support. If you touch the interests of Red Moon City, even second sister can't protect you." "Oh, I'm so scared." Li Yunxiao mocked. He took out a jade pendant and waved it in his hand. "This is the jade pendant your second sister gave me. Should I break it and let your second sister explain it to you?" "You." Ning Hangfeng was speechless. He said angrily, "You're on your own." He flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Li Yunxiao was also in a mess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so fiercely. He stared at the jade pendant in his hand for a while, then finally put it away. He flew towards the breeze and moon garden thousands of miles up in the sky. The fragrance of flowers still lingered in the garden. Ning Qiue was cultivating with her eyes closed. Li Yunxiao came to her side lightly. He stared at the person who was once his younger sister but was now going to be his aunt. Ning Qiue didn't know what he was thinking. She slowly opened her eyes and said, "Didn't you leave? Is there something else?" Li Yunxiao sighed. He recounted everything, including reading Tang Jie's memories and the battle in the underground prison. However, Morongzhu's appearance was hidden later. He directly said that they had joined forces to create the scene of a water dragon rising into the sky. Ning Qiue's expression was calm. That crazy girl. If the competition wasn't important, I would let her go. Let's see how she suffers. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. That Shang's strength is extraordinary. 3 of the 8 symbols and I couldn't defeat him even after joining forces. However, Lord, you should take action yourself. Ning Qiue said, "It's fine. As long as the city is sealed and the Great City Barrier Formation is opened, no one can leave without a trace. If I have to take action for such a small matter like finding someone, then what's the point of keeping these people in Red Moon City? It's better to disband early." Li Yunxiao said, "I'm just afraid there's not much time. I have a plan to capture these people." "Oh?" Ning Qiue's interest was piqued. He said with a smile, "Red Moon City is so big. If these people hide here peacefully, even we don't have the confidence to capture them." Li Yunxiao said, "If a city is on fire on all sides, there's nowhere for people to escape. However, if the east gate is extinguished, then what will happen to the people inside?" Ning Qiue immediately understood. He said, "You mean to leave a gap and lure them out?" Li Yunxiao nodded. "Exactly. Red Moon City's Great City Barrier Formation is that fire. It can create signs that experts have forced their way in, creating a gap in the defense. At the same time, it can strengthen the search in the city. This way, the 8 symbols and Shang will definitely not be able to restrain themselves." Ning Qiue smiled. "It's a good plan. You're as crafty as your father." Li Yunxiao looked hesitant. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. He looked like he couldn't make up his mind. Ning Qiue said, "There's no need for so many gaps between us. We can speak frankly." Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment. He finally plucked up his courage and said, "I want to ask. Did Morongzhu really die back then?" Silence. Incomparably silence. Ning Qiue's face instantly paled. Her emotions fluctuated in her heart, causing her aura to become extremely unstable. It rose and fell along with her breathing. After a long time, she said seriously, "Why do you ask?" Li Yunxiao sighed. "I'm just asking. It's fine if it's inconvenient to answer." Ning Qiue closed her eyes lightly. "Of course he really died. Your father was there. Under his Tsutsumi-eye technique, who could feign death?" Crystal and beads started to appear on her long eyelashes. They refracted the blood-colored moonlight in the sky like tears of blood. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. It seemed that Ning Qiue really didn't know about Morongzhu in the dungeon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be so calm when they were talking about the dungeon battle. Moreover, Morongzhu really did die back then. This was something he personally verified. There was definitely no falsehood. It looked like there was more to what he saw just now. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Ning Qiue smiled calmly. She did her best to control the sorrow in her heart. "It's fine. I've already walked out from the past. I won't go back." She revealed a smile. "Let's go. Let's set fire to catch some fish." The 2 of them were about to leave when a tremor suddenly came from the sky. The city barrier array was attacked. A halo of light spread out in the sky, forming 9 colors. It was extremely dazzling. Ning Qiue's expression changed. She sneered. "It looks like the fish is looking for the exit." Ning Qiue instantly turned into a ray of light. Li Yunxiao also turned into lightning and followed closely behind. However, he couldn't catch up to her. At this moment, the groom search competition was still in progress at the center of the city. The sound of the Great City Barrier Formation being attacked spread out, causing everyone to be greatly shocked. They raised their heads to look at the sky. Jiang Churan's gaze focused on that halo of light. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Wan Hongyu slowly stood up. She smiled at the bewildered crowd. Compete with peace of mind. Those who aren't afraid of death will soon die if they barge into Red Moon City. Haha, so it's someone barging into the city. They're really idiots courting death. Trespassing into Red Moon City. I've lived for so many years, but I've never heard of such a thing. Sigh, people nowadays think they're invincible just because they have some ability. What kind of place do they think Red Moon City is? Everyone had mocking and disdainful expressions. They were waiting to see those unlucky people's balls shatter. The competition was still ongoing. Everyone regained their senses. They no longer cared about the ripples in the sky. Jiang Churan and Wan Hongyu looked at each other. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. The appearance of that 9-colored halo meant that the city barrier array had been suppressed to the extreme. The intruder was definitely an expert, however, it was impossible for them to leave in this kind of situation. However, they felt a few extremely powerful forces heading towards the location of the incident. Only then did they feel slightly relieved. The other higher-ups of Red Moon City naturally understood the meaning of that halo. They were also extremely worried. However, most of them had cold expressions. No matter who the intruder was, anyone who dared to barge into Red Moon City would die. At this moment, on the stage, a man vomited a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with panic as he quickly said, "Stop. I admit defeat." The other man immediately stopped and stood with his hands behind his back. He smiled and said, "Thanks for letting me win." The host, Jiang Bieli, said, "Lu Yuxing wins this round. Who else wants to fight?" The loser let out a bitter smile and said, "Many thanks to Brother Yuxing for showing mercy." He then walked down the stage in a carefree manner. He didn't have any vexation or anger. Many people knew that the chances were slim. Firstly, they wanted to give it a try. Secondly, they wanted to spar with someone and prove their martial Dao. Lu Yuxing nodded slightly and looked below the stage. He smiled and said, "Brother Zimao, are you still waiting? If you don't come out, Lady Ruobing will be mine." Humph. Wan Zimao let out a light snort. Lu Yuxing's strength was considered top-notch among the younger generation. If he didn't make a move personally, no one would be able to win. He peeked at Zhu Yuqi and laughed lightly. "Brother Yuqi, don't you want to go up and try your skills?" Zhu Yuqi replied indifferently, "I feel that Brother Zimao is slightly stronger than Brother Yuxing. It is more interesting to exchange pointers with Brother Zimao later." The two of them had a pleasant conversation as though they were old friends. However, the battle intent in their eyes was getting stronger. At their level, they might focus on exchanging pointers, but they were just a step away from the championship. It wasn't an impossible task. Therefore, every step had to be taken with extreme caution. "Kiki, since that is the case, then I shall display my incompetence first." Wan Zimao's eyes flashed with a trace of haze as he leaped up. Zhu Yuqi would be his greatest opponent this time, and Lu Yuxing couldn't be underestimated either. Jiang Bieli asked Lu Yuxing, "Do you want to rest?" For the sake of fairness, the party that remained on the stage could request for a rest. Lu Yuxing let out a light laugh and said, "Of course. I might not have exhausted much essence force, but my opponent is Brother Zimao. I have to fight with 120% of my strength." Wan Zimao let out a cold snort and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. The spectators were all in high spirits. After over a dozen eliminations, it was finally time for the duel between Emperor Wu. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. On the contrary, Jiang Churan's eyes were turbid and lifeless as though he wasn't concerned at all. Wan Hongyu used her finger to poke him and spoke with anger, "Zimao is going up. Who do you think will win this single elimination tournament?" Jiang Churan then regained his senses and smiled. "It is hard to say. From the looks of it, Zimao's chances of winning aren't small, but that Zhu Yuqi doesn't seem to be simple either. Before the duel ends, no one can predict the outcome." From what you said, it will be rather difficult for Zimao to win. Wan Hongyu's face was filled with displeasure. I don't think you're in the mood for the tournament. Are you thinking about the 9-colored halo? Jiang Churan nodded slightly and said with a serious expression, I didn't sense any peerless expert making a move. That 9-colored halo might have been created by some other method. However, the moon has already passed, so it should be fine. It's just that we're in troubled times right now, and Ruobing is still running around as she pleases. It seems like we've been too lenient on her. Wan Hongyu smiled and said, it's too late to care about it now. She's about to get married and ruin her in-laws' family. Jiang Churan bitterly smiled as he shook his head. He focused his gaze, wanting to see through the layers of light and see the profundities behind them. In the depths of the halo, rays of golden light spun ceaselessly, blasting away the 9 colors. The entire city barrier array was forcibly opened up, opening up a passage to the outside world. Success! It's connected to the array formation outside the city. Li's face revealed a hint of joy, and he said, Lord Shang, let's leave quickly. There was a faint flash in the void, and 4 figures appeared. They were precisely Shang, Tang Jia, Li Yi, and Jiang Ruobing. Jiang Ruobing had an excited look on her face as she said happily, haha, we can finally leave. Hurry up and go. Li smiled and said, the other end of this array formation is 100,000 miles away. It's equivalent to a small-scale teleportation array. As long as we teleport in, unless the other party has a Emperor Jiuxing powerhouse chasing after us, there's absolutely no need to worry. Before entering the city to rescue people, Shang set up an array formation 100,000 miles away as a precaution. He did not think that it would be put to use. Shang nodded his head and was just about to enter the passageway when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he shouted, not good. Hurry up and go. He suddenly smacked both palms out, forming a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas, pushing the 4 people into that passageway. He himself also took a step out, and half of his body also entered the passageway. However, he suddenly seemed to freeze. Think that you can escape just because there's a spatial passageway? What kind of place do you take my Crimson Moon City to be? Ning Qiua's ice-cold voice transmitted over, and the Song of Time appeared in his hand. He tossed it forward, and it immediately flew into the passageway. At the same time, he kicked Shang's body into it. Shang was greatly shocked. After entering the passageway, he immediately discovered that something was amiss. The pitch-black passageway started to collapse inch by inch under the power of that golden scepter. The 5 people's figures directly appeared in the realm of heaven martial arts, and they fell from the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with great shock. Not only was the passageway destroyed, but they also discovered that there were 3 people beside them. They were the death god's 8 elephants. Lil 8 smiled bitterly and said, Senior Jianan, your concealment technique is unparalleled in the world, but now you've been discovered. Jianan was so angry that she was speechless, and she shouted, what do you mean discovered? It's all because this group of demons dilly-dallied, and the people of the Red Moon City caught up to them. They directly destroyed the passageway, and implicated us. Tang Jia's anger soared, and he said, bastards. You took advantage of us, and now you blame us for implicating you? I'll kill you bastards. He wanted to soar up and fly over to kill them, but he felt that his whole body was powerless. The 7 of them were restrained by a wave of energy, and they fell to the ground. Following the fall was the Song of Time. With a clang, it stabbed into the ground, and emitted a golden light. The 7 of them were all fixed in place, and they were unable to move. Jiang Ruobing cried out in shock, we're finished, we're finished. It's my master's scepter. Lil 8 replied, if you're not finished, then we're finished. When your master comes, you'll at most suffer a few scoldings, but we'll lose our lives. Jiang Ruobing said anxiously, Mr. Shang, what do we do now? My master is about to catch up. Shang's expression was abnormally grave. The master that Jiang Ruobing mentioned was naturally the woman who had fixed his figure in place, and kicked him into the passageway. That power was definitely Emperor Jiuxing, he said seriously, this should be outside of the Red Moon City, and we don't know how far it is. Everyone should work together to break this profound artifact's power, and then we can leave. Otherwise, we'll be finished when they arrive. Jianan scolded angrily, how do we break it? All the origin energy in my body has been frozen, and this damned scepter. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said, Mr. Xiang, don't you have a powerful ball? Quickly take it out and break this scepter. Xiang said coldly, all the origin energy in my body has been frozen, how can I take out the armillary sphere? I can't even transform into my demon form now. Jianan said dejectedly, then what should we do? Sit and wait for death? Jiang Ruobing hurriedly said, no, don't sit and wait for death. Everyone can use their physical strength to move bit by bit, and the further away we are from this scepter, the less affected we will be. At that time, we can take out the profound artifact and break this thing. Alright. Let's fight. Everyone's desire to survive was extremely strong, and they began to clench their teeth and move away from the scepter. Jiang Ruobing, on the other hand, was a cheerleader at the side, constantly cheering them on. In the sky above the Red Moon City, Ning Qiue closed her eyes and calculated, and softly snorted, 3,000 miles north of the city. At this moment, Ning Hangfeng and the others had also gathered due to the halo phenomenon, and upon hearing this, they immediately led the group of experts towards the north of the city. Ning Qiue said, let's go take a look as well. That last Ruobing is too insensible, I have to discipline her properly this time. She and Li Yunxiao also turned into a ray of light and headed towards the north of the city. Everyone's speed was extremely fast, and they quickly discovered where the others were, and they were all desperately moving their bodies far away. Ning Hangfeng snorted coldly, and the dozen or so people immediately descended and directly surrounded the 9 people, all of them sneering incessantly. Xiang and the others all turned pale, knowing that they would not be able to escape this time. Ning Hangfeng said, young lady Ruobing, you are too insensible, causing such a huge commotion. Jiang Ruobing hurriedly said, if you still recognize me as the second young lady, then immediately help me pull out this scepter, and then bring your people back. Impudent. The air twisted slightly, and Ning Qiue and Li Yunxiao walked out together. Ning Qiue's expression was gloomy as she glared at Jiang Ruobing. Jiang Ruobing was so frightened that her entire body trembled. Originally, it was abnormally difficult to move her body, and now, she was so frightened that she took a step back, directly knocking into Li. Li stared at her, panting, and the light in her eyes flickered incessantly. Jiang Ruobing looked at her eyes, and suddenly felt fear in her heart. She said, big sister Li, everyone is squeezing out, why are you squeezing towards me? Li laughed bitterly and said, I can't escape. I can only apologize to my younger sister. She gently raised her hand and grabbed Jiang Ruobing's neck. Her ice-cold fingernails slid across her jade neck, and she said indifferently, Sirs of Scarlet Moon City, we have no enmity between us. The only gap between us is also caused by the Death God's 8 symbols. I hope that everyone can live in harmony. You. Jiang Ruobing panicked and said angrily, you actually took me as a hostage. To think that I treated you as my older sister. Li laughed bitterly and helplessly. Sorry, younger sister. If there is a chance, I will compensate you next time. I can die, but Lord Xiang can't, so I have to do this kind of hostage-taking. Jianan slapped his forehead and said in annoyance, what a clever female demonic beast. Why didn't we think of that? He was extremely annoyed. Taking Jiang Ruobing hostage might be their only chance. The people of Scarlet Moon City were all shocked and furious, not knowing what to do for a moment. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, Li, there was originally no enmity between us, but you taking Scarlet Moon City's second young mistress hostage like this is already a deep hatred. Li said with a calm expression, the situation forced me to, and I also didn't want to. If it were you guys, you would also do the same. Ning Qiue said coldly, she made a mistake and reaped what she sowed. If you have the ability, then kill her. Li's pupils constricted, and he shouted, stop. When his voice fell, his 5 fingernails had already pierced into her throat. Bright red blood flowed down and dyed her pure white top red, appearing even more ghastly. Ning Qiue's expression darkened. Just now, she indeed wanted to use words to intimidate Li, and then inadvertently kill her. She did not expect that the other party actually saw through it. This demoness was not simple, Li said sternly, the situation forced me to, and I had no choice. If you insist on perishing together, then I have nothing to say. Her 5 fingernails pierced even deeper, and the wound was frighteningly deep. Jiang Ruobing's face paled. If she used just a little more strength, her entire head would be cut off, and then there would really be no way to save her. Li's expression was cold as he said in a frosty voice, "Lords of Crimson Moon City, whether to release or to die, please make the decision." She was ready to risk everything. These great demons had accompanied Xiang for so many years and had long regarded Xiang's life as more important than anything else. They had to protect Xiang's life at all costs. Ning Qiue stared into Li Yunxiao's eyes and actually felt as if her vision was being burned. She slowly said, "Li Yunxiao, what do you think?" Everyone was stunned. Why would she ask Li Yunxiao about such an important matter? Swish, everyone's gaze landed on Li Yunxiao, including Jiang Ruobing. She revealed a slightly pained expression and had a pitiful expression. Li Yunxiao laughed bitterly and said, "Although these people are despicable, how can their lives be compared to young Lady Ruobing's? If we release them this time, we can kill them again next time. They are just some small fries." Although he really wanted to borrow Crimson Moon City to kill Xiang, even more than killing the 8 elephants deities, he had to save Jiang Ruobing. Ning Qiue snorted coldly and said, "Jiang Ruobing colluded with outsiders to break out of prison. It is a crime punishable by death. Just kill her and end all troubles. Why do you still want to save her?" Li Yunxiao looked at Ning Qiue's undetectable relaxed expression and secretly felt it was funny. He cursed in his heart, "Old fox, you clearly want to save Jiang Ruobing, but you can't put aside your pride in Crimson Moon City's rules, so you came to consult me." Since he saw through Ning Qiue's intentions, Li Yunxiao naturally had to cooperate with her. He hurriedly said in alarm, "No. However, Your Excellency, although Miss Ruobing deserved her punishment, she has now seen the true face of a bad person and has suffered. Why don't you save her first and punish her according to the rules after returning to the city?" Ning Qiue looked at Li Yunxiao in astonishment, and an undetectable trace of praise flashed in the depths of her eyes. She thought to herself, "This brat is indeed comparable to his father. His answer is so fitting to my taste." She pretended to ponder and snorted. "Humph, isn't this letting her off lightly? Hangfeng, what do you think?" Ning Hangfeng cursed her in his heart as well. He thought to himself, since Li Yunxiao has already said so, I can't possibly say that I don't care about Jiang Ruobing's life or death, can I? He had no choice but to say with a straight face, "Li Yunxiao's words are reasonable. After all, we have to punish those who have violated Red Moon City's rules. Otherwise, we would be letting Miss Ruobing off easy. Moreover, there is indeed no enmity between us and these demons. There is no need for us to fight to the death." "Alright, if that's the case," Ning Qiue glanced at Li and said indifferently, "Put Ruobing down. You can leave." She pointed at the sky, and the scepter immediately turned into a ray of light with a clang. It disappeared into her body. Li rejoiced and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. She quickly said, "Sister, sorry for the offense. If there is a chance in the future, elder sister will make it up to you." Without the restriction of the scepter, their strength immediately recovered. Li gave a light pat and pushed Jiang Ruobing over, sending her directly in front of Ning Qiue. Jiang Ruobing was like a child who had done something wrong. She lowered her head and did not dare to make a sound in front of Ning Qiue. However, fresh blood was still flowing out from her jade-like neck. Her entire white dress was dyed red with blood. It was a ghastly sight, and she looked delicate and pitiful. Li Yunxiao hurriedly executed a hand seal and tapped on her throat, stopping the bleeding. Xiang looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression. He then said to Ning Qiue, "Sirs, we will part here." "That's right, these Death God 8 symbols have nothing to do with us demons. They are not part of the terms of the exchange. How you want to deal with them has nothing to do with us." Jianan's expression instantly changed. She said angrily, "Demon Xiang, I won't teach you how to be human." Xiang smiled coldly and said, "I am not human in the first place. Goodbye. I hope you all have fun." Li Yi's expression also changed several times. He then sighed and said, "Sirs, I have no choice. I don't have the ability to save you all." Little 8 hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Xiang, let's talk it over. We are all acquaintances after all. We should advance and retreat together." Xiang could not be bothered with them anymore. He snorted coldly and turned into a ray of light with Tang Jia, Li Yi, and the others, fleeing quickly. As long as they were still within the boundaries of Scarlet Moon City, they would not feel safe. Go! Jianan also let out a loud shout and flew into the distance. Ning Qiyu lightly spat out 2 words and said, "Naive." She did not move at all, but Jianan's head suddenly collided with an invisible force. She cried out miserably and fell down again. The entire surrounding area was filled with Ning Qiyu's restrictions. Little 8 and the others had bitter expressions. They had to return to the dungeon now. They had worked hard for nothing. All of them were dispirited like defeated roosters, unable to lift their spirits. Ning Hangfeng coldly shouted, "Bring all 3 of them back to the dungeon." Just as the Imperial Guards went forward to capture them, a calm voice suddenly came from the sky. Although it was extremely soft, it resounded in everyone's heart. Go. Although it was only 1 word, it seemed to carry boundless power. It broke Ning Qiyu's restrictions at this moment. The leisurely aura in the entire sky instantly condensed, and the aura turned into boundless killing intent that rippled out. The sky gradually darkened, and the weather changed. A chill suddenly rose in everyone's heart, and their blood almost froze. Not only that, there was also boundless fear spreading from the bottom of their hearts. "Boss!" Little 8 exclaimed. Just as everyone was scared out of their wits, he seemed to have heard the most beautiful sound in the world. He happily turned into a ray of light and was about to leave. His shout caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble, and all of their faces turned deathly pale. Everyone understood the meaning of these 2 words. Emperor Wu, who was ranked 4th on the Heaven and Earth reputation list and had been bestowed the title of Night Shadow by the Sanctuary, the head of the 8 symbols Ling Bai, had actually appeared outside Red Moon City. At this moment, Ning Hangfeng and the other Imperial Guards and Li Yunxiao all stiffened, not daring to move. That killing intent was like a boundless martial art that suppressed them on the spot. If they moved even the slightest bit, their souls would vanish. Li Yunxiao was also greatly shocked. He couldn't be more familiar with this feeling. It was Ling Bai's Qingling murderous aura art. The murderous aura art that he had taught the Tianshui nation's army in the past was what he had learned from the first battle. "Want to leave? Did you ask me?" Ning Qiyu's cold voice sounded out, calm as water. Although she was also greatly shocked, she couldn't panic at this time. Golden light flashed in her hand, and the Song of Time appeared in her hand. She waved it in the air, and an extremely powerful spatial energy spread out, suppressing Little 8 and the others who were preparing to escape. At the same time, a few strange hand seals rapidly appeared in her hand, and she directly inserted them into the Song of Time, which emitted a dazzling light. Then, she directly unsealed the Song of Time, and it turned into a golden battle robe that covered her body. Her cold eyes flickered with sharpness, and she stared at the void with extreme vigilance. She raised the golden sword in the air, and began to slowly move it, preparing to attack at any time. Ning Qiyu did not dare to be distracted by a great enemy that she had never encountered in her life. As Ning Qiyu's strange hand seals were inserted into the scepter, the distant Red Moon City seemed to sense something. 3 strong lights shot out from 3 different places at the same time. They appeared red, yellow, and blue as they rotated in the air. They were actually 3 elders in different clothes. They were summoned by the scepter, and immediately rushed out of their seclusion. They flew out of the city at an astonishing speed. In the arena, Jiang Churen's heart suddenly jumped, and he raised his head in shock. When he saw the 3 lights in the sky, he was overwhelmed with shock. His mind became sluggish for a moment, and then he immediately rushed into the sky, following the 3 people. These 3 elders were the extremely old generation in Red Moon City. They never asked about anything, and only focused on cultivating martial arts. Only the scepter that represented the highest authority in Red Moon City could command them. At this moment, the 3 of them appeared at the same time, so they must have been summoned by Ning Qiyu. And with Ning Qiyu's own strength, she would definitely not summon these 3 elders for no reason. They must have encountered an extremely terrifying opponent. Everyone around the arena looked on in shock, and they were a little confused. On the arena, Wan Zimao and Lu Yuxing were locked in a fierce battle. Just as everyone was enjoying watching, the city lord of Red Moon City left without saying goodbye. "What kind of signal was this?" Wan Hongyu said solemnly. "Everyone, please don't be suspicious. My husband has gone to deal with some small matters. Small matters? Everyone smiled bitterly in their hearts. They were not fools. Would a small matter require the city lord of Red Moon City to personally deal with at this juncture? Furthermore, the three extremely powerful auras just now were also heading in that direction. This so-called small matter was probably an earth-shattering small matter. The two people fighting on the arena also sensed that something was amiss, but they were only slightly distracted before they focused on their battle again. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be experts to hold it up. Furthermore, this was Red Moon City, so what could possibly happen? Wan Zimao also frowned, and he began to feel a little uneasy. His strength was not much higher than Lu Yuxing's, and now that he was disturbed by Jiang Churen's sudden action, he began to be at a disadvantage. Some of the higher-ups in the spectator stands understood what the three colored lights represented, and their faces turned pale. The fact that these three elders needed to be mobilized clearly meant that Red Moon City was at a critical juncture of life and death. The last time the three of them joined forces in a battle was several decades ago when Gu Feiyang caused havoc in Red Moon City and killed many experts. Later on, they had no choice but to invite these three people to join forces and expel Gu Feiyang. Many distinguished guests also saw the clues. Apart from being shocked, they were also speculating in their hearts. Who was so bold to actually provoke the city lord of Red Moon City to personally make a move? However, since Ruan Hongyu said that it was a small matter, everyone knew that it was not a small matter, so they could only treat it as a small matter. One by one, they continued to sit down and watch the competition, but they could no longer concentrate. At this moment, 1,500 kilometers north of Red Moon City, Ning Qiue's gaze was focused on the sky above. Suddenly, an aurora appeared. It was so bright that it was blinding, and it grew larger and larger. A distant and clear voice sounded from within the white light, as if it came from an infinite distance. The voice said, "It is not that I look down on the world, but that I am astonished. It is not that I am a small world, but that I am talented. It is not that I am unparalleled since ancient times, but that I am unparalleled." Within the aurora, a figure slowly appeared. His white robes floated in the air, and the dazzling light was like his afterglow as he stepped on the waves. Everyone tried their best to widen their eyes, enduring the intense pain, wanting to see the appearance of this peerless Emperor Wu. However, they could only see the indifferent figure within the aurora, as if his body had already fused with the light. Following Ling Baiyi's every step, Ning Qiue felt a great pressure. The golden sword emitted an ancient sound, and runes overflowed from it, dancing in the air. The sword's momentum was already revolving to the limit. Ling Baiyi's footsteps stopped. Standing in the air, a cold intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "Ning Qiue, you dare to attack me?" Every word he spat out contained boundless killing intent, like a sound wave martial technique. As it descended, the imperial guards of Crimson Moon City could not help but tremble, almost wanting to kneel down and beg for mercy on the spot. "You don't dare? Do you really think you're invincible?" Ning Qiue's face was solemn. Aside from being solemn, there was also the determination to fight with his life on the line. The battle robes and the golden sword became one, transforming into a huge rune that shook in all directions. The sword force that was fully activated once again increased. Ling Baiyi frowned, and a faint green light began to appear around him, revolving around him. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky, and a terrifying phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was like a purplish-black lightning, like a tumbling evil dragon, filled with boundless killing intent. Under the shocking aura of the two, an extremely strong spiritual pressure was squeezed out. Everyone present trembled, and hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. Li Yunxiao was also overwhelmed with shock. He found it extremely difficult to breathe, and worry appeared in his eyes. He could still resist the might of the spiritual pressure, but if the two of them really fought with their full strength, the shockwaves would be enough to destroy even the golden avatar. Ling Baiyi's aura continued to rise. Suddenly, he let out a soft cry of surprise. Looking up, the three-colored light in the sky instantly flew over, like a yin and yang fish, circling around the phenomenon in the sky. It actually trapped the power of the phenomenon, and the three-colored light scattered outwards, illuminating the entire sky in a magnificent manner. "It's actually those three old monsters." Ling Baiyi's tone was filled with surprise, and his expression became solemn. Li Yunxiao was also surprised that the three of them were still alive. However, he heaved a sigh of relief. These three old men were limited by their talent, and it was already very difficult for them to improve their comprehension of martial arts. They could only constantly absorb yuan qi and seek a chance to break through during the process of cultivation, but the hope was slim. Even so, the foundation of power accumulated over the years was still abnormally terrifying. "It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar." A soft voice rang out, accompanied by a ray of light descending, revealing Jiang Churen's figure. Jiang Churen said calmly, "Brother White Shirt, since you're here, why don't you do me the honor of entering the city for a cup of blood tea?" His tone was friendly, but the aura on his body was rising. A hollow flower ball appeared in his right hand. It was actually swallowing and spitting out primordial qi, forming a dense fog around the ball. It was unknown what profound level weapon it was. Ling Baiyi's expression changed again. Jiang Churen had landed on his left, forming a triangle with Ning Qiue, and joined forces to suppress his aura. And the three old monsters in the sky had joined forces. Not only did they suppress the phenomenon of his cultivation technique, they even directly sealed off the sky, cutting off his path of retreat. Ling Baiyi smiled coldly, and said, "Brother Churen, are you inviting me into the city to drink tea, or do you want me to enter the city to feed the tea?" Jiang Churen said with an indifferent expression, "Whether you want to drink or feed, it's all up to you, Brother White Shirt. However, if Brother White Shirt is willing to feed the tea with your body, then you'll definitely be able to brew excellent tea. Churen is rather looking forward to it." Ling Baiyi said with a smile, "Haha, Churen is threatening me. It's always been White Shirt threatening others. This is the first time being threatened by others. It's very refreshing." He raised his hand. Suddenly, a Crimson Moon City Imperial Guard cried out in terror. His body flew into the sky uncontrollably, and was suppressed by Ling Baiyi's murderous aura. He was scared out of his wits, weeping bitterly and begging for mercy. Jiang Churen's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "Let him go." Pung. Just as he finished speaking, the Imperial Guard's body suddenly exploded. He didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a large amount of blood paste. He floated in the air, but didn't fall down. It was a horrifying and nauseating scene. Wah! Jiang Ruobing was the first to be frightened by this tragic scene. She screamed and covered her mouth. Large beads of frightened tears flowed from her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't just her, even the faces of the Imperial Guards present changed drastically. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their faces were all pale. Under the siege of 5 top experts, he was still able to leisurely kill people. Titled Emperor Wu's strength, how could he still be considered a cultivator? He was practically a god. You. Jiang Churen's body shook violently, and she looked at Ling Baiyi in shock and anger. Her eyes were filled with incomparable anger and murderous intent. Ling Baiyi smiled calmly, "I don't like to talk nonsense. All of you, retreat. Let us leave." The entire atmosphere became abnormally somber. Every cultivator's forehead was covered with a large amount of cold sweat, which directly stuck to the surface of their bodies and froze. Li Yunxia's entire body was cold as well. If the target that Ling Baiyi wanted to kill was him, he probably wouldn't even be able to hide in the Universe God Monument. What a ruthless method. Using so many people's lives as a threat, Hongyu City had no choice but to give in. The three-colored light in the sky was also shocked by such a ruthless method. Violent waves of origin energy could be felt, and it seemed that it was extremely difficult for it to calm down. Why? Not satisfied? Hee hee. Ling Baiyi raised his eyelids lazily and laughed coldly. Do you want all these people to die? His voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. The members of the Imperial Guards of Hongyu City all felt cold, and it was as if their souls were about to disappear. Everyone's hearts were filled with extreme fear. Under the pressure of this fear, all of their legs turned to jelly. Leave? After killing the people of Hongyu City, don't even think about leaving in this lifetime. Just as everyone was silent, Ning Qiue's cold voice broke the silence. She grabbed in the air, and Jianan, who was suppressed by her emperor's aura, instantly flew under her fingers. She squeezed hard. Bang! Jianan's head instantly exploded, and like a watermelon, brain juice splattered all over the sky, a headless corpse fell to the ground in front of everyone's astonishment. It couldn't be more dead. Ah! Senior Jianan! Lil 8 suddenly screamed, and his face was filled with endless sorrow. The tyrannical sky tiger's face also turned pale, and its eyes revealed extreme fear. You! This time, it was Ling Baiyi's turn to be shocked and angry. He said coldly, "Do you really want the people of Hongyu City to die with you?" Ning Qiue stared at his gaze fearlessly, and said coldly, "If you have the guts, continue to kill. If you kill one more person, I will kill the remaining two. At most, Hongyu City will suffer a loss and let you kill a few more people." Ning Hangfeng broke out in cold sweat, and said, "Second sister, Miss Ruobing." Ning Qiue coldly glared at him, and the coldness in her gaze penetrated his soul. He was so scared that he quivered and didn't dare to speak. Ning Qiue sneered, "No matter if you are a person of Hongyu City or my disciple, you must have the spirit to sacrifice for Hongyu City. Today, Jiang Ruobing will die, Ning Hangfeng will also die, and even I, Ning Qiue, will die. Even if we all die, we will never compromise with the enemy. Answer me, are you afraid of death?" Her words calmed everyone down, and the cold blood that was soaked in killing intent gradually surged. Ning Hangfeng looked up to the sky and laughed, "Haha, we are not afraid. Second sister, remember to kill this titled Emperor Wu to die with us. Brothers, with titled Emperor Wu to die with us, does everyone feel good?" "Good." Everyone shouted in unison, and their heroic spirit rushed towards Xianxia. The coldness that was caused by the green chilling killing aura art was immediately dispelled by the hot blood. Everyone looked as if they were facing death with equanimity, and they stared coldly at Ling Bai. The atmosphere in the field suddenly changed. The huge fear suddenly turned into boundless anger and the spirit of facing death with equanimity. Even Jiang Ruobing said agitatedly, "I am not afraid of death. Father, master, kill this scoundrel and take revenge for me. Since ancient times, who didn't die? No matter if you were born lowly or noble, when you stepped on the path of martial arts, you had to be prepared to die at any time." Li Yunxiao also secretly praised Ning Qiue's decisiveness. Ling Bai wasn't Shang, and Shang was just a small fry in the eyes of Hongyu City. He wasn't worthy of sacrificing Jiang Ruobing's life, and no one would say anything even if he was let go. But Ling Bai was different. He was titled Emperor Wu, an existence respected by the world, and so was Hongyu City. Therefore, in front of Ling Bai, whether it was prestige or safety, Hongyu City couldn't compromise. Even if they had to sacrifice Jiang Ruobing, even if they had to sacrifice more than half of the Imperial Army experts, they had to kill him. Jiang Churan said solemnly, "That's right. This is the spirit that Hongyu City's Imperial Army should have. This is my good daughter. Today, I will kill a titled Emperor Wu to accompany you in death." At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had been so timid all these years and couldn't do anything. It wasn't because he was Hongyu City's city lord, but because of his weak personality. If he had a fierce tiger in his heart, he would be invincible. If he compromised with Ling Bai today, not only would Hongyu City's prestige plummet, but it would also leave behind a great threat. If he sacrificed everyone today, he had to kill Ling Bai. Although it would cause the city's strength to plummet, it could be exchanged for prestige that was like the sun in the sky. Who would dare to invade in this world? He placed his right hand on his left shoulder and unbuttoned his cloak. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the cloak into the air, and it fluttered noisily in the cold killing intent as it floated into the sky. As long as Hongyu City faces death unflinchingly and has this kind of spirit, no one will ever be able to threaten us. Jiang Churan sent a hand seal into the hollow ball, and streaks of green energy surged around the ball, forming all kinds of strange phenomena in the vast white fog. Ning Qiue's golden sword started to emit ancient sounds, like resentment and admiration, like weeping and complaining. The lingering sounds lingered in the air, unending. The three rays of light in the sky also had a great momentum, and they gradually swallowed the purplish-black evil image. United wills formed an impregnable fortress, and their momentum was unstoppable. Ling Bai's expression changed. He didn't expect that his thunderous methods to threaten Jiang Churan and force Crimson Moon City to compromise would result in such a result. With Jiang Churan's personality, she definitely wouldn't take such a huge risk to break off relations with him. The main culprit was Ningqiue, who killed Jianan at lightning speed to intimidate others with his might. Right now, he was in an extremely passive situation. Xianxia and Ningqiue were on his left and right, while 3 old monsters from Crimson Moon City sealed off the sky above. Under the alliance of 5 peerless experts, he wouldn't even be able to escape, let alone win. After roaming the world for so many years, this was the first time he felt like he was going to die. Tyrannical Sky Tiger smiled bitterly. This mission was too complicated. In the end, it didn't end well. This is heaven's punishment for me. It'll be hard for me to retire now. Little 8 smiled. Senior, with so many experts following us to the Yellow Springs, it'll be great to have company. Perhaps Boss will accompany us as well. Tyrannical Sky Tiger scolded, can't you say something nice? If Boss dies, the 8 symbols will be finished. The 2 of them could be considered eccentrics. They were still in the mood to joke in such a tense atmosphere. Maybe it was because they knew they were going to die, so they became relaxed. Ling Baiyi's expression changed several times before he finally spoke. You win, I'll compromise. State your conditions, let us leave. What? Little 8 was shocked and hurriedly said, Boss, you can't compromise. You can't lose the prestige of the 8 symbols. Our deaths are not to be regretted. You can kill more people from Crimson Moon City to accompany us in death. Black lines appeared on Ling Baiyi's face as he angrily said, shut up. Compromise? Humph, aren't you a small world ruler? Ningqiue sneered, Ling Baiyi is titled Emperor Wu, my Crimson Moon City doesn't dare to accept this compromise. The people of Crimson Moon City all became excited. To be able to force titled Emperor Wu to compromise personally, and they were all people who had personally experienced it, they could die without regrets. Ling Baiyi's face was filled with anger, his eyes were filled with cold stars, and he said coldly, don't try to show off in front of me, both sides are injured is not something that you, Ningqiue, want to see, but your determination to cut your wrist won. If it was possible, you wouldn't have chosen to fight me head-on. The sneer on Ningqiue's face did not diminish, but he still nodded and said, no one is willing to watch their loved ones and subordinates be killed without doing anything. We can compromise, but first, announce to the world that you, Ling Baiyi, have lost in front of my Red Moon City, and wholeheartedly accept your defeat. Second, swear not to kill anyone from Red Moon City for the rest of your life. If you can do these 2 things, the 3 of you can leave safely. Haha, what a joke. Ling Baiyi was infuriated, and said angrily, announce it to the world, only you can think of that. If this is the condition, then let's fight to the death. Ningqiue sneered and said, do you think I'd be afraid of you in a battle to the death? She swung the golden sword in her hand, and a melodious song sounded faintly. The negotiation failed, and the atmosphere became heavy again. Li Yunxiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how tense the atmosphere was, he knew that a fight would not break out. The result of this fight was actually something that both sides could not bear. If they could avoid fighting, then they would not fight. Since they both had the intention to compromise, then there would not be a fight. What was lacking now was a condition that everyone agreed on, and Ningqiue's rising song was just a bluff. Sure enough, Xianxia opened her mouth and said, then what do you think? Ling Baiyi snorted coldly and said, let's drop today's matter, and I will pretend that nothing happened. I will not bear a grudge against your Red Moon City, this is the biggest condition. Xianxia sneered and said, Ling Baiyi, I can understand that you are used to being arrogant. But there are still many places in this world that you cannot afford to offend. The matter of announcing it to the world can be removed, as long as you swear not to kill anyone from Red Moon City for the rest of your life, and not to take a step into Red Moon City for the rest of your life, then you can leave. Otherwise, you can stay, there are no other conditions to discuss. Xianxia belonged to the type of pragmatic leader who placed the overall situation first, and was relatively easier to talk to. Ling Baiyi frowned, knowing that this was Xianxia's bottom line. To fight or to retreat, it all depended on his decision. If they fought, apart from these 5 peerless experts, the rest of the people present would instantly turn into dust. But this was not what he was concerned about. What he was concerned about was how confident he was in escaping from the 5 of them, and how long it would take for him to recover from his injuries after escaping. All of these were extremely unknown, because he had always done things that he was extremely confident in, and had never been so passive before. He finally gave in and said, "Alright, I agree, but there is an additional condition, and that is that Dong Menyuan must be released safe and sound." Although Dong Menyuan had lost the soul-devouring Gonfalon, his high cultivation was still there. As long as he went to the soul-devouring sect a few more times, he could easily obtain millions of souls. "Alright, that's fine." Jiang Churan agreed. Dong Menyuan could be captured and released at will, and he posed no threat to them. It was just that he had written a letter to the sect master of the soul-devouring sect, Huang Fubai, so it seemed like he would have to find another explanation. Ling Baiyi raised his hand and swore, "I, Ling Baiyi, will not kill a single person from Red Moon City for as long as I live, and will not take a single step into Red Moon City for as long as I live." This vow was like boundless humiliation that caused him to be ashamed and furious, and he said angrily, "But if I encounter any blind people from Crimson Moon City outside, then don't blame me for cutting off their limbs and crippling their dantians." Everyone's hearts trembled, and Jiang Churan also felt a great headache. He secretly blamed himself for not being thorough enough, allowing the other party to exploit a loophole. But words that had been said were like spilled water. How could he take them back? Ning Qiu snorted and said, "Fine, but if you injure any of Red Moon City's disciples, then we will chase you to the ends of the earth. But according to the oath, you cannot kill us. This is a good deal." "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of being chased by you? What a joke." He left behind a murderous gaze, then turned and left. Once Ling Baiyi left, the murderous intent in the entire space completely disappeared, and the cold air on everyone's bodies gradually dispersed. Only then did the temperature return. Everyone couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. In such a short time, they had taken a trip to the gates of hell, and being able to survive, they all felt extremely fortunate. Jiang Ruobing hurriedly ran over and said, "Father, Master. Why didn't you kill her? Don't worry about my comfort." Slap, Jiang Churan suddenly moved, and slapped her across the face, sending her flying. He said angrily, "This is all your fault. Immediately change your clothes and go to the martial arts arena." Ning Qiu furrowed his brows and blocked. In front of Jiang Ruobing, he said coldly, "You hit your own daughter after being threatened by others. You are very capable, First City Lord." Although today's matter was extremely dangerous, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The matter with the 8 symbols of the death god can be considered to have come to an end, and the prestige of my Red Moon City has been shaken. I will order people to write all kinds of stories about this matter, and spread it throughout the entire heavenly martial arts realm. I will let everyone in the world know that Ling Baiyi suffered a huge setback in my Red Moon City. Lil Ba said embarrassedly, "But Lord Yu, this isn't good, right? As a peerless expert, can't you keep a low profile when you do things?" Slap, Lil Ba's face was slapped heavily, and his whole body was sent flying before he fell heavily on the ground. Ning Qiu stared at him coldly, and said coldly, "If you don't want me to slap you into a pig's head again, then shut up. Go with Hangfeng and take away that rat Dong Menyuan. If he doesn't leave, then kill him on the spot, and it won't be considered a breach of contract." Lil Ba was covered in a cold sweat, and he covered his mouth with one hand, not daring to make a sound. When he recalled how Ning Qiu had slapped him into a pig's head last time, he shivered, and obediently followed behind Ning Hangfeng with the Decepticon, heading towards the dungeon in the city. Seeing that the matter had been settled, the 3 rays of light in the sky finally stopped revolving, and they turned into 3 rays of light that fell into the city one after another, and disappeared without a trace. Jiang Churan hurriedly said, "Thank you, elders, for helping me." There was no reply from the sky, and from the moment those 3 people appeared to the moment they left, they didn't say a single word. The 3 of them were the elders of Jiang Churan and the others, and they had long been wholeheartedly cultivating the martial way. If it wasn't for a peerless expert like Ling Baiyi, they definitely wouldn't have come out. Jiang Ruobing covered her red face, and hid behind Ning Qiu, and pitifully begged, "Master, I don't want to participate in the martial arts competition for a spouse." Ning Qiu's expression turned cold, and she shouted, "That's not up to you." She reached out and wiped Jiang Ruobing's face, and the red and swollen area was mostly healed. Then, with a tap of her finger, a ray of green light shot into Jiang Ruobing's shoulder. Jiang Ruobing cried out in pain, and said, "Master, why did you hit me?" Ning Qiu said coldly, "I didn't hit you, but left a mark on your body." This way, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will be able to detect you immediately. When Jiang Ruobing heard this, she instantly felt despair. She knew that escaping was impossible, and her face was filled with grievance. Ning Qiuwei glanced at Li Yunxiao, and praised, just now, under Ling Baiyi's might, even I, Hang Feng, could feel the fear emanating from his heart. Only you, who was the closest to me, did not feel fear. I am very puzzled, and I am very impressed. Her words immediately attracted Jiang Churen's gaze, and everyone looked at him in astonishment. Li Yunxiao wiped his sweat, and said embarrassedly, actually, I was scared silly, and already don't know what fear is. Oh, so you were scared silly. Everyone sighed and mocked him a few times, and then retreated back to the city. Jiang Churen said, younger sister Qiuwei, Ruobing will be waiting for you to bring her over. I will go over first. I don't want to be gone for too long, and let everyone speculate endlessly. Ning Qiuwei nodded slightly, and then he turned into a ray of light and left. Ning Qiuwei glared coldly at Li Yunxiao, and knew that he was spouting nonsense. She said, the arena competition is about to end, are you really not planning to participate? She grabbed Jiang Ruobing, and used her finger to lift Jiang Ruobing's chin, and said, look at this little girl, she looks pretty good. Aren't you tempted? Master. Jiang Ruobing, who was just feeling baffled, suddenly turned into an eggplant, and became extremely embarrassed. She ran away, and punched Ning Qiuwei with both fists. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with black lines, and he said, tempted is tempted, but what can I do if I don't have the strength? I will go with you to take a look, and also settle one matter. He was talking about treating Jiang Ruomei. With Ning Qiuwei helping him hide it, Tsutsumi did not have to worry about being discovered. Everyone flew towards the Red Moon City. After an intense fight, Wan Zimao suppressed Lu Yuxing and obtained victory, but his vitality was greatly depleted. With the return of Jiang Churen and the tricolored radiance, everyone's thoughts returned. Under Ning Qiuwei's arrangement, Jiang Ruobing successfully swapped with the fake bride. She angrily tore down the red veil and sat by the side in silence while giving Wan Zimao a vicious glare. Wan Zimao smiled bitterly and simply turned his head to avoid looking at her. However, he noticed that Li Yunxiao was also on the spectator's stand and was seated beside Ning Qiuwei. Wan Zimao's heart suddenly jolted as he looked over and was filled with doubt. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and gave him a reassuring glance. Wan Zimao finally let out a breath of relief and calmed down. Jiang Bieli said, Wan Zimao won. Is there anyone else who wants to compete? Zhu Yuqi then slowly walked up the stage and smiled lightly. Brother Zimao, I'm sorry. I am going to pick up a bargain. Wan Zimao stared at him coldly and sneered. Pick up a bargain? I'm just afraid of picking up a mess. He finished his statement and suggested to rest. After consuming a few elixirs, he sat cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Ning Qiuwei asked softly, who do you think will win in the end? Li Yunxiao said, if there are no accidents, it should be Wan Zimao. Oh? You think so highly of Zimao as well? Wan Hongyu, who was seated at the front, turned around and looked at Li Yunxiao indifferently. You are the Yanwu City Lord, right? I am very interested in the method you used to cure Ruomei's curse. Li Yunxiao let out an indifferent smile and said, Wan Zimao is a smart person and would never do something he isn't confident in. He must have a method to deal with Zhu Yuqi. Otherwise, Zhu Yuqi wouldn't appear on the stage right now. As for the method to dispel the curse, I'm sorry. It is a secret technique passed down by my ancestors and cannot be revealed. When the surrounding people heard it, they felt that it made sense and revealed strange expressions. Wan Hongyu sneered and spoke with disdain, what do you mean? It sounds like Zimao won by using some tricks. All the heroes of the world are here. Everyone has eyes. Ning Qiuwei snorted coldly and said, how is it wrong? Why don't I see Baiming Lifeng and Qinghao Miao? As soon as Wan Hongyu saw her refuting her, she became even angrier. Humph, she said, my daughter is the #1 beauty in the world, anyone would be tempted. Was it strange that someone didn't want to participate? More than half of the 7 stars, 5 talents, and 4 prodigies of the younger generation were here. Did they really have to all come? If one of them doesn't come, does that mean Zimao is up to something? Jiang Churen immediately felt a headache coming on. The 2 women were putting on a show, and no matter how much they argued, it would never end. Furthermore, if they continued arguing, it would only damage the reputation of Crimson Moon City. He resolutely shouted, "Shut up. How are we supposed to watch the competition if you keep blabbering?" The two women snorted coldly and no longer spoke. They were just giving face to Jiang Churan. If there was no one else, it was impossible for them to stop the fight. Jiang Churan looked at Li Yunxiao with some astonishment, feeling slightly surprised by his observation skills. Right now, on the Thunder stage, Wan Zimao had already recovered to the extreme after a period of rest and the addition of medicinal pills. He abruptly opened his eyes and said with a cold smile, "Brother Yuqi, let the battle between you and me draw a full stop to the arena competition this time." A trace of fighting spirit ignited in Zhu Yuqi's eyes. That nonchalant attitude immediately disappeared as he said word by word, "As you wish." As his voice fell, under a vast emperor's aura, Wan Zimao finally made the first move. The essence energy on his sword rippled out like autumn waters, like raging waves, sweeping towards this final great enemy in front of him. The head of the Eastern Region's 7 stars represented the strongest person in the entire Eastern Region's younger generation, and Zhu Yuqi was only ranked second among the 4 prodigies of the Northern Region. This was a battle between the young experts of the 2 regions. Whether it was the competition itself or outside of the competition, he could not lose. The fighting spirit in Zhu Yuqi's eyes ignited. His entire body circulated, and a bright red fire sword condensed in front of him. It slashed out a sky full of sparks and struck the autumn waters. The 2 completely different elements clashed, causing a huge wave to spread. A trace of coldness flashed in Wan Zimao's eyes. Facing the impact, he pressed forward and shouted, "One sword to flatten the river." The cold sword shadow swept across the sky, shaking the barrier on the stage and causing it to glow brightly. The sword spirit in Wan Zimao's hand awakened and was connected to his mind. It moved smoothly and the sword became one. Below the stage, there were all kinds of exclamations and praises. As expected, he didn't use his full strength in the battle with Lu Yuxing. This is the true strength of the head of the Eastern Region's 7 stars. So strong. These people have already far surpassed the younger generation. They represent the peak existences of the continent. Under Wan Zimao's close pursuit, Zhu Yuqi encountered danger at every step. However, he relied on his strange movement technique to survive in the cracks. Furthermore, he was waiting for an opportunity to strike. As long as Wan Zimao paused for a moment, he would counterattack, and flames would burst out from time to time. Ning Qiue frowned and said, "This Zhu Yuqi is quite smart. He knows to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. However, he lacks courage. How long will this kind of entanglement last? Judging by their strength, I'm afraid they'll fight for several days and nights." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Courage is often accompanied by bad results. These 2 people are both scheming. If they were to fight head-on, Zhu Yuqi's chances of winning would be even smaller. Of course he would choose a path with a higher chance of winning. After all, this is not a simple martial arts competition. It involves a major event like a marriage alliance." However, Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Wan Zimao will not allow this kind of thing to happen. There must be a way around it." Wan Hongyu was slightly startled in her heart, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She became wary of Li Yunxiao's observational ability. On the platform, Wan Zimao's sword chi crisscrossed, and under continuous attacks, he said with a cold smile, "Brother Yuqi, are you playing a game with me by entangling like this?" Zhu Yuqi's figure flashed, and he said with a smile, "Brother Zimao's moves are too strong. I don't dare to receive it. I can only retreat in order to advance." "Humph, if you don't dare to receive it, why not admit defeat? Too stubborn in the martial Tao. I want to see the glory of a 7-star leader. Then watch to your heart's content." Wan Zimao suddenly withdrew his sword momentum, and the skywave mirror appeared in his left hand. He shone it in the air, and a vast aura surged out. The entire platform was placed under the mirror light, and the scene between the 2 began to change inexplicably. Illusion array. Zhu Yuqi was startled in his heart, and he said, "Isn't this illusion array to assist cultivation? Even if it can have an offensive effect, it's useless against me." Wan Zimao sneered, "Whether it's useful or not, we'll see." He raised his long sword high, and shouted, "One sword to level the river." Sword chi crisscrossed, and 1,000 layers of attacks were set off. Each wave was like a stampede of 10,000 horses, and they slashed down from the sky. Zhu Yuqi frowned slightly, and he executed his movement technique, wanting to dodge. Suddenly, he was shocked to discover that this sword momentum had actually turned into 1,000, slashing down from all directions. Moreover, the more they turned, the more swords fell like rain. A drop of cold sweat flowed down his cheek. Such a sword momentum, was this the effect of illusion arts? What was even more terrifying was that he couldn't tell the real from the fake. Zhu Yuqi's body's potential burst out in an instant, and the long sword in his hand turned into streaks of rainbow, like a rainbow crossing the sky. A sword momentum condensed around him, and he suddenly slashed out. Boom! The two swords collided. Zhu Yuqi's foundation was slightly weaker, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly. After Ruan Zimao's sword succeeded, his body turned into faint green smoke and dissipated. There was no sign of him in the illusion array. This time, Zhu Yuqi's expression finally changed. The advantage of his movement technique immediately turned into a disadvantage. In the illusion array, he couldn't catch Ruan Zimao's figure at all, unless he broke the sky wave reflecting shadow first. The long sword in his hand danced, and streaks of sword chi slashed out, pervading his body as he prepared to execute his ultimate move to break the array. Suddenly, a leg descended from the sky, and it actually tapped on his sword body. Ruan Zimao laughed loudly, "Haha, you're finally willing to make a move." Zhu Yuqi's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Brother Zimao, using this kind of treasure to hit me, isn't it a little unfair?" "Fair?" Ruan Zimao sneered, "Profound artifacts are also a part of strength." His sword landed in his hand, and he pointed at Zhu Yuqi. The latter suddenly poured essence energy into the sword, and he was sent flying. Following that, the sword chi soared into the sky, and they clashed fiercely. Bang! Zhu Yuqi's sword force was repelled, and the blood in his body was shaken, and he was forced to retreat. "Zhu Yuqi, there are many ways to defeat you. It's just that I don't have the patience to waste time with you. One sword to determine the winner." Ruan Zimao was a little anxious. If he could get past this hindrance in front of him, he would be the champion. The sword light in his hand became more rapid, and the sword spirit, body, and mind became one. Qianquan's sword pointed upwards. One sword to flatten the rivers. Zhu Yuqi's expression was also very grave. He knew that this sword was unavoidable, and all the potential in his body burst out at this moment. The sword force seemed to have a life of its own, and it roared continuously, emitting waves of malevolent intent. Rumble. For the final sword, both of them used their ultimate moves. The collision of water and fire turned into a tyrannical sea of sword chi, which broke through the illusion of the sky wave reflecting shadow, and returned to the stage, shaking the defense until it gradually brightened up. The two of them separated after the sword, and their faces were pale. Zhu Yuqi first spat out a mouthful of blood, and he shook his head bitterly. "Your strength is indeed stronger than mine." Yuqi admits defeat wholeheartedly. The corner of Ruan Zimao's mouth was dripping with blood, and he spoke coldly, "I won't send you off." Zhu Yuqi calmed down the essence force in his body and slowly walked down the stage. He might be the loser, but he won the applause and cheers that soared into the sky. And this is the only match that is worth watching. Ruan Zimao might have a higher chance of winning if he didn't use the skywave reflecting shadow, but it would be hard for him to be so decisive. On the spectator's stand, Ning Qiue analyzed. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, with victory in sight, he couldn't help but want to hug his bride. Thus, he was burning with anxiety. Otherwise, with his usual temperament, he would still win even if he dragged it out. Ning Qiue took a look at him and sighed. "As long as you don't go up, the contest will end here. Ruobing is my beloved disciple, and I am more willing for her to marry you." Li Yunxiao shook his head and smiled. "I'm afraid I don't have this fortune." Jiang Bieli shouted, "Ruan Zimao is victorious. Is there anyone else who wants to fight?" Once his voice came out, the entire crowd was in utter silence. Ruan Zimao might be injured, but the martial skill that he revealed earlier was enough to show disdain for everyone, and no one from the younger generation dared to challenge him. Jiang Bieli asked 3 times in a row. The entire place was silent, and no one was willing to accept the challenge. Everyone looked around and were looking for Baiming Lifeng and Xinghao, but they couldn't find them. It seemed like the two of them weren't going to fight. Wan Zimao's emotions were fluctuating violently as he turned to look at Jiang Ruobing with a flushed face. Jiang Ruobing coldly snorted and turned her head away. Wan Hongyu revealed a smile while Jiang Churan nodded slightly. Jiang Ruobing married Wan Zimao, and it was meaningless for them to be parents. Jiang Bieli saw that no one was responding and was about to announce the end of the duel. Suddenly, a figure squeezed out from the crowd and stepped onto the stage. It instantly caused an uproar as everyone's eyes gathered over. "It's him?" Li Yunxiao exclaimed in surprise and immediately understood what was going on. Jiang Ruobing also exclaimed in shock, "Big brother Luo." Wan Zimao's expression immediately turned dark as he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" That person replied indifferently, "Luo Qingyun." Wan Zimao's brows twitched as though he had heard of this person's name. He sneered and said, "You want to fight with me?" Luo Qingyun's brows raised as his lips moved slightly. He transmitted a message over, "I have no intention to fight with you over young lady Ruobing, but I want the dragon's whiskers. As long as you agree to give it to me, I will immediately admit defeat and leave the stage." Haha. Wan Zimao laughed unrestrainedly and said loudly, "You are merely an 8-star martial supreme, and you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Pick up your weapon and fight." Luo Qingyun frowned and said, "You have yet to recover your strength, and I don't want to take advantage of you. You should rest first." "No need." Wan Zimao rejected resolutely and said, "One move is enough to deal with an 8-star martial supreme. Don't waste any more time." Victory was in sight, and he couldn't wait any longer. He wasn't polite to those who obstructed him. Li Yunxiao, who was in the spectators' stand, suddenly laughed and said, "Wan Zimao has lost his championship." The surrounding people were shocked. Ning Qiue was astonished and said, "This Luo Qingyun is indeed unfathomable, but he shouldn't be able to defeat Wan Zimao, right?" Wan Hongyu also snorted coldly and said, "Alarmist talk. No matter how heaven-defying he is, at most he only has the ability to threaten Zimao. To say that he has lost the championship so carelessly, your foresight is mediocre." Jiang Churan asked, "Do you have any proof for that?" After all, Jiang Ruobing was his daughter. It would have been fine if she had married Wan Zimao. However, he could not help but worry about this unknown kid who had appeared out of nowhere and was not a disciple of a major sect. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "The basis is that I know Luo Qingyun's strength, and I also know Wan Zimao's strength, so I say that Wan Zimao will definitely lose." These words caused Wan Hongyu's heart to tremble. She looked at the figure on the field in disbelief. She indeed did not know Luo Qingyun's strength, but how strong could an 8-star martial saint be? In the arena, Luo Qingyun hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, then I'll have to offend you." He directly clenched his fist and leaned forward. Without any fancy moves, he threw a punch that completely relied on his strength. It caused the space to explode and a sharp, ear-piercing sound was heard. Wan Zimao's heart trembled and his face revealed a look of shock. It was obvious that the power of this punch had exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, a bad feeling rose in his heart, as if he had made a huge mistake. "Good move!" He instinctively shouted and also flipped his palm, pouring all his strength into it. Bang! The two attacks collided in the air. An extremely strong and violent force exploded and both of them were forced to retreat. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. The two of them had actually tied in one move. Wan Hongyu was so shocked that she directly stood up, unable to hide the shock on her face. At the same time, she thought to herself, "This is bad. Is it a tie?" With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Luo Qingyun did not use his full strength in that attack, but Wan Zimao had used his full strength. Although this was related to Wan Zimao's vitality being greatly depleted, his opponent was only an 8-star martial saint. How could the difference be so great? She looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. Another monster like this had appeared. Luo Qingyun asked again, "Are you really not going to rest?" Wan Zimao's face turned green and white. He really wanted to rest and recover his origin energy, but he had already said it in front of everyone. How could he take it back? He could only clench his teeth and say, "Of course not." The skywave mirror in his hand flashed and an illusion appeared. His figure also gradually disappeared. With the skywave mirror, his chances of winning were still very high. Luo Qingyan lightly nodded and said, "Then I won't be polite anymore." He grabbed the desolate god spear in his hand and an ancient and wild aura spread out. He quietly stood there, but it was as if he had been standing there for tens of thousands of years. There was only the spear's will that came from ancient times, and there was no sign of him. The spectators were all experts. The mere illusion formation could not block their eyes at all. Luo Qingyan's action of raising his spear made everyone's hearts tremble. They knew that things were going to be bad. Li Yunxiao also revealed a surprised look. In just a few days, Luo Qingyan's strength seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. With the strength he had when they separated, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Ruan Zimao. At this moment, he had even entered a mysterious state. In a situation where he did not use Tsutsumi, even Li Yunxiao could not see through him. Ruan Hongyu's expression became extremely ugly. Her palms were filled with cold sweat. One sword cleaving the heavens. Ruan Zimao's voice came from the illusion formation. Ruan Zimao's voice could not be discerned. At the same time, a mocking sneer rang out, "In my skywave illusion formation, you can't even see my figure. How are you going to fight me?" Luo Qingyun remained silent. He lightly pointed to the left and right and a seal was inserted into the body of the spear. The ancient aura suddenly exploded and a huge shadow of the spear appeared around him. The shadow of the spear was golden and golden tadpole. Characters appeared on it. There were actually more than 10 characters that shone brightly. What? At this moment, even Li Yunxiao jumped up with his eyes wide open. He was abnormally shocked. Ancient Maha artifact. Ruan Zimao exclaimed. Although he was hidden in the illusion formation, he could still feel a terrifying and dangerous aura. The power of his sword increased by a few points as he roared and attacked with all his strength. A few strange syllables came out from Luo Qingyan's mouth. The 2 characters on the spear suddenly emitted a dazzling light, covering the other characters. An unparalleled power was emitted from the spear. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with seriousness. At this moment, not only was Luo Qingyan's strength stronger, even his aura was completely different from before. A ruthless aura was concealed under his calm appearance, as if it would explode at any moment. Ruan Zimao's sword slashed down from all directions. The spear in Luo Qingyan's hand spun and condensed a huge spear light that soared into the sky. It turned into strands of origin energy that spread out and actually blocked the sword aura. What? Ruan Hongyu's heart trembled. The opponent was able to block Ruan Zimao's full-force sword with just his spear. How was she going to fight? Rumble. The entire sword aura collapsed under the spear light, and the illusion formation vanished in an instant. A smear of blood sprinkled down from the sky as Ruan Zimao suddenly fell on the stage and vomited blood. Ah! What's going on? Why is it like this? The people below the stage were overwhelmed with shock. They didn't see what happened clearly, but they saw this result that they couldn't understand. Ruan Zimao's body violently twitched on the stage as he constantly vomited blood. His eyes were filled with despair, and his heart was filled with a sense of loss. His injuries worsened, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Ruan Hongyu's face was also pale as she sat down in a dejected manner. Her face was in a daze without any color. Ning Qiuye asked Li Yunxiao, "Are you familiar with this Luo Qingyun? How is he?" Everyone pricked up their ears. They were extremely curious about this newcomer that suddenly popped out. Even Jiang Churan turned around. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "His character is SOSO. He definitely can't be compared to me. He's stronger than most people. However, I don't think he will become the son-in-law of Hongyu City. He should be here for the secret dragon treasure." Ning Qiuye's face instantly turned cold as she said coldly, "Since he won the competition, it's not up to him whether he wants to or not." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Luo Qingyun participated in the competition purely for the dragon's whiskers. This time, he was afraid that trouble would arise. Luo Qingyun's eyes swept up and nodded slightly to Jiang Ruobing, "Second young lady, I'm sorry. I came for the secret dragon treasure, and it has nothing to do with marriage." Crash! Everyone was shocked and in an uproar. Ruan Zimao, who was lying on the stage, felt great regret. If he wasn't so arrogant and agreed to the conditions in the beginning, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only did he lose the opportunity, but he also lost face in front of the world's heroes. His heart was filled with regret and despair. Impudent! Wan Hongyu shouted on the spot and said sternly, since there is a martial contest, you have to find a spouse. Otherwise, everything will be invalid and get lost. Luo Qingyun took a glance at Jiang Ruobing and knew that she didn't want to be a chess piece. He resolutely turned around and ignored Wan Hongyu, acting as though he didn't hear anything. Wan Hongyu was so angry that her face turned pale, but she couldn't do anything. Up until now, Jiang Yi had been conforming to the rules and didn't violate the rules of the competition. Jiang Bieli asked as usual, "Are there any other participants?" This caused quite a commotion below. After all, Luo Qingyun was an 8-star martial supreme, and no one saw clearly how Wan Zimao was defeated. Instead, they were getting restless. "Kiki, Luo Qingyun? It has been a long time and you have improved quite a bit." Suddenly, the dark clouds changed color, and the whole sky darkened. An overbearing and powerful force condensed in the air above the ring, and a cold voice rang out, accompanied by a strange laughter, "Ha ha, are you also looking for dragon's secret treasures everywhere? Hee hee, what a pity. I want this dragon's whiskers." Lightning flashed within the dark clouds, and there seemed to be dragons leaping and tigers leaping within. Gradually, it condensed into the appearance of a man who stepped down from the clouds. Jiang Bieli frowned and shouted, "Who are you?" That person let out a light snort and withdrew the strange phenomenon around him. Under the attention of everyone, he stepped on the stage and spoke proudly, "Northern Sea's Ruinxiang. North Sea Ruinxiang." Everyone was stunned when they heard the name, as if they had never heard of it before. Only a few of the martial Dao ancestors' faces changed greatly as they immediately understood the meaning behind those words. Li Yunxia's pupils constricted. This person was Xianxia from Songyang City. He was from the North Sea's royal family. Since he had appeared here, he must have come for the dragon's secret treasure. Based on the strength Ruinxiang had displayed in Songyang City, Luo Qingyun was no match for him. Guang, Qin, Shun, and Run were the surnames of the 4 Seas royal families. Only some of the top powerhouses on the continent would know of this person. When this person appeared, the dragon aura around him was surnamed Run, so he must be from the North Sea's royal family. Jiang Charan's expression turned serious as he said slowly, "So it's a guest from the sea race. It's an honor to have you here at Crimson Moon City." "What? The sea race?" At this moment, the crowd burst into an uproar. The sea race and humans had never interacted before. The most recent memory they had was a few decades ago when Gu Feiyang angered them. The Bo family, the ruler of the 4 Seas, personally led their people to the holy region to seek justice. In the end, the holy region closed the entrance and pretended to be dead. It was a great humiliation to the human race. Therefore, when everyone heard that it was the sea race, they were filled with hostility. However, the sea race's powerful image still made them wary. "Hee hee, there's more to come." Ruinxiang smiled proudly, "You're about to become my father-in-law. But as the Lord of Crimson Moon City, you have the right." "What? He's here to participate in the challenge tournament?" Bullsh *T. The sea race is also here to participate in the humans challenge tournament. Isn't this a mess? Fierce voices of opposition rose from all directions. More people began to shout, "Get lost." In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with hostility. Jiang Churan frowned, "How can we intermarry when we are of different races? As a member of the North Sea's royal family, welcome to Crimson Moon City." "Heh, this Luo Qingyun is a half-demon and half-human. Interracial marriage is not allowed. Did you make it clear when you announced to the world this martial arts competition? When I came all the way from the North Sea, you say that intermarriage is not allowed. Are you making fun of my sea tribe?" Ruinxiang had a cold expression on his face. Towards the end of his words, his expression became even more fierce. Waves of chilliness spread out from his body. The expressions of the people of Crimson Moon City changed slightly. The words "toying with the sea race" could be taken lightly or heavily. Furthermore, the other party was a member of the North Sea's royal family. The weight of the words coming from his mouth was worth considering. Jiang Churan immediately felt a headache coming on. At this moment, every word he said represented the attitude of Scarlet Moon City. Facing the heroes of the world, he could not lose his bearing. At the same time, he could not become enemies with the sea race. Otherwise, if the two races started a war, it would be very troublesome. The humans lacked an understanding of the sea tribe's overall strength. Even the sacred region had avoided a battle with them. With Xianxia's steady and cautious personality, he didn't dare to rashly declare war. However, Xianxia could not care so much and said with a cold smile, "What a joke. Our Crimson Moon City announces to the world that the right to explain naturally belongs to us. We can let whoever we want to participate, and whoever we don't want to participate has to get lost. Now you, get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, don't say that I didn't give face to your sea race." Ruinxiang's expression changed drastically. He looked towards the person who spoke, but his gaze instantly shifted to the side. He exclaimed, "Li Yunxiao. You're actually here too?" Ningqiue, Jiang Churen, Wan Hongyu, and the other higher-ups of Crimson Moon City all looked at Li Yunxiao with a strange expression. How did he know all these strange people? It seemed that birds of a feather flocked together. Li Yunxiao smiled calmly and said, "Xianxia, enemies don't meet unless they're enemies." A trace of excitement flashed across Ruinxiang's face. He laughed coldly and said, "Haha, I've worn out iron shoes in search of you. City Lord, I can leave if you want, but leave Long Su and this Li Yunxiao to me." "I'll leave without another word." Jiang Churen said, "Li Yunxiao is my Crimson Moon City's esteemed guest, and this dragon's secret treasure is my daughter's dowry. It's hard to agree to such conditions without any reason." Ruinxiang said coldly, "No matter what, I must obtain this Long Su today. If you humans still have a bit of courage, let me participate in this martial arts competition for a spouse. Otherwise," he raised his middle finger and fell to the ground in disdain. He said mockingly, "You're a race of cowards." Haha. Everyone was enraged. They were all filled with righteous indignation and shouted angrily. F***ck off. You're just a sea beast and you dare to have designs on a beautiful human woman. Coward your sister. Go back and hug your big seal. All sorts of curses and insults rang out continuously. Jiang Churen also felt a headache coming on. If he allowed this battle to continue, it would be fine if the humans won. However, if they lost, the entire Crimson Moon City would fall into the tongues of the world. This battle not only concerned the fate of his daughter, but also the honor and disgrace of the human race. Even with Jiang Churen's eyesight, he could not see through the opponent's strength. He could only vaguely feel that he was not simple, so he did not dare to rashly declare war. It's just a battle, what's so difficult about it? Just as everyone was arguing, insulting, and ridiculing, Luo Qingyun raised his spear and coldly said. His aura soared into the sky. After seeing Ruinxiang, his emotions had also fluctuated greatly. At this moment, his aura was like a dormant beast, ready to bare its fangs at any time. The martial artists near the arena were so shocked that they retreated again and again. They were intimidated by his aura and felt a chill in their hearts. This kind of feeling had not appeared even during the battle between Ruan Zimao and Zhu Yuqi and Emperor Wu. Haha. You've got guts, I like it. Ruinxiang sneered and stepped forward, saying, "Let me see what kind of limits a defective product like you can reach. Come, hit me with all your strength and see to what extent you've improved." Without another word, Luo Qingyun raised his spear and rushed forward. His spear pierced through the air and rays of golden light shone on it, like a primordial beast bearing its fangs. Ruinxiang was stunned for a moment, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The power of this spear was far beyond his expectations. His original plan to fight empty-handed also changed. He also thrust out his spear, and the two extreme forces collided. Luoho's strike. Boom! A huge explosive force blasted out, forcing both of them to retreat. The entire arena's defense was compressed into a dazzling display of colorful light. Under the might of the spear, all the voices stopped, and everyone held their breath and focused on the battle. Jiang Churen felt a headache coming on, but the battle had already begun. He could only wait and see. No matter what, he could not let Ruinxiang win and leave, or his Hongyu city would become a laughingstock. What weapon is that in your hand? Ruinxiang was surprised, and a greedy look appeared on his face. He laughed and said, "Perfect, I want it." The Luoho spear in his hand was formed from a dragon's secret treasure. When he transformed into a dragon, he could not use it. Luo the power of Luo Qingyun's spear seemed to be above that of his dragon's secret treasure. "The divine spear has an owner, what qualifications do you have?" Luo Qingyun sneered. After killing Wen Lin, the desolate god's bright moon spear seemed to have come to life. The weapon spirit inside was slowly communicating with him and fusing with him. The terrifying barbaric will of the spear caused even his divine sense to tremble in fear every time he came into contact with it. "I heard that you've obtained a lot of dragon's secret treasures. This saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one." The desolate god's spear shone with golden runes, and the ancient will appeared around Luo Qingyun's body. At this moment, his entire body began to transform. Green scales covered his entire body, revealing his Genryu state. This kind of wild and ferocious power wreaked havoc on the arena, causing everyone to feel intimidated. Pung! Luo Qingyun's body was instantly ejected. The Xian armament arena beneath his feet caved in, emitting a violent tremor. The spectators' hearts skipped a beat. Such explosive power could only be achieved by a demon body with an ancient bloodline. Just by relying on his physical body, he was able to fight against a cultivator. Ruinxiang's pupils shrank, and he stopped underestimating Luo Qingyun. He coldly snorted, "Although you have the same dragon body, under my pure bloodline, you are nothing but trash." With a loud roar, a dragon's roar shook the heavens. His body began to change violently, much more violently than Luo Qingyun's. The Luoho spear in his hand turned into a long spine with white bones. Suddenly, it lashed out. Luo Qingyun's body suddenly became sluggish. Under the dragon's roar, he actually felt a trace of fear. This was the weakness of his bloodline. He was completely suppressed by his opponent. He cried out in shock, "Your bloodline." "Hee hee." Ruinxiang revealed a sinister look and laughed wildly, "Ha ha, ha ha. My bloodline has been purified to the point that it is infinitely close to returning to its ancestral state. It is on a completely different level from you defective products." Luoho 9 feet whip. As he lifted the spine in his hand, it curved into the shape of a coiling dragon. A terrifying dragon aura exuded from Ruinxiang's body, causing the martial artists outside the arena to tremble in fear. Under the pressure of this aura, they couldn't help but have the urge to kneel and kowtow. Bang! The dragon's spine shot out and collided with the desolate god's spear. It directly broke through Luo Qingyun's tyrannical will and exploded into his body. Pung! With just one move, Luo Qingyun's Genryu body's chest was blasted into a bloody mess. He was sent flying to the ground. He trembled as he used the desolate god's spear to support his body. However, his legs were trembling. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. The pressure from his bloodline made it difficult for him to resist the Dragon King's power. The more he revolved his dragon force, the more he wanted to kneel down. Mother ****. The usually calm Luo Qingyun finally couldn't help but curse. Although his body was intimidated, his powerful martial intent would never admit defeat. Clang! Luo Qingyun clenched his teeth and forcefully suppressed the trembling of his body. He dragged the desolate god's spear and rushed forward. The spear light shot out and swept across the arena. Although the aura was shocking, the higher-ups of Hongyu City all shook their heads and their faces became ugly. Not to mention the suppression of bloodline rank, even they felt that the blood qi in their bodies was not flowing smoothly. There was an extremely oppressive and uncomfortable feeling. In this situation, Luo Qingyun had no chance of winning. Li Yunxiao's face also changed. This Ruinxiang's strength was even stronger than when he was in Xianxia City. Moreover, this dragon's might was only the tip of the iceberg of his true dragon's sai. Back in Xianxia City, Ruinxiang's sai of the true dragon had suppressed almost all the experts. Now, he was even stronger than before. If he used it, Luo Qingyun would not be able to resist. Just the advantage of his bloodline rank was enough to deter Luo Qingyun to the point that he could no longer fight. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Pung! The desolate god spear struck the dragon's spine, and a ferocious intent spread out, causing Ruinxiang's aura to weaken. He frowned and said, "In this situation, you can still fight with your spear. You are worthy of me looking at you in a new light. You will look at me in a new light soon." Luo Qingyun coldly snorted, and the spear in his hand continued to spread out. The power of the ancient Maha characters on the spear grew stronger and stronger, causing the dragon's spine to sink. Ruinxiang's eyes revealed a look of amazement, and he repeatedly praised, "Good spear, truly a good spear. It is too stained in the hands of a scum like you." Peng! Luo Qingyun suddenly turned the spear, and an ancient and barbaric intent directly shook off the dragon's spine, piercing straight towards Ruinxiang's heart. Ruinxiang was shocked, and under the tyrannical force, he leaped back, but he could not dodge the spear's speed. The spear intent broke through his defense and struck his body. Peng! A piece of dragon scale suddenly appeared on his heart, blocking the spear's momentum. Then the dragon scale automatically evolved, 1 into 2, 2 into 3, from that piece, it immediately wrapped around Ruinxiang's body, and the two of them started to look similar. The only difference was that the dragon scales on Luo Qingyun's body were the result of his own demonic transformation. To put it bluntly, they were demonic scales, and their grades were too low. But the scales on Ruinxiang's body were the remnants of an ancient true dragon. It was like one was a real saber, and the other was a toy. Luo Qingyun's face also became extremely ugly, and he said with an ashen face, "True dragon's secret treasure? Haha. To deal with a scum like you, I actually need to use 2 true dragon's secret treasures. You can be proud." Ruinxiang let out a loud roar. The dragon's spine in his hand coiled around his body and gradually tightened. It pierced into his flesh and actually disappeared into his flesh. A majestic force burst forth from Ruinxiang's body. His 2 fists condensed in the air, and a dragon condensed and suddenly punched out. That feeling was as if a true dragon had appeared in the world, the dragon's might rolling down, shocking everyone's hearts. The martial artists outside the ring began to tremble, and many people directly knelt down with a plop sound. Luo Qingyun's body was also trembling. This punch contained the power of 2 dragon artifacts, and in his eyes, it was like the arrival of his ancestor. The level of pressure directly seeped out from his soul and blood, causing his body to constantly tremble. "Haha, why? You can't even hold your gun properly?" Ruinxiang's sarcastic voice rang out, "I am the most noble descendant of the dragon, not someone you trash can look up to. The gap between you and me is like this fist, you will never be able to overcome it. Go to hell." That green fist blasted down, instantly arriving in front of Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingyun's body suddenly calmed down, and he indifferently said, with a courageous martial artist's heart, "There is no gap in this world that cannot be crossed." In his mind, one Lin sealing technique appeared, and he suddenly formed a single-hand seal. A strange light spread out in front of his chest, and his heart violently beat. Pung pung. This heartbeat seemed to be noticed by many people. Li Yunxiao also frowned. In this situation, Luo Qingyun's strength had already been pushed to the limit. He really couldn't think of any other way to restrain Ruinxiang. The first gene chain has been unlocked. Luo Qingyun's heart screamed, and his eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp light. His body suddenly changed slightly, and the demonic scales on his body didn't seem fake anymore, and there was a faint dragon aura. At this time, the spear body transmitted a thought into his mind, and an inexplicable spear art that he had never heard of appeared. Kill 100,000 lives, 3,000 worlds. Under the pressure of the dragon fist, he didn't even think and used this spear art that he had never used before. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the spear body, and the weapon spirit directly manifested. It slowly raised its head from the spear body, and the 2 giant bull horns were completely disproportionate to its body. With an angry roar, it broke through the dragon fist, and like a demon, the entire sky changed. Ah? Ruinxiang was completely dumbfounded. This sudden change came without any warning. His Sherwind punch actually caused such a powerful counterattack. Under the demonic appearance of the bullhead weapon spirit, the dragon aura on his body was actually suppressed. What kind of monster is this? It can actually be stronger than my dragon aura? Ruinxiang was stunned, and he didn't have time to think. He suddenly exploded with all the strength in his body, forming a long spear in front of him and thrusting it out. He roared angrily, 3,000 karma, Luo Ho strike. His spear was like a toothpick under the bullhead monster, and it instantly collapsed. Rumble. A huge light flashed, and Ruinxiang was completely submerged by the spear. The aftermath was like the eye of a storm, and it wreaked havoc in the sky. The dragon aura dissipated, and everyone immediately recovered from their fear. They all looked at the unbelievable reversal in fear. Ruan Zimao's heart also trembled. Whether it was Ruanxiang's dragon fist or Luo Qingyun's terrifying spear, they weren't things that he could withstand. At first, he was dissatisfied and unwilling to accept his defeat, but now, he was completely convinced. The experts in the spectator stands were also filled with shock. The power of that spear was probably unrivaled among the younger generation in the world. Ning Qiue was overwhelmed with shock. He looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "That spear, can you withstand it?" Li Yunxiao was stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. If he was in his best condition, he would naturally be able to withstand it. But in this Red Moon City, would he dare to use his ultimate skill? Ning Qiue misunderstood and thought that he couldn't do it either. He nodded his head lightly. The power of that spear was indeed too much for a revered martial artist to withstand. Pooh! Luo Qingyun, who was in the air, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Unlocking his genetic chain had already caused his body to be unable to bear the burden. That earth-shattering spear had directly drained all of his strength. Even maintaining his balance in the air was a little difficult. Finally, he slowly landed on the ground and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Did he win? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. That Ruanxiang had already been blasted to an unknown place by the spear strike, and had directly disappeared into the sky. Rumble! A sudden rumble came from the sky, and a hole was suddenly torn open. Ruanxiang's body squeezed out from within. The dragon scales on his body were covered in blood, and he was panting heavily as he stared at Luo Qingyun below. His eyes were filled with shock. Ah! He actually didn't die. The crowd was in an uproar. To be able to escape from such an earth-shattering spear, did this sea beast have an immortal body? Damn it! To actually put me in such a miserable state. Ruanxiang gritted his teeth and walked down from the void step by step. He could see that Luo Qingyun was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and it would be hard for him to continue fighting. Stop! You have already won. Suddenly, a figure rushed up the stage and blocked in front of Luo Qingyun. Her face was pale, and she felt a chill in her heart when facing the pressure from Ruanxiang. However, she still gritted her teeth and stood with her head held high. TSK. Trash, are you so weak that you need a woman to block the enemy for you? Ruanxiang ridiculed with disdain, but his eyes no longer had the true contempt from before. Instead, it was solemn. Little sister Zhishuan, get out of the way. Luo Qingyun adjusted her essence force and wanted to stand up to continue fighting. Ruanxiang is victorious, and Luo Qingyun is defeated. Suddenly, Jiang Bieli's voice echoed, and it didn't contain any emotions. He might not want the sea race to win, but he could naturally see that Ruanxiang might look miserable, but he didn't suffer any real damage from that spear. Luo Qingyun was completely powerless. He did it out of goodwill for this young man, and it was a way to protect him. Humph, you got off lightly. Ruanxiang took a step forward, and his aura presence surged out, pushing Nalan Zhishuan away. He grabbed at Luo Qingyun and yelled, "Hand over that divine spear." Jiang Bieli snorted and took a step forward as well. A huge force burst out and clashed with Ruanxiang's force, forcing the latter to take a few steps back. You, what are you doing? Ruanxiang was startled and angered. Could it be that you humans want to bully the weak? Jiang Bieli said coldly, since the duel is over, you can't fight him anymore. You can't attack him in this arena anymore. He waved his hand lightly, and Luo Qingyun was taken away, flying towards Nalan Zhishuan. Humph, then I'll let him live a little longer. Then, Ruanxiang's gaze swept around, and he said coldly, is there anyone else who wants to die? His ice-cold voice spread out, and everyone felt a chill run down their spine, and they retreated in fear. Nalan Zhishuan hurriedly caught Luo Qingyun and supported him to retreat to the spectator's stand. She asked with concern, Big brother Qingyun, are you all right? Jiang Ruobing also ran forward, and her face was full of concern. All the experts' gazes were fixed on him. At such a young age, he would definitely be an all-powerful figure in the heavenly martial arts realm in the future. They couldn't help but look at him kindly, and some invited guests even took out elixirs and offered them to him. Luo Qingyun's face turned ashen, and he rejected them one by one. In the end, his gaze fell on Li Yunxiao, and he said, maybe only you can defeat him. His words shocked everyone, and they couldn't help but size up Li Yunxiao, revealing strange expressions. Only a few people, who had seen him defeat Li Yi, knew a little about it, but they all shook their heads inwardly, and it was obvious that they weren't optimistic about him. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, don't joke around, that's a sea beast. Asking me to go is the same as asking me to die. At this moment, Jiang Bieli, who was in the arena, also furrowed his brows, and he said loudly, is there anyone else who wants to fight? The whole arena was silent. Jiang Ruobing anxiously said to Li Yunxiao, are you still a man? Why are you so afraid of death? Could it be that you have the heart to let me marry a sea beast? She spoke pitifully, and her tears were about to fall. Humph, sea beast? Tonight I'll let you have a taste of sea beasts. Haha. Ran Xiang had a hideous smile on his face and his mouth was filled with filthy words. Everyone was enraged, but no one dared to step forward and accept his challenge. The entire place fell silent as he laughed wildly. To be shown off by the members of the Sea tribe during a gathering of the human race was a humiliation to everyone. Everyone in the spectator stands was so angry that their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, they could not attack. One of the Soul Eater sect's distinguished guests said, I've already used a secret technique to inform Qinghao. Among the entire younger generation, only he has a chance of defeating this person. Yes. The number one of the Western region's 5 heroes and the head of the Northern region's 4 prodigies. With them, we will definitely win. I don't think so. That Ruanzimao's strength is similar to theirs. Didn't he still lose? And Qinghao has a higher chance. After all, he is the 2-star Emperor Wu. Furthermore, with the Soul Eater sect's terrifying martial skills, I think he still has a chance. That's the only way. Otherwise, where will the human race's face be? This is no longer a matter of Hongyu City. It concerns the dignity of the human race. These famous powerhouses could no longer keep their cool. Now, they were facing a common enemy. Somewhere high up in the sky, 10,000 meters away, a voice suddenly sounded out. Brother Lai Feng, you've come as well? And I expected that Brother Hamiao must have received the message. Indeed, you are one step ahead of me. Haha, with Brother Lai Feng here, I can rest assured. We will definitely win this round. Haha, Brother Hamiao's schemes are as deep as ever. Brother Hamiao must have felt Luo Qingyun's spear just now, right? I don't think I can handle it. Today, the dignity of the human race will depend on Brother Hamiao. If we win this battle, Brother Hamiao will be the undisputed number 1 of the younger generation. Humph, don't flatter me. I know my own capabilities very well. Although Luo Qingyun's spear was terrifying, it had not reached the level where it could shake the heavens and make the earth cry. What was terrifying was that Ran Xiang, after receiving that spear head-on, was actually unharmed. Look at him. Although there are some bloodstains on him, his dragon breath and aura have not changed. This person's strength has probably surpassed the low-level Emperor Wu. Oh? Does this mean that his battle prowess is at least 4 stars? The lowest is 4 stars. Any higher is not something you and I can predict. Both of them fell silent, not saying a word. After a while, Baiming Laifeng smiled bitterly and said, the voice transmission came again. What should we do? Qinghao took out an exquisite little box. It was the item used to send voice transmissions. He threw it into the void and snorted, what else can I do? Of course I play dead. Right now, only the entire human race has lost face. If we show ourselves, not only will the human race lose face, but we will also lose face. Brother Hao Miao is right. Baiming Laifeng also threw the voice transmission device into the void. He was not annoyed at all. He chuckled and said, as long as we don't make a move, at least everyone will have hope in their hearts. If we make a move, everyone will only be left with despair. Yes, now it depends on what Hongyu City plans to do. By the way, that Li Yunxiao is also down there. If he makes a move, do we have a chance of winning? Yes, this person's strength is a little strange. He might be able to hold on for a while, but I really don't see any hope of winning. Sigh, looks like our race has lost a lot of face this time. Both of them fell silent. There was no more conversation. Everyone in the spectator stands waited for a while. Their expressions were extremely ugly. That soul devourer sect elder's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said embarrassedly, I tried to contact Xianxia for a long time, but I couldn't reach him. Maybe he is in closed-door cultivation. I tried to contact Baiming Lifeng too. What should we do? Hearing that both of them couldn't be contacted, everyone who had finally calmed down became anxious again. Ning Qiu said coldly, who cares? Why don't I directly kill this person and save trouble? No. Jiang Chuan was shocked. She said in a low voice, don't do anything rash. There are eyes and ears everywhere. How can everything be done according to your temper? Humph. Ning Qiu snorted heavily and said, forget it. In any case, Ruobing is your daughter. Do as you see fit. She turned her head away angrily and didn't bother anymore. On the stage, Jiang Bieli had an awful expression as well. He had already shouted twice, and according to logic, if no one answered the second time, he would have to announce the result. For the last time, he couldn't shout it out, and everyone felt that a long time had passed. Suddenly, a figure rushed onto the stage and yelled out angrily, if no one dares to fight, let me do it. Jiang Ruobing held her sword and flew up. Her sword aura spread out in midair and went straight for Ruinxiang's throat. Humph, are humans so weak that they need a woman to step up? Ruinxiang laughed hysterically. His voice was filled with mockery and contempt. He gently stretched out 2 fingers and flicked the long sword. A huge force pressed down, causing Jiang Ruobing's long sword to fly out of her hand. She was also sent flying. His arrogant laughter made all the human experts feel extremely humiliated. All of them were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out. My wife, can't you wait to consummate your marriage with me now? Ruinxiang let out a sinister smile and rushed forward. He caught up to Jiang Ruobing, who was sent flying, and reached out to grab her tender neck. In an instant, there was a burst of grief and indignation. Everyone's eyes were spewing out flames. They could only look on helplessly as the devastatingly beautiful woman fell into the devil's claws, but no one dared to go up. That feeling of helplessness and indignation was spreading in every man's heart. Pa! Just as Ruinxiang's 5 fingers were about to grab onto the frightened Jiang Ruobing, a slender arm came from the sky and directly grabbed onto his wrist. That arm was smooth like jade. It looked like it didn't have any strength, but with a gentle grip, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Kacha! Ah! Ah! Ruinxiang's wrist was immediately dislocated. He let out an angry roar and lifted his leg to kick at the person's face. At such a close distance, the air was compressed to the extreme and instantly exploded. Bang! The person took out a treasured mirror and directly placed it in front of him. Under the flash of the mirror, the domineering force under Ruinxiang's feet rebounded and instantly sent him flying dozens of meters away. This unforeseen event caused everyone's tense hearts to suddenly relax. The beauty was temporarily out of the devil's claws. After seeing clearly who it was, everyone sighed one by one and revealed a look of despair. However, a 6-star martial honorable would definitely die if he went up. It seemed like he was also a hot-blooded person. Although it was praiseworthy for a hero to save the beauty, he was brave and fierce, but his intelligence was lacking. Li Yunxiao looked at the frightened Jiang Ruobing, who was on the verge of tears, and felt pity in his heart. Although she was the Jiang family's second young mistress and had an incomparably noble status, she was just someone who was fighting for her own fate. He said gently, all right, it's all right now. I'll chase this sea beast away for you. Woo Jiang Ruobing raised her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her eyes were completely red. She abruptly covered her mouth with her hand and finally burst into tears. Bean-sized teardrops slid down the corners of her eyes like flowing water. Her face was filled with bitter tears. Her entire body was trembling, and there were crystal-clear teardrops hanging on her eyelids. The tears flowed down her cheeks, and her trembling hands wiped the tears off her face. However, the tears were like a broken string of pearls. No matter how she wiped them, she couldn't stop them. She was a weak person. So what if she was the incomparably noble young mistress of the Red Moon City? How could she resist the wheel of fate? Finally, she cried out loud and rushed into Li Yunxiao's arms, her tears drenching her green robes. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of cultivators, she cried unscrupulously. Her delicate body and her tear-stained cries touched everyone's heart and made them feel sad. Ruan Zimao's eyes were bloodshot. He growled in a low voice, "Li Yunqiao. Kill this sea beast for me." Although he was extremely unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only entrust the grief and indignation in his heart to others. When he said this, the leader of the eastern region's 7 stars finally lowered his arrogant head. Li Yunqiao gently patted Jiang Ruobing's beautiful hair and said to Ruan Zimao, "Don't instigate me. The other party has a great background. How would a loser like me dare to offend the royal family of the 4 seas? I'll thank the heavens if he doesn't kill me." Unyielding tears welled up in Ruan Zimao's eyes. He raised his middle finger and said fiercely, "I have finally seen through you. You are a lowly. Haha. Li Yunqiao didn't mind. Instead, he smiled and patted Jiang Ruobing. He gently pushed her waist and sent her back to the spectator seats, beside Ning Qiue. Ning Qiue's expression was solemn. After receiving Jiang Ruobing, he said in a low voice, "Don't force yourself if you can't win. I don't want anything to happen to you." Li Yunqiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although he is troublesome, I have already decided to beat him until even his parents can't recognize him." Ning Qiue was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Your personality is exactly the same as his. Do your best." The sound of cheering immediately caused a chain reaction. The entire plaza was filled with cheers. "Do your best. Beat him up. Beat him to death. Li Yunqiao, do your best. Win glory for the human race. Beat him until even his parents can't recognize him. You are a good person. We all support you. Beat the sea beast to a pulp." For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. The crowd's cheers were louder and louder, reverberating in the sky above Scarlet Moon City. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed, and the sky was clear. "Li Yunqiao. You dare to fight me? That's fine. We can settle the old score from last time together." Ruenxiang's expression became extremely ugly. It was filled with coldness and mockery. His body gradually emitted an unconcealed killing intent. Hearing almost the same words as Li Yunqiao couldn't help but laugh and said, "Why are all of you like this? Last time, it was you who wanted to kill me. If there is a score to settle, it should be me. Why do you all act like I owe you?" Ruenxiang snorted and said, "If I guessed correctly, you must have obtained what I want from the skill tower. This time, hand it over." His eyes flickered with excitement. He already had 4 dragon secret treasures. If he obtained the dragon whiskers and the one that Li Yunqiao had, his strength would more than double. Li Yunqiao smiled and said, "Looking at your excited appearance, it's as if you've already become a true dragon. Young man, calm down. Humph, you're still as cheap as before." Ruenxiang coldly said, "Last time, my battle was interrupted and I couldn't kill you. I've always regretted it. This time, I'll settle it once and for all." He clenched his fist and a powerful dragon chi rushed out from his body, even more powerful than when he faced Luo Qingyun. His attitude towards Luo Qingyun was nothing more than a joke, but Li Yunqiao's performance in Xianxia City was enough to make him wary, but now that he had 4 dragon secret treasures, coupled with his strength that was extremely close to his ancestors' bloodline, he was fully confident he could kill Li Yunqiao. The dragon breath burst out from Ruenxiang's body and immediately scattered in all directions. The cultivators closest to him all paled, cold sweat dripping down their backs as they trembled. Li Yunqiao faced the dragon breath and chuckled, "Does this kind of child's play mean anything to me? Show me your sigh of the true dragon and maybe I'll take it to heart." Ruenxiang's face changed slightly and he coldly snorted. The sigh of the true dragon consumed a lot of energy. Back in Xianxia City, he had to constantly absorb the power of the dragon crystal to barely display it. Moreover, it had little effect on Li Yunqiao, so it was impossible for him to use it now. "Do I need my sigh of the true dragon to deal with you?" Ruenxiang coldly snorted, and his body instantly rushed up. The 2 dragon secret treasures completely fused in his body, and every time he raised his hand, a huge dragon pressure could be felt. High up in the air, he stomped his foot, and a cyan foot shadow condensed, shrouding the entire ring. and suddenly slammed down. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with both hands, and the 1,000-year tyrannical blade suddenly appeared in front of him. It gradually transformed into the appearance of a corpse puppet, and from time to time, it flashed with a sharp saber aura. As he sent a seal into it, the huge corpse puppet suddenly sucked in all the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It suddenly transformed into a huge long blade and slashed towards the sky. Hua hua. The huge shadow of the foot was directly broken by the saber light, and the cyan dragon chi instantly dissipated in the air. After that attack, the giant corpse puppet seemed to have used up all its spirit chi, and directly fell down, turning into a treasured saber that stabbed into the arena with a clang, cold light flashing. Ruinxiang coldly snorted. That kick earlier was merely a test. After which, his entire body flew downwards, akin to a dragon swimming in the four seas. Tens of thousands of fist shadows punched out, and every single punch contained a heaven-shaking might, causing the air to explode. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and he stepped lightly on the ground. His palm turned into a blade, bypassing the tens of thousands of punches, and slashed towards his opponent. Both of their figures were extremely fast. In the eyes of the people below, it was as if butterflies were fluttering in the sky. In an instant, it was a dazzling sight. Various fist forces and palm shadows collided with the arena's defense, exploding like fireworks. It was exceptionally gorgeous. Several times, Li Yunxiao had directly taken on the other party's punch head-on, but each time, his blood chi would tumble and his bones would crack. Without being able to use his indestructible golden body, there was no way he could take on the other party's punch head-on, not to mention that he had only fused with 2 dragon artifacts. Bang! Li Yunxiao was forced to retreat again and again under the force of a palm strike. The surrounding people shook their heads, and none of them were optimistic about his chances. Being able to endure for so long was already beyond everyone's expectations. Ning Qiue's expression was also solemn. She knew that Li Yunxiao had some restraints in his heart. Since he couldn't use his family's ultimate skill and Tsutsumi's, it was impossible for him to defeat such a powerful opponent. She was already prepared to act at any time. As long as Li Yunxiao couldn't win, she would immediately rescue him and kill this Ruinxiang along the way. She wouldn't allow Li Yunxiao to be killed, nor would she allow Jiang Ruobing to marry this person. After making up her mind, her eyes flickered with a cold killing intent. She didn't care about the matters of the Scarlet Moon City or the dignity of the human race. As long as it was someone she wanted to protect, she would protect them even if she had to risk her life. Li Yunxiao, is this all you've got? Ruinxiang snorted coldly and pointed a finger at the sky. Dragon chi tore through the air and directly tore apart the space. From afar, it looked as if a hole had appeared in the sky and was about to tear through everything. Li Yunxiao casually waved his hand, and the Thousand Autumn's tyrannical Tao that had been stuck in the arena suddenly emitted a beam of light and blasted towards that finger force. Bang! The saber light cut through his finger force and shot through the air. Ruinxiang snorted coldly. He closed his 5 fingers and slashed down with his palm like a saber. A palm wind shook down and directly obliterated that saber light. Then, the palm force fell, and Li Yunxiao flipped over and retreated. The palm force shook the arena, and it was like billowing dust and smoke. Both of them stopped after this exchange and stared at each other intently. The surrounding people all knew that the previous few moves were just probing attacks. However, they didn't understand why this insufferably arrogant king of the sea race needed to probe when dealing with a mere martial honor. The warm-up is over, Ruinxiang said coldly. His hands danced in the air, transforming into a dragon body that coiled around his arms. The dragon head suddenly looked down and shouted, "Dragon battles in the wild." That dragon body suddenly crashed down, and under the guidance of Ruinxiang's spell, it suddenly exploded into dozens of tiny golden dragons. They wreaked havoc on the arena and rushed towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao circled around the Thousand Autumn's tyrannical Tao. He didn't dare to use this saber too much. The key was that he couldn't control it as he pleased. Who knew, it might drain all of his origin energy in one go, making him want to cry but have no tears. He made a sword seal with one hand, and 5 northern sky-cold star swords suddenly appeared, forming a sword array. A terrifying sea of sword chi suddenly spread out, rushing towards the dozen golden dragons formed from dragon chi, and instantly exploding. A huge force swept through the arena. With Li Yunxiao as the center, a vortex of sword qi and dragon qi mixed together and wreaked havoc. It pushed the arena's defense to the maximum, and it was almost destroyed. The surrounding martial artists all fled in shock. Many of the experts in the spectator stands felt their hearts tremble. They could all feel the vibrations from the 5 longswords. Those were definitely level 9 profound artifacts, a martial honor controlling 5 level 9 profound artifacts? What kind of joke was this? Moreover, Jiang Chuan's eyebrows rose. The power of this sword array was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was just that Li Yunxiao's strength was limited, and he was unable to display it. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Qiue, what is this person's background?" Ning Qiue was also secretly shocked, but she still maintained a calm expression and said, "He's just a new friend. I never ask about his background when I hand people over." Jiang Chuan was stunned. She shook her head and smiled bitterly, knowing that she couldn't get an answer out of him. Jiang Ruobing's hands were also covered in cold sweat. She asked anxiously, "Master, can Big Brother Yunxiao win?" Ning Qiue pondered for a moment. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see where the chances of victory lay. At this moment, the formation of 5 level 9 profound artifacts seemed to have infinite power, but the consumption of one's origin energy was immeasurable. It couldn't be sustained for long. The biggest problem now was that Li Yunxiao couldn't come up with a martial technique that could truly injure his opponent. If he didn't, how could he talk about winning? She also shook her head and said, "Everyone has their own chances of winning. It's impossible to predict." This sentence was actually the greatest consolation for Jiang Ruobing. Even Luo Qingyun, who had always understood Li Yunxiao, was uncertain and could only watch with a serious expression. "Ruinxiang, is this what you meant by the warm-up is over? Why do I feel like you're still playing?" Li Yunxiao's face was full of ridicule as he looked up coldly. "Humph, if you want to die a step earlier, I'll fulfill your wish." Ruinxiang grabbed the air, and a golden light flickered in his hand, transforming into a 3-pointed battle halberd. The power in his body rose again, and the battle halberd emitted a bloodthirsty desire. 3,000 negative karma, Luoho strike. A ray of cold light streaked across his hand. His entire body became one with the battle halberd, and he slashed down from the sky. Sword formation's 5 colors. Li Yunxiao pointed his sword art, and the 5 long swords transformed into different sword forces, stacking layer by layer, producing a ray of 5-colored radiance that clashed with the battle halberd. Boom! Under the collision of the 2 forces, the sword formation was still at a disadvantage. It was suddenly broken, and the 5 long swords were sent flying. Ruinxiang held the halberd in one hand and slashed at Li Yunxiao's head. Li Yunxiao struck out a seal with his hand and slapped it on the battle halberd. Under the tremendous force, he suddenly felt the tyrannical aura on the halberd bouncing up and repelling his palm strike. What? He was shocked, and the battle halberd stabbed straight at him. Li Yunxiao suddenly turned around, and a cold light flashed in his hand. The cold sword frost suddenly struck out, and the 1,000 dazzling righteous arts first sword strike pierced through the air. What? Another 9th-tier profound artifact? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They thought to themselves that this person was either from the 10,000 treasure tower or the deity sea realm. Even the 7 super forces weren't so extravagant. Ruinxiang retracted his halberd, and the 3,000 negative karma once again ignited with a cold light as he slashed down. Bang! The sword force was broken, and the 2 weapons collided. The tremendous force came, and the cold air of the battle halberd penetrated his body, directly sending Li Yunxiao flying out. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat. This battle was too timid and cowardly. He wanted to hide too many things, and in the end, he was restrained everywhere and fell into a disadvantageous position. Ruinxiang's move succeeded, and he was instantly overjoyed. The battle halberd once again raised up a stretch of light, and slashed across the sky. That whistling aura caused the arena to let out a trembling sound. This arena was also a profound artifact, and under this slash, it also produced a level of restraint. Everyone's heart trembled. The power of that slash made the martial artists far below the arena feel a chill, and they were so frightened that their faces turned green and cold, squeezing to the side one after another. There were ripples in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He had several ways to receive this slash, but he didn't know which one to use. He was stunned there all of a sudden, and his state of mind started to become somewhat chaotic. Interesting. In the spectator stands, Jiang Churan suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. His face revealed a trace of a strange smile, and he said, "This kid is really interesting. He actually hid so deeply." Wan Hongyu's expression was ugly as she said, "What do you mean? He's about to die, and he's still interesting?" Ning Qiue was already prepared to make a move. Hearing Jiang Churan say this, his heart was startled, and he listened attentively. Jiang Churan smiled and said, "In the beginning, I also felt that this kid had little chance of winning. But looking at it now, this kid has hidden a lot of strength. Could it be that he's afraid that we'll see through his background?" "What?" Wan Hongyu was startled, and then she shook her head repeatedly and said, "You mean to say that he has always been concealing his strength in battle? How is that possible? He even used 6 ninth tier profound artifacts. This is already his greatest trump card. Could it be that he still has a trump card that's even stronger than 6 ninth tier profound artifacts?" Ning Qiue's heart skipped a beat. A trump card stronger than 6 ninth tier profound armaments, that was undoubtedly Tsutsumi. Her hands broke out in cold sweat. If Li Yunxiao used his eye technique on the spot, even she wouldn't be able to protect him. Jiang Churan chuckled, "I'm also very curious. This brat's eyes are struggling. Looks like the situation won't be as one-sided as we expected." On the stage, the halberd slashed down from the sky. Li Yunxiao's expression changed several times. Distracted for a moment, he couldn't dodge in time. Stepping out with his movement technique, his chest was still cut open, revealing fresh blood and flesh. "Humph, only this much strength? Looks like the battle will end earlier than I expected." Ruinxiang laughed sinisterly. The halberd in his hand spun out repeatedly, slashing out one after another. Li Yunxiao couldn't keep up with this series of attacks, and every move was in danger. Luo Qingyun also frowned. He knew that Li Yunxiao's strength was far from this, but he didn't know why he was hiding it. Bang! Suddenly, there was the sound of profound armaments colliding, accompanied by a huge flash of lightning. Li Yunxiao finally couldn't bear it anymore. He took out his hammer and smashed it against the halberd, shooting out tens of thousands of lightning rays. The ancient Maha text that represented the laws of lightning appeared in the lightning, shaking off the opponent's trident halberd. Heavens! Another 9th tier profound armament. Everyone's hearts twitched again. This was already the 8th 9th tier profound armament that Li Yunxiao had used. Everyone's expression was almost lifeless. "You finally pissed me off. You've already dug your own grave." A stern look flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. He knew that Ruinxiang still had 2 dragon secret treasures on him. If he continued to hide it, he was afraid that the battle would only get more dangerous. Moreover, as long as he didn't use Tsutsumi and beheading the stars, he would at least be safe in Red Moon City. He pointed with both hands and another 4 northern cold star swords flew out. The 5 swords scattered around the stage were affected at the same time and flew into the air. The 9 swords hovered in the air, emitting an icy cold aura. As they pulled each other, a faint array diagram appeared on the 9 swords. "Ah? Another 4. The completely numb crowd opened their mouths wide, feeling that there was nothing in the world that could stimulate them anymore. Wan Hongyu was also completely stunned. She pursed her lips and didn't know what to say. Jiang Churan was also stunned. Then, he frowned and said, "Although there are many 9th level profound artifacts, it's not good to bite off more than one can chew. I don't think he can unleash the power of any one of them. It's better for Luo Qingyun to focus on one spear." Wan Hongyu, "Even so. But there are too many 9th tier profound weapons. So many that can be used formations. Sword arrays Jiutian Mooncatcher." Li Yunxiao shouted. There was no longer any hesitation in his eyes. The array diagram on the sword array pressed down rapidly. The 9 swords changed into different sword shapes and once again condensed into a giant sword image in the sky above the diagram. It madly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and a terrifying sea of sword chi spread out. What a powerful sword array. What kind of array is this? Even I have never heard of it before. Jiang Churan turned pale with shock. The instant change in the sword array shocked him greatly. The martial artists below the stage all held their breaths in rapt attention. Many of them were shocked to discover that their skin had begun to crack open, and blood was oozing out of them. What's going on? Isn't there the stage's defense? The sword chi can actually penetrate it? The people below were all shocked and hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. An elder in the spectator stand said with a solemn expression, "My Sex 99 Yang sword array is famous in the world, but..." He finally admitted, "But compared to this Jiutian moon catcher, there is still a gap. Such an overbearing sword array, it cannot be unknown. Is there really no one here who has seen it before?" "Oh? Your Sex 99 Yang sword array is the strongest sword array that I know of, but it is actually not as good as this Jiutian moon catcher?" Another elder said in shock, "I see that the evolution of this sword array is probably more than 9. It's just that this young man's strength is too shallow, he can't display its power at all." The first elder said, 9 is the limit of numbers, it is the limit of evolution. If this sword array can break through the limit of 9, then its power will show a terrifying growth. This person is currently only a 6-star revered martial artist. If he steps into Emperor Wu or Emperor Jiuxing and uses this sword array, who in the world can fight against him? Everyone's hearts were overwhelmed with shock. Based on the current situation, to be able to produce so many 9th-grade profound armaments in one go, there must be an enormous amount of resources behind it. Furthermore, based on what they had seen so far, Li Yunxiao's aptitude was enough to step into the martial supreme realm. If this child was allowed to grow, they were afraid that he would become a great figure like Ao Chongkong. Damn it! Ruinxiang's face was filled with shock. At this moment, the sword array had already suppressed him to the point that he could not move. If the 9 swords in the sky were to fall down, his dragon scales would be completely destroyed, he roared in anger. His originally normal hands began to evolve into dragon claws. A desolate power spread out. The shocking true dragon claws suddenly grasped the halberd and a powerful force pushed against the sword array. "Humph, this dragon claw is the benefit that Shang gave you? I remember that you have a pair of dragon horns, right? Just use them together, don't blame me for not reminding you." Li Yunxiao stared at him coldly. The trace of a confident smile at the corner of his mouth made Ruinxiang furious. He roared, "To deal with you, 3 dragon secret treasures are more than enough." The halberd in his hand turned and several slashes flew across the sky. In an instant, it cut through the sword array, wanting to split the sea of sword chi. Another dragon secret treasure? No wonder these people with dragon bloodline are so eager to obtain it. I think his strength has increased by more than a few times. Wan Hongyu exclaimed. Jiang Churan said worriedly, "Rumor has it that if you can gather all 9 dragon secret treasures, you can transform into an ancient true dragon." Although the rumor is exaggerated, it is enough to show the importance of these dragon secret treasures. If the dragon whiskers are also obtained by this person, there will be no one in the younger generation who can suppress him. Wan Hongyu was also remorseful. She said, "This dragon secret treasure was originally the array eye of a seal in the burial grounds. I saw that it was exceptionally precious, so I took it as a dowry. I didn't think that it would develop into this situation." Even the sea race was attracted. On the platform, Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, "Since you won't listen to my advice, then go and die." 9 swords form, slash. He cast a spell, and as the 9 swords trembled, the huge sword shape slashed down like a giant beheading blade, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the mountains and rivers to weep. After fusing with the dragon claw, Ruinxiang's confidence and strength had increased greatly. Although the halberd was only an ordinary 9th-tier profound weapon, it was enough to unleash more than half of its power. With one slash, it clashed with the sword. Boom! Unparalleled might exploded, and the 2 extremely overbearing slashes instantly crumbled and engulfed everything. The defense of the arena instantly emitted 9 colored rays of light. Under the pressure of the many 9th-tier profound weapons and the sea of swords, the arena, which was also made of profound weapons, was finally overwhelmed. The defense was pushed to the maximum, but it was still unable to withstand the impact and instantly collapsed. Not good. Numerous horrified voices echoed in the chaos. Everyone watched as the defense was shattered, and the horrifying shockwave came, scaring them out of their wits. Calm down, and don't be impatient." Jiang Bieli's voice echoed and directly transmitted into everyone's heart. A few figures appeared in midair, and they worked together to set up a new defensive barrier, blocking the confrontation between the two. Huff, that scared me to death. Damn it. Boo-hoo, I nearly lost my life. What a close shave. Risking one's life just to watch this match. Damn it, I don't want to watch anymore. Everyone complained for a moment before they gradually quietened down. In the arena, after Li Yunxiao slashed down with his sword, he casually grabbed at the air, and the 1,000-year tyrant saber flew into his hand with a clang. A green ball of water appeared in his left hand, and he gently brushed it over the saber. Clang! The saber seemed to have absorbed fresh blood as it cried out in joy. Its might grew stronger and stronger, emitting a glaring light. It actually formed a saber barrier around its body, isolating the huge impact force. Ah! What? What is that? Under the impact force, Ruinxiang, who was bitterly resisting, suddenly widened his eyes and yelled out, "Dragon's secret treasure. You really have a dragon's secret treasure. Give it to me." His yell was filled with extreme desire and excitement. He suddenly brandished his battle halberd and faced the impact force head-on. Li Yunxiao's face glowed under the reflection of the green water as he let out a cold laugh. "Since you want it, then take it." The power of the 1,000 Autumn Overlord saber grew stronger and stronger. In the sky above the platform, a huge corpse puppet slowly descended. Is that an artifact spirit? Everyone was shocked. Many people said in shock, "I've seen artifact spirits before. How can there be such an existence that seems to have a physical body?" Jiang Ruobing pursed her lips, her eyes filled with shock and disgust. She frowned and said, "Master, this artifact spirit looks so disgusting. It's clearly a large corpse puppet. Li Yunxiao is really disgusting. He's using this thing as an artifact spirit." After her previous emotional fluctuations, she gradually calmed down and regained her previous liveliness. Ning Qiue also frowned suspiciously and said, "It doesn't look like an artifact spirit, but if it doesn't, then what is it? This should be the original body of the saber." Jiang Churan suddenly said, "This treasure saber should have been refined from this large corpse puppet. Now that it's been stimulated by the green water, it's revealed its original body when it was alive." He smiled bitterly and said, "This brat has all sorts of strange things on him. Every single one of them is shocking. No wonder he's trying so hard to hide it." Luo Qingyun's eyes were solemn and filled with extreme desire. He muttered to himself, "What exactly is that green water? Why does it give me the feeling that it's a dragon's secret treasure? It makes the blood in my body surge." That green water was the tear of a true dragon. In the burial grounds, the corpse puppet saber had developed an extreme affinity with this item. At this moment, it directly attached itself to the saber, causing its original body to reveal itself and emit a terrifying aura. Li Yunxiao stared coldly at Ruinxiang. He raised his saber and slashed down from the sky. He chanted, "Like snow in the autumn, like a dream in the night, soul suppression in one saber." Everyone from Red Moon City was shocked. He had actually imitated Ning Qiue's soul calming song, using a saber as a sword to create a soul calming song. Ning Qiue was also astonished. Although Li Yunxiao's saber force was much weaker than her soul calming melody, there were actually some similarities in terms of its charm. There was a faint soul calming intent spreading out. Perhaps the moves could be imitated, but how could the martial intent of that sword be so easily learned? Moreover, under that saber strike, the power of the laws appeared. As everyone was still in a daze, 3 ancient Maha characters appeared on the saber light once more. This was the soul attack technique recorded on the dragon bone bead. As that saber slashed down, the giant corpse puppet descended from the sky. A saber condensed around its body and a sea of saber light surrounded it, instantly suppressing Ruinxiang. Not only was there the power of the laws imprisoning him, but there was also a strange power within this terrifying world of sabers that attacked his soul. In a panic, Ruinxiang hurriedly poured all his strength into the trident and fiercely met it. Pung! The trident slashed down on the giant corpse puppet's head, causing sparks to fly. But it was unable to stop that terrifying power from suppressing him. The world of saber light, the power of the laws, and the soul attack, all 3 of them combined together, wanting to crush him to pieces. Bang! But in an instant, he was unable to withstand the suppression of the corpse puppet. His entire body was shaken down along with the giant corpse puppet, crashing to the ground. The entire world of saber light exploded and a flower bloomed, blooming with a brilliant light. The new enchantment that the Red Moon City martial artists had laid down was also in imminent danger under the saber light. The complexions of those who laid down the array changed as cold sweat began to drip down their foreheads. Gulp, there was only the sound of everyone gulping as the entire audience fell silent. Is he dead? A question sounded out in the crowd, but no one could answer it. The terrifying power within the enchantment had yet to stop and the light was dazzling, making it difficult to see what was happening. How can the saber strike contain the power of the laws? Xianxia was clearly stunned. She said, Qiue, did you teach him this? Ning Qiue didn't know how to answer. If she said no, then how could Li Yunxiao have learned the soul-calming song of the four odd beasts? If she did, she would not be able to explain Xianxia's confusion. Master, is that sea beast dead? Jiang Ruobing's voice was slightly excited, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. Ning Qiue said, he's definitely heavily injured, but it's not to the extent of death. The Dharma body formed by the fusion of the dragon's secret treasure is much stronger than an ordinary demon body, but this blade should be the key to reversing the situation. I just don't know how long Li Yunxiao's Yuanqi can last. He's not dead yet? Those warriors who heard this all broke out in a cold sweat. That Ruanxiang was too tough, too terrifying. After that strike, Li Yunxiao hurriedly put away the zombie sheath blade. He was unable to fully control the blade and was afraid that it would absorb all of his essence force. If that happened, he would truly be helpless. Fortunately, it seemed to be extremely fond of the true dragon's tear and did not absorb his essence force on its own. This blade isn't enough to kill this brat. Let me give you another brick. At this moment, the light in the arena gradually dissipated, revealing an incomparably dark pit. Even though the spirit chi in the arena had been completely destroyed, it was still a profound level weapon lying there. To think that it had actually been blown to smithereens and even its materials were gone. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and adjusted his condition. Then, the universe god's monument flew out from his hand. As he cast the incantation, the power of the world spread out and instantly turned into a small mountain, crashing into the black pit. Another 9th rank profound level weapon, everyone thought silently. This time, no one was shocked, as they were all used to it. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed past his eyes. Although they were both 9th rank profound level weapons, he could instinctively feel that the universe god's monument was extraordinary. Rumble. The universe god's monument crashed into the pit, and the ground trembled violently. The entire Red Moon City seemed like it was going to collapse, everyone's expression changed greatly. The power of this attack was actually not weaker than the previous one. My god, what was wrong with this brat? He was merely a 6-star martial honorable, but he was fighting like a 6-star Emperor Wu. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the black pit. It was the universe god's monument that flew back. The spiritual energy on it gradually dissipated, and Li Yunxiao kept it with a wave of his hand. What followed was a terrifying dragon's breath. The black pit was like a dragon's lair, and it seemed to be breathing. Bang! An extremely low explosive sound came from within, and then, a shadow soared into the sky, instantly crashing towards Li Yunxiao. Boom! The space that Li Yunxiao was standing in instantly exploded. He was already prepared for it, and he immediately dodged in the air. However, he was still sent flying by a wave of air. What? He actually became stronger again? Everyone was dumbfounded, and they were all dumbfounded. Under the attack of those two profound level weapons, not only was he fine, but he also became stronger. How was he going to fight? Qing Hao Miao and Bai Ming Laifeng, who were hiding high up in the sky, were originally dumbfounded, and they even held their breaths. Now, the two of them could not help but gulp. They were secretly glad that they did not force themselves to fight. Otherwise, they would have lost their lives. Another dragon's secret treasure. Could it be that he is really going to gather all 9? Luo Qingyun's face was filled with shock, and he stared blankly at Xianxia, who was already in his half-dragon state. Although he was in a sorry state, he could not hide his powerful aura. Xianxia said solemnly, "This is already the last transformation. I can feel his blood burning." There should be a flaw in this kind of fusion of dragon secret treasures. Now, this kid is relying on the power of his bloodline to force the fusion. Let's not talk about whether he still has any more secret treasures on him. Even if he does, in his current state, he cannot fuse anymore. Otherwise, his body will definitely collapse. Luo Qingyun was shocked when he heard this. He did not know much about the fusion of dragon secret treasures. He only knew that the more, the better. However, Jiang Churan was one of the 7 great sect leaders, so he naturally had a good eye. It was rumored that 9 secret treasures could fuse together to form a real dragon. Perhaps that was true, but fusing a 9th-rank secret treasure was absolutely impossible. Ning Qiue's gaze was fixed on the battlefield, and his expression was abnormally ugly. He said, every time he fuses with the treasures, his physical injuries are almost healed. How is he going to fight like this? Jiang Churan said, it is indeed quite troublesome. However, I could see that Li Yunxiao wasn't flustered at all. He still had a calm expression on his face. If it wasn't because he had absolute confidence, then it was because he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. This child's future growth was too terrifying. I even dare to say that it wouldn't be an exaggeration for him to become the strongest person in the world in a few decades. Everyone was shocked. Although the judgment of the city lord of Red Moon City could not be said to be absolutely correct, there was at least a strong element of reference. Moreover, with Jiang Churan's cautious style of doing things, it was obvious that he had a certain degree of certainty and confidence in his words. The number 1 person in the world, these words immediately lingered in the minds of the crowd. It was even more shocking than the battle in front of him. If it was said that he had the potential to become a sect leader or a titled Emperor Wu, everyone could still agree. But when it came to the title of the world's number 1 expert, no one could remain calm. Wan Hongyu was greatly shocked in her heart as well, and then a smile suddenly appeared on her face as she said, since my husband dared to make such a statement, then you definitely look very favorably upon Li Yunxiao. So long as he's victorious, then this joust for a spouse would be extremely perfect. She was implying that she already had the idea of taking Li Yunxiao as her son-in-law. Wan Zimao was dejected as he listened on from the side. He had originally planned to use the metal piece to coerce Li Yunxiao into giving up on marrying Jiang Ruobing. But now that Jiang Churan had made such a judgment about Li Yunxiao's future achievements, no one would be willing to let go of such a fragrant steamed bun. Even Jiang Churan himself felt that it was very strange. With his personality, he would never say such words, but that feeling was unusually strong. This was a martial artist's instinct, and at his level of cultivation, this kind of instinctive feeling was rarely wrong. City Lord Jiang is being too serious. The outcome will be revealed very soon. I don't think that this Li Yunxiao will even be able to survive this round. Finally, someone was unconvinced and retorted coldly. Jiang Churan smiled and said, let's see how this Li Yunxiao responds. According to my estimation, this Xianxi's strongest strength should be at the peak of the 4-star Emperor Wu at most. It's very difficult for him to go any further. As for that Li Yunxiao, that person frowned and said, oh? How strong should that Li Yunxiao be? Could he be at the level of the 5-star Emperor Wu? Jiang Churan smiled indifferently and said, as for that Li Yunxiao's strength, I have no way of estimating it at all. That person said, this is just City Lord Zhang's opinion. Let's wait for Li Yunxiao to win first. I think his chances are very slim. Above the black pit, Ruinxiang had already changed beyond recognition. After the dragon horn fused into his body, the power of his bloodline had also been unleashed to the limit. Half of his body had already turned into the shape of a dragon, and he held the trident in his hand. He looked like a standard member of the 4 Seas royal family. You're finally willing to reveal your strongest state? Li Yunxiao held the cold sword Ice Frost in his hand. With a wave, the 9 northern cold star swords once again condensed in front of him and lined up in a row. Ruinxiang held the halberd in his hand horizontally, and his aura began to rise violently. With him as the center, the sky trembled, and rays of light overflowed from his body. As the dragon soared, the wind and rain came. The sky began to be covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. At this moment, a terrifying phantom gradually appeared on Ruinxiang's body. A huge dragon's head was slowly rising, and its lantern-like eyes were wide open, as if it had traversed endless time and space to stare at Li Yunxiao. Ah! Under the gaze of the dragon's eyes, Li Yunxiao could not help but shiver. He hurriedly circulated the great divine evolution technique to calm his mind. You're very strong, the number one among the younger generation of humans. Ruanxiang said calmly, to be able to force you to this extent is simply incredible. If Song Yang hadn't obtained the fourth dragon's secret treasure in the city, I would really have fallen in your hands today. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, you mean you're going to win? Of course. Ruanxiang said proudly, I am the pride of the Sea clan. My talent is far superior to you humans. You can fight with me to this extent. Isn't that something to be proud of? You are actually so naive to think that you can win? Li Yunxiao slapped his forehead and said weakly, you have already been beaten into a sorry state by me. How can you sea beasts have such a sense of superiority? After staying in the sea for so long, your brains must have been flooded with water. Damn it! Ruanxiang shouted. A kind of anger and humiliation surged in his heart. The halberd in his hand also let out a trembling sound. The huge dragon's shadow behind him seemed to be gradually merging into his body. Under this abnormal state, the space actually collapsed on its own. Power to rule the world. Ruanxiang seemed to be in great pain under this state. He suddenly shouted angrily and slashed at the sky. It turned into a bright and dazzling color, splitting the sky in half. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. The power of the slash swept through the air, and the 9 treasured swords in front of him actually let out a faint hum. This was the sound of sorrow in the face of absolute power. So strong. It can actually make a 9th level Xian artifact tremble? Li Yunxiao single-handedly formed a seal and the great sorrow twilight cloud mirror appeared in his hand. The mirror light shot down and the sky suddenly changed. Many mirrors formed in front of him, forming a mirror array. Bang! The 9 swords in front of him were instantly shaken off by the halberd. After Ruanxiang's entire body merged with the dragon's shadow, his whole body turned pitch black. At the same time, he also became a bit taller. His ancestor was originally a hornless dragon among the dragon's children. His whole body was a black dragon. At this moment, signs of atavism appeared on his body. His strength also climbed to the peak. Insignificant skill. Bang! The rows of mirrors suddenly broke in an instant. The light on the twilight cloud mirror suddenly disappeared. When Ruanxiang broke those mirrors, a part of his strength was dispersed. At the same time, he also suffered from his own strength. The power to rule the world was completely disintegrated. Let me see how many life-saving methods you have. Ruanxiang let out a cold snort. His figure and the halberd dashed forward, fiercely swinging the halberd down from the sky. Mu Yan's spiritual qi was completely depleted after that one move. Ruanxiang's domineering slash rose into the air and flicked upwards, directly colliding with the frost on the cold sword in Mu Yan's hand. The tremendous force almost penetrated his body, wanting to completely shatter Li Yunxiao. Bang! Li Yunxiao was completely unable to withstand the power of this halberd. The huge dragon might and power surged down, forcing him to fly up into the sky. Everyone could only see the two of them turning into a beam of green light and rising up into the sky. They were all shocked. Li Yunxiao, you've already exhausted your limited abilities, but I've only just begun. Ha 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 ha. The air was filled with Ruanxiang's sinister laughter and powerful dragon's might. The hearts of all the martial artists sank. This was basically the end for them. Hoo, City Lord Jiang, this Li Yunxiao couldn't even survive this. After the competition, he's probably either dead or crippled. This future number 1 person under the heavens, haha. That person who was unconvinced earlier finally heaved a sigh of relief, his mood greatly carefree. Jiang Charan frowned and stared at the sky above, ruminating in silence. Shut up. Ning Qiua's face was dark as she scolded, laugh one more time and get lost for me. That person's expression changed slightly, and he snorted, I'm an honored guest invited by Crimson Moon City. Is this how you treat your guests? Ning Qiua's killing intent condensed, and she said coldly, those who displease my eyes aren't honored guests. If they aren't honored guests, it's very easy to die if they speak carelessly. That person's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shut his mouth under her aura. But his eyes were still cold and smug. Another person also said, Li Yunxiao is a member of our clan after all. If he loses, is it good for you to gloat like this? Ning Qiue stood up and said, Uncle Bieli, I will admit defeat on behalf of Li Yunxiao. Please stop the competition immediately. Her words immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Jiang Bieli frowned and said, he has to admit defeat himself, lose his combat strength, or lose in my heart. Only then can I judge him as the loser. Ning Qiue said, the situation is already like this, and you still haven't lost in your heart? Her expression sank, and she spoke with slight anger. Could it be that you also want to see Li Yunxiao die? Jiang Bieli took a glance at her and didn't speak anymore. Instead, he looked towards the sky above. Under the massive dragon prowess, those martial artists with lower cultivation were already thanking the heavens and earth if they didn't kneel down, let alone looking up. Right now, there were only a handful of people who could see the situation clearly. Wan Hongyu said, if Li Yunxiao admits defeat now, what should Ruobing do? As Ruobing's master, how can you be so ruthless? Ning Qiue let out a cold snort and said, choose the lesser of two evils. If Li Yunxiao loses, Ruobing's marriage can still be thought of. If Li Yunxiao dies, how can he be revived? Li Yunxiao was Gu Feiyang's son, and she had to protect this bloodline for Gu Feiyang no matter what. Jiang Churan suddenly said, and? He still has the strength to resist? What? As soon as he finished speaking, those who could still see the situation looked up. They saw that within the huge green light, Ren Xiang's face was ferocious. The power in his hands was increasing continuously. He wanted to completely crush Li Yunxiao. Just as he thought that Li Yunxiao had no way of reversing this situation, an incomparably domineering energy suddenly appeared, gradually resisting his dragon's might. What? This is... Ruinxiang's pupils shrank, and he looked on in shock. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's body suddenly shone with a golden light, and it was as if his body was covered with a layer of golden clothes. It was as gorgeous as the sun, and the dragon prowess was completely blocked. His body, which was originally on the verge of collapse, suddenly seemed to recover its strength. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand and lightly shouted, Transcendence Golden Body. In addition to his physical body turning into a golden light, the Transcendence Golden Body with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared. Its eyes were like torches, and when it stared, it was scorching and painful. That is, everyone was instantly stunned. Looking at the strange appearance of the 3 heads and 6 arms, their minds instantly stiffened. Jiang Churan was stunned. This is the invincible golden body? How did it appear with 3 heads and 6 arms? When everyone heard the words invincible golden body, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, because these words represented the #1 expert in this world. Ning Qiue was also shocked. She never expected that Li Yunxiao would have so many trump cards, but she immediately indicated the seriousness of the matter and said, how can it be the invincible golden body? Have you seen Ao Chongkong turn into 3 heads and 6 arms? It should be a powerful Dharma body technique that manifests the effect of the golden body. In fact, she also had doubts in her heart, but regardless of whether it was the invincible golden body or not, she had to first deny it. Otherwise, the consequences would be too severe. Jiang Churan also nodded and said, I have seen Ao Chongkong's invincible golden body, and it indeed doesn't look like this. With the judgment of the city lord of Crimson Moon City, everyone slightly calmed down, but they still continued to discuss in low voices. They also felt a sense of helplessness towards Li Yunxiao's endless trump cards. At this moment, everyone suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. They felt that if this battle continued, perhaps Li Yunxiao still had a few more trump cards, or even a few more. In short, he would continue to turn the tables until he won. Xianxia, the battle between us is over. All 3 of Li Yunxiao's faces were cold, and on the face that was facing Ruinxiang, an eye suddenly opened between his eyebrows. A terrifying flame power flew out from it, turned into a divine phoenix, and instantly burned down. Bang! Ruinxiang was shocked. The 2 of them were too close, and when the flame burned, it made him feel an extremely terrifying power. Even his dragon chi felt like it was about to be burned away. True dragon's destruction. Ruinxiang suddenly opened his mouth, and the image of the azure dragon's head overlapped with his, and a wave of dragon's breath suddenly spewed out. The power of the dragon's breath immediately scattered the form of the phoenix, and even formed an azure dragon in the air, roaring and soaring. Humph, divine phoenix fire and my great windmill. Li Yunxiao made another hand seal, and the scattered flames condensed again. A whirlwind shot out from between his eyebrows, and fused with the flames. A fiery whirlwind was formed, and it shook the dragon's breath. At the same time, the cold sword in Li Yunxiao's hand emitted an astonishing cold air, freezing the space. The cold sword will directly penetrated the halberd's light, and even Ruinxiang felt chills. Green lotus sword song, 100 flowers bloom. He suddenly roared, and a huge ice lotus condensed on the cold sword, and suddenly cut through the layers of oppressive power. He quickly retreated from the sword's recoil. In the sky, under this sword, hundreds and thousands of ice lotuses bloomed. Although the ice lotuses were beautiful, they were formed by sword qi. When the ice petals bloomed to their maximum, they all flew towards Ruinxiang in an instant. For a moment, the ice sword qi filled the sky, emitting a cold light, like a meteor shower across the sky. On the side, the fiery whirlwind and the dragon's breath were locked in a stalemate, and the whirlwind gradually gained the upper hand, wanting to completely annihilate the latter. The entire sky was as beautiful as fireworks. Everyone who was watching was stunned, and a feeling of fascination arose in their hearts. Damn it! Ruinxiang was shocked. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to have such a powerful trump card. He did not move in the sky, and angrily waved his halberd, annihilating the ice sword qi. Li Yunxiao also took the opportunity to catch his breath, and retreated before dying. He stepped on the body of the wind and fire crocodile, and all 6 of his arms began to emit light, and each of them manifested a profound level weapon. His 6 eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at the crocodile. What is this crocodile? Pet? Could it be that he's also a summoner? 3 heads and 6 arms, what kind of godly skill is this? In an instant, everyone was at a loss. They only felt that the battle was getting more and more ridiculous, and the more it was beyond their imagination. Jiang Charan's eyes were also flashing, and her emotions seemed to be somewhat agitated. She praised sincerely, so strong. This should be his strongest state. Both of them have finally revealed all their trump cards, and the real battle has only just begun. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately fainted. The battle had already caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The profound level weapons on the stage had been smashed into pieces, and deep pits had appeared on the ground. The sky was filled with cracks, and this was just the beginning? Today's battle is enough to be remembered for 100 years. To be able to witness this battle with the heroes of the world in the Red Moon City, it is truly a joyous event in life. And I believe City Lord Zhang's words now. If this child doesn't die today, he will surely become the world's #1 in the future. The world's #1 is too elusive, but at least he is deserving of the title of #1 among the younger generation. All sorts of discussions could be heard. There were praises, admiration, envy, jealousy, and sourness. Everyone had different feelings, but no matter what, after this battle, Li Yunxiao's name would surely be renowned throughout the world. At this moment, the most dejected ones were Wan Zimao, Qinghaomiao, and Baiming Lifeng, who were in hiding. Their invincible image among the younger generation had completely vanished, and all the glory was gathered on the godlike man who was descending from the sky. Is this your strongest state? During the Battle of Songyu in Yang City, when he was struggling on the line of life and death, I didn't see you using this ability. It is obvious that you learned it recently. Your growth speed is too shocking. Ruinxiang had a gloomy expression and didn't conceal his fear for Li Yunxiao. Today, I have to kill you in your unformed state. Otherwise, it will be too terrifying. Li Yunxiao's strength and speed of improvement made even Ren Xiang, who thought that he had the highest chance of returning to his ancestral roots, feel a great deal of pressure. He placed the halberd on his forearm and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and shouted softly. A sound wave spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. The strange sound wave echoed and spread out from every nook and cranny, frightening everyone who heard it. Not good. How are we going to block this sound wave? Jiang Bieli was alarmed. The sound wave attack was omnipresent, and many martial artists who heard it started to mutate. All of them were actually demonized and gradually lost their sanity. The upper echelons of the Red Moon City were shocked and were at their wits' end. It was already difficult for their Emperor Aura to block it, let alone those martial artists under Emperor Wu, who were basically defenseless. Ningqiu suddenly flew high into the sky, and a scepter appeared in his hand. A gentle radiance faintly appeared and dispersed. It was a melodious tune, and it gradually resounded in everyone's heart, eliminating all the abnormalities. She looked up worriedly and focused her gaze. Sound wave attacks were a very rare and troublesome method of attack. Draconic language. It was the language of the true dragon. Quickly seal your 5 senses and 6 senses. Genryu's voice rang out in his body, carrying a hint of panic, as if he was very afraid of the dragon language. Li Yunxiao also felt that the power of the sound wave directly penetrated his indestructible golden body and began to affect the changes in his body. However, his mental power was extremely strong, so it could not shake the divine sense. The imperial bell on one arm flew up high, while the other arm raised the big hammer and fiercely hammered down. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "One dynasty, 1 century. And a big iron hammer to smash you into pieces." Clang, a crisp bell sound echoed in the sky. It came from the distant past and connected to the endless future. This bell sound seemed to have passed through endless centuries, and time stopped at this moment. Everyone's mind shook, as if they had already experienced 100 years. The evening drum and morning bell were very awakening. Then, a bolt of lightning shocked everyone back from their deep contemplation. A huge Maha character appeared in the sky, and it evolved into a lightning prison that constantly spread out. After that, the imperial bell became bigger and bigger, as if it was covering the sky, and it came crashing down on Ruinxiang's body. And within the lightning prison, millions of lightning rays burst out and swept across the sky, wanting to destroy everything. Flying dragon in the sky, bringing rain and moving clouds. Ruinxiang roared angrily, and streams of light rushed out from the halberd. He and the halberd became one, slashing the lightning, and tore apart the green lightning prison like a zipper, splitting it into 2 halves. His entire body turned into the form of a true dragon, and he roared, wanting to rush out of the suppression of the imperial bell. And in the sky, the wind and clouds changed color, as if a dragon was soaring in the clouds, and it felt like a storm was coming. A dense mass of dark clouds gathered. Under the huge dragon might, the dynasty bell started to tremble. Wave after wave spread out, and its speed became extremely slow. "Humph, you're just a reptile in a trench, and you really think you're a true dragon?" Li Yunxiao once again took out the dusk cloud mirror, and the mirror light shone down. The sky was clear, and Ruinxiang's entire body was enveloped in the light. Everyone looked up, and only saw a black flood dragon struggling in the sky. All of them were shocked, and their hearts were filled with fear. "Let's see how you can escape this time." Li Yunxiao coldly glanced, and one of his hands pointed in the air. 9 northern sky cold star swords gathered together, forming a sword diagram, and its power kept increasing, turning into a huge sword. "I'll let you see my Jiutian moon seizing and wind fire wheel." He stepped on the crocodile's back and lightly shouted, "Go." After a long time, the crocodile did not respond, and actually dozed off, its eyes empty. Li Yunxiao was greatly embarrassed, and continuously kicked the crocodile's head. Only then did the crocodile roar loudly, and instantly rushed forward. It turned into a terrifying whirlwind and fire force, revolving around the Jiutian moon seizing. The sword chi and the fire and wind forces gradually fused together, and a world-destroying power began to form. Run Xiang was horrified. The twilight cloud mirror's spatial seal, coupled with the dynasty bell's dome-like suppression, caused his movements to become abnormally slow. However, the sword shape before him, which was a fusion of wind and fire, was already so terrifying. If he was struck by this sword, his half-dragon body would be completely destroyed. Suddenly, a light blue stone appeared in one of Ruinxiang's dragon claws, and he threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. His pitch-black body suddenly began to turn blue, and there were actually signs of dragon transformation. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and said in shock, "Another dragon's secret treasure?" Genryu's voice came, "That is a dragon crystal." True dragons are born from the mist of heaven and earth, but there are also times when the mist fails, leaving behind a large number of dragon crystals, which are also priceless treasures. What Run Xiang swallowed was his last dragon crystal. As a member of the royal family of the 4 seas, he only had a total of 4 dragon crystals. Those were his trump cards. In order to Exchange for the dragon claw from Shang, he had used 3 dragon crystals in a row to cast the Sigh of the True Dragon and suppress the warriors of Songyang City. This last one, if not for the fact that he was in great danger, he would not have been willing to use it. Li Yunxiao, everything is over. True Dragon Transformation, 10 Directions Suppression. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out, directly shattering the spatial seal of the dusk cloud mirror, and at the same time rushing out of the range of the imperial bell, an ancient true dragon soaring between the heavens and earth, rushing towards Li Yunxiao. Countless martial artists below suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and couldn't help but feel their knees go soft, and a large number of them knelt down. Emperor Wu and the other martial artists were also shocked, circulating their qi to resist that uneasy feeling. Jiang Churan, Ning Qiue, and the other Emperor Jiuxing's eyes were also filled with shock and solemnity. Jiang Churan muttered to himself, "Ancient true dragon, is this the form of an ancient true dragon?" Peng. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. This feeling came from a supreme pressure, causing him to be unable to resist. True dragon pressure. This is 2F** King abnormal. This Ruanxiang is really a 1 in a million genius among the dragons. Genryu was also filled with fear, looking at the dragon shadow that soared through the sky. His voice also carried a strong trembling. That was an ancient inheritance that came from the depths of the soul. Li Yunxiao circulated the great god evolution technique with all his might, to counteract the trembling from the soul, and at the same time, he controlled the wind and fire swords, slashing out. Ruanxiang had already rushed into the sea of swords, and all the sword chi suddenly collapsed, finally collided with the sword shape, and entered the power of wind and fire, causing a shocking explosion. Rumble. The sword shape instantly collapsed, the power of wind and fire was completely dispersed, and the indestructible dragon's shadow came out, as if it wanted to devour the heavens and earth. Li Yunxiao was shocked. At this moment, his essence force was almost exhausted, and he hurriedly circulated the spirity force, grabbed the world deity steel in his hand, and smashed it down like a brick. His other arms also formed hand seals and cast spells. The great world deity art was executed through his 6 arms, and his speed was 3 times faster than before. One after another, the ancient Maha Sutra entered the world deity steel. The 4 great realms stacked together, condensing the power of the world, and pressed down on the dragon's silhouette. Boom! Ruanxiang finally collided with the world deity steel, and instantly, an aurora burst out, spreading like a black hole, and the glaring white light shone, as if the heaven and earth had collapsed, and everything was still, leaving only the vast expanse of whiteness in the universe. In that vast expanse, there seemed to be 2 figures standing opposite each other. "You win. You are very strong." 2 voices sounded one after another, and instantly ended the conversation, and the figures also gradually dissipated in the white light. Rumble. The sky was still rumbling, and it had already collapsed beyond recognition. The light of the day slowly dissipated, as if the heaven and earth had just been born, and the world was starting to take shape. That kind of majestic power sprinkled down, and everyone felt a kind of shock. Is this the feeling of the 10 Directions realm? Jiang Churan was also shocked, and a kind of fascination grew in his heart, but a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Why is there this feeling of 2? It is understandable that the ancient true dragon has the aura of the 10 Directions realm, but what is with the other feeling?" His face was full of solemnity, as if it was a kind of respect for those who were once supreme existences. Pfft. In the sky, Li Yunxiao spat out a big mouthful of blood, and his transcendent's golden body instantly collapsed. Blood spurted out from his body, and his entire person fell from the sky. What happened just now? Who won? Did Li Yunxiao finally lose? Where is the true dragon? Where did the Sea Clan warriors go? Many questions rang in everyone's mind, and they were all annoyed, blaming themselves for being too low, and for not being able to see such a shocking battle clearly. In the future, when they were to brag to others, they could only make up stories. A figure flew into the sky, and directly hugged Li Yunxiao. Under the crimson moon in the sky, the cold figure seemed proud and aloof. It was Ning Qiue, and she was expressionless. After Li Yunxiao held on to him, he immediately used his divine senses to check, and after realizing that his life was not in danger, he let out a sigh of relief and slowly descended from the sky. What about the sea race warrior? Could he have been annihilated? Everyone couldn't help but ask. Furthermore, their tone had changed from sea beast to sea race warrior. The strength that Ruinxiang had displayed in this battle had already awed them, hence, their tone was filled with respect. Jiang Bieli stared at Li Yunxiao for a moment and revealed a frown. His lips parted slightly, and he actually used a secret transmission to discuss with the Red Moon City Lord. Finally, there seemed to be a conclusion. He then nodded slowly and said, "This battle was sufficiently tragic. The sea race's Ruinxiang was severely injured and had to use a life-saving artifact to escape. Li Yunxiao was similarly severely injured and was unconscious. Both of their strengths are comparable, and it is hard to determine the victor. This shall be considered a draw." Swish. This judgment immediately caused an uproar. It turned out that the sea race warrior had escaped and wasn't annihilated. Someone shouted, "Since it is a draw, then who will be chosen in this martial contest for a spouse?" Jiang Bieli said, "Ruinxiang escaped and Li Yunxiao stayed. Naturally, Li Yunxiao is qualified. However, he is currently unconscious. When he wakes up, anyone who is willing to challenge him can give it a try." Everyone instantly shut up. Who would dare to challenge him, let alone them? Even Qing Haomiao and Bai Ming Lifeng, who were high up in the sky, had pale expressions and vomited a lot of blood. However, they were still bitterly holding on, waiting for everything to end so that they could leave. Li Yunxiao and Ruinxiang were fighting in the sky. They might be quite a distance away, but the shockwaves were the closest to where they were hiding. With so many people watching them, they couldn't reveal themselves and escape. They had no choice but to forcefully resist the shockwaves. As a result, the two of them were severely injured. Even after consuming a large amount of elixirs, they were still in a precarious situation. "This isn't appropriate, right?" The elder in the spectators' stand had a grave expression as he said that Ruinxiang still had the strength to escape, but Li Yunxiao is unconscious. It should be Ruinxiang's victory. Although the other party is a different species, as judges, we must uphold fairness. Otherwise, how can we convince the world? As soon as he said this, the other distinguished guests all nodded in agreement. The outsiders had been chased away, and it immediately became a time for internal strife. No one was willing to let such a powerful youth join the Crimson Moon City. His future potential was simply too terrifying, now, almost. No one doubted Jiang Churen's words. After a few more decades, the number one person under the heavens would definitely belong to him. Wan Hongyu sneered and said that Ruinxiang also fainted before he escaped. He just relied on a magic weapon that operated on its own to escape. With your powerful strength, you should have seen through it, right? Speaking of fainting, Li Yunxiao seemed to have fainted even later than him. This? Cough, 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 of course I can see it. However, Ruinxiang had already escaped, and it was difficult to determine who would faint first just by relying on one's eyes. Thus, it would be considered a draw. His words immediately received the approval of all the distinguished guests. Everyone knew that with Li Yunxiao's current injuries, it was impossible for him to recover tomorrow. As long as the competition continued tomorrow, then Li Yunxiao's elimination was a foregone conclusion. His words immediately received the approval of all the distinguished guests. Everyone knew that with Li Yunxiao's current injuries, it was impossible for him to recover tomorrow. As long as the competition continued tomorrow, then Li Yunxiao's elimination would be a foregone conclusion. Humph. Right now, Yunxiao's meridians are all crippled, his dantian is damaged, and even his martial talent has been directly impacted. I'm afraid that without 10 or 20 years, it will be very difficult for him to recover. How do you expect him to continue fighting tomorrow? Ning Qiue's cold voice sounded, and her eyes were practically spitting fire. What? His dantian is damaged? His martial talent has been impacted? All the distinguished guests were shocked. If that was really the case, then a peerless figure of a generation had been completely crippled. Everyone revealed doubtful expressions, and one of the elders said, "But Fairy Yu, could you have seen wrongly? Many of the experts present have secret arts, and perhaps they can find a way to cure him. Why don't you let us all take a look?" Everyone agreed one after another, and requested to check. The objective was obviously to confirm if it was really as Ning Qiue said. As for treatment, what kind of joke was this? They couldn't wait for this kind of genius to be crippled as soon as possible. Jiang Churan was also shocked in her heart, not knowing if Ning Qiue's words were true or false. If it was true, then it would really be too much of a pity. Ning Qiue snorted coldly, and said, "If you want to see, then see for yourselves." She was not stingy at all, and placed Li Yunxiao's body on the spectator seats, allowing everyone to examine it. She had already examined Li Yunxiao's body, and his dantian was indeed missing half. At that time it also gave her a fright, as if she was doused with cold water, thinking that Li Yunxiao was completely finished. Later on, she discovered that the other half was actually invaded and devoured by a black energy, and that was why it seemed like there was only half of his dantian left. And under her identification, she had already confirmed that the other black energy was demonic qi without a doubt. This also greatly shocked her. The moment her divine sense probed inside, it was immediately corroded and devoured by the demonic qi, which showed how powerful it was. This boy actually still has several trump cards that he hasn't used. Heavens, just what kind of monster is he? Ning Qiue naturally knew that Li Yunxiao still had Tsutsumi and the sword art. Those were consummate skills that he absolutely did not dare to use in Red Moon City. At this moment, after discovering that there was still such deep demonic qi hidden in his body, she felt even more shocked. "Are you done looking? All of you, get lost." After the many guests examined one by one, Ning Qiue swept over with a wave of energy at a suitable time, jolting everyone away. She said coldly, "Still haven't seen enough?" Everyone's expression changed slightly. They also discovered that only half of Li Yunxiao's dantian remained, but they did not have time to investigate the reason before they were interrupted by Ning Qiue. But no matter what, only half of his dantian was absolutely troublesome. Even if he was cured, his martial talent would be completely ruined without a doubt. Even with the strongest strength that Li Yunxiao had revealed earlier, he was, at the very most, a 6-star martial emperor. In fact, he might even be weaker than that. Letting Red Moon City have another 6-star emperor who could be said to be insignificant and dispensable. Everyone's hanging hearts finally relaxed, but a trace of pity flashed in their eyes. After all, this was a genius that swept through the sky like a comet. In tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, there might not even be one. Falling like this was also a great loss to the human race. Looking at the relaxed expressions of everyone, Jiang Churan's face suddenly paled. He already knew the answer, and was stunned there for a moment. Sigh, the heavens are really jealous of a hero. As expected, only half of his dantian remains. Isn't that so? Such a peerless youth, if he grows up, he will be another unparalleled emperor Wu of the human race. No matter what, he has won glory for our human race, and is a hero worthy of everyone's pride. I suggest that he is the winner of this marriage martial competition, and no one else is allowed to challenge him. Agree, absolutely agree. Hehe, congratulations to City Lord Jiang, for recruiting such a peerless son-in-law. The guests were all smiling like flowers, congratulating him one by one. Humph. Why is everyone's expression changing so much easier than drinking water? Didn't you just say that the outcome of this match is hard to determine and that it would be better to continue the match tomorrow? I think we should go with what everyone said earlier and continue the match tomorrow. Wan Hongyu also knew that Li Yunxiao's dantian was destroyed, and how could he allow his daughter to marry someone of a lower status? The guests revealed hesitant expressions and looked at each other before smiling and said, "Forget it. After all, this is a marriage in the Red Moon City, and we naturally have to respect Madame Zhang's rules. We are just outsiders, and the supervision will be fair and just." Humph. Wan Hongyu snorted with an icy cold expression. Today, all the exceptional youths had already participated in the competition. Even if they competed again tomorrow, who would be able to produce any good results? This was merely a delaying tactic. She would think of a countermeasure tonight. In any case, Ruobing would definitely not marry a lackey below the martial emperor realm. Jiang Bieli declared loudly, "Today's match shall end here and continue tomorrow. Everyone, disperse." Everyone's conversation was clearly heard by the martial artists below, and many of them were well aware of their schemes. They immediately dispersed with their own thoughts. "Kiki, we shall take our leave first. Today was very exciting, and I look forward to seeing more and more outstanding youths jump out." Haha. The guests were all beaming with smiles as they cupped their fists and bade their farewells. The center of the plaza immediately became sparse. Wang Zimao was originally dispirited, but when he knew that Li Yunxiao's dantian was destroyed, he immediately perked up. It seemed like there was still a chance for a turnaround. Not only was it a turnaround, but it was also a great opportunity. His heart suddenly jumped as he lifted his head abruptly and saw Ning Qiue staring at him coldly. He got a shock and quickly asked, "Aunt Qiue, what's the matter?" Ning Qiue snorted and said, "Where is that metal piece? You promised to give it to Li Yunxiao. Don't think that I don't know about it." Wang Zimao was startled. Right now, Li Yunxiao was already crippled and couldn't pose any threat to him. That metal piece must be an incredible item that even Li Yunxiao, who possessed so many ninth-grade mystic artifacts, valued it so much. It must be some top-notch existence. He suddenly wanted to go back on his words and said, "I promised to Li Yunxiao to kill Li Yi and not participate in the arena tournament. He didn't do anything and broke the promise first. I am unable to fulfill my promise." Ning Qiue's expression turned cold as she said, "I don't want to ask a second time. Answer me. Are you going to give it to me?" Wang Zimao suddenly felt as though his entire body had fallen into an ice cellar while his heart shivered. However, he was certain that Ning Qiue wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He gritted his teeth and said, "That metal piece is no longer with me. It is with Lord Father." As soon as he spoke, the cold air around him dissipated. Ning Qiue retracted her aura and said coldly, "I will go ask Ruan Yuanxi for it. If she finds out that you dared to deceive me, according to the rules of Scarlet Moon City, you can just wait and see what will happen to the elders." She turned around, carried Li Yunxiao and flew into the sky. With a step, she immediately disappeared. Wang Zimao's expression changed several times as he cursed inwardly. That metal piece was still with him and it seemed like he had to quickly send it to his father. Otherwise, if he angered this aunt, even his father wouldn't be able to protect him. "Master, master, wait for me." Jiang Ruobing shouted a few times and wanted to follow after her. However, in the end, she wasn't able to and could only watch as Ning Qiue disappeared before her eyes. Nailan Jixuan stepped forward and said, "But Lord, you must have gone to treat Li Yunxiao. Sister Ruobing, don't go with him. Otherwise, you will only cause more trouble." Jiang Ruobing looked down and said worriedly, "I don't know if Brother Yunxiao can recover from his injuries. It's all because of me. If his martial arts foundation is completely destroyed, then she suddenly fell into deep self-blame and her voice started to sob. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with one hand. Only half of his dantian is left. Even if he is cured, his talent will be destroyed. He can only stay at the level of a 6-star martial venerable for the rest of his life." Wan Hongyu snorted coldly without pity. She stared at Jiang Ruobing and said, "Ruobing, come back with me. Don't leave the governor's mansion for this period of time. You will only cause more trouble for everyone." When Jiang Ruobing heard this, big drops of tears immediately fell down. She finally cried out and sobbed, "Sob, sob, sob, it's all my fault. I harmed Brother Yunxiao." Sob, sob, sob. She fell into endless self-blame. If she hadn't forced Li Yunxiao to take action, this situation would not have happened. Then, Li Yunxiao would have been able to cultivate martial arts in peace until he became the #1 person in the world. Everyone has their own destiny. Ruobing, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Maybe his talent was so strong that even the heavens couldn't stand it, so they used Ruanxiang's hand to destroy him. Jiang Churan also sighed and comforted Jiang Ruobing, saying, "The way of the heavens is unpredictable. This is his own calamity. It has nothing to do with you. Yes, everyone has their own destiny. I believe that Li Yunxiao will definitely be able to survive this calamity." Luo Qingyan's expression was extremely ugly. After saying this, he turned around and left. Nailan Jixuan was stunned and hurriedly followed him. Li Yunxiao's martial arts foundation had been destroyed, and he no longer had any talent. The upper echelons of Scarlet Moon City had lost interest in this person. They merely sighed and left. Jiang Ruobing was also brought back to the city lord's mansion. The entire central plaza suddenly became empty. Puff. Pooh. Only then did 2 spurts of blood appear in the skies. It was Qinghaomiao and Baiming Lifeng. Both of them had been hiding high up in the skies, and only when the crowd had all left did they reveal themselves. Their faces were pale, and they were trembling uncontrollably. "Bro, how meow, I keep having the feeling that someone has discovered our tracks." "Yes, of course, we can't hide it from the City Lord of Crimson Moon City and the others. It's fine as long as no one sees it. This is still a huge blow to our image. TSK. Is your life more important or your image? Once Li Yunxiao's martial arts foundation is destroyed, we will still be the outstanding talents of the younger generation, the future leaders of the world. Who would dare to say that our image is not good? That's true. Now that I think about it, that Li Yunxiao is really terrifying. That C-race Ruinxiang is also the same. Fortunately, Li Yunxiao is crippled. I wonder how that Ruinxiang is doing. I think so too. Even if he's not crippled, that's a matter of the other races. It's none of our business. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they turned into a beam of light and flew towards Red Moon City, looking for a place to heal their wounds. Not long after the two of them left, the sky suddenly distorted slightly, and a figure walked out of it. Every step he took was like stepping on water, creating ripples. Layers of twilight opened up silently, as if to welcome his arrival. The man's temples were already graying, and his face was stiff and cold, like a piece of white marble. He slightly raised his chin, closed his eyes, and sniffed in the air, as if he was tasting the fragrance of 100 flowers in the midst of a field of flowers. It really is the smell of the 10 Directions realm. True dragon chi and spirit power, but too little, too little. The man was the one who had come out of the dungeon, the one whom Li Yunxiao called Murongzhu. After he sighed with emotion, his figure gradually disappeared into the falling twilight, and the earth began to fall into darkness. However, that night in Red Moon City was a night that most people could not sleep peacefully. Almost all the restaurants were brightly lit, and everyone was talking about the day's battle. Spittle flew everywhere, as if they were the ones who had participated in the battle. Even Li Yunxiao and Ruinxiang's thoughts were clearly described. They talked with great relish, and did not rest throughout the night. Their business continued until dawn. The next day, after talking all night and drinking almost all the wine, the cultivators once again excitedly came to the central square. However, they received news that second young lady Jiang had been frightened during the battle last night and was already very ill. The cultivators of Red Moon City had taken her elsewhere to find a doctor. In order to not break their promise to the world, they had replaced her with another woman from the Jiang family as the target of this martial arts competition for a spouse. Not only was the dowry not reduced, but there were also some more treasures. However, the Eastern Sea Moon Pearl and the Dragon's Secret Treasure were replaced. Everyone felt that it was strange. She was fine yesterday, so how did she become so ill overnight? Moreover, Red Moon City was one of the 7 major forces in the world. If they could not cure her here, where else could she go? However, although it was strange, no one dared to complain. Moreover, there was another woman who was almost as beautiful as her replacement, so the dowry did not decrease, but instead increased. No one had anything to say. As for the Jiang family woman who had replaced her, she was naturally a woman of marriageable age from the branch family. However, Jiang Churan and Ruan Hongyu didn't show up for today's competition. Instead, they sent an elder to host the competition. All the invited guests were present. Although they had guessed the reason behind the sudden change of Scarlet Moon City's representatives, they didn't bother to say anything since it didn't matter to the various forces. They were more concerned about the condition of Li Yunxiao's injuries. However, after Li Yunxiao had been taken away by Ning Qiue, he had directly entered Peach Blossom Dock. That place was a restricted area that she had created. Even the higher-ups of Red Moon City did not dare to enter without permission, so no news had spread. However, looking at the current attitude of the Jiang family, as well as the results of their personal investigation yesterday, that Li Yunxiao was undoubtedly crippled. There was no need to worry too much. Thus, everyone leisurely sipped their tea and watched the competition. "Master, how is big brother Yunxiao? Tell me quickly, okay?" In Peach Blossom Dock, Jiang Ruobing was as anxious as an ant in a hot nest. She could not calm down and jumped up and down like a rabbit. However, she was at the bottom of the river next to the peach blossom tree. She was enveloped by a huge bubble, and no matter how she struggled, she could not break it. What she did not know was that her voice could not be transmitted out of this bubble. No matter how she shouted, it was futile. A small bridge spanned across the river, connecting the pavilions in the north and south. Following the winding corridor, past a lotus leaf garden, there was a huge secret cultivation room. Normally, secret cultivation rooms were built underground or in secret places. However, this secret cultivation room was directly located at the end of a row of buildings like a building. It showed the owner's unparalleled confidence that no one would dare to disturb her without permission. The only person who dared to do so had already been sunk to the bottom of the river. The secret cultivation room was engraved with all kinds of complicated formation lines and symbols. At this moment, Xianxia was lying in the middle. A formation on his lower body was absorbing the astonishing power of the primal core in the surroundings and pouring it into his body. Xianxia sat cross-legged at the side. She seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, but she was monitoring the changes in Xianxia's body every minute. The worry in her heart had not stopped for a moment. The recovery ability of Xianxia's physical body far exceeded her expectations. The amount of primal core he absorbed was also shocking. It had long surpassed the power that a 6-star martial saint should have. However, considering his true battle prowess, Xianxia did not think much of it before. She felt that it was normal to absorb a little more. However, this a little had actually reached more than 50 times that of an ordinary 6-star martial saint. Furthermore, it was still absorbing endlessly, as if there was no end to it. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from Xianxia's forehead. She felt that she should find a 9th-level alchemist to take a look. However, if that was the case, the fact that Xianxia's dantian was not damaged would not be able to be hidden from Jiangchuren. Could it be that there really is a problem with his dantian, and he is unable to gather qi? Thinking of this, Xianxia jumped in fright. She hurriedly checked carefully and discovered that it was not the case. The energy in his dantian is full. The origin energy that was absorbed seems to have been completely digested by his physical body. What kind of ability is that 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma idol? It looks too shocking, and its defense is also extremely abnormal. He is really lucky to be able to survive under the power of a true dragon. Although the state of a true dragon that Ruanxiang imitated was very limited, it still contained the power of 10 directions. Even a low-level Emperor Wu would definitely die. It was not something that a martial saint could block. It stopped? After Xianxia's body absorbed 80 times the origin energy of an ordinary 6-star martial saint, it finally stopped. Xianxia hurriedly sent her divine sense into his body. She first checked his dantian. After all, that was the most important place. What's going on? She suddenly got a shock and discovered that Xianxia's dantian had already completely disappeared and was completely replaced by that ball of black demonic qi. Suddenly, a demonic aura emitted from his body. Various black patterns started to appear on that completely recovered physical body. They intertwined and seemed to follow some kind of law, gradually covering his entire body. Just as Xianxia was at a loss of what to do and did not know what to do, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were actually a demonic purple color. Rumble, Xianxia, who was lying on the ground, suddenly flipped over and immediately slashed out a saber light, slashing towards Xianxia's body. Meanwhile, he himself instantly retreated a distance, his entire body on guard and alert. That saber light was naturally child's play in front of Xianxia. He directly reached out and grabbed it, extinguishing it in his hand. His eyes revealed a grave look as he said, "Who are you?" Anyone could tell with a glance that Xianxia's appearance was possessed by something else. Ha ha ha. Xianxia suddenly laughed wildly, his face filled with excitement as he said, "Finally. I can finally control this body completely. Not only the strength of the body, even those profound artifacts in the body are all under my control." Ha 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 ha, that's great. He found it hard to suppress his excitement as his face swelled up a little red. He muttered to himself, "With this powerful body and those perverted profound artifacts, I even have the capital to compete with those clones. Haha, that's great. After absorbing those clones, I'm this era's Fiend Lord." Fiend Lord? Are you sure you're that awesome? Xianxia had a look of ridicule as she stared at him coldly. Li Yunxiao raised his head, and a trace of coldness flashed across his eyes as he said, "Woman, I see that your strength isn't bad. Be my servant, and I'll bestow you with supreme glory." Slap! Li Yunxiao suddenly felt a huge shock, and it directly slapped his face. He immediately flew out and crashed into the wall of the secret room, crying out in pain. It was unknown what material this secret room was made of, but there was actually no trace of it at all. "Damn it, you don't know what's good for you. This seat." Slap, bang. Bang, he was sent flying again. No matter how tough his physical body was, he was also shaken until he was dizzy. The blow to his physical body was still alright, but the crucial thing was that as a supreme fiend lord, he had already been continuously slapped by this woman. That kind of psychological blow was indescribable, and his entire person was no longer calm. "Damn it, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Li Yunxiao bellowed malevolently, and directly soared into the sky. He immediately transformed into his devil Dharma idol, and took out 6 profound artifacts from his 3-headed, 6-armed body. The might was even above Li Yunxiao's golden body Dharma idol. Ning Qiuya looked coldly and didn't say a word. She just raised her hand, and a huge palm condensed in the air, and suddenly slapped down. Boundless nature, devil, bang, that devil Dharma idol was in full swing, but it still couldn't block a slap. It was sent flying again, and was slammed into the wall. But this time a little dent was left on the wall. "Damn it, stop hitting." Slap. Wah. Bastard. Slap, slap, slap. Several hours later, the entire secret room's walls were full of holes, but there seemed to be a strange power that was constantly repairing the walls. Li Yunxiao's face was already slapped like a winter melon, and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless resentment. Being slapped like this by a woman, this humiliation could never be washed away in this lifetime. Ning Qiuya seemed to feel tired and stopped. Only then did he say, "Alright, tell me what you are and what's with Li Yunxiao's condition." Li Yunxiao was already dizzy from the slap. It was as if there was a winter melon on his neck, and he couldn't even stand steadily. You don't want to talk about it?" Ning Qiuya's expression turned cold, and she raised her hand to slap again. Stop hitting me." I'll talk." Li Yunxiao said in a hoarse voice. He had completely surrendered. His eyes were red and he seemed to be extremely wronged. This was even worse than killing him. He immediately explained his situation in full detail. Ning Qiuya was already dumbfounded listening. He did not think that such a major event actually happened in the boneyard, and that Li Yunxiao actually had such a fortuitous encounter and story. She pondered for a while before saying, "Then how can I completely refine you?" Li Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he said in a towering rage, "This question of yours is too much. If you have the guts, then kill me. Even if you slap me to death, I won't say it." Ning Qiuya knew that she could not get any more information out of him. Light flashed in her hand, and a scepter appeared. With a clang, she placed it on the ground. Then, she formed a seal with one hand and gently closed her eyes. Who is it that warms the fragrance of time, and who is waiting for who? As the poem sounded, a gentle light sprinkled down. A faint feeling flowed in the secret room. That feeling seemed to have shape, color, and warmth. It was like a trickle of water, flowing in time and space. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. A warm feeling gushed out from his soul, and it was indescribably comfortable and ethereal. He instantly fell into a state of selflessness, and allowed the feeling to flow freely in his body. Suddenly, his body became bright. A ray of light shot out from his body, and it was like a penetrating silver cloud, illuminating the secret room. Ning Qiuya's eyes suddenly opened, and she said in shock, "This is divine body light? Just how many secrets does this brat have?" As the light of the bright moon appeared, small luminous balls started to appear from his body, and they formed a circle around his body. They shone with the light, and they resonated with each other. Eastern Sea Moon Pearl? Ning Qiuya was slightly stunned, and she immediately recognized these small pearls. There were a total of 19 pearls, and under the illumination of the divine body light, they actually started to transform into a strange scene. What is going on? Even with her powerful Emperor Jiuxing, she could not help but be shocked. The scene in front of her was actually a starry night sea chart. Under the sky full of stars, the seawater embraced the starlight, and the light and water blended together, transforming into a gentle and beautiful light that rippled in the craggy waves. The pattern was still constantly changing, and a bright moon rose from the deep blue seawater. The bright moon above the sea, and the ends of the world shared this moment. The moonlight flooded, and the sea was empty and distant. At this moment, there were actually flood dragon people coming ashore, and they shed tears to the moon, transforming into pearls. The blue sea moon pearl has tears, and the Lantian sun warm jade emits smoke. Ningqiue was shocked, and she muttered to herself in shock, rumor has it that gathering 24 eastern sea moon pearls can transform into the scene of 24 moonlit bridges. It seems that the rumor is not false. Such a divine body phenomenon has an extremely strong purification power. Maybe this is the method to restrain the devil repellent. Because the pearls were incomplete, the phenomenon gradually became chaotic after it evolved. The purification power disappeared along with the phenomenon, and the divine body light slowly dispersed. The 19 eastern sea moon pearls flew back into his body. You're finally awake. Ningqiue heaved a sigh of relief. Under the purification power of the phenomenon, the black devil marks on Xianxia's body completely disappeared, and he opened his eyes. A surge of origin energy rushed through his body, and his cultivation instantly broke through to 7-star revered martial artist. Furthermore, it was still climbing, and it reached the peak of 7-star revered martial artist. Xianxia frowned, and from the corner of his eyes, he immediately discovered a large amount of origin energy in the secret room. He instantly revealed a look of joy, and he formed a hand seal with both hands. All the origin energy immediately flew into the air like beans. He formed a few hand seals with both hands, and displayed the creation of one chi art. He began to frantically absorb the origin energy. Origin energy was refined from supreme-grade origin stones, and its purity was even higher than supreme-grade origin stones. It was naturally unable to be formed, and it could only be formed through the extremely powerful soul force and techniques of an alchemist. It was known as solid origin energy, and its value was extremely high. Only an expert of Ningqiue's status had the qualifications and financial resources to enjoy it without limit. However, when he saw Xianxia swallowing it like a whale, other than being shocked, he also felt his heart ache. A ray of advancement light finally lit up, and the shackles of 7-star revered martial artist were broken through without any suspense under the fierce influx of a large amount of origin energy. Haha, 8-star revered martial artist. I'm not far from Emperor Wu. Xianxia laughed loudly, clearly in an extremely good mood. He felt a wave of contented pleasure, and felt that he was getting closer and closer to the peak. Ningqiue praised, with the battle prowess you displayed, you're close to 6-star Emperor Wu. If you add on Tsutsumi and the sword art, and the strength of your divine body, you're probably fully deserving of the battle prowess of 6-star Emperor Wu. Xianxia smiled, and said, Thank you, Lord Qiue. Ningqiue's eyebrows raised slightly, and she said in a somewhat reproachful tone, There's no need to be so courteous with me, you can just call me Aunt. Xianxia awkwardly wiped his sweat, and said embarrassedly, This. A name is just a form of address, and it's not very smooth for me to say it. I'll just call you Lord Qiue, the girl of the past. He simply could not bring himself to call her aunt now. Then do as you please. Ningqiue did not mind, and said, You have too many secrets on you, and I don't want to get to the bottom of them one by one. However, I must remind you not to bite off more than you can chew. On the path of martial arts, you only need to focus on one thing. I remember that your father's disciple specialized in the way of the fist, and he only practiced the Vajra fist his entire life. He similarly obtained extraordinary achievements, and by focusing all of his talents on one point, his future achievements on the martial path will also be limitless. On the contrary, it's your various methods that dazzle the eyes, and your future growth may be even more bumpy. Xianxia said, Thank you for Lord Qiue's reminder, there are many things that I have no choice in. It's caused by chance, and there's no helping it, I can only let nature take its course. Ningqiue smiled, and said, the path of nature is the correct path. Your talent can no longer be described with words, and your future achievements will definitely surpass me and your father's. Perhaps you can even break through to that faintly discernible deity realm. Some of my fixed ways of thinking may have the opposite effect, so you should consider it yourself. Her expression suddenly turned serious, and she said in a low voice, "The demon is entrenched in your body, and relying on luck to suppress it ultimately isn't a solution. I wonder if gathering 24 Eastern Sea moonlight pearls and evolving a complete divine body phenomenon can completely restrain it." Li Yunxiao said, "That demon is no ordinary thing. There's still some time before the end of time and end of time opens, so I plan to first go to the coast of the Eastern Sea's ocean sky town to try my luck, and see if I can gather 24 moonlight pearls. And, other than Crimson Moon City, the place where moonlight pearls are most likely to appear is Ocean Sky Town. Basically, all the products of the Eastern Sea in the world come from there. Do you want me to send someone to go with you?" "No need, I'm just going to buy some things." Li Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This Ning Qiue's concern for him was a little too much. Ning Qiue seemed to see through his thoughts, and said with a faint smile, "You don't need to have any thoughts. Not to mention that I'm best friends with your father, I also have an important matter that I might need to ask of you." Li Yunxiao's brows furrowed, and he suddenly cried out in alarm, don't, please don't. "But something that even Lord Yu has a headache about, what can I do?" He looked as if he was afraid of a tiger, and firmly refused. Ning Qiue smiled in surprise, "You know what it is?" Li Yunxiao snorted, and rolled his eyes, saying, "What else can it be? Isn't it just that precious disciple of yours?" Ning Qiue giggled, and lightly combed her beautiful hair, saying, "You're really smart. Ruobbing is another matter, since you're so determined, then we'll talk about it later. What I want to ask of you is not this matter, but that Aegis." Her expression instantly turned serious, and she stared unblinkingly at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's heart moved, and he said, "What exactly is that Aegis? How can it have such a powerful demonic nature, to be able to make the Lord of Crimson Moon City lose her mind, and disappear without a trace?" Ning Qiue said, "I'm not very clear about the origin of Agarine. If you want to investigate it, you must first get rid of the strange power on it. I hope that after you gather the Eastern Sea Bright Moon Pearl, you can try using your divine body vision, but you must be under my protection. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "There are too many strange things in this world. I've never heard of Agarine before." He sighed ruefully, but in Ning Qiue's ears, it sounded strange. She thought to herself, "How old are you? It would be abnormal if you heard of it." She said seriously, "This Agarine was obtained by my father from the Tianshao mountain range." "What?" Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his eyes shone brightly. He said in shock, "The heaven-shaking mountain range, the forbidden area of martial arts." Ning Qiue said seriously, "There are many forbidden areas in the heavenly martial arts realm, but the heaven-shaking mountain range is the most dangerous one. Even your father died there." She said sadly, "But when some martial artists cultivate to the extreme and are unable to break through, they want to go to these forbidden areas to look for opportunities. Your father is too young. He didn't have to be anxious. My father was one of the luckier ones. He came out unscathed and brought back the Agarine." Li Yunxiao said seriously, "I've also heard about it. There are countless dangers there. If you're not careful, you can easily lose your life." Ning Qiue said, "If you want to know the origin of this Agarine, I'm afraid the heaven-shaking mountain range is the only place. Now, I only hope to find some clues from this stone and find my father. You must return this Agarine to me before the end of time. It's not that I'm stingy with it, but I'm afraid something will happen to you." Li Yunxiao nodded seriously. The Agarine was quietly lying in his divine monument. It would be difficult for anything to happen to it. Ning Qiue said, "I'll send you to the teleportation location. You revealed too many treasures. And I spread the news that your dantian was damaged. I'm afraid many people have designs on you. Remember the jade pendant I gave you. If you're in danger, crush it in time." The two of them left the secret chamber and soared into the sky, flying towards the teleportation array. Due to the opening of the Age of Heaven and Earth, the number of people in Crimson Moon City did not decrease after the martial arts competition. Instead, it increased, becoming more and more crowded. The teleportation formation was also filled with people to maintain order. Basically, people could only enter and not leave. Their arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. When the guards saw them, they were immediately startled and hastily went to greet them. Someone even went to report to the person in charge. Soon, a man flew over and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Kuyu." "Greetings, Lord Yunxiao." "What? Young Master Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao?" This voice immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look over. They might not know who Ning Qiyu was, but they definitely knew who Li Yunxiao was. This name, which was like a star, became the heavenly martial arts realm's brightest star overnight. Is he Li Yunxiao? As expected of a distinguished and handsome young master, a handsome young man. The number one among the rising stars? Although he is only a martial venerable, he is the genuine Emperor Wu. It's him. It's him. That day, I witnessed that unprecedented battle with my own eyes. It's enough for me to live my life. But I heard that his dantian was damaged. How could it recover so quickly? This lad won back the dignity of the human clan. Of course, Crimson Moon City poured all kinds of natural treasures into his body to heal him. But no matter what, his dantian was damaged. His life is ruined. What a pity. God is jealous of such a talented person. Humph. It's good that he's ruined. Otherwise, with such a genius, how could we live in the world? All kinds of voices kept echoing. Most of them were exclamations and sighs. There were also some who felt pity and sneered. In the distance, a group of young girls gathered. They seemed to be disciples of a certain school. They were screaming in this direction. All kinds of excited voices rose and fell. Their eyes turned into heart shapes, and they were extremely excited. Gosh! I can't believe I saw Li Yunxiao with my own eyes. Am I dreaming? He's so handsome. Can I go up and ask him for his autograph? Will he refuse me? I'm so nervous. Who's that old woman beside him? Could it be that he likes this kind of obeisance? Oh my God! These voices naturally couldn't escape Ning Qiyue's ears. Her face darkened, and she stared coldly at the group of young girls. They were so frightened that they trembled and didn't dare to speak again. Ning Qiyue said to the person in charge of the teleportation array, Ocean Sky Town. The person in charge immediately understood and hurriedly stopped all teleportation services. He specially opened the coordinates to Ocean Sky Town for Li Yunxiao to cut the line. Young Master Yunxiao, please. The person in charge was also very curious. He sized up Li Yunxiao a few more times. After all, this young man was already a legendary figure. Li Yunxiao didn't care about everyone's gazes. After bidding farewell to Ning Qiyue, he stepped onto the teleportation array. Rays of array light flashed, and a spatial passage was opened. He immediately disappeared from Crimson Moon City. As soon as he left, everyone retracted their gazes and started chattering among themselves. The person in charge bowed and said, "Does Lady Qiyue have any other instructions?" Ning Qiyue said, "From today onwards, until the day Li Yunxiao returns, cut off all teleportation to Ocean Sky Town and the nearby towns." The person in charge was only stunned for a moment before he immediately responded, "Yes." Although he had doubts in his heart, this wasn't something he could casually ask at his level. Ning Qiyue's actions were also to protect Li Yunxiao. After all, the treasures on him that day were frightening. No one would believe that no one had improper thoughts about him. But as long as the teleportation to Ocean Sky Town was cut off, it could at least delay some time. Those who wanted to track him would have to take an extremely long detour and teleport through other cities. The news of Li Yunxiao's sudden appearance at the teleportation location spread like wildfire. It quickly spread throughout the entire city. Sure enough, many people were eager to go to Ocean Sky Town. The number of people teleporting out suddenly skyrocketed. Li Yunxiao was swept up by the power of space. Soon, he saw a bright exit and was shaken out. He was shocked to discover that he had actually landed on an island. As far as the eye could see, there was a coastal city not far away. This island was where the teleportation location was located. It was surrounded by protective barriers, and there were also several martial saints hidden in the void cultivating. At the same time, they also took charge of the island's defense. There was also a large bridge over 5 kilometers long between the island and the city. There were many people coming and going on it. After all, there were many ordinary people on the mainland. Compared to them, cultivators who could fly were extremely rare. Li Yunxiao leaped up and arrived above the city in a few moments. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the guards at the gate. Who is flying? Come down. This person was none other than Li Yunxiao. He frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that there were many other cultivators who had directly escaped into the void to hide. Could it be that it was possible to fly secretly but not openly? However, he was unfamiliar with this place after all, so he could only obediently come down and enter through the gate. When the group of guards saw him, they all revealed expressions of surprise and vigilance. They said, "First time in Ocean Sky Town?" Although this was a town, it was more prosperous and vast than most cities. Li Yunxiao nodded slightly. One of the guards said, "Flying is forbidden in Ocean Sky Town. Once discovered, you will bear the consequences." Li Yunxiao said with dissatisfaction, "But I clearly felt that there were many people sneaking in from the void. Why didn't I see any consequences for them?" The guard was startled. He sized up Li Yunxiao and said cautiously, "May I ask young master's cultivation?" These guards were only martial monarchs. Even the person in charge was only a martial monarch. It seemed that the overall level of the cultivators in Ocean Sky Town was not too high. Li Yunxiao immediately suppressed his cultivation and revealed the cultivation of a martial monarch. He said, 8-star martial monarch. Ah. The guard jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "So it's an 8-star martial monarch. No wonder." The guard smiled bitterly and said, "The people who entered the city from the void have cultivations far above us city guards. There is no way to stop them. The rules in the city are only effective for cultivators below the martial monarch realm. After reaching the 7 constellations realm, no one will care. However, the lords above the martial monarch realm will give the city rules some face. They will sneak in secretly and will not fly in openly to embarrass us. So that's how it is." Li Yunxiao glanced at the mortals and low-leveled warriors beside him and said, "Do we need to pay to enter the city?" The guard hurriedly said, "Sir, of course you don't need to." He quickly made a few inviting gestures. Only then did Li Yunxiao nod and step into the city. It was bustling inside, and the air was filled with the smell of salt from the sea. Although Ocean Sky Town was not a martial arts town, it was an economic town. Almost all the products from the Eastern Sea were shipped out from here, so it attracted the attention of all the major merchant guilds. "Quick, let's go to the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to watch the show. There are martial artists fighting. What's there to see? There are duels in the town every day, and some people die every day. I'm tired of it. It's different this time. I heard that it's the world's #1, Li Yunxiao, fighting against the Sea Race King." "What? Li Yunxiao is here? Don't lie to me." "Aya, how could I dare to lie to you? Right now, the entire town is crowded towards the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. If we don't go now, we won't be able to see it. My mother, the strongest person in the younger generation of the human race. Go, go, go quickly." A warrior who was leisurely drinking was instigated by another companion, and the two of them flew in the same direction. Li Yunxiao was stunned and wanted to go forward to ask about it. When the warrior saw him blocking the way, he immediately sent a palm strike over and shouted, "Get out of the way. If you delay me from watching Li Yunxiao's duel, I'll kill your entire family." Scram! The two of them instantly disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of dust. What? Li Yunxiao? Sea Race King? Swoosh, the news spread like wildfire, and the entire street was empty. Not a single person was left, and everyone ran away. Li Yunxiao's mouth was wide open for a moment. He didn't expect himself to be so famous. He was also very curious about what was going on, and the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce also had a branch here. He also wanted to inquire about Ding Ling-er's situation. All of a sudden, the entire Ocean Sky Town emptied out and gathered at the southern part of the town where the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce was located. 2 men stood on the city wall, their oars rustling in the wind. The crowd below was extremely crowded, and all of them shouted, "Fight! Fight for the glory of the human race! Kill this sea beast!" Li Yunxiao also squeezed into the crowd and looked over, only feeling a little dizzy. The man on the left had a cold and arrogant expression. He held a sword in one hand and a jade tablet in the other. He brandished his sword and pointed at the man opposite him, saying, Xiang, you have already been defeated by me. I spared your life last time, but you still dare to come and die? The man on the right had a beast-shaped battle armor, looking like a dragon but not a dragon. He looked extremely strange, and he held a trident in his hand. He shouted, impudent. Xiang is my younger brother, and I am his elder brother, Runlong. Today, I will wash away the humiliation of my sea race. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, your younger brother has been suppressed by me, how can you escape? Cut the crap, kill. Runlong shouted, and a ball of light burst out from his body. He fiercely rushed forward, and the pressure spread out, scaring most of the spectators below, and they all became cautious. Li Yunxiao was very surprised. The two people on the city wall were actually martial venerables, and their fight was exceptionally beautiful. So strong. As expected of the number one rising star and the sea race king. I am so excited, I am actually lucky to see such an incomparable battle. Li Yunxiao also shouted, and the sword in his hand slashed out a long rainbow, meeting the attack. The world deity tablet in his right hand was used as a shield to block the opponent's attack. The two instantly fought, and all kinds of beautiful moves were released, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. On a tall building in the distance, a man in white stood in the wind, and after a glance, he sneered, humph, I really thought it was Li Yunxiao. Where did these two jumping clowns come from? Behind him, an old man in luxurious clothes spun beads in his hand, and leaned against the railing, young Master Feng, don't be surprised. There are all kinds of strange things happening in Ocean Sky Town every day. This man in white was actually Baiming Lifeng. After the shocking battle between Li Yunxiao and Xiang, he came to Ocean Sky Town before Li Yunxiao due to some sect affairs. Yes. It's a pity that I was in seclusion during the battle between Li Yunxiao and Xiang. I couldn't witness it with my own eyes. Baiming Lifeng had a look of pity on his face as he sighed repeatedly, I hope I'll have the opportunity to fight with these two in the future, how wonderful that would be. Haha. The old man roared with laughter and said, young Master Lifeng is the leader of the four prodigies of the Northern Territory. If he participated during the joust for a spouse search competition, then Li Yunxiao wouldn't have had a chance. That Li Yunxiao just picked up a big bargain. Baiming Lifeng argued, not at all, City Lord Liao is too kind. Since Li Yunxiao was called the number one rising star of the younger generation, then he must have some outstanding points. Even if I were to fight these two, it would be hard to predict the outcome. This old man was Ocean Skytown City Lord, Liao Yangbing. He laughed and said, young Master Feng is too humble. It was rumored that Li Yunxiao was a 6-star martial saint, yet he was able to unleash the strength of Emperor Wu. This was clearly an exaggeration, and young Master Feng was the genuine Emperor Wu. There was no way he could be compared to young Master. The reason why he was so famous was merely because he defeated the sea race and won honor for our race. Baiming Lifeng nodded and said, amen, that's true. However, that Li Yunxiao's Dantian was destroyed in that battle, and his martial foundation can be considered crippled. Pity, pity. Liao Yangbing smiled and said, there are countless geniuses that rise up every year, but how many can reign supreme until the end? Li Yunxiao is only one among millions, but thanks to the Battle of Crimson Moon City, his name has spread far and wide, and he can be considered one of the luckier ones among those meteors. Only an everlasting existence like young Master Lifeng will be the future leader of a part of the continent. Baiming Lifeng smiled lightly and said, you're too kind, too kind. Let's not talk about this matter and continue talking about business. Okay, young master, please come in. Liao Yangbing made a gesture, and the two looked at each other and smiled before entering the pavilion. The battle on the city tower was still in progress. The Run Dragon slashed down with a great cleave, and Li Yunxiao raised his sword to block. Bang! The sword was broken, and Li Yunxiao was so scared that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly used the world deity steel to block in front of him. With a bang, he was sent flying, and only then did he manage to save his life. Haha, let's see how you survive this time. The Run Dragon sneered as he walked step by step towards Li Yunxiao and snorted, now that your profound weapon has been destroyed, and you've been hit by my true dragon chi, your internal organs and meridians have all been destroyed. Let's see how you can continue fighting. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. At the same time, he waved his hand in the air, and a shining sword appeared in his hand. Haha, it's useless. There's no medicine in the world that can cure injuries caused by my true dragon chi. My Sea King's trident is invincible, and no weapon in the world can block it. The Run Dragon arrogantly laughed and rushed forward, raising his trident once again to slash down. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, "Not necessarily." He channeled the energy in the sword in his hand, and in an instant, it transformed into rays of sword light. He made a total of 9 slashes, and he shouted, "I'll let you see my sword technique, Jiutian Mooncatcher." Bang! The trident in the Run Dragon's hand actually broke, and a wave of sword chi directly rushed into his body, cutting the strange battle clothes. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His face was full of fear and fury, and he roared in disbelief, "How can this be? How can this be? How can your injuries be healed? And my Sea King's trident is the strongest weapon in the world. How can it be broken?" Good question. Li Yunxiao shouted, "How can you sea beasts understand the human race's art of refinement? The medicinal pill I used to heal my injuries was created by 7 top-notch alchemists of the heavenly Yuan commerce after nearly 100 years of research, and they finally recovered the ancient pill recipe. Using the best materials, they worked together to refine this peerless divine pill that can bring the dead back to life. As for the clear sky dragon overlord sword in my hand, it was created by those 7 top-notch alchemists by fusing more than 3,000 types of ores and using the flames of the earth core furnace to create this peerless divine weapon. It can cut a hair and break anything. No, I can't accept this." Run Dragon held the broken trident in his hand and sighed to the sky, looking like a hero at the end of his road. He said in despair, "Li Yunxiao, remember this. I didn't lose to you, but to the divine pills and weapons of the heavenly Yuan commerce. I can't accept this." There's no need to say anything when you're about to die. Li Yunxiao took a step forward and slashed down with his sword. The sword beam directly hit Run Dragon's body, causing blood to spurt out. Run Dragon's body was sent flying, turning into a black dot on the horizon and disappearing. Li Yunxiao looked in the direction where the black dot disappeared and shouted with an imposing manner, "As long as I, Li Yunxiao, am here, you sea tribes will never be able to take one step into the continent." His voice spread far and wide, and the entire ocean sky town could hear it clearly. Only then did Li Yunxiao turn around and smile at the people below the city. "In our line of work, we duel outside every day, swords flashing and blades flashing. Ever since I used the products of the heavenly Yuan commerce, I've really lived up to my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunxiao turned around and soared into the sky, transforming into a ray of light that shot into the horizon and vanished. Only an indifferent voice resounded from afar, "I came here by stepping on the moonlight, following the clear waves. Don't be infatuated with me, I'm just a legend." Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't expect the products of the heavenly Yuan commerce to be so powerful. Immediately, there were people shouting in the crowd as if they were on steroids. If you want to be skilled in martial arts, look for heavenly Yuan sooner or later. The heavenly Yuan commerce is equipped with a full set of enhanced equipment. It's strong wherever it's not. Ever since I have the products of the heavenly Yuan commerce, my mother doesn't have to worry about me being beaten up by others anymore. Buy, I want to buy. A fat man shouted and suddenly rushed into the shop of the heavenly Yuan commerce nearby. Instantly, a huge crowd squeezed in, not even a drop of water could escape. "Don't push. Line up, mind your manners. Damn it. Whoever dares to touch my thigh, I'll kill your whole family. F***CK. If anyone dares to poke my ass again, I'm going to start killing." Li Yunxiao was also squeezed into the crowd. He took a step forward and escaped into the void. He only appeared when there was no one in the distance. He smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, "After doing this for so long, it turns out that the heavenly Yuan commerce is holding a promotional event. Looks like business is going to be booming for a few days. I'll probably have to push back the matter of inquiring about Ding Ling Er. I'll go to the other merchant associations to take a look." With the heavenly Yuan commerce organizing such an event, it immediately attracted away virtually all of the customers. The remaining merchant associations of various sizes all became cold and cheerless, deserted. All of their eyes burned with rage, full of resentment. When Li Yunxiao stepped into the Myriad Treasure Tower Merchant Association, he heard the conversation coming from inside. "Shopkeeper, we can also do some publicity. The Heavenly Yuan commerce is too much." "Do? How to do it?" "Just inviting 2 martial saints to act will cost up to 10 billion essence stones. The headquarters doesn't attach any importance to us at all. Even maintaining normal operations with the funds for the event is an issue. Then we can use a portion of the profits first. As long as we attract customers, we'll earn it back sooner or later." "Use? Do I dare to touch the profits? I don't want my life anymore. Furthermore, even if we invite a martial saint, this show can't be carried out either." "Did you obtain Li Yunxia's permission? Did he authorize you to act? Could it be that this Heavenly Yuan commerce authorized it?" "TSK. That's why I say you're a pig. Right now, who in this world doesn't know that Ding Ling is Li Yunxia's woman? The Heavenly Yuan commerce will be Li Yunxia's property sooner or later. Is there a need for authorization? If we learn from them, then when Li Yunxiao comes knocking on our door, with his strength as the #1 rising star, killing us is like killing chickens or dogs. Would the higher-ups fall out with Li Yunxiao for our little lives? You pig brain. No wonder you're still a partner after working for so long. Hee, if I snatch the shopkeeper's position, what will you do? Get lost. Don't try to flatter me. If you can't make a deal today, you'll pack your bags and get out of my sight. Wanbao Pagoda doesn't need useless people." The shopkeeper was furious. Looking at the deserted market, he estimated that there would be no more business, so he went to the backyard to sleep. The shop assistant was rained on by the scolding. In his heart, he cursed the shopkeeper's family tree over 100 times. His mouth kept spitting out small spittle as he continued to curse. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly stepped out of the door. He pulled Li Yunxiao inside and said, "Sir, what would you like to buy?" Li Yunxiao shook his head with a bitter smile. Although they breathed the same air, these ordinary people and him were in 2 completely different worlds. He immediately asked, "Do you have Donghai Moon Pearl?" "Donghai Moon Pearl?" The shopkeeper was stunned. He looked up and down at Li Yunxiao and said, "This thing is extremely rare. Our shop doesn't have it in stock. If you want it, you can leave your contact information and pay a deposit. Once we get it, we will inform you immediately." Li Yunxiao was quite disappointed. He frowned and said, "Even Wanbao Pagoda doesn't have it?" The shop assistant explained, "There are thousands of products in the Eastern Sea. I also know about this Moonlight Pearl. Although it's not something extremely precious, it's still a very rare item. Many people don't even know of its existence. I only bought one recently, so it left a deep impression on me. That pearl was transferred to another place and was bought by someone else." Looking at Li Yunxiao's frown, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "This kind of rare item is difficult to buy at once when you need it. Maybe some aristocratic families and sects have it in stock. Sir, you can take a look at this. This is also a rare pearl produced in Donghai. It is called Turtle Clam Tripolar Pearl. It is crystal clear and dignified, round and colorful, elegant and pure. Hey, don't go. This pearl can help you lose weight and improve your beauty. Hey, sir, don't go. This pearl can also strengthen your sex drive." Li Yunxiao was quite unwilling to give up. He asked one merchant guild after another, but the result was that they didn't have it. When he was at his wit's end, the signboard of a merchant guild suddenly came into view, making his eyes light up. Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. After the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's commercial performance, the other chambers of commerce were almost deserted. However, the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce had quite a number of people going in and out. Their business did not seem to be affected. "Nice to meet you, sir. I am the number 3 salesperson of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Are you here to buy the Heavenly Yuan set?" "Nice to meet you, sir. We can help you purchase the Heavenly Yuan set. Take care, sir." Amicable voices rang out, and the cute Jin Xian appeared in Li Yunxiao's mind. He smiled and walked in naturally. Sir, may I know what you would like to buy?" I am the number 5 Heavenly Elemental suit. Are you here to look for a shopping guide?" He saw a shy little girl looking at him nervously, waving her hands and tearing her flowery clothes. She was very nervous, and there was a number 5 hanging on her waist. She didn't realize that she had said it wrong, and said as if she was reciting a book, "We can buy Skyuan suit on behalf of you. You only need to pay an extra 100 mid-grade primordial stones. If you need it, you can register here." She didn't wait for the other person's reply and pulled Li Yunxiao towards the registration area. The woman in charge of registration raised her head and said in surprise, Xiao Hong, you've already made a deal? Impressive. The woman gave her a thumbs up and gave her a look of encouragement. Xiao Hong smiled foolishly and said happily, "Hee, thank you, big sister Tong. I will work hard." Xiao Hong clenched her fists in front of her chest, her face full of motivation. The person in charge, Jiang Qianrong, nodded politely at Li Yunxiao and said, "Sir, which set would you like to order? If it's some of the hottest models, you might have to wait for supplies." Li Yunxiao felt a little dizzy. She hadn't said a word since she entered the room. Was this little girl pretending to be dumb, or was she really dumb? He glanced at the surrounding bulletin boards. From pills to battle suits, there was almost everything he needed. Jiang Qianrong pointed at one of the sets and said, "This is the battle suit and sword that Li Yunxiao wore when he fought Leap Dragon. It's also the most popular set at the moment. We've already received more than 3,000 orders for this set. Including the Tianyuan commerce, I don't know how many we've sold. If you choose this set, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while before you can get it." Li Yunxiao was greatly embarrassed. No wonder he found it familiar. It was the same set that the fake had worn during the commercial performance. There was also a description on the side. It was a gift of 3 ancestral reunion pills that could revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. It was a complete imitation of an ancient pill recipe. Li Yunxiao said, "I'm not here to buy a set. Do you have the East Sea Moonlight Pearl?" He saw that everyone was busy and didn't want to waste Jiang Qianrong's time, so he went straight to the point. Jiang Qianrong was stunned. She glanced at Xiao Hong and said, "East Sea Moonlight Pearl? I don't think we have such an item." Seeing that he wasn't buying a set, Jiang Qianrong's enthusiasm decreased by a lot, but she still said enthusiastically, "Sir, you can look at other items." "Xiao Hong, please entertain this sir." When Xiao Hong heard that he wasn't buying a set, she immediately became anxious and said, Sir, aren't you here to buy a set? Why are you suddenly not buying?" She looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. When she became anxious, her cheeks became bright red. This was her first business deal. How could it be ruined? Li Yunxiao saw that she didn't look like she was pretending to be dumb. It must be her first time working as a shop assistant. Her mental fortitude was still lacking. He sighed and said, "Young lady, I didn't say that I wanted to buy anything from the moment I walked in." Xiao Hong stared blankly and said, "This. If you're not buying, then what are you here for?" Li Yunxiao felt that it was a little difficult to talk to this little girl. Just when he was about to leave, a large group of people suddenly rushed in from outside the door. All of them had unkind expressions, and the essence force from their bodies were fluctuating. They were all quite strong. These people's fiendish aura immediately scared the shop assistants so much that they dodged to the side. All the business was immediately interrupted. "You guys, what's going on?" As the person in charge of the front desk, Jiang Qianrong immediately realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly took out a jade talisman and broke it. It was a communication signal. Although the Violet Cloud commerce was small, it was still a force with its own strong guards. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to establish itself in the Ocean Sky town. What's going on? I was the one who wanted to ask you guys." A man walked out from the group of fiendish people with a gloomy expression. With a wave of his hand, the crowd immediately separated. 2 burly men carried a stretcher in and laid it on the ground. The face of the man on the stretcher was green, and there was white foam in his mouth. He had been dead for a long time. "Yu Qingxuang, it's you?" Jiang Qianrong immediately recognized the man in front of her. He was the famous leader of the hunter team in the Ocean Sky Town. Ocean Sky Town gathered a large number of idle martial artists. They relied on hunting sea beasts and fishing out all kinds of treasures from the bottom of the sea in exchange for cultivation resources. As they developed, they naturally formed groups. Yu Qingshuang was the leader of one of the more famous groups. His eyes were burning with anger. He pointed at the dead man on the ground and said through gritted teeth, "Your Violet Cloud Commerce selling fake elixirs killed my brother." What? These words were like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding everyone until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. All of them were extremely shocked. Jiang Qianrong immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. She said calmly, "Yu Qingshuang, please watch your words. You're framing the Violet Cloud Commerce before the truth is clear. Do you think we're pushovers? The Violet Cloud Commerce has existed for so many years. When have we ever sold fake elixirs? Humph, only you know if you've ever sold fake elixirs. If there's no problem, then what about my brother's life?" Yu Qingshuang said coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a nearby shop assistant. He pressed her down and said angrily, look clearly. Where's my brother's life?" Sob, sob, sob. The shop assistant had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that she covered her mouth and cried. Her body trembled. Jiang Qianrong said angrily, "Yu Qingshuang, let go of her." Yu Qingshuang snorted coldly. He was still holding the shop assistant like a chick. He said coldly, "I'm just letting you see clearly. My brother's life is gone because of you. Let go of Sister Lian. You're a bad person. You've made Sister Lian cry." Xiao Hong's childish voice rang out. She ran forward and tried to pry open Yu Qingshuang's hand, trying to save the shop assistant. Everyone was stunned as they stared at this comical scene. An ordinary little girl was trying to snatch someone from the hands of a martial honor. Get lost. Yu Qingshuang shouted angrily. With a slight shake of his arm, he sent Xiao Hong flying. At the same time, he threw the shop assistant away as well. He sneered, "No matter how you quibble or try to clear your name, you'll pay for my brother's life. Pay for my brother's life." Everyone shouted in unison. Their aura was as imposing as a mountain. The entire Chamber of Commerce shook. Their hatred did not seem fake. All the buyers began to discuss among themselves. Jiang Qianrong's expression turned ugly. The other party had obviously come prepared. If it was proven that selling fake elixirs had caused someone's death, it would be a devastating blow to the Chamber of Commerce. She began to panic. "How dare you?" Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. The Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce's experts rushed out from all directions and formed a standoff with these people. An old man with a walking stick in his hand appeared. His aura was oppressive and suppressed everyone in an instant. Li Yunxiao looked at the old man. He was only a 5-star martial honor. However, other than Yu Qingshuang, who was a 3-star martial honor, the rest of the people here had limited strength. They were more than enough to deal with him. "Uncle Wu, no matter how strong you are, you can't let my brother die in vain." Yu Qingshuang said with grief and indignation, "The world's justice is in everyone's heart. There are so many people here. Are you going to use force to destroy justice?" Uncle Wu was originally a hunter in Heavenly Sea Town. He was very famous, but he was getting old. Furthermore, he had no hope of breaking through to Martial Emperor. Gradually, he grew tired of this life of adventuring every day. Thus, he was hired by the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce at a high price to be an elder protecting the Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Wu glanced at these grieving and indignant people. Basically, he knew all of them. Strictly speaking, they were all his juniors, and some of them had more or less received his care. He looked around at the crowd before saying, "I understand everyone's feelings. However, think about it. How long has the Violet Cloud Commerce been established? How reputable has it been all along? Has there ever been a case of fake pills being sold? If there was, could it be that they only sold it to you? Also, what is their purpose in selling fake pills? To earn a little more money? If the Violet Cloud Commerce was such a stupid existence, would it still be able to stand until now?" Uncle Wu's tone suddenly became stern, directly speaking to the bottom of everyone's hearts. Immediately, everyone felt that this was indeed the case. Selling fake pills was too unreasonable. Yu Qingshuang saw that the atmosphere was not right and immediately said, "Uncle Wu's words are not unreasonable. We have also thought about this. However, my brother did indeed die from poisoning after eating the pills from your violet cloud commerce. All the brothers behind me saw it with their own eyes. I do not doubt the violet cloud commerce's reputation. Perhaps some alchemist was careless when refining, or some fellow secretly exchanged fake pills for real ones when selling them. It is not impossible. However, even so, the violet cloud commerce cannot escape responsibility. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was indeed reasonable. After all, the commerce was too big, and anything could happen. Even the 10,000 treasure tower could not guarantee that every step was accurate. Uncle Wu was also stunned. He did not dare to guarantee that the fake pills were definitely not sold by the violet cloud commerce. Since everyone is uncertain about this matter, we must investigate clearly. Clear the violet cloud commerce's grievances, and seek justice for the dead. A silvery and melodious voice sounded. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred slightly, and he revealed a surprised expression. He did not expect such a coincidence. She was also in Ocean Sky Town. A beautiful purple figure floated over, giving off a luxurious and elegant feeling. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Jiang Qianrong hurriedly went forward to welcome her. President Jin Xian. The lady who came in was Jin Xian. Compared to the day they parted, she now had a more noble and steady bearing. Her face did not have the same anxious expression as before. It looked like the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild had safely passed through their crisis. There were too many people in the shop, so Jin Xian didn't notice Li Yunxiao. She stared at Yu Qingxuan and coldly said, "Since the matter has been exposed, then we must find out the truth and give everyone an explanation. After all, it's not uncommon for people of the same trade to use despicable means to attack each other." Yu Qingxuan said angrily, "You mean I used my brother's life to trick you? As the president of a large chamber of commerce, how can you speak so irresponsibly?" Jin Xian didn't panic as she calmly said, "I'm only listing one possibility, just like the possibilities you listed. Right now, the most important thing is to restore the truth of the matter and not to casually make accusations." Yu Qingxuan sneered, "The truth of the matter is that after my brother consumed the pills you bought here, he died from the poison." Jin Xian glanced at the dead body on the ground. It looked like he was indeed dying from the poison. She said, "Where are the pills you bought? Don't tell me you only bought one, there's no more left." Yu Qingxuan took out a box and threw it over. He coldly said, "I knew you would say that. These are the 18 level 6 blood-clotting pills we bought at one time before we went out to hunt. There are 17 left now, take a look." Jin Xian opened the box and took a look. She frowned. This blood-clotting pill was indeed a product of the Violet Cloud Commerce. Furthermore, it was refined according to the pill recipe that Li Yunxiao had given her. Its effects were miraculous, and it was one of the main pills that they were currently selling. After confirming it, Jin Xian felt slightly relieved. This was because the market had been responding well to the blood-clotting pill for so long and there had never been any problems with it. It could be seen that this incident was not because of the pill itself. There must be another reason. She handed the box to Jiang Qianrong and said, "Check the shipping records and find a refiner to verify these 17 pills." Jiang Qianrong immediately gave the order. Everyone in the shop was silent. No one made a sound as they watched quietly. Soon, the account was found. It was indeed from the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. A trembling arcane refiner was also invited to the front of the shop. Li Yunxiao looked at him. This refiner was a level 6 cultivation and seemed to be highly respected. Jin Xian said, "Elder Gao, please verify these blood-clotting pills." Old Gao nodded, then took out a pill from the box and placed it in his hand. A wave of soul force immediately wrapped around it, and he began to carefully analyze it. From time to time, light flashed from the pill, and he was analyzing its composition. Yu Qingxuan's expression was also very serious. He stared at the pill without blinking and seemed very nervous. After 10 minutes, Elder Gao's body trembled slightly. It was obvious that he had expended a lot of soul power. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and put the pill back. He said, "Lady Jin Xian, President Qianrong, the composition of this blood-clotting pill is exactly the same as our blood-clotting pill. There is no problem." "Haha. Let's see how you explain now." Yu Qingshuang laughed and said, even your own refiner said that there is no problem with the pill. But my brother died from eating it. This means that this blood-clotting pill has a huge flaw. It will produce a deadly poison. The crowd was in an uproar. They began to discuss among themselves. Especially those who had already bought the blood-clotting pill, they began to complain about returning it. Xianxia's expression also turned ugly. She ordered someone to bring a dog over and fed it a pill on the spot. At first, the dog was still alive and kicking, but after a few moments, it foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground dead. Moreover, its face was green and its body was stiff. It was exactly the same as the dead person. Ah! It really is poisonous. Some customers couldn't help but exclaim. All of a sudden, all kinds of doubts were raised. The faces of the people from the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild turned pale. Elder Gao coughed violently. He also understood the seriousness of the matter. He said with a trembling voice, this old man's strength is limited. My energy has been declining year by year. It is too difficult for me to analyze this level 6 pill. Lady Xianxia, you should go to the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild and invite an alchemist master to identify it. Humph, even if you invite a level 9 alchemist master, it is useless. This pill was produced by your Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. It has not undergone any changes. Even this dog was poisoned to death after eating it. Are you still trying to shirk responsibility? Yu Qingshuang was in the right. He had a complacent look on his face. There was no sign of the grief and indignation of his brother's death. Xianxia said calmly, Elder Gao has also admitted that his body is deteriorating. It is very difficult to appraise a level 6 pill. Moreover, even if Elder Gao identifies the difference between this pill and our Violet Cloud Merchant Guild's blood-clotting pill, will you let it go? Wouldn't it be more fair to find a third-party alchemist master? Yu Qingshuang sneered, I knew you would play tricks. Who doesn't know that the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild is your backer? Can you guarantee fairness? You can hire a third party. I have already thought of it for you. I have already sent someone to invite Master C. De Yuan. When Master C. De Yuan's appraisal results are out, let's see what you have to say. Everyone from the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild was startled. They seemed to smell a conspiracy. Master C. De Yuan was an 8th-level alchemist. He was hired by the Castellan residents. Not to mention a hunter leader like Yu Qingshuang, it was not easy for him to meet even the heads of the major merchant guilds. Why would he come to the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild to appraise pills for such a small matter? But with C. De Yuan's status, if he made a judgment, it would almost be the final verdict. There were only 3 8th-level alchemists in Ocean Sky Town. There were 2 more in other merchant guilds. They were all competitors with the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. It was impossible to invite them. Xianxia's expression sank into an unprecedented seriousness. She could basically conclude that this was a conspiracy. Moreover, this conspiracy was getting bigger and bigger. It was about to nibble away at their merchant guild bit by bit. Although she could see through it, she was powerless to struggle and was being devoured. He's here. The master is here. Just as everyone was in shock, a voice came from outside. An exquisite and luxurious carriage stopped in front of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. It was the Castellan residence's highest-class carriage. There were only 2 in the entire Ocean Sky Town. One was owned by the Castellan, and the other was owned by the 8th-level alchemist C. De Yuan. It really is the master's carriage. I've seen it before. I didn't think that even Master C. De Yuan would come. I've been in Ocean Sky Town for so many years, but I've never seen the master's true appearance. Today, I can have a taste of my wish. With Master C. De Yuan in charge, the truth will come to light very soon. While everyone was discussing in low voices, 2 beautiful maids wearing exquisite clothes walked out of the carriage. The 2 of them carefully supported an old man with white hair that hung down to his shoulders. Everyone was disappointed when they saw him. Apart from his rosy complexion, this old man looked no different from an ordinary old man. He did not have the elegant demeanor that everyone had imagined him to have. Although Ocean Sky Town was a large commercial city in the Eastern Territory, it was located at the shore of the East Sea. It was far away from the spiritual mountains and great rivers of the Eastern Territory. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extremely thin. Very few experts were willing to come here. Therefore, those who could be hired were all old men who had no hope of cultivating. Master, you're finally here. I hope you can help my brother. Yu Qingshuang hurriedly went forward and carefully supported Si Deyuan in as if he was treating his own father. Although Jin Xian knew that the situation was not good, she still had to be courteous and respectfully greeted him. Si Deyuan also responded softly, but when he looked at Jin Xian, a glimmer of light flashed across his murky eyes. He slowly said, "So it's the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild's first master. My apologies for not recognizing you." Jin Xian smiled lightly and said, "Master is too polite. It's all the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild's incompetence. Such a small matter has caused Master to personally come. I really feel uneasy. At the same time, I'm also touched by Master's spirit of helping others." Her words immediately caused many people to frown, as if they had heard something. With Si Deyuan's status, he should not have been so easily invited. Could it be that there was a problem? A look of shame flashed across Si Deyuan's face. He was slightly annoyed as he said, "This is a matter of life and death, how can it be a small matter? Only one person has died. If the situation is not controlled and allowed to spread, the harm will be inestimable." Jin Xian did not have any good ideas at the moment. Under such circumstances, she could only react accordingly. If she was not careful, the Violet Cloud Commerce would most likely fall here. "Qianrong, bring a real bruise removal pill and this fake pill for the master to examine. With the master's ability, he will definitely be able to discover the subtleties and prove the Violet Cloud Commerce's innocence." "Yes." Jiang Qianrong took a non-poisonous pill and placed it beside the poisonous pill. Her face was also full of worry. It was not easy for the president to come to Ocean Sky Town, but this kind of situation happened. Si Deyuan's lazy gaze swept across the pills. He grabbed one with each hand and held the fake pill in his left hand. A wave of pure soul power was poured into it. His dispirited look was immediately swept away and he became bright and spirited. A surge of spiritual power surged out and formed a faintly discernible force around his body, preventing the people around him from getting close. Everyone watched nervously, especially the people from the Violet Cloud Commerce. Their palms were all sweating. Li Yinxiao stared at him and could not help but be stunned. This Si Deyuan seemed to be putting on a show, but in reality, he was just putting on a show. It seemed that this person had long been in cahoots with Yu Qingshuang. After a while, Si Deyuan stopped acting and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He said, "The ingredients of these two pills are exactly the same. There is no difference. They are both from the Violet Cloud Commerce." What? This conclusion undoubtedly pushed the Violet Cloud Commerce into an abyss. Jin Xian could no longer remain calm. She said in a low voice, "Master, are you 100% confident?" Although she had already determined that Si Deyuan and Yu Qingshuang were in cahoots, she still had a faint hope in her heart. However, Si Deyuan's answer immediately shattered her fantasies. "Of course." A trace of displeasure flashed across Si Deyuan's face, as if he was very angry that others doubted his strength. He coldly snorted and said, "If you don't believe this old man's judgment, you can go to the deity transformation sea and invite a 9th-stage alchemist." Jin Xian's face paled. With their ability, how could they invite a rank 9 great alchemist? Even if they did invite one through the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, who knew how long it would take? Perhaps the Chamber of Commerce would have already been defeated by the enemy in the dark. Since the other party had such a vicious move, they would definitely have a backup plan. She seemed to see a bloody mouth that was about to swallow her whole, and she was completely unaware of it. "I didn't expect the Violet Cloud Commerce to be such a despicable place. I want a refund." Someone immediately cried out, and this caused a chain reaction. Everyone wanted a refund, and it was like a tidal wave, causing everyone in the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce to turn pale, and they were at a loss. "Guild leader, what should we do?" Jiang Qianrong was so anxious that she almost cried. Jin Xian's face was deathly pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Anyone who wants a refund will be processed. However, I will definitely prove the innocence of our Violet Cloud Commerce and uncover the true culprit behind this." "Innocent? You'd better pay for my brother's life first." Yu Qingshuang snorted coldly, and a murderous aura appeared on his face as he charged forward. Elder Wu hurriedly tapped his walking stick and went up to block him. Bang! Both of them exchanged a palm strike. Yu Qingshuang's realm was not high enough, and he was pushed back repeatedly. He shouted angrily, "Elder Wu, are you really going to help the tyrant?" "Humph, it's still too early to say who is the tyrant." Elder Wu had been in the Violet Cloud Commerce for a long time, and he knew the Violet Cloud Commerce's style of doing things. It was impossible for them to produce poisonous pills. In addition, he had also seen many cruel business wars between the chambers of commerce. He also understood that the Violet Cloud Commerce was framed this time, but there was no way to clear it up in a short time. Si Deyuan looked over and said in a serious tone, "Elder Wu, we have already investigated that the Violet Cloud Commerce is selling poisonous pills. I am now representing the City Lord Matter to seal up this Chamber of Commerce and await the City Lord's punishment. If you dare to make a move, it will be equivalent to openly defying the City Lord Matter." Elder Wu's expression changed drastically. If the City Lord Matter's label of openly defying the City Lord was pinned on him, he would not be able to mingle in Ocean Sky Town anymore. There were no major powers in the entire Ocean Sky Town, and the City Lord, Liao Yangbing, was the strongest expert in the entire Ocean Sky Town. Basically, his words were final. And Si Deyuan's status was enough to represent the City Lord Matter's words. His eyes struggled for a while, and he finally laughed out loud and said, "Haha. I have also lived for more than 100 years, and I really don't care about this little life of mine. After so many years of fighting and rolling in the sea, there were a few times when I thought that I would definitely die, and I can be considered to have lived more or less. The Violet Cloud Commerce has treated me with great kindness. Today, knowing that the Chamber of Commerce is being wronged, how can I be greedy for my life and disregard morality and justice?" He swept out the walking stick in front of Xianxia and the others, swearing to resist with his life. Si Deyuan's face twitched, and he said angrily, "Since that is the case, then I will wait for the City Lord Matter to take care of you. Go!" He shouted angrily, and immediately, a figure flashed over. The speed was extremely fast, and before he could defend, a palm struck out. Elder Wu was completely unable to defend, and was struck in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Si Deyuan said coldly, "Capture all the people from the Violet Cloud Commerce, lock them in the dungeon, and seal up the commerce." The figure received the order, and immediately rushed towards Xianxia. After taking care of Elder Wu, these people were simply a motley crew. Xianxia laughed angrily and said, "Good, good. Everything is prepared, but I don't know who is the person behind all of you. I will not accept my defeat." She quickly drew her sword to defend, but how could she be a match for the other party? The long sword in her hand was knocked away by the other party's finger, and she could only watch helplessly as a sinister smile appeared on the cold face, and a large hand that was like an iron claw grabbed towards her neck. Xianxia was filled with grief and indignation, and she could not bear to watch any longer. She closed her eyes and waited for death. However, after a while, her neck did not receive any attack, and the surroundings seemed to have become somewhat quiet. She opened her eyes in shock, and saw a familiar figure walking out from the crowd. He said with a light smile, "After watching for so long, I thought I could lure out the person behind all of this. I did not expect it to be a group of lackeys. Forget it, I will deal with you lackeys first. After beating the dog, the master will have to come out eventually. You. Young Master Yun." Xianxia only felt dazed, and it felt unreal. No, it must be my illusion." She lowered her head and used both hands to rub her eyes. When she opened them again, it was still that handsome face that was looking at her with a smile. "Is it really you? Young Master Yun?" She used her fingernails to pinch herself, and it became more and more painful. Only then did she gradually believe it. Her right hand suddenly covered her mouth, and she forced herself not to cry. However, her eyes gradually turned red, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed down. "What's going on? Go, capture them all." Si Deyuan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, and he hurriedly ordered, but the figure still did not move. Li Yunxiao walked forward with a smile and lightly pushed the person. He immediately fell to the ground with a bang, and had already been dead for a while. You will never be able to order him again. Eh? Dead? How is this possible? Si Deyuan was shocked, and Yu Qingshuang's heart also trembled in disbelief. This expert was an expert of the 7-star martial venerable level, and could be considered to be ranked in the ocean sky town. How could he be silently killed in front of so many eyes? They all felt a chill down their spines, and they felt that the god of death was quietly approaching. You, who are you? How dare you obstruct the city lord's mansion? Si Deyuan slightly calmed down. With his identity and status, the other party definitely did not dare to do anything. Everyone be quiet. Li Yunxiao made a shushing gesture, and said, the Violet Cloud Commerce will definitely not sell fake pills. The fake one is Si Deyuan. He is not some rank 8 alchemist at all, he is just a Jianghu swindler. What? This explosive news was even more shocking than the news that the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild was selling fake pills. Everyone stopped refunding and turned around to look. That's impossible, right? Master Si Deyuan has the rank 8 alchemist badge personally issued by the deity Transformation Sea. That's right, the master's reputation in the ocean sky town is not just for a day or two. How could it be fake? Who is this kid? How dare he say such nonsense? Does he not want to live? Si Deyuan was stunned for a moment, then he looked up to the sky and laughed, his eyes full of mockery, and said, this old man thought you were going to say something. You actually dare to question my alchemist qualifications, haha, what a joke. Xianxia's face no longer had that nervous and uneasy expression on her face, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, like a glowing fairy, quietly stood at the side and looked at Li Yunxiao. Not only the incident in Fire City, but also the battle that made Red Moon City famous all over the world, all of it filled her with absolute confidence in Li Yunxiao, and she only needed to quietly watch. With him around, everything would be fine. This time, the Violet Cloud Commerce is saved. I did not expect to owe him another favor, both times his kindness is greater than the heavens. How can I repay this? Jiang Qianrong was also quite shocked, looking at this young man who did not by any set actually recognize the Lord President, and from the looks of it, their relationship was not shallow. What made her even more puzzled was why after seeing this person, the Lord President completely relaxed. She was the closest to Jin Xian. Naturally could feel that Jin Xian's relaxed expression was not fake. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, that's right. This is a joke, you are the biggest joke in Ocean Sky Town. Today, not only will I expose you as a liar, but I will also capture you to the deity Transformation Sea, to receive the most severe punishment. Humph, impudent. Si Deyuan said angrily, this old man is a genuine level 8 alchemist, do I still need to prove it to you? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, I also said that I am level 9, these two level 6 alchemists obviously have different composition, you can't even see this, and you actually dare to call yourself a level 8 alchemist, then wouldn't I be a level 10 alchemist god? What? Could it be that Master Si Deyuan's judgment is wrong? Everyone was shocked, with looks of disbelief, full of suspicion. Si Deyuan said angrily, nonsense. These two pills are exactly the same. This old man dares to guarantee with my reputation. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly, and said, you are a liar, what reputation do you have? Today, I will expose you on the spot, just what is the difference between these two pills, I will demonstrate for everyone to see. Li Yunxiao confidently walked towards the counter where the elixirs were placed. He was the one who gave the bruise-dissolving elixir to the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, so the concoction process was crystal clear. It definitely wouldn't produce any poison, so there must be something different about it. Moreover, even if these two pills were exactly the same, he would still be able to transform into something different. Jin Xian, bring me 2 purple-colored containers. Jin Xian immediately ordered, give it to him quickly. Jiang Qianrong immediately found 2 superior purple-colored containers and placed them on the counter. Li Yunxiao placed the 2 elixirs into the containers in front of everyone. Then, he began to search around the store. Soon, he found a large amount of various materials. He took out a glass container and placed it into the containers. Then, he used a fire to light it up and began to smelt it. What is he doing? Is this kid also a refiner? Yes, it's possible. Didn't he say that he wanted to expose Master Si Deyuan? If he didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve, how could he expose him? TSK, as expected, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. I'm guessing that this young man is at most at the peak of the second tier. I'm afraid that he couldn't see the master's techniques, so he thought that the master was a swindler. Si Deyuan looked at his actions coldly. Only when Li Yunxiao used his soul power to shake the materials in the air and used various techniques to condense them did Si Deyuan's face start to turn serious and reveal a shocked expression. As Li Yunxiao continued to use his techniques, his skillful techniques and beautiful silhouette immediately made everyone shut up. They had more or less seen refiners refine elixirs, but no one could refine elixirs in such a way. This was no longer pure elixir refinement, but a kind of art. Si Deyuan's expression became more and more serious. With his experience, he could naturally see that Li Yunxiao's refining technique wasn't just an ordinary level of proficiency. Instead, it was a kind of accumulation of countless years of experience. It was a kind of strength that came from the tempering of thousands of times. Hua. With the last spell, the materials in the air were unknowingly refined into a colorless and odorless transparent liquid, just like ordinary water. Li Yunxiao said, "This kind of solution is a kind of decomposition solution. It can gradually decompose a pill that has taken shape. It is commonly used to study the structure of materials. In order to give everyone a detailed explanation, I will use a method that everyone can understand to clearly explain the difference between these two pills." In fact, he didn't know what was different about these two pills, but he wasn't worried. As he went deeper, it would be easy to discover the problem. Even Si Deyuan might have noticed it, but he didn't say anything. Who is this young man? That technique just now was too beautiful. He is definitely not a normal arcane master. Yeah, I've dealt with arcane masters for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful scene. Could it be? Could it be that what this young man said was true? Master Si Deyuan really? Their voices became softer and softer, but the shop was only so big. How could Si Deyuan not hear them? His expression became colder and colder as he stared at the two purple containers in Li Yunxiao's hands. As the colorless liquid was poured into the containers, the pills in the two containers began to gradually melt. However, it wasn't a normal melting, but a reverse decomposition. In order to let everyone see clearly, I will control the reverse decomposition process of these two pills. In the arcane world, absolute reverse decomposition does not exist, only relative reverse decomposition. Li Yunxiao took out the dust cloud mirror and directly used it. The dust cloud mirror transformed into a mirror image in the air. A ray of light shone down, directly reflecting the scene in the two containers onto a wall, enlarging it by several hundred times. Moreover, the entire process also became slower under the light of the mirror. It's actually so magical? Many people felt that it was an eye-opener, while Si Deyuan and Yu Qingxuang's expressions became uglier and uglier. This was especially so for Si Deyuan. With his cultivation as a level 8 arcane refinement master, he could naturally tell that the power contained in Li Yunxiao's treasured mirror was extremely powerful. It was far beyond what his soul power could discern. What did this mean? A profound artifact that even a rank 8 arcane master could not recognize. It could only be a rank 9 profound artifact. Who is this young man? He actually has a rank 9 profound artifact. This time, Si Deyuan could no longer remain calm. Cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. Moreover, he realized that the reverse decomposition technique that Li Yunxiao had displayed was beyond his understanding, be it the theory or the technique. How is this possible? I'm a rank 8 arcane master. I can't even understand this young man's technique? A ridiculous feeling spread in his heart. He felt that everything in front of him was unreal, too absurd. This is tearing teeth essence grass, this is hairy leaf wing, and this is llama grass orchid. The light screen on the wall began to slowly separate out bit by bit. Li Yunxiao pointed at those things and began to explain. Llama grass orchid's effect is to gather qi and restore blood. It is one of the main ingredients of the blood stasis removal pill. Furthermore, it must be a llama grass orchid that is over 100 years old. Only then can the spiritual energy contained within it allow a 6 directions realm martial artist to completely recover. At the 7 constellation realm, it can at least recover a third or more. This also means that the age of the llama grass orchid basically determines the quality of this blood stasis removal pill. Everyone can pay special attention when choosing the pill. If there are more of these thin purple veins in the pill, it means that the llama grass orchid is older, and the more effective it is. Many people took out their blood stasis removal pills and began to compare them. As expected, they discovered that the purple veins were of different depths and shapes. Jiang Qianrong was completely dumbfounded. She had been a shopkeeper for so many years and had seen more than 10,000 blood stasis removal pills. However, she never knew that there were so many secrets. Jean Xian, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. She had a gentle and quiet look on her face as she watched and listened with satisfaction. Her mood of falling into the abyss just now was now extremely blissful. She really wanted to brew a pot of good tea and slowly savor it. Then why are there some uneven grooves on the surface? What's going on? A meticulous person started to ask. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "This is the effect of the other main ingredient. Everyone, look, this thing is about to be broken down." He pointed at the wall, and as the blood stasis removal pill became smaller and smaller, something as thin as hair started to float out of the pill. It spread outwards and increased in number, like willow catkins fluttering in the wind. This thing is called dried mountain infant. It is also the other main ingredient. Its effect is to purify vitality and expel all kinds of abnormal energy. Therefore, no matter what kind of energy is in your body, consuming a blood stasis removal pill can dissolve more than half of it. So that's how it is. It actually has such an effect. We didn't know about it. Everyone exclaimed. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "The effect is far more than this. You guys spent the same amount of money to make up for two things, yet you're not satisfied. Instead, you listen to the rumors of swindlers and can't tell right from wrong. The two pills are more or less broken down. I think the key point will be revealed soon." Si Deyuan's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. At the same time, his heart felt heavy as if it was filled with lead. The formula path foundation that Li Yunxiao displayed was not inferior to his at all. And this person's age, with his eyes, he could naturally see Li Yunxiao's true age. It was definitely not fake. Heavens, not even 20 years old, and his formula path cultivation was at least at the 8th level. He only felt more and more cold sweat on his body. This person himself was scary enough. God knows what kind of existence the force behind him was. Could he be a peerless genius specially cultivated by the soul formation sea? Why would he help the violet cloud commerce? Thinking of this, Si Deyuan could no longer relax. He began to have a bad feeling in his heart. He even regretted participating in this. Victory was originally in his grasp, and the situation that could not be changed seemed to be tilting. Li Yunxiao's gaze also gradually became serious. At this moment, a pebble-like object suddenly appeared in the core. His eyes flashed, and he shouted, "It's here." He launched a technique into the dusk cloud mirror. The mirror's light suddenly became stronger and immediately stopped the breaking down process. Li Yunxiao slammed his palm on the table. Immediately, two gray objects shook out of the vessel and landed in his left and right hands. Si Deyuan's heart also jumped, and he also became nervous. He indeed did not discover the difference between the two pills. Therefore, even though Li Yunxiao displayed a formula path achievement that was no weaker than his, and although he was serious, at least he did not panic. But now, he was indeed a little flustered, because the opponent would not speak without thinking. Li Yunxiao held the two items in his hands and showed them to everyone. He smiled and said, "Are there any alchemists here? Are you willing to come out and appraise them?" Everyone looked at each other. Finally, a man volunteered and said, "Me. I am a rank 3 alchemist. Do you need my help, sir?" Li Yunxiao's demonstration and explanation of the entire process had already completely convinced him. His tone was full of respect. Li Yunxiao extended his hands in front of him and said, "Take a look at these two items." "What are they?" The rank 3 alchemist looked carefully and sniffed from time to time. He did not forget to immerse his soul power into it to investigate. In the end, he said with certainty, "This is the solid state formed from the solution of the purple seahorse's core. The other one is the same." Li Yunxiao smiled and raised his hands in front of Si Deyuan. He said softly, "Grandmaster, what do you think?" He emphasized the word Grandmaster, and it was full of sarcasm. For some reason, everyone started to believe in Li Yunxiao. Although they could not say that Si Deyuan was a liar, they chose to believe Li Yunxiao's words emotionally. Si Deyuan's face was gloomy. He looked at the two items and snorted. They are both remnants of the purple seahorse's core. Do we still need to determine? We can tell at a glance. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. This smile gave Si Deyuan a very bad feeling. Jin Xian, do you know the problem now? Li Yunxiao didn't analyze anything and directly asked about Jin Xian, causing everyone to be stunned. Jin Xian immediately recovered from her state of admiration. Her face was slightly red. She said, "Are you asking me?" She thought for a while, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She said excitedly, "I understand." Jin Xian said excitedly, "So that's how it is." Everyone didn't know what was going on, thinking that the purple seahorse was a common sea beast. Was there a problem with that? Jin Xian's eyes gradually flickered as she explained, "The stasis-removing pill doesn't have the purple seahorse at all." What? Everyone's heart jumped. Si Deyuan was also greatly shocked, thinking that it was not good. There seemed to be a mistake somewhere. That rank 3 alchemist also didn't understand and said suspiciously, "How can that be? The thing in this lord's hand is indeed the purple seahorse core solution," and Master Si Deyuan also made a judgment. Li Yunxiao sneered, "I already said he's a swindler. What bullshit, master. It's understandable that you don't know the formula path because your level is low, but if he really is a rank 8 alchemist, how can he not recognize this purple seahorse core solution?" What? Purple seahorse? What's this? Yeah, I've never heard of it, I've only heard of the purple seahorse. A burst of discussion sounded out, and Si Deyuan's expression changed drastically, immediately understanding where the mistake was. His face was deathly pale, and beads of cold sweat dripped down. Jin Xian sneered, "This purple seahorse is a relatively rare land demon beast, extremely similar to seahorses. Everyone has been in Seaside City for a long time, so they have never heard of it. The course of events is very clear now. Someone must have secretly broken down the stasis-removing pill and tried to refine it. Because the seahorse and the seahorse, these two demon beasts, look exactly the same, plus the person who secretly refined it stays in Seaside all year round. Naturally he thought that one of the ingredients was the purple seahorse." The rank 3 alchemist came to a sudden realization and said, but even the purple heroic seahorse is not poisonous." Li Yunxiao said, "It's highly possible that these two demonic beasts belonged to the same family in ancient times. However, due to the difference in their growing environments, although they still maintain a high degree of similarity in appearance, their nature has completely changed. Their core is not poisonous, but when combined with the other ingredients of the stasis-removing pill, the effect is like heaven and earth." Only then did the Tier 3 alchemist nod his head repeatedly. Everyone understood. Not to mention different types of materials, even if they were of the same type, as long as the ratio was different, there would be a huge difference. Li Yunxiao continued, "It's clear that the alchemist who secretly researched the stasis removal pill is the same as Master Si Deyuan. He doesn't know the Pegasus at all, so he used the seahorse as a substitute to create this poisonous stasis removal pill. Don't you think so? Master Si Deyuan." Si Deyuan's face turned pale, and he said angrily, "What does this have to do with me? Moreover, these two substances were exactly the same. How could you say that a Pegasus was a Pegasus? I was wondering what it was." I knew Grandmaster would ask such a question." Li Yunxiao pushed through the crowd and began to search among the containers. Soon, he took out a bag of powder, changed 2 new glassware, and dissolved the powder in it. Then, he threw the 2 substances in his hand into it, and said, "Although the nature of the seahorse and the Pegasus core is water, one in the sea has the nature of water, while the other on land has the nature of gung water, the difference is huge." At this moment, after the 2 substances entered the solution, one showed a light yellow color, while the other showed a light green color. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "This powder is the essence of hard soil. Once it is dissolved, you can distinguish the difference in water. I wonder if Master Si Deyuan has learned this bit of common sense?" Si Deyuan's face was pale, and he was stunned speechless. Li Yunxiao's smile gradually disappeared, and a cold aura began to spread out. He said coldly, "As a Tier 8 alchemist, how can you not know this? Not only did you swindle and damage the reputation of alchemists, you even colluded with this group of people to harm the Violet Cloud commerce. Master Cdun, you dare to pretend to be an alchemist, you're finished. Li Yunxiao took a step forward, and the aura on his body exploded. In an instant, Cdun, Yu Qingxuang, and the others were shaken, and their eyes were filled with fear. Cdun was unable to speak, and he was horrified to find that his soul power was completely suppressed by the other party. Not only that, even his vitality was suppressed, and he could not even make a sound. This was what Li Yunxiao wanted him to be unable to refute. Run! Yu Qingxuang suddenly shouted, and ran away with his brothers. Jin Xian watched as they fled, and her worried heart finally relaxed. If they had not fled and insisted on resisting stubbornly, the crowd would still have some doubts. However, now that they had fled in a panic, they had basically confirmed that the Violet Cloud Commerce Chamber was innocent. You want to run without explaining things clearly? Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, and took a step forward, directly appearing in front of the crowd. Using his palm as a sword, he directly swept out. Green Lotus Sword Song. Bang! There was a total of more than 10 people, and they were all knocked back by the sword. All of them were seriously injured, and they vomited blood continuously. All of them looked at the young man in white in fear, and they could not understand how such a terrifying person could exist. Li Yunxiao reached out his hand and grabbed, and Yu Qingxuang was immediately lifted into the air by a force. He could not use any strength in the air, and his dantian was directly sealed by the sword qi. Now, he was even weaker than an ordinary person. His heart was filled with endless fear. He was a martial honor. To be able to torture him like kicking a cat, he must at least be a high-level martial honor. How old was this young man? He actually had such high attainments in both martial arts and sorcery, and his background was definitely not simple. Tell me, what is this conspiracy about, and who set it up? Tell me everything clearly, and you can be spared from death. Li Yunxiao said calmly, and his face was peaceful, but it made people shudder. Gulp. Yu Qingxuang's face was pale, and he swallowed with difficulty. He looked back at Cdun, who was already speechless. His bright eyes had already turned into dead fish pearls. No one sent us, we are here to demand justice. Yu Qingxuang gritted his teeth and said. Very good. A trace of cold air appeared in Li Yunxiao's hand, and it condensed into an ice sword. He slowly walked over, and said with a smile, I like people with backbone. I will first cut off your penis, then put more than 10 of you in a big cage, feed you strong aphrodisiac, and parade you through the streets. Plop. After hearing his words, more than 10 burly men knelt down in fear, and each of them trembled. Yu Qingxuang's face no longer had any color, and he gritted his teeth and said, You are not human. You animal. In a while, the whole city will know whether I am the animal, or you are the animals. Li Yunxiao looked up at Cdun, and said with a smile, Master, don't worry, you will be treated the same as them. Cdun's face changed, and he struggled desperately, but no matter how he struggled, his throat could not make a sound. He desperately hammered his throat with his hand, and his face was red. Yu Qingxuang's face was pale, and he knew that he was completely screwed this time. He gritted his teeth, and seemed to have made up his mind, and said, I will speak. But you must ensure that I leave Haitian town safely. Li Yunxiao sneered, Do you want me to be your guard? I don't have that kind of free time. If you speak, you still have a chance to escape. If you don't speak, then make some of your remaining energy in your life, and perform some difficult, extremely stimulating, and hardcore human art acts. Blarg. Some of the more than 10 burly men couldn't help but vomit, and they were so scared that they trembled and cried, Boss, what the hell is going on? Tell me quickly. Could it be that they are really wronged? Yu Qingxuang's eyes were full of resentment, and he stared at Li Yunxiao, and said, You will definitely die a horrible death in the future. The Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce is indeed wronged, and the person who instigated me behind the scenes is. Suddenly, an extremely fast light came from the sky, and went straight for Yu Qingxuang's head. Yu Qingxuang's face was pale, and his voice stopped. His eyes revealed despair, but there seemed to be a trace of relief in that despair. Bang! The cold light came, but Yu Qingxuang did not die, and only the ice sword in Li Yunxiao's hand was shaken into ice fragments, scattered in the air, and slowly flashed. Humph finally appeared? Li Yunxiao sneered, and the great sorrow dusk cloud mirror was immediately taken out. The light shone down, and the space was locked. Then, with the cold sword in hand, he slashed out a sword art in the air, and instantly split the sky. A scream was heard, and blood splattered in the sky. A figure fell to the ground, and twitched non-stop. Isn't this person Elder Qi Yangwen of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce? Heavens, it is indeed a conspiracy to frame the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and there is someone hiding in the dark. Could the mastermind be the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce? Isn't this too despicable? How dare they treat the lives of martial artists as a joke, and do such a despicable thing? Qi Yangwen had a huge wound on his chest, and his face was pale. He hurriedly swallowed a large number of elixirs, and anxiously said on the ground, "Everyone, don't misunderstand, I was just passing by, and this matter has nothing to do with the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce." "Oh? You would kill someone if you had nothing to do with it?" Li Yunxiao sneered, and the crowd also revealed looks of ridicule. These words were simply an insult to everyone's intelligence. Yu Qingshuang then came to his senses, and pointed at Qi Yangwen, and said furiously, "You are really inhuman. You actually wanted to kill me to silence me." "Sir, it was the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce who instructed me to do it. My brother was also killed by them, and all this has nothing to do with the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. And Si Deyuan is also an accomplice that they paid a high price to hire." His statement immediately caused an uproar. Although the matter was already very obvious, but Yu Qingshuang's statement was the ironclad truth. Qi Yangwen said angrily, "Yu Qingshuang, how dare you slander the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce? Do you not want to live?" Yu Qingshuang sneered, "I only said the truth because I want to live." He took out a storage bag from his ring, and threw it out, and said, "Sir, this is the 10 billion mid-grade primordial stones I received from them, and I betrayed my brothers, and put everyone in this situation. You can kill me, but please let my brothers go, and these 10 billion mid-grade primordial stones are the money I paid for their lives." "Boss. You." Those dozen over martial artists, each and every one of their faces were abnormally shocked. They simply did not dare to believe that their comrade who had gone through fire and water with them for many years actually really betrayed them collectively. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "That's right. You can go now. Whether or not you can walk out of Ocean Sky Town will depend on your luck." Yu Qingshuang was stunned and somewhat did not dare to believe that Li Yunxiao would let him off so easily. But he immediately said with great joy, "Many thanks, Your Excellency. Don't dare to forget the grace of not killing today." Finished talking, he immediately turned into a streak of light and fled, heading for the transmission island. The matter had already come to light at this point. Qi Yangwen and Si Deyuan both had deathly pale faces, especially Si Deyuan. His esteemed status was destroyed in a day. Qi Yangwen was still unresigned. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I understand. This must be a good show that you guys put on, deliberately framing our Thunderwind Merchant Association." Li Yunxiao stomped over with a foot, directly covering his face with the sole of his shoe, knocking out all his teeth. He scolded, "You freaking think that everyone's IQ is the same as yours?" He withdrew the soul power that was suppressing Si Deyuan's body, and said with a smile, "Grandmaster, please tell me the whole story. If you still want a little brother, and don't want to do some hardcore body art." Si Deyuan's entire body trembled and started coughing violently. Once he admitted it, everything would be over for him. But if he did not admit it, it would be even more over. He said miserably, "It's all my fault for being blinded by greed and doing such a shameful thing." What Yu Qingshuang said was right. I took the Thunderwind Merchant Association's benefits, 3 Tier 9 pill formulas. That's why I colluded with them to slander the Violet Cloud Merchant Association. Swoosh, Si Deyuan's status was far from what Yu Qingshuang could compare to. With this said, nobody doubted it anymore. All of them were filled with righteous indignation. Si Deyuan became much more dispirited in an instant, looking like an old man. He said dejectedly, "The situation is really about the same as you guessed. The Thunderwind Merchant Association had always wanted to crack the blood stasis resolving pill formula and found me to try many times too. They all failed and could only create this kind of poisonous medicinal pill. Hence, he came up with a plan to seize the pill formulas of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and at the same time, completely eradicate the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. I was momentarily blinded by greed, that's why I did such a stupid thing. In the end, I harmed others and myself. It's really hard to believe. Is this the so-called master? Pooh. Sigh, who can remain calm in the face of benefits? Master is also a human. They're too vicious. The Thunderwind Merchant Group deserves to be one of the 7 great merchant groups, yet their despicable actions are truly infuriating. It's more than that. He doesn't even take the lives of us martial artists seriously. I swear I will never go to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce again. Yeah, me too. I will also spread the news and tell everyone not to go to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. This kind of unscrupulous merchant should be boycotted together. All kinds of curses and indignant voices could be heard continuously. Coupled with the fierce words of the people from the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild, it immediately aroused public anger. Xianxia had a smile on her face throughout the entire process. From the beginning, she believed that as long as this man was here, everything could be salvaged. However, she never imagined that it would be such a shocking reversal. Xianxia said furiously, "Why you dare to slander my Thunderwind Merchant Group? My Thunderwind Merchant Group will not let you off." Li Yunxiao spat a mouthful of phlegm over, directly spitting on his face, and scolded, "Still not letting us off? This young master will not let you off right now." He said loudly, "Everyone, follow me to the Thunderwind Merchant Group to demand justice." Right. Demand justice. Our Purple Cloud Merchant Group is not so easy to bully. Jiang Qianrong shouted loudly in the crowd, immediately stirring up the crowd's emotions as they all started shouting. It seemed like women had more appeal. Those customers outside the merchant group also joined in the shouting ranks, waiting to watch the show. Li Yunxiao naturally hoped that the more people, the better. The bigger the commotion, the better. Elder Wu's expression became somewhat solemn as he whispered in Jin Xian's ear, "Lord President, that Thunderwind Merchant Group seems to have a powerhouse like Emperor Wu holding down the fort. If we go rashly like this, I'm afraid we won't gain anything. Why don't we inform the Heavenly Essence Merchant Group and discuss before finding trouble with them? Furthermore, although this Si Duyuan is an accomplice, he is still a member of the City Lord Manor. In Ocean Sky Town, we still have to give the City Lord Manor face no matter what." Jin Xian nodded slightly and said, "Elder Wu's analysis makes sense. But right now, everything is up to him. I just need to watch. Whatever he needs, I will support it. If he says to kill our way to the Thunderwind Merchant Group now, I will immediately draw my sword and follow without any hesitation." This, Elder Wu was stunned, looking at Jin Xian with some confusion. He did not know Jin Xian well, but he heard that she was an intelligent woman. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to establish the Purple Cloud Merchant Group to where it was now. But at this moment, hearing her words, it was the kind of extremely emotional woman, causing Elder Wu to be somewhat disappointed in his heart. But he had received a favor from the Purple Cloud Merchant Group, and they were the boss, so there was nothing much to say. Li Yunxiao said loudly, "Today's matter will be decided by the public. I hope that everyone can bear witness. Now, we will make a cage, put these 2 despicable people in it, and parade them on the streets. Then, we will gather in front of the Thunderwind Merchant Group. I want to see what the Thunderwind Merchant Group has to say." What? Qi Yongwen and Si Duyuan were both shocked. They struggled and roared with all their might, cursing endlessly like wild beasts on their deathbed. "You will die a horrible death. Purple Cloud Merchant Group, I, Qi Yongwen, will not let you off even if I die. I am an 8th rank alchemist, directly under the jurisdiction of the Deity Transformation Sea. If you dare to treat me like this, the Deity Transformation Sea will not let you off." Si Duyuan even brought up the Deity Transformation Sea, thinking that the other party would more or less have some fear. But how could Li Yunxiao fall for this? He laughed coldly, "Since you have the intention to harm others, you must be prepared to be harmed. A revered martial artist and an 8th rank alchemist. TSK, not bad, not bad. It will definitely be shocking. Also, immediately shut up. Otherwise, I don't mind adding some strong seasonings to the cage, making you praise your performance art along the way." The 2 of them instantly turned pale, and a kind of despair spread from the bottom of their hearts. They never thought that there would actually be such a vicious person in the world. Xianxia immediately ordered, "Prepare a prison carriage. The merchant group will temporarily close the shop. Everyone, follow me." Yes. Jiang Qianrong immediately got to work, and everyone got busy. The onlookers all wore smiles on their faces, waiting to see a good show. Especially when they saw Si Deyuan's appearance, many people felt a burst of joy in their hearts. These great alchemists were usually high and mighty, and no one was spared from their wrath. Now that they saw them in captivity, they all felt happy. Li Yunxiao's gaze suddenly fell on the figure of a little girl, and he revealed a surprised expression. It was Xiao Hong, who had been sent flying by Yu Qingshuang earlier. She had fainted in a corner, and no one knew when she had woken up. She was also busy with everyone else, looking silly and cute, as if nothing had happened. A strange feeling welled up in Li Yunxiao's heart. He took a step forward and grabbed Xiao Hong, scanning her body with his divine sense. Xiao Hong was so scared that her face turned pale, and she could not exert any strength in the air. She used both hands to hit Li Yunxiao with all her might, and both her legs kicked here and there. She kept shouting, "Put me down, what are you doing? Put me down." Jin Xian was also stunned. She stepped forward and asked cautiously, "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" A trace of doubt flashed through Li Yunxiao's eyes. "There's something wrong with this little girl." Jin Xian was stunned. She did not know what he meant by something wrong. It seemed like she had to ask Jiang Qianrong about this girl's background. Li Yunxiao put Xiao Hong down and said, "Look after this girl, don't let her run away." At this moment, Jiang Qianrong also came forward. Xiao Hong immediately hid behind her, looking terrified. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qianrong asked. Li Yunxiao said, "Where did this little girl come from?" Jiang Qianrong thought for a moment, then said, "I don't know exactly where she came from. About half a year ago, I saw her alone on the street. Her whole body was dirty, and when I asked her about her family, they didn't know anything. I pitied her, so I brought her back to the merchant group. She first did some simple chores, then slowly trained her to become a shopping guide. Today is her first day working as a shopping guide." She patted Xiao Hong's head and comforted her. "Xiao Hong, don't be afraid. Lady Jin Xian and this young master are not bad people. Xiao Hong is so scared. When this big brother stares at me, I'm so scared," Xiao Hong said in a low voice, hiding behind Jiang Qianrong and refusing to come out. Jin Xian was confused. "Young Master Yun, is there a problem? I think this girl is quite normal. It's just that she's a little stupid." Li Yunxiao said, "I can't explain it for now. In any case, look after her. Don't let her run away. Eliminate the Thunder Wind merchant group first." Jin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Eliminate? She was shocked by this word. Originally, she only wanted to teach them a lesson and take revenge. As for eliminating them, that was something she didn't even dare to think about. Yes. Since the Thunder Wind merchant group wants to eliminate us, they naturally have to be mentally prepared to be eliminated by us. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "What? Softened? When did they ever think of holding back when dealing with us?" Jin Xian was indescribably touched. Perhaps it was because of the word "us" that made her happy. She nodded and said, "Jin Xian isn't soft-hearted. It's just that the difference in strength is too great. Even if we can eliminate their branch in Ocean Sky Town, once we incur the dissatisfaction of their headquarters, the Violet Cloud Merchant Group won't be able to stop them." "Humph. I'm afraid their headquarters have been dissatisfied with you for a long time. If we don't leave a shadow in their hearts this time, they might think that the Violet Cloud Merchant Group is a pushover." Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold. "This time, we'll let them eat persimmons and break all their teeth." Jin Xian's heart trembled. She seemed to feel the chill from Li Yunxiao's body, and a wave of hot blood flowed through her body. "If I could have such a good man to manage the merchant group for me, I wouldn't need to work so hard. I'm really envious of Sister Ling Er." The Chamber of Commerce quickly obtained a large prison carriage and threw the struggling Qi Yangwen and Si Deyuan into the prison carriage. The two of them resisted with all their might at first, but they soon became obedient. The pupils in their eyes were dilated and they looked like they had lost their minds. This was the result of Li Yunxiao's eye technique. They laughed foolishly in the prison carriage as they shouted, "We are bastards. We were instructed by the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce to harm the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Now that we have ended up like this, we have sinned. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce is despicable. We will not have a good ending in the end." The behavior of the two shocked the crowd. They all knew that they had fallen under some evil spell and broke out in a cold sweat. They all felt that the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce was not as weak and simple as it seemed on the surface. Gulp, gulp. The prison carriage was pushed forward and the group of people began to parade through the streets. At this moment, due to the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's commercial performance, there were tens of thousands of people in the streets. They were all squeezing into the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to buy equipment and pills. Hence, the direction of the parade was where the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce was located. In order to avoid interference from the governor's residence and focus on dealing with the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce, they purposely avoided the governor's residence. Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce, you will die a horrible death. I am Cdun, a rank 8 alchemist. I was instructed by the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce to harm the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. I have sinned. I am Xianxia, an elder of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce secretly stole the trade secrets of other chambers of commerce and continuously used despicable methods to attack their opponents. The two of them sat in the prison carriage and shouted with all their might. Their ostentatious behavior immediately attracted the attention of the entire city. When they clearly saw the people in the prison carriage, their expressions changed and they were overwhelmed with shock. A rank 8 alchemist and a martial saint were actually accusing the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce of their evil deeds like madmen. The scene sent chills down the spines of the people. Hence, the people of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce and the onlookers began to explain the situation. Very soon, the entire city knew about the whole story. Furthermore, a large crowd also joined the parade, waiting to watch a good show. When Li Yunxiao saw that the number of onlookers was about to increase, he turned around and began to march towards the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. The other chambers of commerce were all shocked. They also sent people to join the team, wanting to see what would happen next. They also understood the whole story and were all shocked. With the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce's layout, methods, and the experts they sent, it should have been a foolproof plan. How did the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce manage to destroy it? Moreover, now that he had counterattacked, he had fallen into a huge passive state. They could smell that the planner of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce was not simple. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce was probably going to suffer a setback. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce had long since received the news, and they immediately went into a state of alert. President Lu Jingshan's expression was extremely ugly. He could not understand how the other party had managed to see through their sure-win situation. Even Cdun and Xianxia had fallen into this trap. However, the only thing he could be sure of was that there was definitely an expert hidden in the Merchant Association. Otherwise, with Xianxia's strength as a 7-star martial saint, he would have been able to control the situation. He would not have caused such a huge commotion and even gotten himself involved. The procession arrived in front of the Thunder Wind Merchant Association in a grandiose manner. A group of cultivators was already waiting there, their faces filled with anger and killing intent. Lu Jingshan personally stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Who dares to be so daring? You actually captured Master Cdun and an elder of the Chamber of Commerce, and even slandered the Thunder Wind Merchant Association along the way. We are not slandering you. Everything we said is the truth." Xianxia was the first to yell, as if he had a huge grudge against the Thunder Wind Merchant Association. His eyes were red as he accused, "As an elder of the Thunder Wind Merchant Association, I am very clear about their despicable actions over the years. Not only did they steal the refinement recipes from the various large merchant associations, but they also did some shameless things that are immoral." Cdun also yelled crazily, "I can testify. Once, Lu Jingshan took a fancy to a little boy from an ordinary family. In order to satisfy his penchant for boys, he killed the entire family. Later on, the city lord's residents found out and he used his heaven-defying methods to suppress it. That little boy died tragically in the Merchant Association after being played with by him for a month. I was the one who handled the corpse." Qi Yongwen wailed, now that I think about it, I am really inhumane. It's not just the little boy. Look at the warriors behind him. Every one of them has been violated by him. How tragic. Lu Jingshan's face immediately turned green as he felt the strange gazes coming from all around him. Even the faces of the cultivators behind him turned pale. He almost fainted on the spot as his blood rushed to his head. Shut up. Slander, all of this is slander against me. Lu Jingshan was so angry that his whole body was trembling. If he did not handle today's matter well, his reputation would be completely ruined. At the same time, he was also shocked by the other party's ruthless methods, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Slander? President Liu, if you are still a man, then admit it frankly. Qi Yongwen roared, there are even more despicable things. Wait for me to expose them to everyone, and let everyone know what kind of person Lu Jingshan is, and what kind of filthy place the Thunder Wind Merchant Association is. Shut up. Lu Jingshan was completely enraged. With a wild roar, he soared into the sky and slammed his palm into the prison. The people from the various large merchant associations secretly shook their heads. The Violet Cloud Merchant Association's move was obviously to infuriate the other party, and first destroy the Thunder Wind Merchant Association's reputation, then deal with the aftermath. Now, it seemed that not only was Lu Jingshan unable to salvage the situation, but he had also fallen into the Violet Cloud Merchant Association's trap. Not good. He wants to kill us to silence us, quickly save him. Li Yunxiao suddenly cried out in alarm, appearing very flustered. However, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. When Lu Jingshan's palm slashed open the prison, and the palm force entered, Li Yunxiao flew over and gently grabbed Qi Yongwen, leaving Si Deyuan in the prison. Bang! Ah! Lu Jingshan, you! The prison was shattered into pieces. Si Deyuan was hit by the palm strike, and all his internal organs were destroyed. At the same time, he woke up from the soul-sucking state, but he was already dead. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Lu Jingshan, and he died with everlasting regret. Lu Jingshan! How dare you kill us to silence us? Li Yunxiao said angrily, and you killed the highly respected 8th stage alchemist, Si Deyuan. You really have a lot of guts. Watch how the City Lord's Mansion and the Deity Transformation Sea take care of you. 8th stage alchemists were already at the top of the Formula Dao, and were directly managed by the Deity Transformation Sea. Their status was high, and they were respected by tens of thousands. The Deity Transformation Sea would make a detailed record of every 8th stage alchemist's advancement or death. If someone was killed in revenge, the Deity Transformation Sea would investigate to the end, and would not let them go. Ah! Lu Jingshan also reacted in an instant, and he was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air, and became absent-minded on the spot. His original intention was to kill Qi Yongwen, but the other party saved Qi Yongwen, and purposely left Si Deyuan behind. It was obvious that they had already planned this, and were waiting for him to fall into the trap. Oh my god. Who in the Violet Cloud Merchant Association was plotting this? They actually calculated his rage, and made him step into the trap step by step. Lu Jingshan only felt his body turn cold, and he knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time, and he was in big trouble. He hurriedly shouted angrily, although Great Master Si Deyuan died under my hands, isn't it also a kind of release? You imprisoned the Great Master in a cage, and that is a crime that deserves 1,000 deaths. Although I killed the Great Master, I had no choice but to use the Great Venerate art to save the Great Master's dignity. Tens of millions of people had seen Si Deyuan dying in his hands, and he could not deny it. However, he had to push the crime of murder onto the other party, and he could not bear the responsibility. Otherwise, what awaited him would be the Deity Transformation Sea's investigation, and that was basically a death sentence. Haha, what a joke! Li Yunxiao was so angry that he laughed, and he shouted, the reason why Great Master Si Deyuan and Elder Qi Yongwen were squeezed in the cage was because they felt deep remorse for helping you do evil. That was why they repented in such a manner, and used their own words to persuade people to be kind. At the same time, they risked being retaliated against to expose your shameful deeds, and now they are being retaliated against. I hate that I was not strong enough to save the Great Master in time. However, the hatred in the Great Master's eyes before he died, and the roar that came from the depths of his soul towards the murderer, shocked millions of people present. Li Yunxiao shouted solemnly, "The great master's spirit of punishing evil and promoting good, and not fearing evil will never die. The spirit will never die. Kill the executioner, Lu Jingshan. Destroy the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce and avenge the great master." Shouts rang out in the crowd, and immediately resonated with them. For a moment, everyone was filled with grief and indignation, and the voices of condemnation were endless. In addition to the people planted by the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, there were also people from other chambers of commerce who joined in the uproar. It seemed that the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce would not be able to survive this time, and everyone was happy to have one less competitor to nibble on the remaining empty market. The people from the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce and the first group of spectators who knew the inside story all had cold sweat on their foreheads. When Si Deyuan was still alive, he could be beaten, scolded, and humiliated at will. He was treated like a dog, and the only thing missing was shit and pee on his head. Now that he was dead, he had actually risen to such a height. He was simply a moral leader, a moral model, and chicken soup for the soul. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Lu Jingshan, are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want all the righteous people in the world to do it together?" Pfft. Lu Jingshan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire spirit instantly withered. Now, he was facing thousands of condemnations and mockery alone. Even if 100 people spoke, it would be difficult to explain himself. This time, he had completely fallen. "Humph, a bunch of clowns. How dare you come to my Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce and act so presumptuously without strength? Today, I want to see who dares to speak ill of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce." A cold voice rang out from within the Chamber of Commerce. Then, the weather changed, and dark clouds rolled in the sky. An unfathomable pressure descended from the sky, and the temperature dropped abruptly. Everyone could not help but shiver. Emperor Wu. As expected of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. Elder Wu's face turned pale. This was the suppression of Jiutian's Emperor's Ji. At this moment, Jin Xian looked a little worried. But when she turned to look at Li Yunxiao, she saw a sneer and sarcastic look in his eyes. She felt relieved and decided to watch the show. She thought to herself, "The man in front of me is known as the most promising young man in the realm of heaven martial arts." "Elderly!" Lu Jingshan shouted in grief and indignation. He immediately went to meet an old man who suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man raised his hand and made a gesture to interrupt him. He said slowly, "I know everything. Fortunately, I came to the Heavenly Sea town this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deal with this situation." Everyone was shocked and changed their expressions. Almost everyone realized that the old man in front of them was the Jiutian Emperor Wu. The overall strength of the Ocean Sky town was not strong. A martial emperor expert was enough to cause a huge commotion. The people of the various Chamber of Commerce all began to sigh in pity. The originally one-sided situation was completely suppressed. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce had a martial emperor overseeing it. It was a daunting but not a dangerous situation. As for the damage to his reputation, he could easily make up for it with a few simple acts. The only problem now was that Lu Jingshan had killed Si Deyuan, so he had to be investigated by the Deification Sea. However, that was easy to deal with. As long as he completely took down the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, he could push all the blame onto the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce and get away with it. Such a powerful aura could not even withstand a single blow from a martial emperor. In this world, all the plots and tricks were nothing but clowns. Only strength was eternal. "Do you want to kneel down and admit your mistakes, or do you want me to do it?" Elderly spoke unhurriedly with a lazy expression on his face. It was as though the thousands of people before him were merely ants in his eyes that were not worth mentioning. The people of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce all turned pale, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. No one dared to say anything. "Humph." Li Yunxiao mocked disdainfully, "What? Do you want to suppress justice with force? Justice? Haha." Elderly laughed. He looked at Li Yunxiao disdainfully and sneered, "How can there be justice in this world? The one with the biggest fist is justice. Little brat, go home and drink a few years of milk before coming out again. However, the condition is that all members of the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild must kneel in front of our Merchant Guild's door in a neat row. Kneel until we are satisfied with your performance. Then, you will have a chance to live. Aren't you going too far? Suddenly, an angry voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone felt that it was strange. At this time, there was still someone who wanted to stand out. Wasn't that the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? The crowd parted, and an old man walked out. He stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "I'm Zhu Anren, the president of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's Haitian Town branch. Your conditions are too harsh." So it was someone from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Everyone could not help but guess if the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce was behind this matter. Elderly sneered, "A branch president dares to fart in front of me? If I find out that you guys are behind this, then don't blame me for not considering the merchant union's feelings and loosening your bones." Zhu Anren's expression changed drastically, but he still argued for what was right. Although strength is respected in this world, justice still exists in the hearts of people. Even if Elderly suppresses us with martial prowess today, when the headquarters finds out in the future, they will definitely send stronger martial artists over, and it will definitely cause a war between the two parties. At that time, I'm afraid that even Elderly will find it hard to bear this responsibility, right? Haha, responsibility? How can the upper echelons of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce possibly start a war with my Thunderwind Merchant Guild for ants like you? Aren't you guys overestimating your status too much? Elderly sneered without concealing it. A bunch of minions showing off their existence in front of me. Tui. He spat out a mouthful of phlegm, which turned into a gust of wind and went straight for Zhu Anren's face. Zhu Anren was taken aback. He drew out a long saber in shock and executed a set of exquisite saber techniques. Instantly, layers of saber light flashed out endlessly. Bam, the layers of saber light were actually completely annihilated by that thick phlegm. Zhu Anren's entire person was sent flying, crushing a large portion of the crowd. Everyone was even more shocked. This was the might of Emperor Wu. No one dared to make a sound. Ha ha. Suddenly, someone laughed. From the initial light chuckle, it turned into a hearty laugh. Following that, he even started clapping and cheering repeatedly, saying, "Impressive, impressive. This mouthful of phlegm from Elderly is wonderful." Everyone looked at Li Yunxiao in astonishment, secretly wondering if this person had gone mad. Or perhaps he yielded under Emperor Wu's might and changed sides at the last minute. Aside from Jin Xian, everyone else from the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild had ugly expressions on their faces. Old Wu's face was ashen, and he sighed endlessly in his heart. The guild president had not listened to his advice, and had instead followed this ignorant brat. Now, he had finally caused a huge disaster, and he was afraid that he would have to die in the line of duty. Elderly's gaze turned cold as he stared at Li Yunxiao and said, "Why? You want to enjoy a mouthful too?" Nothing much. It's just that." The smile on Li Yunxiao's face gradually froze as he said coldly, "It's just that I'm a little misophobic. When I see someone spitting on the ground, I can't help but make him eat what he spat out." "En? Courting death?" Elderly bellowed angrily and grabbed at the air. Emperor Qi condensed, and Li Yunxiao's body was directly sucked over by a force. Elderly's expression changed slightly as a bad feeling spread in his heart. Li Yunxiao's body was undoubtedly sucked over by him and was currently flying over. However, there was not the slightest hint of panic on the other's face. Instead, there was a look of mockery. This sort of composure was absolutely not faked. Because a person's eyes would not lie, and in Li Yunxiao's eyes at this moment, there was killing intent and pity. What? He's pitying me? Could it be that he's crazy? Elder Li's mind was filled with a huge question mark, but that uneasiness and terror in his heart was intensifying. Suddenly, a light breeze blew over, causing him to feel a slight chill. Instantly, he was greatly shocked. With his strength and cultivation, how could he possibly be blown by the wind to the point of shivering? He hurriedly struck out with a palm. Rainbow-colored clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The wind also grew stronger and colder. And under those rainbow-colored clouds, Li Yunxiao seemed to have arrived by stepping on the breeze. With a light palm strike out, a surge of power of the rules actually condensed in the air, transforming into a palm that landed. Wind and clouds follow me. What? Power of the rules? This time, Elderly was completely scared silly. The power of the rules that only Emperor Wu could display actually appeared on a martial saint. He hurriedly increased his strength, pouring all his essence energy into his palm, and slapped out with a loud roar. Even if the other party could display the power of the rules without rhyme or reason, he was the genuine Emperor Wu after all. Thinking of this, his confidence recovered a little as he blasted out with a roar. Bang! Under the collision of the two huge forces, the heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds churned. Only now did Elderly realize that he had thought wrongly. His entire brain instantly lost the ability to think, and his internal organs ruptured on the spot. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying out, crashing into the ground far away. Everyone lost the ability to think in an instant. The entire place became silent, as if there were tens of thousands of people in an empty alley. There was not a trace of sound, and it was so quiet that it was strange. Wasn't that Elderly a powerhouse of Emperor Wu? Everyone looked over in a daze, only to see Elderly swallowing large amounts of medicinal pills while trembling. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with terror. And Li Yunxiao, who everyone thought was dead for sure, had a calm expression as he stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the people of the Thunderwind Merchant Association leisurely and coldly. Ah! Lu Jingshan was the first to react. He suddenly sucked in a cold breath and screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He was so frightened that he retreated with all his might. Don't come over. This time, he was completely terrified. A powerhouse like Emperor Wu couldn't even take a palm from him? Who was this young man? Everyone had the same question in their hearts, and they were all dumbfounded as they watched. Ju Anren was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed bitterly. It turned out that he was an extra person, and he had made a fool out of himself. But he was equally shocked in his heart, and he could not stop speculating about Li Yunxiao's identity. After a short moment of being stunned, the people of the Violet Cloud Merchant Association immediately burst into cheers, and every one of them was extremely excited. Sending Emperor Wu flying with one palm. Who had seen this kind of battle before? Elder Wu was as if he had been petrified, and his brain could no longer think. He finally understood where the president's blind confidence came from. It turned out that he was too short-sighted. This sudden reversal of the situation made it difficult for everyone to adapt to it. It was only when Lu Jingshan wailed that they came back to their senses. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This young man sent Emperor Wu flying with one palm? It can't be, right? Could it be that the two merchant associations have teamed up to put on a commercial performance? It must be. This young man will definitely take out medicinal pills and equipment to sell later. TSK, to be able to invite Emperor Wu to act, how much money must be spent? Just as everyone was quietly waiting for Li Yunxiao to take out medicinal pills to sell, they saw Li Yunxiao walking towards the Thunderwind Merchant Association step by step. He said coldly, Elderly has given us a good idea just now. Come, everyone kneel in a row and repent sincerely. Tell us in detail how you framed the Violet Cloud Merchant Association. Don't leave out any of the evil deeds that you have already done. His eyes began to gradually turn into blood moons, and he used his eye sorcery on the people of the Thunderwind Merchant Association. As their backs were facing the others, everyone did not understand what was happening. They could only watch in shock as the people of the Thunderwind Merchant Association began to kneel obediently. Even Lu Jingshan was among them, and they all knelt quite neatly. Lu Jingshan, you. In the distance, the heavily injured elderly, who had swallowed the medicinal pill, said angrily, you actually have no backbone at all. What Lu Jingshan said next made everyone's jaws drop. He shouted, backbone? It's not that I don't have backbone, but it's a great virtue to know one's mistakes and correct them. Elderly, don't be so stubborn. Let's kneel here in a row and strive for the forgiveness of the Violet Cloud Merchant Association. We beg for leniency and a chance to turn over a new leaf. Pfft. Elderly, who had just swallowed a large amount of elixirs and recovered slightly, spat out another mouthful of blood. His internal injuries were worsening rapidly. Not bad. President Lu's performance is very good. You can get a chance to be lenient. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled. Now, tell everyone about your despicable deeds. As long as you can get everyone's approval, the Purple Cloud Trade Union will not make things difficult for you. Yes, yes. Thank you for your magnanimity. Lu Jingshan looked remorseful as he began to weep and describe his evil deeds. The martial artists kneeling beside him also added a few sentences from time to time, vying to repent. Although the scene was comical and made the crowd snicker, in the eyes of the major forces, there was an unprecedented seriousness in their eyes. No matter how one looked at it, the Thunder Wind Merchant Guild had the upper hand over the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. Furthermore, they had the assistance of a rank 8 alchemist like Xi and a martial emperor hiding among them. There was absolutely no chance of them losing. However, they had actually lost in such a sure-win situation. Furthermore, they had lost completely. They had been completely defeated. The power displayed by the Purple Cloud Trade Union shocked everyone, especially the young man before them. He could injure Emperor Wu with a single palm strike. Then, he must be a powerhouse of Emperor Wu's level. At first, the crowd was gloating as they watched Lu Jingshan and his group repent. However, as they listened, their expressions changed drastically. What? The mass poisoning was caused by you guys just to sell the antidote? I didn't expect the molestation of young boys to be true. No wonder there are rumors of young boys going missing in the city. Damn it. Nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. How dare you accuse my money gang of colluding with you? Lu Jingshan, I don't know you. Aside from some of his dirty deeds, Lu Jingshan also began to talk about how he was secretly scheming against the various large merchant associations and forming factions. For a time, the expressions of many people from the large merchant associations changed, and they all stood up to angrily rebuke him. Kill him. Kill him now. He's full of nonsense. An old man stood up and said to Jiang Qianrong, President Qianrong, this man is spouting nonsense and slandering everyone. His crime is unforgivable and must not be forgiven. Jiang Qianrong stared coldly at the man and said in a frosty voice, so the ones who robbed me of my goods last time were actually you people who secretly attacked me. Old man, I'll settle the score with you after I'm done with the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, Jin Xian, take out a notebook and write down all the actions of those who won against us, the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, and some friendly chambers of commerce. After they repent, we'll go to their homes and verify it. Yes. Jin Xian smiled, exuding an indescribable charm. A woman would only display her greatest beauty in front of the man she loved. As soon as he said that, many of the Chamber of Commerce's presidents' expressions changed drastically, and their bodies began to tremble. The open and covert fights between the chambers of commerce had never stopped. Forming cliques and fighting in the dark was also a common thing. Fighting against the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce and its affiliated chambers of commerce was also a common thing. Now that Lu Jingshan had pointed them out one by one, the people outside the Chamber of Commerce frowned and sighed inwardly at how chaotic the circle of nobles was. Just as Lu Jingshan was weeping bitterly and complaining, the sound of wheels turning suddenly came from afar. Everyone turned their heads, and someone immediately exclaimed, It's the City Lord's carriage. The City Lord is here. Immediately, someone made way for the luxurious carriage to travel on the road toward the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Everyone held their breaths, knowing that this matter was out of this world. Not only was Emperor Wu injured and the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce completely destroyed, but it was also related to the death of Xi Diyuan, an 8th-stage alchemist. If it wasn't handled well, the spirit-severing Xi would send people to investigate. As the city lord, he would also be in great trouble. The carriage stopped in front of Lu Jingshan, with more than 10 guards and maids following behind it. What's going on? A stern voice came from inside the carriage, Where's Master Xi Diyuan? I heard that he's also been captured. It's the city lord's voice, someone exclaimed in a low voice. Lu Jingshan turned a blind eye to the arrival of the city lord. He was still bitterly repentant, as if he was addicted to repentance. Elderly was shocked and hurriedly struggled forward, shouting, City Lord, the City Lord is wise, you must seek justice for the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. He was afraid that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce would beat him to it, and hurriedly said, The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce brought people to cause trouble. Not only did they injure many people of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, but they also killed Master Xi Diyuan. What? What did you say? A furious voice came from inside the carriage, and then a figure shot out. A man directly lifted Elderly up and shouted angrily, "What did you say? Master Cdun is dead?" Elderly's body was directly shaken by the other party's aura, and his originally heavily injured body was suppressed to an extreme extent. He could not speak at all, and could only use his finger to point at the destroyed prison carriage in the distance, as well as the corpse inside. The man directly threw Elderly away, and instantly came to the side of the corpse, immediately confirming that it was indeed Cdun. Anger, anger. Who did it? The man was the city lord, Liao Yanbing. He had originally thought that it was just a slightly larger chamber of commerce's dispute, and had only come to take a look when he heard that Cdun was involved. He did not expect to see Cdun's corpse right away. At this moment, he was like a volcano that was about to erupt, roaring furiously. His murderous gaze flashed across the crowd, and he said coldly, "Who was it? Who did it?" Li Yunxiao thought to himself, 4-star Emperor Wu is indeed a powerful force. He sneered coldly and said, "Tens of millions of people witnessed how Master Cdun died. City Lord, you can just ask anyone." How did Master Cdun die? The aura emitted from Liao Yanbing's body immediately made people shudder, and everyone was trembling with fear. Finally, someone could not help but say, "He was killed by Lu Jingshan with one palm strike." What? Liao Yanbing was shocked, and he directly teleported in front of Lu Jingshan. He was so angry that he was about to slap Lu Jingshan with his palm, but the palm suddenly stopped halfway, and he asked coldly, "Did you really kill Master Cdun?" Sob, 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 "I killed him. I am guilty, and I deserve to die." Lu Jingshan cried bitterly, and his face was full of grief and indignation. He was extremely miserable. Damn it. Liao Yanbing flew into a rage and no longer had any doubts. He directly kicked him, sending him flying into the wall with a boom and knocking him unconscious. With his anger, he was determined to tear Lu Jingshan into pieces. However, this matter concerned the deity transformation C, and they might send people to investigate, so he had to keep Lu Jingshan alive first to deal with the deity transformation C's questions. Lord. Although Master Cdun was killed by Lu Jingshan, he was framed by the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Elderly was shocked, and he struggled to come forward while enduring the pain. Right now, Liao Yanbing had become the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce's only possible savior, and he must seize this opportunity. "And who are you?" Liao Yanbing could also see Elderly's cultivation level, and she was secretly shocked. There was no expert here who could injure Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao said, "He is an elder of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce, and he is also the accomplice of Master Cdun's death. City Lord, you can ask these repentant people, and you will know." He stared at the martial art practitioners who were kneeling on the ground, and one of them immediately spoke up. However, he omitted the matter of Li Yunxiao locking Cdun in the prison carriage, and focused on the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce's schemes and the stain on Cdun. Also, Lu Jingshan and Elderly worked together to kill Master Cdun, and the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce couldn't save him, which was why Master Cdun died. Damn it. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce has gone too far, and their death is not to be regretted. In a fit of rage, Liao Yanbing lashed out with a kick and exploded Elderly's dantian with a bang, killing him completely. The pitiful Elderly thought that his savior was here, but it turned out to be a jinx, and he died in vain. After Liao Yanbing kicked him, he suddenly cursed in his heart. It seemed that something was wrong, but he was already dead, and there was nothing he could do to save him. He still felt that something was wrong, and it shouldn't be so simple. Clap, 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 Li Yunxiao clapped and laughed. Good kill. City Lord, you punish evil and promote good, and you are a great person. The people from the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce also clapped and cheered loudly, and their faces were brimming with smiles. Liao Yanbing's face slowly darkened. He felt that there were many suspicious points in that person's words just now. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was full of loopholes. For example, why would they kneel here to repent, why would Master Cdun infuriate Lu Jingshan, and so on. It didn't make sense. He wasn't a fool, and he immediately knew that he had fallen into someone's trap. Killing Elderly was a small matter, but he was afraid of angering the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce behind him. Once they pursued the matter, his little bit of strength wasn't enough. But now that he was in front of millions of people, he couldn't show that he had fallen into a trap and regret. Otherwise, where would his face and dignity be? Looking at the situation now, there was no doubt that the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce was behind this. But now that the situation couldn't be changed, he had to punish the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce for killing Si Duyuan. This way, he could answer to the God Transformation Sea and the headquarters of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. Liao Yanbing glared at Li Yunxiao with eyes full of killing intent, and then said slowly, although the evil person who killed Master Si Duyuan has been executed, this is merely revenge for the master. I don't think today's matter is that simple. I will definitely get to the bottom of it. Everyone here is from the Ocean Sky Town, so please give me some face and try to control your actions from now on. Of course, of course. All the presidents nodded. Liao Yanbing was the #1 expert of the Ocean Sky Town, who dared to not give him face. Only then did Liao Yanbing say, everyone, you may leave now. All the presidents of the major chambers of commerce will come to my residence tomorrow to explain the ins and outs of today's matter. Also, I have something else to discuss with everyone. Liao Yanbing had already sensed that today's matter was a huge circle. If he stayed any longer, there might be more incidents. What he needed to do now was to get to the bottom of the matter and not be led by the nose by others. After saying that, he immediately boarded the luxurious carriage and drove away. He did not wait for the others to reply if they agreed or if they were free. However, no one dared to say that they were not free. If they were not free, they would basically be waiting for death. Even if he did not want to get rid of you, he would secretly play you to death. Lu Jingshan was also dragged away by his people. This was an explanation to the Divine Sea Realm. He could not die. After Liao Yanbing left, Li Yunxiao said, the city lord is indeed righteous. The moment he appeared, he executed the culprit and disbanded the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. In this campaign against the unscrupulous Chamber of Commerce, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce has taken the lead. I suggest that the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce's market share in Ocean Sky Town be taken over by the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? What? This caused an uproar. Apart from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's faction, everyone shook their heads. Voices of protest rose one after another. Everyone was against it. The intensity of the crowd's reaction surprised Li Yunxiao. It was beyond his expectations. Jean Xian transmitted her voice softly, merchants value profits. The market is where their lives lie. Although you used your methods to intimidate everyone, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to monopolize the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce's market share. The president of the Money Chamber of Commerce said coldly, if the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce withdraws, they will leave behind a huge cake. I'm afraid the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce alone won't be able to swallow it. There's a saying that goes, greed is insatiable. Don't be afraid of being stuffed to death. Li Yunxiao snorted. If we can't finish it, we can share it with our friends. However, if we let non-friends have a share of the tiger and wolf that we chased away, isn't that unreasonable? Haha, the tiger and wolf that you chased away? The president of the Money Chamber of Commerce sneered. If not for everyone working together to stand on your side, would the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce yield? Moreover, if you take it all, I'm afraid we will collectively boycott the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. If we isolate you, our friends won't be able to have fun together. Oh? So cool? Li Yunxiao said coldly, if that's the case, then don't play with me anymore. Tomorrow, I will send people to take over the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's business. If any of you are unhappy, you can stand up and say it. I don't mind taking over your territory as well. At worst, my Violet Cloud Commerce will work a bit harder and eat up all of Ocean Skytown's business. I really don't believe that I will be stuffed to death. Humph, arrogant. The Money Chamber of Commerce's president sneered, do you think you are invincible just because you are Emperor Wu? Which of the 7 major merchant guilds doesn't have a large number of Emperor Wu's strong cultivators? If you act too presumptuously, there's no guarantee that the higher-ups won't send someone to clean up the mess. When that time comes, your Violet Cloud Merchant Guild will be playing with fire and getting burned. Exactly. Who's afraid of who? The violet cloud commerce is nothing in the merchant union. His words immediately resonated with everyone. They all voiced their support, looking as though they would rather die than retreat. Xianxia also secretly transmitted her voice, "Young Master Yun, let's put this matter aside for now. Being able to take down the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is already an unexpected surprise. This market is too big. With the Violet Cloud Commerce's strength, it will be very difficult to swallow it all." Li Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to her. Instead, he stared coldly at the Money Chamber of Commerce's president and sneered, "Money Chamber of Commerce, right? Jin Xian, in the crimes that Lu Jingshan confessed just now, did the Money Chamber of Commerce conspire to harm us?" "Yes." Jin Xian took out the notebook that she had just recorded and read, "Last year, there was a batch of sea beast cores that were purchased. After they were transported out of Ocean Sky Town, they were robbed. It was the joint effort of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and the Money Chamber of Commerce." The Money Chamber of Commerce's president's expression changed. He flatly denied, "Absolutely not. Lu Jingshan is spouting nonsense." Li Yunxiao sneered, "Whether it's nonsense or not, we will naturally know after I send people to search your Money Chamber of Commerce." "What? You want to search my Money Chamber of Commerce?" When the Money Chamber of Commerce's president heard this, he jumped in fright. He thought that he had heard wrongly. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "If we don't search, how can we prove your innocence? Martial artists of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, listen up. Go to the Money Chamber of Commerce and dig 3 feet into the ground to find if there is that batch of cores. As playmates, we have the responsibility and obligation to prove the innocence of the Money Chamber of Commerce." "What? They really want to search the Money Chamber of Commerce? Is this brat crazy? Heavens, what kind of world is this? They just destroyed the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and now they want to take action against the Money Chamber of Commerce? It must be fake. He must be scaring people. I don't believe that there is such a daring person in this world." Just as everyone was doubting him, Li Yunxiao led the people of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce and began to majestically head towards the Money Chamber of Commerce's shop. "How dare you?" The Money Chamber of Commerce's president finally realized that it was not a joke. He broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly stood in front of the team. He roared in anger, "If you dare to take a step into the Money Chamber of Commerce, the headquarters will definitely send experts to tear you into pieces." "Scram!" Li Yunxiao spat out a word coldly. With a wave of his hand, the power of his palm struck out and instantly sent the president flying, disappearing into the horizon. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He was actually serious. They did not understand Li Yunxiao, including Jin Xian. Otherwise, they would not have dared to oppose him invading the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's territory. Who was Li Yunxiao? He was not even a sanctuary or a soul transformation sea cultivator. Why would he care about the opinions and views of these chambers of commerce? Furthermore, these were just some small branches. They were insignificant in his eyes. If a mantis dared to stop a chariot, then he would directly crush them. Under everyone's shocked expressions, the people of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce completely robbed the Money Chamber of Commerce under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Even Zhu Anren from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce could not stand it anymore. He tried to stop them many times, but Li Yunxiao only chuckled and ignored them. Very quickly, the huge Chamber of Commerce was wiped out. Dozens of warriors were knocked to the ground by his one move. Those who were slightly stronger also saw the situation clearly and lay on the ground, not daring to stand up again. Finally, a president of the Chamber of Commerce could not stand it anymore. He stood up indignantly and angrily rebuked, "You dare to commit such a heinous crime because you are strong. However, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the combined forces of so many chambers of commerce?" Li Yunxiao looked at him pitifully and said, "Why are there always people who like to think too highly of themselves?" He narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old man, which chamber of commerce are you from? Please tell us your name." The president's expression changed. He hurriedly covered his mouth and did not dare to make a sound. "Humph." Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. He looked around and said coldly, "Anyone who has been confessed by Lu Jingshan to have attacked the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce will have to compensate 2/3 of their market business if the case is serious. If the case is not serious, half will be fine." You can judge for yourselves if the compensation is serious or not. If the compensation is too little, we will go and collect it ourselves. I don't have a standard for how much we can take. What? Isn't this forcing everyone to die? Finally, it aroused public anger again. Various voices of resistance rose one after another. It was as if everyone was united. This kid is too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. A voice sounded like thunder. It rumbled like dark clouds covering the sky. Jiutian's Emperor's Ji pressed down, making all the warriors of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce unable to move. This kid is a little strange. Since Brother Zhang Ben has also made a move, I naturally can't hide. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Another cold voice sounded. Then, a figure flew across the sky and landed directly on a roof. He stood with his hands crossed in front of his chest. Haha, there will always be talented people in every generation. Today, let us three old fellows have a taste of this young junior. On the other roof, a person had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was half lying there lazily, holding a broken wine jug and drinking by himself. So it's Brother Yiguang and Brother Xianxia. I don't see you usually. I thought you went out to the sea to train. The voice at the very front rang out once more, revealing a surprised expression, but it was also filled with joy. Xianxia, who was drinking, laughed and said, Haha, we haven't met for many years. When this is over, the three of us should have a good gathering and learn from each other. You fighting maniac. You must have learned a lot of good things. Yiguang stood on the roof with his hands behind his back. His face was cold, but his eyes were burning with a hint of fighting spirit. Zhang Ben's voice sounded, Yes, this is indeed a rare opportunity. We must have a good gathering and exchange our understanding of martial arts. Which one of you is going to teach this kid a lesson? Yiguang snorted, Brother Zhang Ben has already made a move. The two of us are happy to watch. We can also see Brother Zhang Ben's strength. I wonder to what extent he has improved. Haha, I think Brother Yiguang is going to be disappointed. Xianxia laughed, with Zhang Ben's strength, he doesn't need any style to deal with this young man. He can be sent flying with a slap. The appearance of these three people immediately caused the people of the Chamber of Commerce below to be overjoyed. All of them felt as if they had been drenched in sweet dew, and their suppressed emotions were completely swept away. Haha, it's the hidden Emperor Wu powerhouse in the Chamber of Commerce. The old man who had questioned Li Yunxiao earlier laughed out loud. Now you know you've gotten yourself into big trouble, right? Even the hidden powerhouse has been lured out by you. You're playing with fire. You've brought this upon yourself. Haha. All the people of the Chamber of Commerce smiled, waiting to see a good show from the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Their faces were full of cold mockery. Zhang Ben's voice sounded, Young man, you're very talented, but you can't be too ruthless. Otherwise, you'll die prematurely. Return everything to the Money Chamber of Commerce now and stop causing trouble. This old man can spare you this time. The old man of the Chamber of Commerce was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Sir, you can't. This kid is meticulous, powerful, and ruthless. I hope that Sir can suppress him and get rid of future troubles. Li Yunxiao looked at the old man with pity and said to the sky, Since you still have the kindness to let me go, the three of you can leave. Silence. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Everyone was shocked and speechless by Li Yunxiao's words. Hee, young man, you are quite ambitious. Unfortunately, you don't know how big the world is. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. I will let you know that there is always someone better than you. Then, the dark clouds in the sky gathered and gradually condensed into a fist aura, striking down at Li Yunxiao. The fist aura was like a comet, creating a horrifying phenomenon in the sky. Everyone felt as if the end of the world had arrived. All of them had difficulty breathing due to the pressure. Jin Xian's expression also changed greatly. She looked at Li Yunxiao anxiously, afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. Her eyes were full of concern. Li Yunxiao looked at her and smiled, Don't worry, they are just 3 low-level Emperor Wus. When he looked up, the smile on his face disappeared and turned into a fierce expression. He said coldly, It is you 3 who don't know how big the world is. He pointed his finger and 3 northern sky cold star swords appeared in front of him. Li Yunxiao lightly flicked his finger and said, Demon Slayer. Clang, a long sword turned into a green light and flew straight up, like a dragon leaping into the abyss. Star Destruction. With another flick of his finger, the second sword turned into a black light. It was like the endless night, returning to silence. That was the sword chi of death. Morning Light. With a third flick of his finger, the last sword was like the first ray of dawn, welcoming the first ray of light, bringing endless hope and yearning to the people. In a short moment, 3 swords slashed out, shooting at the 3 Emperor Wu's warriors. 3 endless sword wheels rippled in the air, dividing the sky into 3 regions, none of them compatible with each other. The demon-slaying sword instantly broke through Emperor Wu's fist light. Like a soaring dragon in the sky, it rushed into the dark clouds. A faint dragon's roar resounded, scattering the strange phenomenon in the sky. An old man's figure appeared, and in great shock, he quickly drew his sword and faced the attack. Bang! Zhang Ben received the attack with his sword, causing the sword to tremble and let out a mournful wail. Zhang Ben also received an intense impact, and he was pushed back by the sword pressure. The pressure from the air caused him to burn up. The other 2 didn't have it easy either. Yi Guang and Xianxia were shocked by the 2 sword chis. Only then did they realize that the situation wasn't right. They tried to defend themselves, but they were shocked to find that the power of the sword skill was far above their own. Bang, bang, 2 muffled sounds rang out, and the 2's defenses were directly broken. Blood sprayed out from their mouths as they crashed into the distance, coughing up blood. After the 3 northern sky cold star swords slashed out, they instantly returned and stood in front of Li Yunxiao. With a tap of his finger, they were all absorbed into his body. A sigh rang out. AI, without the Jiutian Emperor's Qi, the power is still not enough. This process only lasted for a moment, and everyone's brains froze. They couldn't react in time. Of the 3 people who were majestic just a moment ago, Zhang Ben had disappeared, and the remaining 2 were coughing up blood on the ground in the distance. This scene was extremely challenging for people's thinking, and none of them could wrap their heads around it. Jin Xian and Elder Wu were also completely stunned. Those were 3 Emperor Wus. To actually attack at the same time and defeat 3 Emperor Wus, this, Li Yunxiao's indifferent voice rang out, now you know how high the sky is, and how wide the sea is, right? Jin Xian's expression gradually recovered, but the shock in her heart couldn't be erased in a short period of time. Although she knew that Li Yunxiao was the #1 rising star, she didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Back in Fire City, the Big Dipper Sect's Zhang Linghua had just broken through to Emperor Wu, and he could already easily defeat him. How long had it been? He could actually defeat 3 famous Emperor Wus at the same time. It was rumored that the Red Moon City's city lord, Jian Churan, had personally said that Li Yunxiao would become the #1 in 10 years. At first, Jin Xian felt that it was too exaggerated, but now, she completely believed it. Bang! A wave of cold air spread out, and everyone suddenly felt the temperature plummet. Their bodies were cold, and they all started to shiver. Especially that old merchant, he was so scared that he directly knelt down, and his lips turned purple from the cold. A ray of light shot down from the sky and landed beside Yi Guang and Xianxia. It was Zhang Ben. His face was pale as he checked their injuries, and he asked solemnly, "How are the 2 of you?" Both of them swallowed some medicinal pellets and felt much better, and their pale faces slightly eased. Xianxia said bitterly, "This time, we really stepped on an iron plate. How strong is this brat? Did he purposely suppress his cultivation so that even you and I can't see through it?" Yi Guang's face was also pale, and he said with some fear, "His strength is at least at the peak of 3-star Emperor Wu's. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to fight 1 against 3, and still so casually, as if he didn't even use his full strength." 3-star Emperor Wu's peak, Zhang Ben was the best among the 3, and he only suffered some light injuries. He said seriously, "Why don't the 3 of us work together and try again?" Yi Guang's face immediately turned ugly, and he said, "From the current situation, it seems that he doesn't plan to kill us. If we offend him again, I'm afraid it won't be so good." He was obviously afraid. Xianxia was also worried, and he said, "From his 3 sword techniques, it seems that they actually contain 3 different sword intents, and each one is amazing and frightening. This brat is too scary, Is his age really as young as he shows? Jean Ben's eagerness to try was completely dispelled by the other two's worry, and he shook his head repeatedly, and said, "Don't tell me that Ocean Sky Town's Merchant Guild's layout is just going to let him do as he pleases?" Yi Guang said bitterly, "If he doesn't have the strength, then it's called fooling around. If he has the strength, then it's not fooling around, it's called tidying up. The three of us are powerless in this matter, and the only person in the entire Ocean Sky Town who can restrain him is probably City Lord Liao Yanbing." The three of them were disappointed, and seeing that Li Yunxiao did not have any intention to make things difficult for them, they helped each other up, and without saying goodbye, they turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot. This time all the people from the Merchant Guild were silent, and no one dared to raise any objections to Li Yunxiao's proposal. Li Yunxiao pointed at the previous Merchant Guild president, and said, "This old man should retire and enjoy the rest of his life. His Merchant Guild will give up all of its market share, and the rest will do as I said earlier. This young master does not have time to waste on ants like you, and if I hear any discordant voices again, then I will directly discordant all of you." The previous old man immediately became dispirited, and both his legs turned to jelly, and he lay on the ground like a dead pig, without any strength left. The rest of the people also dared not say anything, and they all lowered their heads and left. Very soon, a large amount of news spread out from Ocean Sky Town, and they were all reports from the major merchant guilds to their superiors. None of them were willing to accept the fact that their market share was inexplicably eroded, and they could not afford to bear the consequences. All the negative emotions were temporarily suppressed, and the people of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild began to get busy, and they began to take over the territories of the various merchant guilds. Li Yunxiao, Jin Xian, and the others also returned to the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild's headquarters. In the living room, Jin Xian sent everyone away, and only Li Yunxiao remained, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Jin Xian politely nodded, and said, "Young Master Yun saved the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild once again, and Jin Xian cannot thank you enough." Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, "Jin Xian, can you not be so courteous? I never thought that I would meet you in Ocean Sky Town, what a coincidence." Jin Xian smiled, and her eyes were filled with tranquility as she said, "When we parted last time, I thought that we would never meet again. Who would have thought that in just half a year, I would be fortunate enough to meet young Master Yun again? Moreover, from what I saw today, young Master Yun has already grown from a quiet youth to a level that others can only look up to. Seeing young Master Yun make a move just now, the honor of being the number one of the younger generation is well deserved." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, and said, "This honor is a disaster, not a blessing. If it comes from Jiang Churen's mouth, many people will come looking for trouble with me. Jiang Churen looks like an honest person, but who would have thought that he would be so sinister?" Jin Xian laughed involuntarily. Only someone as carefree as him would dare to comment on the 7 sect masters like this. City Lord Jiang is definitely not someone who speaks eloquently, so what he said is most likely true. The battle with the Sea Race's king only happened recently. How are young Master Yan's injuries? Jin Xian's eyes were filled with concern, and she was definitely not being polite. Li Yunxiao said gently, "My injuries have already healed. Thanks to that battle, my strength has increased by quite a bit. This time, I came to Ocean Sky Town for the Eastern Sea Moon Pearl." Jin Xian, have you heard of this item? Eastern Sea Moon Pearl? Jin Xian was stunned for a moment, and then she immediately thought of something. She said, "Rumor has it that the Eastern Sea Merfolk race will shed tears to the moon on a moonlit night, and their tears will turn into pearls. Is it this item?" "That's right." Li Yunxiao took out a pearl and laid it in his hand. It glowed with a gentle light, giving off a pure and transparent beauty. "What a beautiful pearl!" Jin Xian praised. "I've only heard of this item. Since young Master Yun needs it, I'll have someone send out an order to buy it from all over the world." Li Yunxiao nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Jin Xian smiled indifferently, and her fingers gently curled up her hair. She said leisurely, "If it weren't for young Master Yun's help twice, the Violet Cloud commerce would have long since ceased to exist. Not to mention a mere pearl, even if Jin Xian were to hand over the commerce, it would only be a matter of a word." Her words were unhurried, and the faint fragrance of rouge permeated the air. Outside the curtain, the night was quiet, and the moon was slightly bright. A kind of embarrassment was written on her face. Li Yunxiao was naturally intelligent, and he had lived 2 lives. How could he not understand the meaning behind her words? He embarrassedly smiled. Since that's the case, then I won't thank you. A desolate look flashed across Xianxia's eyes. A secret love had crept into her heart, but it was a pity that she sighed at the heartless river, and pitied a fallen flower for being alone. She forced a smile and said, I'll have someone arrange it right away. It's already night, young Master Yun should also rest early. She lowered her head, and her beautiful figure brushed past Li Yunxia's side, leaving behind a wisp of fragrance that lingered in the air. Jin Xian quickly arranged a resting room for Li Yunxiao, and at Li Yunxia's request, she brought Little Red in as well. Jiang Qianrong felt that it was inappropriate. After all, a man and a woman were alone, and Little Red was too young. She was afraid that she would be at a disadvantage. Jin Xian saw through her worry and said calmly, Don't worry. Let alone such a stupid girl, I'm afraid that even a heavenly beauty would not be moved by him. There seemed to be a trace of displeasure between Jin Xian's brows. Jiang Qianrong revealed a puzzled expression and said, President seems to know this person very well. I wonder where he came from. She was also very curious about Li Yunxia's identity. Jin Xian glanced at her and sighed, Who doesn't know about you? A few days ago, he defeated the Sea Tribe's king in Crimson Moon City, and was hailed as the #1 rising star by the governor of Crimson Moon City. Ah. Li Yunxiao. Jiang Qianrong was shocked and realized that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly covered her mouth, unable to conceal the shock in her eyes. Jin Xian nodded and said, That's him. Jiang Qianrong immediately shut her mouth, and the doubts in her heart instantly disappeared. These 3 words were enough to explain everything. She did not expect that her president would be friends with such a legendary figure. This would have a limitless future for the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. However, for some reason, the president did not seem to be happy. There seemed to be a faint worry between her brows. Jiang Qianrong did not ask this question. This night was destined to not be peaceful. All the Chamber of Commerce could not sleep. Apart from reporting to the headquarters, they also formed groups and began to discuss how to deal with the situation. The city lord's mansion also sent people over to investigate the ins and outs of the matter. The entire Ocean Sky town was brightly lit. Li Yunxiao did not enter a meditative state to cultivate. Instead, his eyes turned into blood moons and began to examine Little Red's body. An hour later, he gradually stopped. Did you find anything? Genryu's voice was heard. Yes, I can confirm that this girl is not human. As for what she is, I really can't tell. There is a force blocking my mental strength. Li Yunxiao held his chin and pondered. What I find most strange is that this power seems a little familiar. Familiar? Genryu was surprised. Since it's familiar, why can't you remember? Li Yunxiao said, It's not that I can't remember, it's just that it's similar. What exactly is it? His pupils suddenly shrank as if he had thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He extended his hand and tapped, shooting out the World God Monument from his glabella. He then grabbed Xiao Hong, who was still unconscious, and flew into it. The time in the Universe God Monument was under his control. It was still daytime. With a thought from Li Yunxiao, a stone appeared in front of him. The stone looked normal, but it made Li Yunxiao fearful and he did not dare to get too close to it. Agarine. Genryu's figure appeared, revealing a look of shock as he exclaimed, This little girl's aura is similar to Agarine's? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, It's not the same, but it gives me the same strange feeling. After the Agarine appeared, its state, which was originally like an ordinary stone, suddenly changed. It spun in the air and slowly grew larger, like a dry sponge soaking in water. It slowly spread out, as if it had come to life. It could take on a solid form at any time, but it did not change shape. Both of them were shocked and immediately became vigilant. The key was that Ning Qiue had described Agarine to be miraculous, so he had to be careful. After Agarine expanded, it suddenly sucked like a monster opening its mouth, instantly swallowing Xiao Hong, who was floating in the air, into its stomach. Ah! What? Li Yunxiao and Genryu were both shocked. Li Yunxiao suddenly slashed with a sword art and shouted, Spit it out. Boom! The sword art directly slashed on Agarine, causing the sky to tremble, but it only left a shallow scratch on the surface of Agarine. Both of their expressions changed greatly. With Li Yunxiao's strength in the World Deity Monument, he was at least at the level of a high-level Emperor Wu. Even a casual slash would probably cause an ordinary 9th-level profound artifact to tremble, but now it only left a shallow scratch. Genryu said solemnly, "The nature of this Agarine is probably far beyond our understanding. Even I have lived for countless years, but I have never heard of such a thing." At this moment, after Agarine swallowed Xiaohong, its form began to gradually stabilize. It was like a long human figurine, quietly lying in the air. The aura on it had changed greatly compared to before. Other than being strange, it was also filled with hostility. Li Yunxiao's expression was extremely ugly, and he said angrily, "Xiaohong has been swallowed, and Agarine has changed. How should I explain this to Jinxian and Qiue?" He pondered for a moment, and finally pointed with his index finger. The true phoenix fire burned in the air. The swallowing flames immediately placed the entire Agarine in it, and slowly calcined it. At the same time, his powerful divine sense also spread out, carefully observing the changes of Agarine, for fear that it would endanger Xiaohong's life if it was burned. But after a while, his expression became more and more ugly. The surface of Agarine did show some traces of burning, but it was very shallow. Moreover, he discovered something strange. The temperature of the surface of the stone not only did not rise under the calcination of the flame, but it also began to slowly drop, becoming colder and colder. In the end, the true phoenix fire was gradually blocked by a cold air, and it could not even burn the body of Agarine. It could only spit flames outside the cold air. Both of them were stunned. That true phoenix fire was a 10th-level item. Basically, there was nothing it could not melt. There had never been anything in the world that could block its cold air. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He retracted the flame, and at the same time, he summoned Little King Kong from the gourd and asked it to touch the Agarine with its hand. Little King Kong's huge palm had just fallen, and before it could touch the body of Agarine, its hand was completely stiff. A thin layer of colorful substance formed on its arm, and in an instant, it covered its whole body. Its whole body seemed to be frozen, and it was fixed there motionless. The thin layer of colorful substance seemed to be an extremely powerful existence of the ice attribute. Genryu said in a deep voice, "This thing should be the power of Agarine itself. Under the calcination of your phoenix fire, it automatically stimulated and became a self-protective state. It will be even more troublesome to get Xiaohong out now. And in this situation, it is uncertain whether Xiaohong is alive or dead." Li Yunxiao was silent. He had never seen this kind of phenomenon before. He said, "Xiaohong is not a human, and it should have some kind of connection with Agarine, so it should not be dangerous." Genryu snorted and said, "I am not as optimistic as you. Have you ever thought that the body of the little girl might be the material that Agarine likes to devour?" This sentence immediately caused Li Yunxiao's expression to turn extremely ugly. If that was really the case, then Lil Red would definitely die. He said angrily, "When can you say something nicer? Believe it or not, I will throw you over to Agarine to eat." Genryu immediately shut up because he believed it. Bang! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and the colorful thin ice on Little King Kong's body cracked, turning into specks of colorful fluorescent light all over the sky. Little King Kong seemed to have been seriously injured, and its huge body fell clumsily and directly from the sky. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. With a thought, Little King Kong was immediately teleported in front of him. He probed it with his divine sense, wanting to understand the changes in Little King Kong's body. "What?" Li Yunxiao, who had been as calm as usual, finally couldn't help but scream. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and he took a few steps back in the sky, as if he couldn't believe it. "What's wrong?" Genryu was also shocked. He rarely saw Li Yunxiao lose his composure like that. Li Yunxiao's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Little King Kong's body in silence, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Genryu also split a divine sense to probe, and he said in shock, "Dead?" Little King Kong no longer had any signs of life. It stood quietly in the sky like a profound level weapon, and its expression was dull. Beads of cold sweat started to form on demon dragons. forehead, and he said, to be able to take the life of the gourd's little guardian deity in the universe god monument so silently and directly, did you not notice at all? Li Yunxia's expression changed, and he clenched his teeth. It should have died the moment it was frozen. Not only that. Its body is stronger than a normal rank 9 profound level weapon, but it's completely destroyed. It can't be seen on the surface, but the structure of the material is completely destroyed. Huh? It's destroyed from the structure of all things? Genryu was astonished, and he couldn't be more astonished. There was a tinge of pain in his eyes. Although little King Kong didn't have high intelligence, it was a demonic beast after all, and it had been through life and death with them for so long. Now that it had died just like that, he found it hard to accept. He said in a low voice, "Is there any hope to save it?" Sorrow flashed across Li Yunxiao's brows as he said, "I can reconstruct its body, but what about its soul?" Genryu said, "This is the boundary steel, and the rules of all things are under your control. Even if it's dead, its soul will still be in this world, right?" Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, and he said, "Let me try." He also felt guilty for letting little King Kong take such a risk. His face grew solemn, and he weaved a seal with one hand. He started to operate the great universe god skill, and searched the entire universe god monument. A thought spanned thousands of miles, and a thought spanned hundreds of years. The spacetime of the entire world was under his perception. Even Duan Yu dug his nose. The mystic thunder cloud's shocking roar and the thunder and lightning energy circulating in his body were all under his perception. However, Li Yunxiao's expression was getting more and more unsightly. "Why? Can't you feel it?" Genryu was shocked. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes abruptly and turned into a blood moon. He looked into the body of the dead King Kong from the gourd. A complete body began to be magnified and disassembled in his eyes. He examined all the minute details one by one. After a while, Li Yunxiao retracted his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. It was obvious that he had used up a lot of his soul power. After a while, his soul power had recovered to its peak. He opened his eyes and said, although the rainbow-colored ice completely destroyed its body, it formed a beautiful ice flower that trapped little guardian King Kong's soul in its heart. It didn't die. Genryu was overjoyed. Does that mean it can still be saved? Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, theoretically, yes. But how can you break the ice flower and release the soul? Also, its most important heart is still intact. It's just that it's completely stopped beating as if time has stopped. Genryu sighed. At least it's a blessing in disguise. As long as it's alive, there's always a way. Li Yunxiao said, that's too mysterious. Also, the structure of this body was directly destroyed. I don't know if little King Kong can recover with its recovery ability. Unless it can step into the Ninth Order Emperor realm and activate the power of laws, it can self-repair. He felt a headache. Now that Lil Red's fate is unknown, how can I explain it to Jin Xian? Now that Akarine has undergone such a huge change, I wonder what Kyua's expression will be like. After he finished speaking, he directly left the divine monument and returned to the secret room. It was already dawn. Li Yunxiao walked out of the secret room. The Merchant Guild's matter was not over yet. There would definitely be a series of counterattacks and protests. He planned to leave Ocean Sky Town after everything was settled and go to the deity transformation sea before the end of time. Young master, you're out. A maid was waiting outside the door. When she saw Li Yunxiao come out, she immediately sent a rune into the jade pendant in her hand and sent a message. Soon, Jin Xian, Jiang Qianrong, and the others arrived in the blink of an eye. The desolation on their faces was long gone. She smiled. We've been waiting for young Master Yun for a long time. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, yes. Yes, I'll go with Jin Xian to the city lord's mansion. The merchant guilds might gather together to counterattack. Jin Xian looked into the secret room in astonishment. Where's Xiao Hong? An awkward expression appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. This was a question that could not be avoided. Fortunately, he had already thought of how to answer it. He said, she is currently in a very strange state. Although it seems like she has disappeared, she is still there. Everyone was astounded and didn't understand what he meant. Jiang Qianrong looked worried and asked, is she safe now? Li Yunxiao was silent for a moment, but he still said honestly, I don't know either. Jiang Qianrong hurriedly entered the secret chamber, but she didn't see anyone. Her face turned ashen. Little Red was brought back by her. Although she was a little clumsy, she was innocent and adorable. Little Red had treated Jiang Qianrong like her own younger sister. Now, it seemed that Little Red had perished. Even though she knew Li Yunxiao's identity, Jiang Qianrong still couldn't help but be furious. She clenched her teeth and said, Young Master Yun, may I ask what's wrong with Little Red? Why did you have to personally investigate her? Now, it's unknown whether she's alive or dead. Li Yunxiao looked ashamed. He said, I'm sorry. I was careless. But I'll try my best to bring that little girl back. Jiang Qianrong was startled. She didn't say anything. She had always been concerned about Little Red, and that was why she had talked back to Li Yunxiao. Normally, she wouldn't have dared to do so. She didn't expect that he would apologize to her. She didn't know what to do. In the heavenly martial arts realms, innumerable people, those super experts, slaughtered cities and exterminated entire clans, and every time they attacked, they could easily cause the death of thousands of ordinary people. It could be said that ordinary people were like ants, and this saying wasn't exaggerated at all. Although she had adopted Xiao Hong, she was just an ordinary little girl. Her clumsy intelligence might not even be considered ordinary. Even if millions of such mortals were to die, it would not cause a supreme expert to frown. However, at this moment, Li Yunxiao felt extremely guilty and even apologized in a low voice. This made Jiang Qianrong feel a little uneasy and fearful. Jin Xian said, It's already happened. It's useless to blame him. Moreover, I believe that young Master Yun didn't do it on purpose. He'll try his best to save her. Although she didn't know the inside story, she trusted and obeyed Li Yunxiao unconditionally. She said, It's getting late. I'm afraid that Liao Yongbing is getting impatient. The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce's vehicles were already prepared. A group of people headed toward the city lord's mansion. There were few pedestrians on the road. Many shops were half open. People peeped at the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce's vehicles from time to time and exchanged information with each other. Of course, none of this could be hidden from Li Yunxiao's divine awareness. However, there were no strong people in the Heavenly Ocean town. He didn't need to be afraid of anything. Even if the Merchant Union really sent strong people here, as long as they weren't high-level Emperor Wu, they couldn't do anything to him. They quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. Many carriages were already parked outside. It seemed the Chamber of Commerce's people had already arrived. Everyone, don't worry. Since I know everything, I won't allow the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce to act recklessly. Although I'm not a member of the Merchant Union, I'm the city lord of the Heavenly Ocean town. I won't allow anyone to disrupt the Heavenly Ocean town's normal trade. In the city lord's mansion, Liao Yongbing's expression was cold as he sat on the main seat. He snorted and said, I'm a person who can't tolerate internal strife. This time, even Master Si Deyuan died unjustly. Although the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce was at fault, it's not enough to be removed from the list. That's right. The culprit of all this is the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. An old man reclined on a wheelchair and complained angrily. He was the president of the Money Chamber of Commerce, who had been sent flying by Li Yunxiao. From his appearance, he seemed to be seriously injured. The president of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, Zhu Anren, sneered. I also feel that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce's matter is slightly inappropriate. However, everyone knows who the culprit is. The Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce has been completely removed from the Heavenly Ocean town. You can spout nonsense all by yourself. Who would believe that? The president of the Money Chamber of Commerce snorted coldly. He looked like he couldn't wait for the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce to die without a burial place. That's right. Who would believe that? We don't believe it. Everyone clamored. Although they had seen it with their own eyes yesterday, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce had already provoked the public's anger. Everyone had a tacit understanding to fight back. Zhu Anren's face was filled with worry. He knew that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce had gone overboard this time. Yesterday, he had personally gone to communicate with them. However, Jin Xian had turned a deaf ear to him. Now, if they were not careful, they could bring about a disaster. A young man on the seat of honor smiled elegantly. However, I heard that the expert from the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce could defeat 3 famous Emperor Wus at the same time. This is something that we have to consider. As far as I know, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce has never had such an expert. I wonder if everyone has found out about this person's background and strength. Haha, what famous Emperor Wus? Come, young Master Feng, don't be misled. Liao Yongbing smiled. Although the 3 of them have long been Emperor Wus, they have been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 years. They have made very little progress. I have been keeping an eye on them all this time. They are only 2-star Emperor Wus. Moreover, their aptitudes are extremely poor. As for their combat power, it is greatly reduced. Originally, I wanted to pull the 3 of them into today's matter. However, I didn't expect them to be so weak. It seems like there is no need to do so. The young man was Baiming Lifeng. He frowned slightly and said, a young man who could defeat 3 2-star Emperor Wus in one move. How is that possible? I know all the outstanding people among the younger generation, but I have never heard of such an expert. Could he be a disciple of a hidden family? Liao Yongbing smiled. Come, young Master Feng, you are thinking too much. How could he be a young man? He must have some kind of youth-preserving technique or some kind of magical item with him. Only then can he show the appearance of a young man. Judging from everyone's discussion, this person is at most a 3-star Emperor Wus. If he knows his place, we can consider pulling him into our side. Zhu Anren asked, what is the matter that the mayor has been talking about when he summoned everyone here? Everyone also looked over. Although Liao Yongbing was the mayor of Ocean Sky Town, he rarely spoke to the Chamber of Commerce. As long as the Chamber of Commerce obediently paid the protection fee every month, it would be rare for them to meet him once a year. Liao Yongbing smiled. It is a great thing. However, we have to deal with things one by one. Let's settle the matter with the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce first. Liao Yongbing smiled but did not say anything. However, he was very comfortable in his heart. The Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce stirring up trouble at this critical juncture was equivalent to doing him a great favor. Strictly speaking, this time he had something to ask the Chamber of Commerce for help. Now that a great favor was placed in front of him, as long as he settled the matter with the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, these people from the Chamber of Commerce would be too embarrassed to not help him. The Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce is here. Someone suddenly shouted. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall became solemn. Everyone glared angrily and released a cold murderous aura from their bodies. They were ready to face the enemy aggressively. Li Yunxiao and the others could feel the solemn atmosphere even from outside. Elder Wu said in a low voice, everyone, be careful. I'm afraid the meeting this time will not be simple. Li Yunxiao did not mind. As he walked inside, he laughed loudly and said, there are many bastards in the pond, but no matter how many there are, they are still bastards. The clear voice traveled into everyone's ears. They were so angry that their faces turned green. One by one, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they cursed angrily. Liao Yongbing's expression also changed greatly. His eyes gradually turned cold. He originally had the intention to recruit them, but now, his eyes were filled with murderous rage. Baiming Lifeng's heart trembled violently. That familiar voice, that familiar arrogance. When he raised his head, he suddenly saw that familiar face that he wanted to step on. He exclaimed in shock, Li Yunxiao. These 3 words left his mouth and seemed to have some kind of magical power. In an instant, the murderous aura in the hall was intimidated. The low roars and curses all stopped and became silent. Huh? Isn't this the leader of the Western region's 4 geniuses, Baiming Lifeng? After Li Yunxiao saw Baiming Lifeng, he was also surprised. What? What did young Master Feng just call this person? Did I hear it wrong? Did he call Yunxiao Lifeng or Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao? The rising star of the younger generation? The one that the Lord of the Red Moon City praised as the future strongest person in the realm of heaven martial arts? Oh my god, he is unexpectedly Li Yunxiao. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Everyone's face turned pale. Even the people of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, except for Jiang Qianrong, including Elder Wu, were all dumbfounded. The Money Chamber of Commerce's president's face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver, and his entire body began to tremble. That devil-like young man was actually the world-renowned Li Yunxiao. Liao Yangbing recovered from his momentary daze and turned to look at Baiming Lai Feng. Seeing the shock and bitterness on his face, Liao Yangbing immediately confirmed the identity of the person in front of him, causing him to feel a little stunned. It seemed that all the plans he had come up with to deal with Baiming Lai Feng were useless. Baiming Lai Feng said with a bitter smile, "It's really a small world. Isn't Brother Yunxiao still recuperating in Red Moon City? Why did you come to Ocean Sky Town?" Li Yunxiao snorted and sneered, "I've already said that I have no friendship with your Baiming family, and sooner or later there will be enmity, so please don't try to get close to me." He unceremoniously refuted Baiming Lai Feng's face, and immediately made everyone feel dizzy. It had always been others trying to get close to the Baiming family, but when had the Baiming family ever tried to get close to others? However, with his status as the number one person, he had the qualifications to say such words, but he was just too arrogant. Baiming Lai Feng was also puzzled. This Li Yunxiao had not liked him from the first time they met, as if there was a natural enmity between him and the Baiming Profound Palace. In his heart, faint anger also surged, and he snorted, "I heard that young Master Yunxiao's Dantian was accidentally destroyed in the battle with the Sea Race King, and completely destroyed his martial arts foundation. Why didn't he try to make up for it, but instead came to Seaside City? Could it be that there is no hope of making up for it, so you came to Seaside City to relax?" What? Destroyed the Dantian, destroyed the martial arts foundation? Everyone turned pale with fright. Although some of them had heard similar rumors, they didn't take them seriously at all because rumors were mostly false. But now that it came from Baiming Lai Feng's mouth, it was different, and the credibility was greatly increased. Ah! Jean Xian also let out a cry of surprise, and covered her mouth with her hand. Her face instantly turned pale, and she felt an invisible force pressing down on her chest. Her whole body swayed, and even breathing became difficult. She didn't dare to believe it, and was unwilling to believe it. She raised her trembling eyes and looked at Li Yunxiao. Baiming Lai Feng's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. He chuckled and said, "This must be the guild master of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. I had thought that I had found a powerful backer. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be a half-cripple?" Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered and saw that the shocked gazes of the people in the hall had a hint of relief. He coldly smiled and said, "Young Master Lai Feng is right. My Dantian was damaged and my martial arts foundation was destroyed, so," his voice suddenly turned cold, like a cold wind blowing from the 9 serenities of hell. He said coldly, "So now I have no choice but to give up. Whoever he doesn't like, he'll kill their entire family." Tisk. Everyone in the hall had just heaved a sigh of relief when they were immediately shocked by the murderous words. Their hearts beat violently, and their faces turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they thought to themselves that they had indeed met a madman. He was the number one rising star of the younger generation, and his talent was unparalleled in the world. Yet, his martial arts foundation was destroyed like this, and his cultivation could no longer be improved. No one would be able to stand it, and it was normal for him to do a series of crazy things. Whoever dared to provoke him again would be courting death. Thinking of this, everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to look him in the eye. The guildmaster of the Money Chamber of Commerce trembled uncontrollably. He buried his head directly into his collar, and did not dare to poke it out. Baiming Lai Feng was stunned for a moment. He was also shocked by the murderous aura on his body. However, he realized that this person's strength was only at this level for the rest of his life, and there was nothing to be afraid of. He unconsciously laughed coldly and said, "Young Master Yunxiao is so impressive. Your future is completely ruined, but you are still so domineering. TSK, I admire you." Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted lightly, and took a step forward. He said coldly, "Dragging the most promising junior of Baiming Xian Palace to be my scapegoat, it must be a very happy thing." The aura on his body condensed, and turned into a strong gust of wind, directly breaking through. Baiming Lai Feng was shocked. He knew that Li Yunxiao's strength was not something he could resist, and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the two guards from the Baimingxian palace who had come with Li Yunxiao suddenly roared and took a step forward. The Emperor Qi on their bodies surged forth, blocking Li Yunxiao's aura. The shockwave spread out, causing the entire hall to buzz. The faces of the presidents of the various chambers of commerce turned pale as the blood in their bodies churned. One of them said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, we respect you as a hero, and you made our clan proud in Hongyu City. But to put it bluntly, it's just SOSO. If you dare to disrespect young master, even if you're a hero, you'll have to kneel." Both of them were 4-star Emperor Wu, and they had witnessed the battle in Hongyu City. But they knew that Li Yunxiao's peak battle strength was at most on par with them. Not to mention that his dantian was damaged, how could it be so easy to recover? And there were two of them, so naturally, they were fearless. Li Yunxiao was even more fearless. With the strength of these two, Mo Xiaochuan alone was enough to deal with them. Even if Liao Yangbing intervened, he had full confidence that he could suppress them. Both sides looked fearless and unwilling to back down. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became abnormally tense and oppressive. The presidents of the Chamber of Commerce were all terrified. They were afraid that if these people started fighting, they would be the fish in the moat that would suffer. Liao Yangbing's mind turned, and his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, you two are rare heroes of the present age. It is this Liao's fortune to be able to see you two today. This Liao called everyone here today because I have something I need your help with. Please don't hurt our friendship." The guard coldly said, "Since City Lord Liao has spoken, we naturally have to give him face. But if anyone dares to speak without thinking, don't blame my Baimingxian palace for crushing the younger generation." The two guards' faces were cold and arrogant, and they retreated. Only then did Baiming Lifeng dare to come forward again. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Let's drop this matter for now. I also want to hear what the city lord has to say, but..." He stretched out his hand and pointed at the guard, saying coldly, "Don't leave later, I'm going to hit you." Everyone's face darkened, and they felt like they were about to faint. How was this a conversation between experts? This was simply a hooligan. The guard was also stunned, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, good, good. In a bit, I'll meet this junior, the so-called #1 rising star." His eyes flashed with a cold light and waves of killing intent. Liao Yangbing also felt sweat pouring down her face. She lightly shook her head, thinking that this Li Yunxiao's dantian was most likely crippled, and so he was giving up on himself. Even Jin Xian began to have this kind of thought. She felt a wave of pain in her heart. She suddenly remembered that Li Yunxiao came to Ocean Sky Town for the East Sea Moon Pearl. Could it be that the pearl could cure his dantian injury? Thinking of this, her heart felt a little better. When she returned, she would pass down the order to find the pearl as the top priority. But who could know what Li Yunxiao was thinking at this moment? As his strength gradually approached that of Emperor Wu, the desire to recover his strength grew stronger, and the attitude of a peak expert was gradually revealed. He pursued the pleasure of soaring in the sky, and the pleasure of a fish swimming in shallow water. These people in front of him were just ants passing by. Plus, he had always had a grudge with Baimingxian Palace, so his attitude naturally wouldn't be good. Liao Yangbing temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes swept across the hall, and she naturally forgot all the methods she had prepared to deal with the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. She began to say, "This Liao summoned everyone here to discuss something with everyone. Everyone is considered a veteran of Sea Sky Town. Have you heard of the East Sea Royal family?" Everyone's expression changed greatly. Could it be that today's matter was related to the East Sea Royal family? Li Yunxiao's expression was even more solemn. He was no stranger to the East Sea, and there was probably no one present who knew it better than him. In the past, he had killed many people from the East Sea Royal family. Liao Yangbing looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yunxiao fought with the North Sea Royal family not long ago, so you should know that their strength is extraordinary. Compared to us humans, the Sea clan has many advantages in terms of talent and resources. Young Master Yunxiao was able to defeat the North Sea Royal family at such a young age, so it is really not easy." His tone was full of sincere admiration, and he continued, "The realm of heaven martial arts has been changing for countless years, and the resources available for practicing on the continent have become fewer and fewer. Even a small spiritual mountain or treasure land has to be fought fiercely for. Over the past countless years, the place that has changed the least is the Four Seas. The Four Seas also contain amazing practicing resources, and everyone here should know that. Ju Amran said, indeed. I have stayed in Sea Sky Town for more than 50 years, and I am very shocked by the resources near the East Sea. Only God knows what the deeper sea is like. But the Sea Clan's people are very strong. Lord Liao, are you thinking of robbing the East Sea's resources? When he said this, everyone's expression changed. Robbing the East Sea's resources was really courting death. Liao Yongbing was also startled by this. She laughed and said, haha, President Zhu, don't joke around. I don't have a death wish. It's okay to sneak out some resources, but the word robbing is too frightening. He said with a smile, since the Sea Clan is rich in resources, many human experts have gone overseas to establish their own sects, or to practice alone, and to compete with the Sea Clan for resources. However, all the sects that have survived are extremely strong existences. This Liao also happens to have such an old friend. He lives alone on a deserted island with abundant spiritual qi. Year after year, he concentrates on his cultivation. This good friend is also a protector of Baiming Profound Palace. His name is Baiming Tianlu. Everyone listened to him in silence. They knew that what he was going to say next was related to Baiming Tianlu. As expected, Liao Yongbing sighed and said, Brother Tianlu went overseas for several decades, and there was no news from him. I thought he had already died in the sea. I didn't expect that I would receive a message not long ago. Liao Yongbing casually shot out a beam of light, which spread out in the air, gradually revealing a realistic sea map. The map first showed a huge sea scene, which then slowly moved. Although the light screen looked very slow, everyone knew that a slight change in the map would show an unknown number of nautical miles, which was already an extremely long distance. If there were no islands or other coordinates on the sea, no matter how long one flew, it would feel like one was walking on the same spot. The sea map displayed by Liao Yongbing was moving very fast, so it gave off a feeling of moving forward. From time to time, there would be black dots flashing by, which were all islands that could not be seen clearly moving back. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know how the scene was made. Finally, the scene began to slow down. For a while, it seemed as if nothing had happened. However, because there was no reference, it seemed to be static. A tiny black dot began to appear in front of everyone's eyes. Then, it began to slowly enlarge. It was as if they were looking down from the sky, gradually revealing the true appearance of the island. Li Yunxiao revealed a look of surprise. After that black dot gradually enlarged, it turned out to be a row of islands. It was not a single island, but connected together, at least 1,000 nautical miles wide. The island was overflowing with spiritual qi, presenting a white mist. At a glance, anyone could tell that it was a wonderful treasure land. Baiming Lifeng exclaimed, I didn't expect Uncle Tianlu to have such luck, to be able to find such a wonderful place in the vast eastern sea. Liao Yongbing also said enviously, the resources in the Four Seas are too rich, even squeezing out a little is irresistible to us humans. The island that Brother Tianlu came to is just one of the billions of islands in the Four Seas, but from the scenery, it seems to have denser spiritual qi than the 7 major sections. He subconsciously glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, I'm afraid that only the brand new Yanwu city can compare to it. Li Yunxiao snorted lightly and said indifferently, Oh? Could it be that city Lord Liao has been to Yanwu city? Liao Yongbing laughed loudly and said, Haha, I'm already a bag of bones, so I'll just spend the rest of my life in Ocean Sky Town. I don't want to go anywhere else. Yanwu City is very famous, and I've heard too much about it from the various Chamber of Commerce chiefs. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly, but he was on guard in his heart. It had been a year since he left Yanwu City, and he wondered how his companions were doing. Furthermore, Yanwu City's spiritual qi seemed to have attracted many people's attention. Although there was the Holy Domain Order, and these factions did not dare to do anything openly, there was no guarantee that they would not do anything behind the scenes. However, with his current strength, it was unrealistic for him to want to take control of Yanwu City completely. Only by breaking through to Martial Emperor as soon as possible could Yanwu City be considered an iron plate. Right now, it was just a piece of juicy meat. Xiaochen did not know how long the Holy Domain's iron mandate could last. Only by attacking Emperor Wu as soon as possible could Yanwu City be considered an iron plate. Right now, it was just a piece of juicy meat. He did not know how long the Holy Domain Order's restriction could last. A light flashed in Bai Minglifeng's eyes as well. No one knew what he was thinking. Everyone's gazes returned to the seascape. The seascape started to reveal the scenery of the island. Under the illumination of a ray of sunlight, the spiritual qi on the island rose up in spirals. There was a faint multicolored glow, and there were signs of celestial beings. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred slightly. The indistinct multicolored glow looked like the refraction of sunlight, but he felt that it was a kind of formation restriction. On the island, there were stretches of mountain forests. There were all kinds of strange trees and flowers that had never been seen on the mainland. They bloomed in beautiful purple and red colors, and there were also some strange small animals. The island was covered in forests, and there were all sorts of strange trees and flowers that had never been seen on the continent. They bloomed in beautiful colors, and there were also some strange-looking small animals. The seabed map was a bit blurry, but it was still within the range of visibility. Some buildings vaguely appeared in front of him. Everyone's eyes were wide open. The light from before had sunk for at least 10,000 meters. For there to be a building in such a place, it was definitely not simple. The scene began to slowly move forward, and the things in front of him gradually became clear. It was a group of abandoned buildings from a long time ago. There were actually many buildings like this in the deep sea, because there were too many sea races in the four seas, and they died out very quickly, often leaving behind a large number of buildings. However, the ruins before them weren't simple at all. Because the tattered stone door that remained was inscribed with the diagram of a true dragon. The royal family of the East Sea. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The royal families of the four seas were all descendants of the true dragon. Only they had the right to use the true dragon's image as a totem symbol. If any other race were to use this image, it would be a disaster for their entire race. The scene continued to move forward, and the trash became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, the entire scene stopped, as if there was an invisible force spreading out, and it was difficult to move forward. Gradually, the sea map turned pitch black and the water curtain cracked, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. They all had thoughtful expressions, as if they were recalling the process. Liao Yongbing said, "This is one of the two messages that Brother Tianlu sent back. The other message is written in words, but it involves some secrets, so it can't be shown to everyone." Li Yunxiao said, "We've seen this sea map, so it's time for Mayor Liao to tell us why you invited us." Liao Yongbing smiled and said, "Of course. Brother Tianlu has explained the situation of these ruins in detail in the other message, and it's very likely to be the East Sea Palace." What? The East Sea Palace? Everyone was shocked. As the name suggested, the palace was the place where the East Sea royal family resided, and their status was equal to the 7 superpowers of the human race. How could it be turned into a ruin? Li Yunxiao also frowned, finding it unbelievable, but he did not deny it completely. He only said, "The East Sea Palace is not in the sea, but the true dragon totem appeared just now, so it can only be used by the royal family. Maybe it's a branch of the royal family." Liao Yongbing smiled and said, "That's a possibility, but Brother Tianlu's message seemed to be very sure. He sent these 2 messages to ask for help, because he encountered some trouble in the ruins, and was trapped in the prohibition." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "So the purpose of Mayor Liao summoning us here is to go out to the sea to save people? Aren't there experts from the Baiming family here? How can we be of any use?" Everyone nodded. For the first time, they felt that Li Yunxiao's words were so pleasing to the ear. The scene showed that the sea was already deep in the East Sea, and it was questionable whether ordinary warriors could reach that far safely. Moreover, without the coordinates, it would be difficult to find them even if they were extremely powerful. Most importantly, who knew who that Baiming Tianlu was? Why should they take the risk to save him? Haha, there's strength in numbers. Liao Yongbing's eyes were cold, and she said, "Of course, I won't let you do it for nothing." In the message that Brother Tianlu sent back, he mentioned that this is the ruins of the East Sea Palace a long time ago. Not only are there formations that have been in operation for countless years, but there are also huge treasures buried in it. If everything goes well, then everything will be divided according to your contributions. You are all businessmen, and this is also a business. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. This is too unbelievable, and there's no shadow at all. What should we do? Exactly. It's nonsense to talk about the ruins of the East Sea Palace. Maybe those reckless clans made their own true dragon totem, and that led to their extinction. Even if there really are ruins of the East Sea Palace, how can the East Sea royal family not know about it? That so-called treasure is purely a bait. Haha, that Baiming Tianlu must be trapped in there and can't come out, so he made up a story to make people take the risk for nothing. Everyone looked disdainful and snorted coldly, obviously uninterested in this matter. Liao Yangbing looked at everyone coldly and found that Li Yunxiao was unexpectedly quiet, sitting there without saying a word, as if he was thinking about something. She asked curiously, "What do you think, Mr. Yunxiao?" The reason why Li Yunxiao didn't say anything was because he knew more about the East Sea than the average person. The current East Sea Palace was indeed migrated here. Even if the ruins were not left by the previous East Sea Palace, at least there were important figures in the royal family. This was because the true dragon totem could only be used by the royal family of the Four Seas, and it symbolized the supreme power and belief of the Sea clan. Even the branches of the royal family could only use the ancestral totem, which was the son of the true dragon. In a place like the Sea clan, where the hierarchy was extremely strict, no one would be stupid enough to make a true dragon totem. The pressure of the hierarchy that seeped into the bloodline was difficult to overcome. The broken gate seen in the scene before was indeed somewhat similar to the current Donghai Palace. Li Yunxiao said, "I don't have much information, so I don't have an opinion. If City Lord Liao can show everyone the other part of Baiming Tianlu's written message, I believe it will be very convincing." Yes, yes. Everyone chimed in. Baiming Lifeng said leisurely, "There are many secrets in that written message, so I can't reveal it for now. But if someone is willing to join, I will naturally make it public." Li Yunxiao laughed. "That's a joke. It's like buying something. You have to be sure to buy it before you announce the price. Your Baiming family's business is really good." Baiming Lifeng's eyes flashed with coldness. He snorted. "Li Yunxiao, you don't have to be so sarcastic. If you want to join, I will naturally welcome you. If you don't, you can shut up. As for the reward, in addition to what Mayor Liao said, the Baiming family has another reward. Anyone who joins the Emperor Wu will get a 9th grade profound artifact. And Wu Zun will get an 8th grade profound artifact and 3 8th grade elixirs to enhance cultivation." What? A 9th grade profound artifact? Everyone was shocked. A 9th grade profound artifact was not something that could be found in a street stall. Many Emperor Wu warriors couldn't get one in their lifetime. Liao Yangbing's face twitched. She seemed to be shocked by the reward. Li Yunxiao was even more certain that the ruins were the former site of the East Sea Palace. Baiming Lifeng must have grasped some kind of information, so he dared to make such a heavy promise. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Lifeng, do you dare to take responsibility?" Baiming Lifeng smiled contemptuously, "It's just some 9th grade profound weapons. I am fully in charge of the Baiming Palace's matters in the East Sea. I can mobilize a lot of resources. Since I dare to say it, I naturally have the confidence." At this moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Before such a condition was given, no one had any thoughts about going out to sea. However, the shocking rewards and the possibility of finding treasures were enough to make one's blood boil just thinking about it. Moreover, Baiming Lifeng also said that he was fully in charge of this matter on behalf of the Baiming Palace. This proved that the Baiming Palace also attached great importance to this sea operation. But they still sent a junior. It must be to train this person. With the identity of the leader of the 4 prodigies of the northern region, he would definitely be the new palace lord of the Baiming Palace in the future. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding the junior was, it was impossible to have the right to promise so many 9th grade profound weapons. This was already a great deal for a great sect lord. Zhu Anren asked, "With the Baiming Palace's strength, can't they send people? Gathering dozens of Emperor Wu shouldn't be a problem, right?" Baiming Lifeng's eyes looked at Liao Yangbing. The latter's eyes flashed with a trace of haze. Bai Ming Lifeng smiled coldly and said, when Governor Liao received the message from Uncle Tianlu, he tried to break the restriction method on it. As a result, the text message was greatly damaged. Although it was repaired by the Bai Ming family, some of the content was still blurred, so the palace didn't pay too much attention to this matter. According to my speculation, the family is very likely to seriously underestimate the message brought back by Uncle Tianlu, and in terms of manpower, there is really not enough. That's why this young lord took the initiative to recruit people from the outside. But everyone can rest assured, I still have a great say in the allocation of Bai Ming Profound Palace's resources, so don't worry that I won't be able to fulfill my promise. A hint of anger flashed in Liao Yangbing's eyes, but he still maintained a smile on his face as he said, Brother Tianlu's message was indeed sealed, but I was worried about Brother Tianlu's safety. That's why I wanted to break it first and think of a way to save him. Who would have thought that my good intentions would make things worse? Sigh. None of the people present were fools. Everyone knew the reason behind it, but they all pretended to be regretful and lamented. Zhu Anren also said, Mayor Liao is indeed righteous, but there are no experts in Haitian town. I'm afraid it will be difficult to gather a group of people. I heard that the Eastern Domain Wonderland is about to open. At that time, there will definitely be a gathering of experts from all over the world. If the reward is a 9th-level profound artifact, it will definitely be able to attract a large number of people. A hint of worry flashed in Bai Ming Lifeng's eyes as he said, when the Eastern Domain Wonderland opens, I'm afraid that it will attract crooks and honest people. Moreover, before the Donghai Palace site is fully explored, it's not good for too many people to know about this matter. Everyone can help spread the news, but it's not good to be too ostentatious. Zhu Anren nodded and said, so that's how it is. Young Master Lifeng's worries are extremely correct. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, do you have the coordinates of the sea where Bai Ming Tianlu is located? How do you plan to get there? Bai Ming Lifeng glanced at him and snorted, what? Young Master Yunxiao is also tempted? With young Master Yunxiao's strength, we naturally can't treat him as a martial venerable. The reward must be a 9th-level profound artifact. But I remember that young master doesn't seem to lack 9th-level profound artifacts, right? The number of 9th-level profound artifacts Li Yunxiao had was already known to the whole world. Perhaps the 7 sect masters didn't have as many 9th-level profound artifacts as he did. Li Yunxiao said coldly, does it have anything to do with you whether I lack 9th-level profound artifacts or not? Now it's you, Bai Ming Lifeng, who is looking for talents. Are you not allowed to ask questions? Bai Ming Lifeng was so angry that his chest was blocked. But when he thought that this was a big matter that he was responsible for independently and it was also the first big test of his ability by the family, he must make amazing achievements and establish his identity as the future palace master. It was really not good to make too many enemies, so he held back his anger and said, I know the general location of the sea, but there are no precise coordinates. Could it be that the message sent by Lord Bai Ming Tianlu doesn't have precise coordinates? In this boundless sea, I'm afraid we won't be able to find it even after dozens or even hundreds of years. Someone couldn't help but say. Bai Ming Lifeng said, the precise coordinates were accidentally damaged by City Lord Liao, but the general location is clear, so it can't be wrong. I estimate that it will take at least 3 months to at most 1 year to make this trip. That person showed a thoughtful look and said, young Master Feng, your estimation is too optimistic. According to the sea map just now, we don't know how many tens of thousands of miles it is. If there is no transmitting formation, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach it even after several years. Everyone had the same opinion and nodded. They had been in the coast of the East Sea for a long time, so they knew the East Sea better than anyone else in the realm of heaven martial arts. This was also the reason why Bai Ming Lifeng agreed with Liao Yangbing and asked these people to negotiate. Bai Ming Lifeng said with a faint smile, if it's an ordinary flight, it will naturally take several years or even longer. But for this operation I will apply for a level 9 warship from my family, the Evil Flame. With the speed of the Evil Flame warship, even if we want to cross the whole East Sea, it will take us a year. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them shocked. Even Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. It seemed like the Bai Ming Xian Palace really wanted to train Bai Ming Lifeng as the future palace lord. Level 9 warships were top-notch flying magical weapons that only the 7 great superpowers and the 2 Holy Lands possessed. The cost to build them was immeasurable, and their power was also astonishing. In a fight between big sects, they were almost fatal. Apart from the 7 great superpowers themselves, if any sect was attacked by a level 9 warship from the sky, the whole sect would definitely be turned into ruins. Not to mention the casualties, at least all the spiritual energy would be dispersed, and the sect would no longer be able to establish a foothold in the sect. In order to become a superpower, the most basic requirement was to have the power to resist a level 9 warship. It looked like Bai Ming Lifeng had made up his mind. He had to establish the prestige and momentum of a future overlord. Looking at the silence and shock of the crowd, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of smugness. Li Yunxiao said, with a level 9 warship, plus knowing the general coordinates, it won't take too long. But there's only half a month left before the East Domain Immortal Wonderland opens. When will we set sail? Bai Ming Lifeng said, the opening of the East Domain Immortal Wonderland is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so we naturally can't miss it. According to previous information, the opening of the East Domain Immortal Wonderland usually takes about 3 months, and the matter of the Donghai Palace site isn't urgent. We can set it for a month after the East Domain Immortal Wonderland closes. Liao Yongbing also nodded slightly and said, that's good. Then there's a lot of time left for everyone to prepare. I don't want to miss the East Domain Immortal Wonderland either. Also, after my discussion with young Master Lai Feng, we've come to an agreement. The lowest cultivation level of the participants must be a 7 constellation realm martial emperor. Those below the 7 constellation realms shouldn't come and embarrass themselves. The people from the Chamber of Commerce nodded repeatedly. Based on this, there were at least 3 to 4 months left. They could report to their superiors and start preparing for everything. The cultivation level of Martial Emperor was also very reasonable. The discussion was almost done, and the crowd started to leave. As for the matter of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, no one dared to mention it again. They could only report it to their superiors and let them think of a solution. As for the grudge between Li Yunxiao and the guard's face was cold, and he didn't bother to hide his provocative gaze. It was as if he was saying, hit me, come and hit me. And Bai Ming Lifeng's eyes were filled with anticipation. He really wanted to know how much strength Li Yunxiao had left after his dantian was damaged. Unfortunately, Li Yunxiao didn't seem to want to make a move. I'll leave the matter of hitting you for later. Don't worry, I won't forget. After saying these words, Li Yunxiao left with the people of the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. At first, he thought that he wouldn't have any dealings with Bai Ming Lifeng, and if they really fought, then so be it. But now, the East Sea Palace ruins were too attractive to him, and it was not a good time to completely fall out with Bai Ming Xian Palace. Moreover, the longer he hid the matter of his dantian, the better. Humph, he's just a coward. This person is no longer a threat to young master. The guard said coldly. Bai Ming Lifeng watched Li Yunxiao's back disappear in front of him, and said lightly, his dantian was destroyed, but he still has this kind of temperament. In the beginning, he may have given up on himself, but when he heard that there was a secret treasure of the Eastern Sea royal family, a glimmer of hope appeared, and he endured it. The guard couldn't help but laugh, haha, I have never heard of a way to cure the destruction of one's martial Dao foundation. His glimmer of hope will soon turn into despair. Bai Ming Lifeng also smiled and nodded lightly, but his strength is indeed not bad. Even if it is difficult to improve his cultivation, he at least has the strength of a mid-stage Emperor Wu, which will be of great help to us on this trip. Especially since he still has hope in his heart, that's even better, he will go all out. The guard said with a fawning expression, for the sake of young master's grand plan, the grudge between me and him will be settled after we return from the sea. But the premise is that he has the life to return from the sea, haha. The 3 people of the Bai Ming family and Liao Yongbing all showed cold smiles, but Liao Yongbing's eyes seemed to have a bit of sharpness. Does young Master Yun really plan to go out to sea with the Bai Ming family and Liao Yongbing? Inside the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Jin Xian said worriedly, that Liao Yongbing is not a good person, and the Bai Ming family and young Master Yun don't seem to be on good terms with them. It is too dangerous to go out like this. Li Yunxiao seemed to be in deep thought, and then said, there is danger, but it is not from them. I have my own plans for this, Jin Xian doesn't need to worry. He glanced at Zhu Anren beside him and said, "President, do you have any news about Ling'er?" Zhu Anren shook his head. Ocean Sky Town is located far away. Although it's not a paradise, I'm just a small president. I don't have the qualifications to know President Ding's whereabouts. However, as long as I report young Master Yun's situation, I should be able to get a reply soon. And there's only half a month left until the end of time. I'll stay in Ocean Sky Town to cultivate while waiting for Ling'er's news. Li Yunxiao asked the two of them, "Are there any islands with abundant spiritual energy nearby?" Jin Xian felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. If it wasn't for Ding Ling'er's news, she wouldn't have asked him to stay. But at the same time, she was happy for Ding Ling'er and blamed herself for having such a girly attitude. Moreover, young Master Yun belonged to Ding Ling'er, so why was she being jealous? But the more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Zhu Anren thought for a while and smiled bitterly. Reporting to young Master Yun, there aren't any islands with abundant spiritual energy within 1,000 li, otherwise, that Baiming Tianlu wouldn't have disappeared. If it's only for half a month, the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce can provide enough supreme-grade primary stones to build a secret cultivation room for young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao was about to thank him, but Jin Xian hurriedly said, "The Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce can also build such a secret cultivation room. There's no need to trouble President Zhu." Zhu Anren could also see the friendship between Jin Xian and Li Yunxiao, but he didn't know what Li Yunxiao's attitude towards Jin Xian was. But this wasn't something he was qualified to care about. He smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble Lady Jin Xian." The few of them discussed for a while and understood some things about the Eastern Sea. Then, Zhu Anren took his leave. Jin Xian immediately asked Jiang Qianrong to provide all the supreme-grade primary stones in the chamber and exchange them with the nearby chambers of commerce to support Li Yunxiao's cultivation for half a month. After confirming that the person behind the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce was Li Yunxiao, the new power structure of the Ocean Sky Town Chamber of Commerce could no longer be stopped, unless Li Yunxiao suddenly died one day. Only then could it cause a change in the power structure. The various Chamber of Commerce presidents were all shrewd people and knew the principle of looking forward to the future. Since there was no way to change it, it was imperative to build a good relationship with the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, many chambers of commerce generously took out some top-grade primordial stones to exchange, and it was far lower than the market price. Right now, Li Yunxiao's greatest desire was to quickly advance to Emperor Wu. As long as he could control the Jiutian Emperor's aura, with his current trump cards, even though he still couldn't dominate the continent, it would be enough for him to do whatever he wanted. He constructed a small spirit-gathering formation, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. However, after a short while, he suddenly felt a wave of pressure coming from the sky. The Jiutian Emperor Qi that he longed for so much directly turned into a force that shook down, as if a meteorite was about to smash him into pieces. "Are they the guards of the Baiming family?" Li Yunxiao struck out with his sword after a brief moment of thought. The coldness of the frost on the cold sword directly froze everything in its surroundings. With a sweep of the sword, it immediately broke through the Emperor Qi. The secret cultivation room that had just been set up was also completely annihilated by this punch and sword. All the top-grade primordial stones were completely shattered, and a sea of primordial qi spread throughout the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. After the attack, the figure flashed in the air and headed towards the direction of the sea. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were already like the moon. Looking at the figure's back, he had already recognized who it was. He pondered for a moment, then turned into a bolt of lightning and flew up, chasing after the figure. The sound of the two fighting immediately alerted the entire Chamber of Commerce. When Jin Xian and the others ran out, Li Yunxiao was long gone. Jiang Qianrong, on the other hand, felt the sky full of primordial qi. Only then did she realize that the top-grade primordial stones that she had prepared for most of the day were all wasted, and she felt a pang of heartache. Li Yunxiao chased for a while, and the two of them left Haitian town one after another, directly entering the East Sea. After flying for at least 1,000 miles, the person in front of them slowly came to a stop. Li Yunxiao also revealed himself and stood in the air. He said coldly, "City Lord Liao, this way of greeting is very special." The person turned around with a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was Liao Yongbing. Li Yunxiao thought that he would say something, but he did not expect the other party to attack directly without saying anything. A green saber light instantly slashed through the space, and the seawater 1,000 meters below was slashed into half by this slash. Although Li Yunxiao had many tricks up his sleeves, it was still very taxing for him to take a slash from a middle-level Emperor Wu head-on. He took out the Universe God Monument, and the power of his world spread out in the air, crazily swallowing the saber chi that filled the sky, and flew towards the saber light. Boom! With one hit, the Universe God Monument lost all its light and was sent flying back. Together with Li Yunxiao, they were sent flying far away. The seawater was pulled by the repercussions, and a huge whirling force was generated. A huge ocean current flowed against the sky and rushed to the horizon. The Universe God Monument and Li Yunxiao's mind were connected, and he was also shaken to the point that he was dizzy. His internal organs were injured to a certain extent, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Yunxiao held the Universe God Monument that was like a brick, and his eyes were filled with fury as he stared at Liao Yangbing, who was on the other side of the ocean current pillar. His mind was racing, and he wondered if he should kill her. Liao Yangbing's power should be similar to Mo Xiaochuan's. In addition to his Transcendence Golden Body and young Emperor Hao Lian, the possibility of killing Liao Yangbing was quite high. Just as he was hesitating, Liao Yangbing, who was far away, suddenly laughed out loud. With a few flashes, she came to Li Yunxiao's side, and she looked happy. Li Yunxiao wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Is it very funny? If you can't give me an explanation today, the city lord of Haitian town will be replaced." Naturally, Liao Yangbing didn't believe his words. He thought it was just some harsh words to save face, so he laughed and said, "It's not funny, but I'm very happy. Young Master Yun's strength really didn't let me down. I think we can have a good talk now." Li Yunxiao suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "That attack just now was for a good talk?" "Of course." Liao Yangbing said indifferently, "Li Yunxiao, who is known as the #1 rising star, if he can't even take one attack from me, then it can only be said that his reputation is undeserved, and I'll kill him. Only if you can take one attack from me will you be qualified to have a deep talk with me." He saw the anger on Li Yunxiao's face, and he smiled indifferently, "Young man, don't be angry. This is the reality of the world. If you don't have a certain level of strength, how can you have fun together? I know that you definitely have some trump cards up your sleeves, but so do I. Only fools would get angry and fight." Li Yunxiao was shocked. This Liao Yangbing looked carefree and careless, and he even tricked him into falling into the trap during the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. It seemed like he wasn't a simple person. Perhaps he had taken advantage of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce on the surface, but he had actually helped the other party. For the first time, he realized that he had misjudged someone. He couldn't help but size up the other party a few more times before saying coldly, "I hope City Lord Liao can remember this sentence. Don't get angry and fight with me in the future." Liao Yangbing's eyes narrowed into slits, and he chuckled. "Haha, of course not. I'm already so old, why would I get angry and fight with you juniors? Young Master Yun's anger was completely appeased by a single sentence from me. As expected, you're not an ordinary person." Li Yunxiao's state of mind had completely calmed down, and he was secretly circulating his qi to treat his injuries. He wanted to see what the other party had to say. If the other party couldn't satisfy him, he might have to use his trump card and directly eliminate the other party. Liao Yangbing thought that Li Yunxiao would definitely mock and ridicule him, but after a while, he realized that the other party didn't say a word and only focused on regulating his qi. He smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Yun's temperament is indeed extraordinary. This Liao invited young Master Yun out this time because I have something to discuss with you." He purposely spoke vaguely in hopes that the other party would continue, but after waiting for a while, Li Yunxiao was still expressionless, and he didn't know if he was listening or not. This made Liao Yangbing, who was used to having a large group of people echoing his words, a little uncomfortable. How could he know what Li Yunxiao was thinking? He was just trying to stall for as much time as he could to regulate his qi. Whether it was a war or a peace treaty, he would have to wait and see. He thought that Li Yunxiao was able to keep his composure, and he couldn't help but admire him in his heart. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I invited young Master Yun out to form an alliance with young Master Yun to fight against the Baiming family together." "Oh? Only then did Li Yunxiao's eyelids twitch, and he continued to regulate his breathing expressionlessly, not saying another word. Liao Yangbing waited for a while longer, and he felt that talking like this was a little stifling. It was as if a large stone was stuck in his chest, and he faintly became angry. He said unhappily, "Is young Master Yun interested?" Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Then, he turned back and closed his eyes to regulate his qi. "This, you." Liao Yangbing's expression finally fell, and he said angrily, "What is the meaning of this, young Master Yun? Give me your opinion." He shouted a few times, but Li Yunxiao remained silent. "I'm angry." "What the f***ck is the meaning of this?" Liao Yangbing finally lost his temper. He gathered his aura and charged forward. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes abruptly, and they shone like stars in the night sky. He said coldly, "I was injured by Mayor Liao's slash just now, and I'm currently recuperating. Don't disturb me." "You." Liao Yangbing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He stomped his feet and said angrily, "Are you so injured that you can't even speak?" After Li Yunxiao threw out that sentence, it was as if he couldn't hear anything. He didn't care about anything at all. Liao Yangbing finally broke through the limit of his tolerance, and he slashed with his palm. Li Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes and instantly retreated several hundred meters. He clasped his hands behind his back and said coldly, "What is the meaning of this, Mayor Liao? Are you trying to add injury to my injury? Didn't we already reconcile? Didn't we agree to have a good talk?" Pfft. Liao Yangbing finally spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared, "Mother f***cker. You know we need to have a good talk. F***ck me." Li Yunxiao smiled coldly as he looked up at the sky. "City Lord, don't be angry. In this world, impulsiveness is the devil. If you let your anger get the better of you, how can you have fun together? I know that you definitely have some trump cards up your sleeves, but so do I. Only fools would get angry and fight." Liao Yangbing felt dizzy. Li Yunxiao had slightly modified his words and returned it to him. He realized that the other party was really despicable, so despicable that he couldn't help but want to crush the other party into mincemeat. If not for the fact that the other party still had some value to him, Li Yunxiao saw that the other party was about to explode from anger. If he continued to get angry, his chest would probably explode. He stopped himself and said, "My injuries are more or less recovered now. What business do you have with me, City Lord Liao?" Pfft. Liao Yangbing spat out another mouthful of blood. What he meant was that his previous words were all for nothing. His eyes were filled with resentment and a complicated expression. He seemed to be considering whether to fight or to make peace. After a long time, he finally suppressed his anger and revealed an ugly smile. He laughed dryly and said, "Ha, ha, ha, of course I'm not angry. It was my fault just now that young Master Yun was slightly injured. It's only right to talk after you recover." He repeated what he asked before, the veins on his arms bulging slightly. If Li Yunxiao still pretended to be deaf and dumb, he would kill him without a second word. Fortunately, Li Yunxiao's answer was quite straightforward this time. "Ally against the Baiming family? Hee, we're all going out to sea together. Aren't we all comrades in an alliance?" Liao Yangbing finally regained his composure. He chuckled and said, "Young Master Yun is a smart person. I can also see that he's not on good terms with the Baiming family. After all, they're a super faction, and we're just a bunch of scattered soldiers. If we don't unite, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be at a disadvantage." Li Yunxiao said without batting an eyelid, "Then how do we unite them?" Liao Yangbing said with a straight face, "First of all, both parties must have an incomparably sincere attitude. Only then can." Li Yunxiao interrupted, "Since that's the case, then City Lord Liao, please share that message with us first." This, Liao Yangbing was speechless for a moment. He stood there in a daze. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to catch on to his words and ask for it so directly. Should he give it to him or not? If he gave it to them, the information in the text was extremely important. It could be said to be an important bargaining chip. It would be too much of a pity to give it away just like that. If he didn't give it to her, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? What did he just say about being sincere? This put him in a difficult position, and his expression became more and more unsightly. Li Yunxiao laughed it off, and a look of surprise appeared on his face as he said, "Could it be that City Lord Liao doesn't even have this bit of sincerity? The so-called sincerity is just to make others be sincere to you?" Liao Yangbing's face reddened. He gritted his teeth, and said, "Of course not. Even if young Master Yun didn't mention it, I was planning to give it to you later. Since you mentioned it first, there's no harm in giving it to you now." He threw a jade talisman in his hand, and it turned into a ray of green light that shot towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the powerful intervention of the Baiming family had made this old fox feel extremely uneasy. That was why he didn't hesitate to cut his own flesh to seek an alliance. Li Yunxiao grabbed the jade talisman in his hand, and directly inserted his divine sense into it. He began to read the message inside. Then, his pupils shrank slightly, and then returned to normal. There was no expression on his face, but he seemed to be deep in thought. Liao Yangbing had been paying attention to Li Yunxiao's expression all this time. Seeing how calm he was, she couldn't help but have a higher opinion of him. He wasn't in a hurry, and he waited quietly. The other party would naturally be able to determine the authenticity of the message. After a while, Li Yunxiao finally said, "This message is real. City Lord Liao's sincerity is indeed not just nonsense. This young master is very touched." "Hee, there's no need to be touched. I just hope that we can take care of each other during the operation. Don't let the Baiming family take advantage of us." Liao Yangbing chuckled, and it was obvious that she was also relieved. She said, "Oh right, I will also be going to Crimson Moon City in half a month. I hope to see if I can find any fortuitous encounters. Young Master Yun's relationship with Crimson Moon City is very good, so I hope that you can take care of me when the time comes." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. It was a huge misunderstanding to say that he had a good relationship with Crimson Moon City. However, in Liao Yangbing's eyes, he thought that Yunche had agreed, and his mood immediately improved. Although he was an overlord and the king of Ocean Sky Town, in a place like Crimson Moon City, he was just an insignificant minion. With someone he knew to rely on, he felt much more at ease. Liao Yangbing threw a storage pouch to Li Yunxiao, and said, "There are some top-grade origin stones inside. Before I summoned young Master Yun, I destroyed quite a few origin stones. This should be enough compensation, right?" Li Yunxiao glanced at it, and it was only a little more than before. He smiled and said, "City Lord Liao's sincerity, I can feel it more and more." The two looked at each other and smiled. After chatting for a while, they turned into two rays of light and left. After the two of them left, the pillar of seawater that shot up slowly thinned and disappeared from the sky. However, the whirlpool in the sea continued to churn, stirring up the surrounding sea. At an unknown depth below the whirlpool, a group of sea race warriors with tentacles on their heads and a layer of transparent armor formed a circle in fear. Their faces were filled with horror, and they held steel tridents in their hands. They were on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. Their protruding eyes stared at the top of the whirlpool. There were several hundred of them, and it was unknown which race they belonged to. They remained in shock for a long time, not daring to move. One of them was a slightly burly man. He seemed to be the chief of this tribe. His cultivation seemed to be a low-ranked martial saint. His face was pale and his expression was indescribably nervous. After a long time, he cleared his throat and said, "There seems to be no movement. Mingbu, go and check if the two experts have left." A slightly taller sea race member shuddered. His big bulging eyes revealed a look of fear. He really didn't want to go, but the patriarch's order couldn't be disobeyed. Thus, he bravely swam up slowly. After a long time, as long as the night, Mingbu appeared in front of everyone again, and he hurriedly cheered, "They're gone. They're all gone. There are no experts out there." Splash! The people of the races all heaved a sigh of relief, and their solemn aura disappeared. They bowed their bodies and swam away from the bottom of the sea. The chief also heaved a sigh of relief, but there was still a trace of fear in his eyes, and he said, "One of the human men is at least in the Jyotian realm. It's too terrifying. Although humans often come out to hunt sea beasts, it is rare to see such a terrifying expert." Mingbu was also afraid, and he said, "Chief, we are also considered to be high-level sea race, and we rule the surrounding 10,000 miles of sea. Why don't we choose a deeper place to settle down? We are living in fear in the coastal waters all day long. From time to time, our clansmen would encounter those human experts and lose their lives. Mingbu's words immediately received the approval of most people, but some old people sighed and shook their heads, as if there was something hidden. The chief also sighed, how could I not want to? But the struggle between the races in the deep sea is even more tragic. Although we are in the coastal waters, at least we are safe and stable. Moreover, the coastal waters are in contact with the humans, and our race is also shouldering the royal family's order to monitor the humans and build the first line of defense in the coastal waters. Mingbu and the many young heavenly wild prawn clansmen were shocked, and Mingbu said, monitor the humans and build the first line of defense? How can we bear such a heavy burden? Moreover, we are guarding the sea for no reason, and the royal family doesn't even give any benefits. The chief's face changed, and he angrily rebuked, shut up. How dare you speak of the royal family, do you want to die? As soon as he released his aura, Mingbu was immediately shaken to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. The chief looked at the terrified Mingbu and said coldly, be careful of the disaster coming from the mouth. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't implicate our race. Mingbu nodded repeatedly, his body trembling violently. Only then did the chief's tone soften, and he said, in fact, there are benefits. In any sea area ruled by the sea race, there will more or less encounter dissatisfaction and resistance from the races below, and often replacement happens. And in the tens of thousands of miles of the coastal waters, there are 2 or 3 groups of sea race that are comparable to us in strength, but they never dare to disobey the orders of our race. They will always obey the orders. Do you think the strength of our race makes them tremble? He snorted and said, and the resources that these races pay tribute every year, do you think they don't have anger in their hearts, and don't want to replace us? Isn't it because our ruling position is not fought for by ourselves, but given by the East Sea royal family? Which of them dares to resist? The younger generation of the heavenly wild prawn tribe was stunned when they heard this. Only now did they know that there was such a secret. The chief looked a little tired. He waved his hand and said, all of you can leave. Remember to do all kinds of patrol work, especially in the next few days. The palace may send messengers. You must receive them well and leave a good impression on the royal family. Yes. Everyone responded. Just as they were about to leave, their expressions suddenly changed. They saw a group of shadows swimming over from afar. Their huge aura was not concealed at all, and everyone present was shocked. There were so many people in the shadows that it was almost equivalent to a sea race. The chief of the heavenly wild prawn tribe was shocked and hurriedly shouted, where did this race come from? How dare you directly enter the sea area under the control of the heavenly wild prawn tribe without greeting us? How dare you? His voice was very loud, and it rippled through the bottom of the sea. It poured directly into everyone's ears, but the shadows in front of them did not move at all. Soon, they appeared in the sky above them. There were hundreds of them, and all of them had fierce expressions. They were all experts. The chief of the heavenly wild prawn tribe said in horror, what race are you? I am the commander of the coastal waters appointed by the East Sea royal family, and I am in charge of this. His voice suddenly stopped, and his eyes were filled with horror. This was because he had seen that the battleship at the head of the group had an ancient dragon engraved on it. Within the 4 seas, only the Bo clan and the royal clans of the 4 seas dared to use a true dragon as a symbol. The heavenly wild prawn chief immediately shut his mouth when he saw the symbol. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and trembled. Heavenly wild prawn chief Uncle Ming greets the royal emissary. Uncle Ming was terrified to the extreme, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Normally, royal emissaries would only send 2 or 3 people at most when patrolling. However, there were over 100 this time. It was not simple. This force was enough to wipe out the entire heavenly wild prawn tribe. When the people around heard this, they all knelt down in shock. Especially Mingbu, he was so scared that his guts were about to shatter. That warship was just an imitation of a human rank 8 warship. It looked more majestic. Although the Sea clan was rich in resources, they lacked arcane masters and profound artifacts. They also forbade trade with humans. Hence, being able to ride a rank 8 warship was already a top existence. A lazy voice came from the warship. It seemed to be a young man. Did you send a message to the royal palace saying that you found a stone coffin with a true dragon symbol? Yes, yes, yes. Uncle Ming trembled. When I was patrolling the sea a few days ago, I found a stone coffin lying quietly at the bottom of the sea. Other than various patterns, there was also a true dragon symbol on it. Hence, I did not dare to act rashly and immediately sent a message to the royal palace to await orders. The voice came from the warship again. You did well. Where is the stone coffin now? Bring me to have a look. Uncle Ming immediately got up and carefully led the way. The rest of the heavenly wild prawn still knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Soon, the group arrived at an ordinary sea area. A stone coffin was stabbed into the seabed. Only a small part of it was exposed, but a clear true dragon symbol was engraved on it. This is the North Sea's life-condensing coffin. The voice of the man on the warship sounded startled. In the next instant, an imposing figure appeared in front of the life-condensing heavenly coffin and carefully examined it. The figure reached out his hand and gently touched the coffin. A seal immediately appeared, emitting rainbow light. The man frowned, seemingly thinking about something. He used a strange spell and pointed at the coffin one by one. With each point, the rainbow light dimmed a bit until it finally disappeared. The man lightly patted and the heavy coffin lid rumbled open. A pale but handsome face appeared before him. The man's pupils shrank and he exclaimed, "North Sea Ruinxiang." He hurriedly reached his hand into the coffin and found that Ruinxiang was already in a coma. The life-condensing sky coffin was a life-saving tool used by the royal family of North Sea. Once activated, the sky coffin could instantly carry a person millions of miles away from the ocean. At the same time, defensive and life-saving formations would be activated, and the coordinates of the sky coffin would be transmitted directly to the North Sea Palace. The man looked at Ruinxiang with a gloomy expression and murmured to himself, "Ruinxiang of the Northern Sea is also very famous in the Four Seas. He rarely has a worthy opponent in the younger generation. Who could have injured him so heavily? Rumor has it that he has a dragon's secret treasure on him. I wonder if he still has it." A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he reached into the sarcophagus. Slap! Suddenly, his hand was hit and he was knocked out of the coffin. The life-condensing coffin rushed out of the seabed and flew back dozens of meters before stopping. Because the coffin lid was opened, Ruinxiang's entire body was revealed to everyone. His pale face suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a knife as he stared at the young man. "Guang Yi, it's you. You dare touch me?" Ruinxiang's face twisted inside the life-condensing heavenly coffin, his eyes burning with fury. He couldn't even take a step out of the coffin in his current state. Without the life-condensing art, he would die immediately. If Guang Yi wanted to kill him now, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Guang Yi was also shocked. He didn't expect the man to not be unconscious but in a self-healing state. Moreover, he was so alert. He snorted and said in a strange tone, I didn't think Cousin Ruinxiang would wake up. You made me worry for nothing." With one sentence, he turned his desire for the dragon's secret treasure into care. Ruinxiang snorted. He couldn't expose or ignore the other's words. Otherwise, he would really be done for. Guang Yi's mind spun. Since Ruinxiang had woken up, he couldn't kill him. The coffin had a secret method to contact the North Sea Palace. He didn't know if Ruinxiang had sent the message back. If he killed him, it would cause a war with the sea race. It would be a disaster for the Four Seas. After thinking about it, he smiled gently and said, "I wonder how you ended up like this. You've really shocked me." Run Xiang also sensed that the other party was not hostile, so he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's a long story. Cousin, please help me contact the North Sea Palace and have them send someone to pick me up." "Oh?" A glint flashed across Guang Yi's eyes. He asked calmly, "I heard that once the life-condensing coffin is activated, it will send the coordinates of its location back to the North Sea. Could it be that the rumors are wrong? Or is there something wrong with the coffin?" Ruinxiang's expression changed and he cursed inwardly. The life-gathering sky coffin did indeed have such a function, but the message had already been sent out for many days, and no one from the North Sea had come to find him. At this moment, Run Xiang was not sure if there was a problem with the message. If there was a problem, the other party would immediately kill him, Ruanxiang suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted, Guang Yi, what do you mean? Are you trying to kill me? Guang Yi's inner thoughts were directly exposed by him, causing him to hesitate. Finally, he smiled and said, Cousin, what are you saying? The 4 Seas royal clans are all brothers and sisters. Cousin's words really disappoint me. Ruanxiang said coldly, it's good that you're not. Otherwise, if the sea race goes to war, even your father won't be able to protect you. Guang Yi's heart skipped a beat. The consequences were not something he could bear. He immediately gave up on the idea of killing and stealing. The smile on his face became sincere and he said, Cousin, you're thinking too much. I happen to have a bottle of East Sea's 10,000-year spiritual milk with me. There are still 3 drops in it. Ren Xiang's expression changed as he exclaimed, that legendary elixir that can revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones with just a drop? Hee hee. Guang Yi took out a small white bottle and smiled, although it's not as exaggerated as the rumors say, it is indeed a healing medicine. Even with your current injuries, I think 2 drops will be enough. Ruanxiang said eagerly, thank you, cousin. Hurry up and give it to me. Give? Guang Yi showed an exaggerated expression and quickly shook his head, cousin, you might not know, but this 10,000-year spiritual milk is an extremely precious item even in East Sea Palace. 1 drop was given to me by my father, and the other was secretly given to me by my mother. As for the last drop, hee hee, you wouldn't know even if I told you. In short, this spiritual milk is hard to buy. Cousin, you're also very curious about it and can't bear to give it to me. Ruanxiang said calmly, since you can't bear to give it to me, but you still want to show it to me, there must be a condition. Guang Yi smiled, East Sea is really lacking in resources. It's not as extravagant as North Sea, where cousin is from. I heard you have a few true dragon secret treasures? Ruanxiang's expression changed and he said angrily, cousin, you have a good plan. Don't tell me you're thinking of using the spiritual milk to exchange for my true dragon secret treasures? Guang Yi smiled humbly and said, true dragon secret treasures can only be used when you're alive. I don't know if cousin can survive hanging on the life-gathering heavenly coffin like this. If you accidentally die, what use is the true dragon secret treasure? Ruanxiang snorted, this heavenly coffin is enough to protect me. When the people from North Sea arrive, they will naturally have a way to cure me. Oh? Cousin is so confident that you'll send back the coordinates of the heavenly coffin? Guang Yi sneered, if there's a mistake and it delays cousin's treatment, not to mention whether he can keep his life, even if he can, if it affects his martial arts foundation, then the consequences. Hee hee, cousin should be a smart person. Of course, I will definitely help cousin inform the North Sea Palace. However, I have an order to leave the palace this time. I must complete the mission before I can return. This will take at least a year. Ruanxiang's heart burned with anger, but he had no choice but to lower his head. Guang Yi's words were what he was worried about. Alright, I'll trade. Give me the 3 drops of spiritual milk. After thinking it through, Ruanxiang finally felt that saving his life was more important. He clenched his teeth and said. Guang Yi's eyes flashed with joy, but he still exclaimed exaggeratedly, all 3 drops? Cousin, how many dragon secret treasures do you have? What? How many do you want to exchange for just 3 drops of spiritual milk? Ren Xiang only felt a mouthful of anger attack his heart, and he almost fainted from anger. Of course. Guang Yi said seriously, cousin, you know how precious and effective the 10,000 years spiritual milk is. It's not any less than a true dragon secret treasure. Moreover, cousin is waiting to save his life. 1 true dragon secret treasure for 1 drop of spiritual milk. Pfft. After hearing this price, Ruanxiang finally spat out blood. He trembled in anger inside the heavenly coffin and said angrily, get lost. You're just a lowly person who hits someone when they're down. Even if I die, I don't want your spiritual milk. Guang Yi's face immediately darkened and he snorted, cousin, your words are too hurtful. If you don't want to trade, then don't trade. Business is free. Is there a need to scold me? After saying that, he put away the spiritual milk and said, when cousin thinks it through, you can find me at any time. I think cousin will have to stay near the sea for a while. Oh right, in order to prevent people from disturbing cousin's recovery, cousin will use a restriction to seal the surrounding 1,000 miles to ensure cousin's safety. After hearing this, Ruinxiang's face changed. He immediately understood what the other party was thinking. If Guangyi sealed the surrounding, then even if North Sea Palace got the news and coordinates, they wouldn't be able to find him in a short time. This was equivalent to putting him under house arrest and hiding. During this time, although Ruinxiang's injuries were suppressed inside the life-assembling coffin, they were still worsening. If he did not receive treatment soon, his martial arts foundation would be destroyed. Guangyi, don't go. After weighing the pros and cons, Ruinxiang finally called out to Guangyi, who was about to leave. Oh? You've changed your mind? Guangyi's face was smug, a playful smile on his face. He seemed to have predicted that Chu Yang would change his mind. Ruinxiang's face darkened. I can't give you the secret dragon treasure, but I can use something else to exchange for it. Guangyi's expression changed and he sneered, cousin, you must be joking. The universal spiritual milk's value is so high that it's equivalent to having an extra life. Without the secret dragon treasure, I won't exchange it even if it's a dragon crystal. Ruinxiang's face was calm as he said, the blood of Archaeosaurus. What? Guangyi's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He retreated in shock, are you kidding me? You have the blood of Archaeosaurus? Not only Guangyi, but the hundreds of sea race warriors behind him were also shocked, causing a commotion. These warriors were all abnormally tall and had ferocious faces. 2 large tusks occupied half of their faces. Their thick skin showed that they had a strong defense. They were a branch of the toothed whale race of the sea race, an upper-class super race. Naturally, they knew the value of the blood of Archaeosaurus. The so-called Archaeosaurus was the first ancestor of the 4 seas royal clans. They were the closest descendants to the true dragon. Uncle Ming stood at the side in fear. He did not really understand the conversation between the two, nor did he want to understand. He only knew that they were existences that could not be provoked. His tone was filled with shock and doubt. Guangyi sneered, since when did cousin like to joke around? You have the blood of Archaeosaurus and you're not going to use it? You're leaving it to me? Ruinxiang smiled, of course it's not the blood of Archaeosaurus. It's extremely close. You can feel it. A red light shot out from the heavenly coffin. It was just a trace of blood qi. Guangyi did not think much of it and sneered, the so-called infinitely close, it's all bullshit. Cousin, don't even think about it. His voice suddenly stopped as a look of astonishment appeared on his face, followed by shock, followed by incomparable astonishment. On the other hand, Ruinxiang was still smiling coldly, as if he had already expected such an expression. This blood, Guangyi was so excited that his face turned red. He asked anxiously, where did this blood come from? What was going on? It's really filled with the smell of Archaeosaurus. Ruinxiang said. Coldly, this is not something that cousin should know. Are you going to trade or not? Just say it. Guangyi suppressed her excited expression and rolled her eyes. She smiled and said, since cousin has such a good thing, we naturally have to exchange it. 1 drop of 10 millennia spiritual milk for 10 drops of this blood. Guangyi, don't put on an act in front of me. The value of this blood is immeasurable. It's even above the secret treasure of the true dragon. 1 drop of blood for 3 drops of your spiritual milk. If it doesn't work, then forget it. My injuries will just take a little longer. Ruinxiang's face was calm, as if he was too lazy to say anything else. He slowly closed his eyes. Guangyi's expression changed as he pondered, if it's the blood of Archaeosaurus, 1 drop is definitely worth it. But this blood is obviously defective. Even if I get 1 drop, the chance of my bloodline returning to its ancestral state is not high. As long as you have 2 drops, I'll trade. The blood of a true Archaeosaurus was also an item of the 10 directions godly state. 1 drop could increase the chance of one's bloodline returning to its ancestral state by more than 50%. As long as one chose a dragons with decent talent to consume it, they would definitely be able to return to their ancestral state. As for the defective blood of Ruinxiang, although the power of his bloodline was already infinitely close, his bloodline could not be upgraded to the 10th rank. There was a huge difference in the effects. After he consumed 3 drops of this blood, his bloodline returned to its ancestral state. That was how he was able to fuse with a large number of secret treasures of the true dragon. Otherwise, with the power of the bloodline of the 4 Seas royal clans, it would be impossible to fuse 4 secret treasures. As for Ruinxiang, who had already returned to its ancestral state, he no longer needed this blood. He only had 2 drops left. Originally, he planned to exchange them with the royal clans of the other seas for secret treasures of the dragon. But now that he was seriously injured, he had no choice but to part with it. Ruinxiang thought about Guang Yi's conditions and said, 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual milk and a dragon crystal. I'll give you 2 drops of blood. I only have 2 drops left. I don't have any more. Guang Yi's expression changed several times. He only had 1 dragon crystal, and it was a secret that no one in the East Sea Palace knew about. But when he thought about the taste of the blood, he finally gritted his teeth and said, fine. I'll trade. He took out the jade bottle from his body and threw it to Ruinxiang along with a box. In his current state, Ruinxiang was not afraid of him playing tricks. Ruinxiang carefully opened the jade bottle. A strong fragrance wafted into his nose. Just 1 sniff and he felt refreshed. His injuries seemed to have mostly healed. In the other box, there was a green crystal stone. It seemed like it was about to turn into green smoke and disappear. It was the dragon crystal. After confirming, Ruinxiang also took out a small ancient bottle and threw it over. He then poured a drop of spiritual milk from the jade bottle and swallowed it. Immediately, he felt his injuries stop. A mysterious power melted and quickly healed his body. After Guang Yi received the small bottle, he quickly opened it to check. 2 drops of bright red blood lay in the bottle. His eyes were filled with excitement and his body began to tremble. He took out a bigger bottle and put the small bottle inside. Then, he took out another jade box and put it inside. Finally, he put the bottle away. Haha, cousin Ruinxiang, my spiritual milk did not disappoint you, did it? Although Guang Yi lost 4 treasures, he was obviously in a good mood. Bang, with a loud explosion, the life-condensing heavenly coffin directly exploded and was blasted into pieces. Ruinxiang slowly walked out from the explosion. Previously, he looked like he was on the verge of death. Now, his aura was soaring and he looked like he was at his peak. This 10,000 years spiritual milk did not disappoint me. Ruinxiang's face flushed red. He praised, although my injuries have only recovered by 1/3, I have completely recovered. I don't need to waste the spiritual milk anymore. I will be fine by myself. Guang Yi's face twitched as he exclaimed, only 1/3? Who was it that beat up cousin to such a severe injury? Humph. Li Yunxiao's face flashed in Ruinxiang's mind. He snorted heavily with a murderous aura. Guang Yi was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled, there must be something else. It's just that you don't even want the heavenly coffin anymore. That thing is a life-saving treasure. Ruinxiang said coldly, each heavenly coffin can only be used once. The energy inside can only last for a month. If no one comes after half a month, I will die without a doubt. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, cousin. Guang Yi was stunned for a moment. His face twitched violently. His eyes were filled with regret, but he still forced a smile. Hee, this is the will of the heavens. Cousin is lucky. Renxiang sneered and said, I haven't fully recovered from my injuries, and this place is too far from the North Sea. I plan to recuperate in seclusion and leave after I've fully recovered. I'll have to trouble you to provide me with some resources. Of course, of course. Guang Yi said to the respectful Uncle Ming, clan leader, immediately provide my cousin with a large amount of supreme-grade essence crystals. Give him as many as he wants. Yes, yes. Uncle Ming nodded his head vigorously. How would he dare to say no? The group quickly returned to the Heavenly Wild Prawn tribe's territory. Uncle Ming immediately ordered his tribesmen to provide all the supreme-grade essence crystals for Ruinxiang to recover. Ruinxiang then left in satisfaction and found a secluded place to recuperate in the nearby sea. Guang Yi's face immediately turned gloomy as he watched him leave. No one knew what he was thinking. The hundreds of toothed whale warriors didn't utter a word. They just stood there solemnly. However, just their aura alone was enough to make the heavenly wild prawn tribesmen prostrate on the ground. They didn't even dare to lift their heads. After a long time, Guang Yi finally regained his senses and asked Uncle Ming, "When you were guarding the coastal waters, did you see a human-like girl entering the human territory from the East Sea?" Uncle Ming's body trembled as he thought hard. He had a bitter expression on his face as he muttered to himself, the sea was so big, how could a girl notice it? This question was simply nonsense, but he did not dare to refute. He was so anxious that his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he hurriedly shouted, "Mingbu, come here." The slightly longer heavenly wild prawn tribesman quickly crawled over and kowtowed continuously. He had never seen such an important person before. His legs were weak. Uncle Ming scolded, "Stop kowtowing. Hurry up and answer the Lord's question." Guang Yi was irritated. He pointed at the sky and a scene immediately appeared in the water. Inside was a seemingly stupid little girl slowly swimming in the sea. Her eyes were hazy, as if she didn't have a mind of her own. There was also a faint glow around the girl. "Have you seen this little girl?" Guang Yi asked again. Uncle Ming and Mingbu raised their heads and looked over. Mingbu said, "Lord, I've been patrolling the sea every day and haven't seen this little girl." Guang Yi's face showed some disappointment. "All right, I got it. My mission this time is to find this girl. According to some clues, she should still be in Heavenly Sea Town 2 days ago. Now that we've suddenly lost contact with her, I'm puzzled." "Lost contact?" Uncle Ming pretended to be thinking hard. Then he suddenly realized, could it be that he was killed by the humans? Those humans are uncivilized savages. They eat raw meat and drink blood. It's very normal for them to kill this little girl. Guang Yi rubbed his temples and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "Even if this little girl is dead, I have a way to sense her. It is very likely that she has fallen into a spirit array that shields her from all the restrictions around her. I have to find her. You should be familiar with the humans of Ocean Sky Town, right? I'll leave this matter to you. It's best if you don't use your troops, but it won't be too late to make a move if you can't. I'll also be in seclusion for a few days, so I'll wait here for your good news." After Guang Yi obtained the 2 drops of dragon blood, he couldn't remain calm. Many of the descendants of the dragons were born as Jiutian Emperor Wu powerhouses. In the process of cultivation, other than constantly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen their realm, they also needed to constantly refine their bloodline to reverse the direction of their ancestors. This was the so-called bloodline reversion. Guang Yi was also a person with amazing talent. He had already prepared a large amount of cultivation resources, and with these 2 drops of blood, he was very confident that he could refine his bloodline to a terrifying degree. We're going to talk." Uncle Ming was dumbfounded. Guang Yi frowned, and a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. "Your heavenly wild shrimp tribe is the most familiar with this place, so you should know the most about humans. If you don't go, should I go? If those greedy humans want any conditions, agree to them as long as it's not too excessive. In short, no matter what, I want to see this little girl, dead or alive." After he conveyed the order, Uncle Ming didn't dare to disobey and repeatedly agreed. Guang Yi also began to refine his bloodline in seclusion. Although finding the little girl was important, raising his own cultivation was more urgent. He had hundreds of tooth whale guards, so he didn't need to choose a hidden place. After Li Yunxiao returned from the sea, everyone hurriedly asked him the whole story. He casually evaded a few questions and only told the truth to Jin Xian before continuing his seclusion. Jin Xian was secretly happy, as if a secret was shared. The next 2 days were uneventful. Li Yunxiao had been quietly swallowing yuan qi. Along the way of cultivation, other than the lack of yuan qi, he had not encountered any problems. However, the breakthrough to Jiutian Emperor Wu was different. This stage was not about one's comprehension of martial arts. Instead, one had to communicate with the power of heaven and earth, allowing one's limited power to fuse with the infinite rules of heaven and earth. But right now, he was still 2 levels away from Emperor Wu. Just to replenish these 2 levels of yuan qi, he did not know how many yuan stones he would have to expend. Moreover, the effects of top-grade yuan stones were much worse than Ningqiu's yuan dan. On the 3rd day, a strange phenomenon began to appear on the surface of the sea. A large number of sea race people of all shapes and sizes surged up from the bottom of the sea. At a glance, they covered the sky and the earth, and one couldn't see the end. There were probably tens of thousands of them, and it was horrifying. A large number of human race martial artists crazily rushed into the ocean sky town. They did not know what was going on, and all of them were terrified. The major forces in the city were also alarmed at the first moment. Several rays of light soared into the sky, and when they looked in the direction of the sea, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Among them, Liao Yangbing's expression was the ugliest. If that black mass of sea race warriors surged ashore, wouldn't their ocean sky town be swallowed up directly? Just as he was at a loss and panic surged in his heart, a voice came from the sea far away. Who is the leader of the human race? Come out and speak. The leader of the human race? Everyone looked at each other. Probably only the sacred region was worthy of this title. But at this moment, those sea beasts were definitely referring to the leader of the ocean sky town. Suddenly, everyone's eyes looked at Liao Yangbing. Liao Yangbing cursed, and said, I reckon that some blind hunter killed an important member of the sea race. In the past, there were often conflicts with the sea race, but they were all small skirmishes. They had never seen such a large-scale conflict. This was simply a war between two armies. Now that everyone in the city was looking at Liao Yangbing, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fly over. On the horizon, in front of the tens of thousands of sea race warriors, Uncle Ming was in high spirits and arrogant. Beside him were a few martial venerables, and their appearances were strange. They were obviously from a few other clans. A sea race warrior with a crab head covered in armor snorted with extreme dissatisfaction, and said, It's just a negotiation with the humans, is there a need to make such an exaggerated scene? Could it be that your heavenly wild prawn tribe is afraid, so you called everyone here to support you? Uncle Ming's face was filled with anger, and he shouted, Damned crab, how dare you spit at me? I'm the commander of the 10,000 miles of sea region. This negotiation with the humans is very important. If you mess it up, how are you going to answer to Lord Guangyi? Humph, you can only rely on your position to suppress people, but you have no ability at all. The crabhead sneered, If you're not the commander appointed by the palace, who among the tens of thousands of warriors in the 10,000 miles of sea region would obey you? Uncle Ming's embarrassment turned into anger, and he roared, You dare question my authority? Good, good, questioning me is questioning the palace's authority. I will definitely report this to Lord Guangyi. When Crabhead heard that he was going to report to Guangyi, his face immediately turned green. He squeezed out an extremely ugly smile and said embarrassedly, Brother Ming, I misspoke. Brother Ming is a magnanimous person. Please don't be calculated with me. Humph. Uncle Ming felt proud, and turned his head away. The crabhead's face was dripping with sweat. This matter could be big or small, as big as exterminating an entire clan, or as small as nothing. An expert with an inverted triangular head in the front row couldn't help but say, Brother Mingbo, we've been neighbors for many years. If there's a little conflict, we can settle it internally. There's no need to bring it up to the royal family. You've been a commander in the coastal waters for more than 100 years. Everyone respects you very much. Moreover, we're working together for the royal family, it's not good to have internal strife. If the mission isn't completed, how are we going to answer to the royal family? Yes, 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 we respect you. It's not good to have internal strife. The crabhead quickly agreed. Uncle Ming snorted, If that's the case, then I'll put this aside for now. If there's a next time, I won't let it go easily. He was just saying it to scare people. He didn't dare to mention such a trivial matter in front of Guangyi, and he was afraid that it would delay the proper business. As they were talking, a huge aura came, suppressing everyone so much that they couldn't even lift their heads, and their hearts were in a panic. Emperor Wu, it's the Jiutian Emperor Wu. The crabhead was terrified. If Emperor Wu really came, even if they had tens of thousands of warriors, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Uncle Ming was scared out of his wits. He immediately recognized this aura. It was the one who made a slash on the sea surface, and caused a 1,000-mile whirlpool. Just as they were panicking, Liao Yangbing's hair stood on end. Although he didn't feel any strong presence, there were so many sea tribe warriors. If they didn't communicate well, it could escalate into a war between the two clans, and he couldn't bear the responsibility. I'm Haitian Town's mayor, Liao Yongbing. May I know what my friends have in mind? You've created such a huge commotion. Liao Yongbing's spiritual sense instantly scanned the tens of thousands of Sea clan members. Finally, it landed on the 10 or so people at the very front. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only these 10 or so people were martial saints. The rest were not enough for him. Uncle Ming suppressed the fear in his heart, and said, "We're here on the orders of Lord Guangyi of the Eastern Sea royal family to find a woman. There's evidence that the woman has already entered Haitian Town, at least a few days ago. Please hand her over quickly, in case the peace between the two clans is destroyed." Liao Yongbing was stunned. Such a huge commotion was to find a person. He asked in shock, "What woman is it? What characteristics does she have?" Uncle Ming cast a spell in the air, and a green light shot out, condensing into the shape of a girl in the air. She was very cute, that's her. This is the person that the Eastern Sea Royal Palace must find. No matter where she goes, we must find her. I hope you'll be smart and cooperate. Don't be stubborn. Liao Yongbing was enraged. This was the first time he'd been scolded by a martial honorable. However, he took into account that these Sea tribe members were all low IQ and uncultured, so he didn't take it to heart. He said, "There are at least 8,000 girls like her in Haitian Town. How are we going to find her in the sea of people?" Uncle Ming was shocked and angry. "How can the sea of people be bigger than the Eastern Sea? I advise you not to be conflicted, this is for your own good. Otherwise, when I report this to Lord Guangyi, it won't be so easy to talk to him." Liao Yongbing thought that the Guangyi they were talking about was probably a member of the Eastern Sea royal family. Who was this girl? How could she be related to the Eastern Sea royal family? He was still a little worried and said, "Our two clans have always been friendly neighbors. Let's not ruin our relationship over a small matter. I'll go back to the city and announce that we're looking for this girl. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. If there's no result, then there's nothing I can do." Uncle Ming nodded and said, "That's good. But it's best if there's a result. Otherwise, if the royal family gets angry, you humans won't be able to bear the consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, the tens of thousands of Sea tribe members retreated under his lead. They gradually sank into the sea and disappeared without a trace. Liao Yongbing frowned. This was a trouble that came out of nowhere, and it involved a lot of people. He was considering if he should send a message to Crimson Moon City and let them handle it. After all, Crimson Moon City was the leader of the eastern region. This matter involved two clans. If they couldn't handle it well and a war broke out, then the responsibility would be huge. The most recent large-scale invasion of the sea race was caused by the army destroying Martial Emperor Gu Feiyang several decades ago. The people of the Four Seas came together and directly led the army to Misty Snow Sacred City. Even the sacred region didn't dare to accept the challenge. Forget it, let's see if we can find this girl first. If we can find her, it'll be best to hand her over to the Sea tribe to keep the peace. If we can't find her and the situation worsens, it won't be too late to send an urgent message to Crimson Moon City. After making up his mind, Liao Yongbing immediately turned into a ray of light and returned to Ocean Sky Town. On the 4th day of Xianxia's seclusion, he suddenly received a message from outside the secret room. He slowly opened his eyes. Normally, Xianxia wouldn't disturb him unless there was something urgent. He waved his hand and the message was immediately transmitted into his mind. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He stood up abruptly and walked out of the secret room. Xianxia was already waiting outside with an anxious expression on her face. "Young Master Yun, look at this." Xianxia looked at him and formed a seal without saying a word. An image of Xiaohong appeared in the air, along with a missing person notice from the city lord's mansion. Xianxia said, "Just yesterday, the Sea tribe came in a threatening manner to find Xiaohong." Li Yunxiao didn't have much of a reaction on his face. He understood the Sea tribe better than the average human, so he didn't panic. He only muttered to himself, "So she came from the Eastern Sea. Then the people who are looking for her will definitely know what she is." Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what Li Yunxiao was talking about. She asked anxiously, "What should we do now? The whole city is looking for Xiaohong. She once worked as a shop guide in public. I'm afraid that people will come looking for her soon. Jiang Qianrong rushed in after she finished speaking. President, young Master Yunxiao, City Lord Liao and young Master Lai Feng brought a large group of people. It was impossible to hide the fact that Xiaohong was in the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild. After all, too many people had seen her. They quickly arrived at the main hall. The guest seats were already filled with people. Liao Yanbing and some of the city's big shots, as well as Baiming Laifeng, were all looking at them. Liao Yanbing went straight to the point. Young Master Yunxiao, President Jin Xian, I'm sure the two of you know why everyone is here. I don't need to say anything more. Jin Xian didn't say anything. She turned her head slightly to look at Li Yunxiao. Her hint was very clear. Everything was for Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao nodded. I already know, but I can't hand Little Red over. Due to some unexplainable reasons, I can't hand her over either. Everyone was stunned. Baiming Laifeng sneered and said, You think I can't hand it over just because you say so? 2 days later, the people of the sea race will come again to ask for you. Why don't we hand you over? Everyone thought that Li Yunxiao would fly into a rage, but he was expressionless. Instead, he nodded and said, That's good. I also want to ask them about something. This, Baiming Laifeng was stunned. Liao Yanbing and everyone else were stunned. They did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. Liao Yanbing said earnestly, Young Master Yunxiao, this matter concerns the peace between the two races, I hope you can consider it carefully. Handing over Lil Red is the right way to resolve this conflict. He had just made an ally, so he didn't want anything to happen to him. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Don't worry. I will give the people of the sea race a good explanation. In his heart, he was thinking that he could use the sea race as a breakthrough point to find out about Little Red and Agarine. As for the peace between the two races, even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone taller to hold it up. Didn't he poke a hole in the sky back then, and a saint came out to hold it up? Liao Yanbing was speechless. But since the other party said so, they had nothing else to say. Baiming Laifeng said, Everyone will have to work hard for the next 2 days. Keep an eye on the Violet Cloud Commerce. Don't let anyone escape. Everyone else had the same thought. After they left, they sent out a large number of experts to keep an eye on the Violet Cloud Commerce for 24 hours. The teleportation array formation on the island was also temporarily stopped in order to prevent Li Yunxiao and the others from escaping. 2 days later, Li Yunxiao came out from his closed-door cultivation as promised. He flew towards the sea alone. Behind him, Liao Yanbing, Baiming Laifeng, and the others watched from afar. When they saw him making contact with the tens of thousands of sea race warriors, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Who are you? Where is the city lord, Liao Yanbing? Uncle Ming's face was filled with anger. The city lord had actually stood them up and even sent a young martial honor. It was obvious that he did not care about them. Li Yunxiao scanned the area with his divine sense. There were no experts among them. Furthermore, these sea race warriors were all ugly and crooked. It seemed like they were a combination of a few races. He laughed and said, City Lord Liao had sex with too many women last night. His body is very weak. I'm afraid he won't be able to come. Thus, he sent me to receive all of you. What? He actually still has the mood to have sex with women? Did he do what we asked him to do? Uncle Ming asked angrily. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Of course he did. Because it was done, City Lord Liao was very happy. That's why he had sex with women. She is still resting on the bed in the City Lord's residence. Uncle Ming was overjoyed. He quickly asked, What about the little girl? Li Yunxiao performed a spell in the air. Xiaohong's appearance from a few days ago immediately appeared. He said, Is she the one you're looking for? Uncle Ming and the others stared at the image for a while. After confirming it, they were overjoyed and said, Yes, yes. Quickly hand her over. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Li Yunxiao smiled and extinguished the image. He asked, May I know why all of you want this little girl? Can you tell me? Uncle Ming's face darkened. He shouted, This is our Eastern Sea's secret. You don't have the right to know. Quickly hand her over. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while. It seemed like these shrimp soldiers and crab generals didn't know about Xiaohong and Agarine. He didn't want to waste time and said, "I'm afraid this little girl can't come. She's currently in a state that I can't explain. Can you call your leader over to talk?" "Leader? I'm the leader of this 10,000-mile sea region." Uncle Ming raised his thick eyebrows and shouted, "If you have anything to say, just say it to me. Our Lord Guangyi said that he wants to see this little girl if she's alive or dead." Guangyi? Li Yunxiao immediately knew that this Guang was the surname of the Eastern Sea's royal family. It seemed like this Xiaohong really had some fame. She might even have escaped from the Eastern Sea Imperial Palace. He laughed and said, "Tell that Guangyi to come and see me. I won't be able to talk much with you minions. It's purely a waste of my time." "What? How dare you? Lowly humans, how dare you say that we, the noble heavenly wild shrimp tribe, are minions?" Uncle Ming trembled with anger. The crab head and the inverted triangular head were also furious. Although they didn't see eye to eye with Uncle Ming, they were brothers. Their auras surged and they were ready to fight if they didn't agree with each other. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and suddenly opened his immemorial heaven eyes. A surge of mental energy gushed out and pressed down on the martial highnesses in the front row. The mental energy actually contained the might of a dragon. Ah! Dragon's might, it's the might of a dragon. Uncle Ming cried out involuntarily. His body trembled and he couldn't bring himself to resist anymore. In an instant, the honorable martial artists were stunned on the spot. Each of them broke out in a cold sweat. This was the might of a higher rank, a fear that came from the soul. Genryu was also a descendant of the true dragon. Although it wasn't as rich as the Four Seas royal clans, the dragon's might was still there. In addition to Li Yunxiao's mental energy, it was like a magnifier that shocked the tens of thousands of sea tribe people. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with coldness. He said coldly, "Tell Guangyi to come see me. I'll wait for him in Ocean Sky Town. If he doesn't come, don't even think about seeing this little girl for the rest of your lives." "Oh right, my name is Li Yunxiao." The sea tribe people all shivered. Although Li Yunxiao had a human body, it was like a Genryu was speaking to them. Everyone's heart trembled. Only after he finished speaking did the terrifying pressure that made their souls tremble disappear. Uncle Ming and the others trembled for a while. Seeing that Li Yunxiao didn't make a move, they all sank to the bottom of the sea in fear and fled back. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while before flying back to Ocean Sky Town. Everyone was watching from the top of the tower. Seeing the sea tribe people retreat, they all felt strange. Liao Yongbing came forward and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, is it done?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's done. It's fine now. Everyone can go back." Where's the little girl? They don't want her anymore?" Liao Yongbing only felt that it was a little strange, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. "They don't want her anymore. I told them that the little girl is no longer in Ocean Sky Town. They had no choice but to leave." Li Yunxiao was full of nonsense. He could only speak nonsense. If he told the truth, he was afraid that these people in front of him would die from anger. Bai Ming Lifeng also frowned in disbelief and said, "How can the sea tribe people be so easy to talk to?" Li Yunxiao looked at him and said with a cold smile, "The sea tribe people are simple and cute. They are very friendly and hospitable. After knowing that the little girl was not in Ocean Sky Town, they even invited me to have tea." Bai Ming Lifeng, haha, it's good that it's done. Liao Yongbing was afraid that these two people would fight again. She hurriedly changed the topic and said with a smile, "Young Master Yunxiao is skilled and bold. Facing the sea tribe alone, he was fearless. Admirable." The big shots of Ocean Sky Town all echoed and praised. Ocean Sky Town was the foundation of these people. If they fell out with the sea tribe, they would bear the brunt of the impact. So they were more nervous than anyone else. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's done. Everyone can go back." After everyone saw that no one from the sea tribe had retreated, they no longer had any doubts and went back. They didn't expect that an extremely tense crisis would be resolved so easily. Li Yunxiao also returned to the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce and began to continue his seclusion. A few days later, a storm suddenly surged on the surface of the sea. Waves of seawater shot up into the sky, and dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled unceasingly, as if something strange was happening. Waves of terrifying aura came along with the waves, directly hitting the foot of the city. The lonely teleportation island was annihilated in an instant. The experts on the island hurriedly joined hands to form a defensive formation. Only then did they push the seawater away and maintain the safety of the people on the island. However, the bridge that led to the city had been completely washed away. Mortals could no longer pass through. The experts on Ocean Sky Town were all shocked and flew to the city wall to look into the distance. They saw a huge splash slowly rising from the sea. It was like a garden in the sky. There were actually a few figures sitting on it. Then, many figures sprang up from the sea and densely covered the sky. Liao Yangbing, who was on top of the city wall, instantly felt a headache coming on. Looking at the aggressive sea race, the rolling dark clouds, the monstrous waves, and the strong aura coming from the sea and the sky, it all made him feel intimidated. What's going on? Didn't young Master Xianxia take care of everything? The big shots of the Ocean Sky Town all stared with their eyes wide open, cold sweat rolling down their foreheads. This time, the people who had come were not some shrimp soldiers or shrimp generals. Each and every one of them looked fierce, and it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. Liao Yangbing's face was pale, and he shouted, "Who are you? What's the matter?" He was also a peak 4-star Emperor Wu's expert. With one shout, his voice shook thousands of miles, dispersing the phenomenon above Ocean Sky Town. The people in the town immediately felt the pressure lessen. The huge splash was still rising, and a giant whale emerged from the surface of the sea. On top of the splash, there was a table and a chair. Guangyi was leisurely eating all kinds of rare fruits. His aura was completely different from a few days ago, and there was an undercurrent of violence surging in his body. Liao Yangbing's voice came from afar. His expression froze, and he felt that the opponent wasn't ordinary. He was at least an intermediate Emperor Wu's expert. Uncle Ming and the others stood behind Guangyi, trembling. Uncle Ming hurriedly said, "Master, this person is Ocean Sky Town City Lord. Last time, he used too many women and injured his body, so he sent that Li Yunxiao over. Now that his body has recovered, he came himself." Guangyi frowned. As an intermediate Emperor Wu's expert, how could he hurt his body because he used too many women? Could it be that the opponent cultivated a secret technique? A man from the Tooth Whale race received the order and shouted, "East Sea Royal Family's Master Guangyi is here. Ocean Sky Town City Lord and that Li Yunxiao, come quickly." What? East Sea Royal Family? The people on top of the city wall all turned pale with fright, and all of them were overwhelmed with shock. Baiming Lifeng had a bad feeling about this. If a war were to break out, he would be implicated as well. Now that the teleportation island was completely flooded, there was no chance for him to leave. Liao Yangbing didn't dare to go over. She yelled, "The Eastern Sea's royal family isn't the royal family of humans. What right do you have to have an audience with me? If you have something to say, then just say it. If there's nothing else, please go back quickly and don't disturb the territory of the human race." The Toothed Whale race man shouted angrily, "How rude! Quickly call that Li Yunxiao up, or else my tens of thousands of sea tribe warriors will destroy your Ocean Sky Town in an instant." As he roared, the hundreds of Toothed Whale warriors between the sea and the sky emitted a powerful aura. They were all martial venerables. The tens of thousands of prawn soldiers and prawn generals were also beating the drums and gongs. The waves became even more violent under the pressure. The faces of the humans on the city wall were deathly pale. The Toothed Whale clan was also a powerful clan. Many talented young people were born as Zune cultivators. Even those who weren't very talented would be expelled from the clan if they couldn't become Zune cultivators after reaching adulthood. They would have to find a way to survive on their own. Therefore, the Toothed Whale race was one of the most powerful races in the Eastern Sea tribe. Motherf asterisk Kerr, it must be that Li Yunxiao who caused trouble. I knew he wouldn't do anything good. Baiming Lifeng snapped out of his daze and gnashed his teeth. Indeed, where is Li Yunxiao? Call him out, didn't he defeat the leader of the sea tribe? Oh no, where is he? Did he run away? The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, go to the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce and find him. said an indifferent voice. Li Yunxiao appeared on the city wall, smiled and said, "No need to find him, I'm here." Li Yunxiao. "It's your fault. Let's see how you deal with it," said Beiming Lifeng angrily. "If the two races start a war, Hai Tian town won't be able to survive. How are you going to explain this to the humans?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "What war between the two races? Last time I talked to them, they must have come to invite me to have some tea. I'm going to have a drink first." He turned into a beam of light and flew towards the sea tribe. Only then did everyone calm down a little. They thought to themselves that Li Yunxiao would not joke around with his life. Li Yunxiao flew above the huge whale and looked at the people in the water spurting out. He couldn't help but laugh. This kind of formation could only scare those who had never come into contact with high-level sea tribe members, and those who had fear in their hearts. To him, this formation was not worth mentioning at all. He flew directly towards the splash. Impudent. The face of the toothed whale race's man sank, and a layer of watery light appeared on his huge fist. Upon closer inspection, it was actually compressed to the point that it was almost solidified. He directly attacked, and the air let out a huge tremor. The might of a ninth heaven martial emperor, Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold. His cold sword slashed out in the air, and the temperature between the sea and the sky suddenly dropped to an extreme. The power of the punch was greatly reduced under the influence of the cold qi, and then it was slashed apart by the sword gleam. The aftermath of the sword gleam was also shaken off, and tens of thousands of ice lotuses bloomed, condensing in the sky and not dissipating. The Tooth Whale clan cultivator's face was filled with shock. Li Yunxiao's strength was only at the level of a martial saint. How could he have blocked his attack? While he was shocked, Li Yunxiao stepped on the ice lotuses and was about to step into the water. Impudent. Boundless ocean. The toothed whale race expert let out a loud roar, and his upper body suddenly enlarged. He put his palms together in front of his chest, and his origin energy spread out. It was as if there was a mini whale swimming around his palms, and with a loud roar, he pushed out. The power came in waves. It was like the waves crashing against the city walls. Each wave was higher than the one before. Li Yunxiao drew a circle in front of him with one hand. The great sorrow dusk cloud mirror was taken out. It grew to 2 meters in diameter and blocked in front of him. Bang! The huge power hit the dusk cloud mirror. Only a small part of it passed through the mirror and pressed on Li Yunxiao's body. However, this little bit of power was unable to harm him. And the vast majority of the power was reflected back untouched. Bang! Another loud sound. The toothed whale race expert was sent flying by his own palm power. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was actually injured. Guangyi narrowed his eyes and stared at the mirror in Li Yunxiao's hand in shock. The sea race lacked arcane masters. Tier 9 artifacts were extremely precious even among humans. In the sea race, other than the royal families of the 4 seas, there was basically no Tier 9 artifacts. Furthermore, the status of Sea Clan arcane masters was even more revered like gods. The toothed whale race expert was defeated in one move. He roared and charged forward, wanting to fight again. "Stop!" Guangyi shouted and immediately stopped him. He looked at Li Yunxiao who was stepping on the water and coldly asked, "You are Li Yunxiao?" Li Yunxiao sat down on the chair next to Guangyi and poured himself a cup of wine. At the same time, he smiled, "Yes. I have not tasted the wine of the East Sea royal family for a long time. It is still so fragrant." "Oh? So you have tasted it before?" Guangyi looked Li Yunxiao up and down. He didn't look familiar at all. "Hee, it's just a favor." Li Yunxiao changed the topic and went straight to the point. "That little red is my sworn sister now. Why are you looking for her?" Guangyi's expression changed instantly. His elegant prince demeanor was swept away as he exclaimed, "What? Rainbow Stone is your sister? You must be joking." Li Yunxiao was shocked. "So Little Red's body is called Rainbow Stone. It seems like it is also a type of stone. Rainbow Stone. Agarine. When the two are combined, could it be called Agarine?" Li Yunxiao guessed in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Just the name alone was so compatible. Moreover, they had indeed fused together. Guang Yi's expression was extremely gloomy. He coldly said, "Where is the rainbow stone now? Hand it over immediately." Li Yunxiao made a hand gesture and said, "Don't be impatient. I wonder if Brother Guang Yi has heard of something called agarine?" Agarine? Guang Yi frowned. It seemed like he did not know. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and said, "Agarine, rainbow stone. Are they related?" Agarine? Li Yunxiao was slightly disappointed. It seemed like Guang Yi did not know the relationship. He asked, "What exactly is this rainbow stone? Can Brother Guang Yi explain?" Guang Yi coldly stared at him and sneered, "Don't you think you have already asked too much? With your cultivation and strength, it is already the fortune of several lifetimes to be able to sit and drink with me." Li Yunxiao sneered and immediately stood up. He strode away and said, "Since that is the case, then I will take my leave. You can drink this wine alone. You want to leave without leaving the rainbow stone? What a joke." Guang Yi's aura rose. A dragon's aura pressed down like a dark cloud covering the sky. Behind him, Uncle Ming and the crabheads' faces turned pale. Although this dragon's aura was not aimed at them, their legs trembled in fright. Even the surrounding toothed whale race's experts revealed expressions of fear. The smell of insects. So disgusting. Li Yunxiao used his hand to fan the air beside his nose. He smiled and stepped into the air, turning into a ray of light to escape. What? He is not affected by the dragon's aura? Guang Yi, who was used to using the dragon's aura to suppress the sea race's people, was suddenly not used to it. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop him." The surrounding toothed whale race's experts immediately rushed over and formed a huge meat wall. At the same time, a few of them made their moves. Vigorous palm energy shot out and water vapor rushed into the sky, sealing the sky and locking the earth, blocking Li Yunxiao's escape light, especially the toothed whale race's expert that injured him. He seemed to be a small leader. He immediately rushed over to take revenge. Boundless ocean. Several similar martial arts techniques came from all directions. The martial arts techniques of the Sea tribe were as rare as the profound artifacts, but each tribe always had one or two martial arts techniques that matched the characteristics of their own tribe. Just like the boundless ocean of the toothed whale tribe, it was big and powerful, and it gave full play to the characteristics of their vigorous palm strength. It was more difficult to deal with than those fancy martial arts techniques. Moreover, the rolling waves in the sky and sea was the most advantageous environment for them. End of chapter 876. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.